Leveling Up and Becoming Undefeatable Chapter 1369 to Chapter 1454. Xiaobai came out, his entire body was covered in blood and his injuries were severe. Pfft. Xiaobai spat out a mouthful of blood towards the door of the room, and said with disdain, "You want my blood essence, you want to steal my body, don't you see who I am? Am I someone that anyone can bully? God's shadow? The shadow is the female of your family. Very violent, very rampant." Seeing Luo Tian, he grinned and said, "Boss, have you already come out, or have you not entered? If you haven't entered, you must be careful. Don't give your blood essence to that shadow, or else you will become a puppet. This shadow is very sinister." As expected, Luo Tian was shocked in his heart, and said, "I am the same as you, I did not hand over my blood essence." However, Luo Tian was a little confused. Xiaobai should have been able to come out because he had killed the shadow, but Luo Tian actually did not obtain any experience. Why was that? It was impossible. Towards the 10 billion experience, Luo Tian was drooling. Luo Tian asked, "Did you kill that shadow?" Xiaobai smiled mysteriously and said, "I ate it, ha ha ha. That guy wanted to steal my body, and now that I've eaten it, I'm really slowly refining it in my stomach. You don't have to say, this guy's body really does have some divine power, it's a great supplement." Luo Tian was stunned, is that even possible? Being swallowed naturally meant that he had no experience. Moreover, Xiaobai was still refining, so he had no experience at all. Luo Tian stared at the third door, and said, "I wonder how they are doing? Sister Xianxia hasn't come out yet?" Xiaobai said, "I don't know how she is, but with her intelligence, she shouldn't hand over her blood essence. I don't know about that stupid evil demon Blood Demon King, but since he has a lot of blood essence, it doesn't matter if he hands over 1 or 2 basins, I'm worried." Xiaobai had not finished his words. Bam! A loud sound rang out. The door to the room did not open, but was knocked open by a force. Blood Demon King stood at the door of the room, smoke coming out from behind him. Xiaobai was stunned. F***ck. The Blood Demon King grinned at Luo Tian, and his smile froze there. The huge body collapsed with a loud crash. Bang! It smashed into the ground, causing the ground to shake. Luo Tian quickly ran forward. Blood Demon King? After checking his injuries, he found that he had only fainted due to serious injuries. Luo Tian looked into the room and saw that it was filled with smoke. Moreover, this kind of smoke also had a strong stimulating effect. Luo Tian immediately said to Little White, "Don't breathe." Luo Tian instantly stopped breathing and dragged the Blood Demon King to a safe distance. Looking at the smoke in the room, he muttered, "Aphrodisiac, what's going on? Could it be that Blood Demon King's situation is different from what we encountered in the room? What exactly happened?" They could only wait for the Blood Demon King to wake up. One thing worth noting is that Blood Demon King's crotch. His clothes were about to burst. That kind of overbearing murderous aura was like that of a demonic beast. Moreover, there was a sense of satisfaction on his face, as well as a sense of pride that came from conquering everything. F***ck. This guy couldn't have raped that shadow, right? Little White said, and immediately felt a sense of respect for the Blood Demon King. Awesome, awesome. Blood Demon King, you're really awesome. If it was true. Then, indeed, it was too awesome. Luo Tian looked inside the room, then looked at the Blood Demon King's expression, and said slightly, "Maybe that's really the case. I remember him saying that he has some kind of seductive and controlling ability, and if he adds a little bit of aphrodisiac, then anything could happen." Even if he was just a shadow, Little White could not help but laugh, and said, "This is too much of a beast, he didn't even let go of a shadow, how thirsty is he? F***ck. The Blood Demon King sat up and suddenly burst out with a curse, "I'll kill you." It was as if he still wanted to go in and do it for 3,000 rounds. Seeing Luo Tian and Little White, he retracted his expression, scratched his head and laughed, "Master, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about that old witch's shadow inside. She actually wants my blood essence, she's really thinking too much." Little White asked curiously, "You didn't even let the old witch go, just how thirsty are you?" Blood Demon King, I really want to know, how did you F***ck her to death? There must be a story that can destroy the heavens and the earth. Blood Demon King said, if you were imprisoned for millions of years, not to mention an old witch, even a female ant would not be let off. Little White laughed, did you really *CK her to death? Blood Demon King said domineeringly, how can that be fake? Back then, I had a sharp title, 10,000 Devil King. Not to mention an old witch's shadow, even if a group of them came, I would still be able to make them beg for mercy on the ground. Little White immediately prostrated himself in admiration, too valiant, he was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. Then, the two of them couldn't help but laugh out loud. This was too awesome. Luo Tian had only killed the shadow, but Little White had arrogantly swallowed the shadow. Blood Demon King had directly used the huge thing under his crotch to kill her, it was simply too awesome. Luo Tian could see that one was stronger than the other. However, he had a question in his heart, and couldn't help but ask, Blood Demon King, the cultivation of the shadow is above yours, how did you control her? Blood Demon King chuckled, it's nothing much, I still have a sacred art that I forgot to tell you. Actually, it's not a sacred art, it's just a type of sacred art that can make any female creature in the world, including trees, flowers, grass, as long as it's a mother, it can confuse them and make them undress. After that, you can do whatever you want, to put it bluntly, it's just a type of knockout drug. While they were talking, he took out a small bottle. Back then, I was still an evil pill king. I specialized in refining some evil pills. This kind of poison powder was refined by me. But now, there's only a little left. Just now, I used too much in the room and couldn't control it. Blood Demon King said with a smile. Luo Tian stared at the small bottle, and said, it can even confuse a divine level rancor? Blood Demon King immediately said, of course, as long as it's in the ancient continent, it's fine. You have to know that although these divine level rancors are very strong, they will still be restricted by the ancient laws when they enter the ancient plane, so they will still be confused by this poison powder. Master, do you want it? Luo Tian was not polite at all, and directly took it from Blood Demon King's hands, and said, this kind of good thing, I have a great use for it, you have to refine more in the future. Blood Demon King watched as the poison powder was taken away. He was a little reluctant, as if he was cutting off his flesh, and muttered, there are no more materials to refine this kind of thing, and many of the spirit grass have already gone extinct. Luo Tian was too lazy to say more, and thought to himself, how should I use this thing? Chapter 10, I just want to ask, can I ask for a monthly ticket? This chapter would like to thank Zhang Long for his 10,000 coins of support. The old cow is extremely grateful. While they were talking, the third door opened. Luo Tian immediately raised his gaze and looked towards the door. He saw, a graceful white figure slowly walked out, like a fairy from the ninth heaven who was untainted by the flames of the world. Her body emitted the aura of an immortal, her long hair fluttered gently, her white dress swayed, and her face carried a calm and unforgettable expression. It was very quiet. It was as quiet as a sleeping beauty slowly waking up. Xianxia, what was different from before she entered the room was that there was a red diamond-shaped mark between her brows. She looked even more lively, like a fairy from a painting. She was even more beautiful than before. Luo Tian was dumbfounded. Xiao Bai immediately turned into a baby dog and pounced forward. Blood Demon King's eyes were also straight as he couldn't help but say, too beautiful. Without waiting for the little white dog to pounce into Xianxia's embrace, Luo Tian arrived first and pushed the little white dog away. With a glare, the little white dog immediately retreated to the side and squatted there to draw circles, looking very angry. Luo Tian asked, are you hurt? Xianxia smiled slightly and shook his head, no, the true immortal is very good to me. Really, true immortal? Luo Tian was a little confused, and said, isn't there a shadow in your room that wants you to hand over your blood essence? Xianxia replied, no, she's the ancestor of our phoenix Sky Mountain. In other words, she's the true immortal phoenix. She ascended here and left behind this box to wait for the fated one. Are all the people you met just illusions? While they were talking, Xianxia took out a purple gold box. The box emitted a fluorescent light, and one could tell that it was not an ordinary item. The things inside must be even more extraordinary. This is fate. 4 rooms, 4 choices. Only Xianxia met the phoenix true immortal, and all they met were illusions that wanted to seize their bodies. Other than the purple gold box, the aura emitted from Xianxia's body was greatly different from before. It had become much stronger. Luo Tian glanced at the box and said, "Let's see what's inside." Xianxia directly handed it to Luo Tian and said, "This is something that Granny True Immortal asked me to pass to you, not me." "Huh? For me?" Luo Tian hesitated for a moment, then took the box and opened it. There were 3 items inside. One of them is a cultivation technique called Primeval Space, one of them is a piece of godhood, and one of them is a slip of paper. Ding! Release the primordial space for cultivation? With a thought, Luo Tian said, "Cultivate." Since it was given to him, there was no need for him to hold back. He would cultivate it directly. Immediately after, the system beeped again. Ding! Release the fused godhead? Luo Tian still refused. No. It wasn't that he didn't want to become a divine stage ranker and crush the crown prince, but he didn't want his cultivation to stop at the first step of the divine stage. The temptation of a divine stage ranker was too great. As long as he could fuse with it, he would be able to crush the crown prince. Luo Tian was also tempted, but in the end, he gave up. Because he didn't know what realm the crown prince of Haijia's cultivation would be at after he fused with his divine deity. If he were to undergo tribulation and condense his divine deity, then the difference between them would not be just a little bit. It would be like the difference between heaven and earth, and he would never be able to take revenge in his entire life. He took the note again. There was a line of words written on it. The words were very delicate and pretty. Treat the 2 sisters well. There was only one sentence. It was a little sudden. At this time, Xianxia's cheeks were slightly flushed red. She was shy. Luo Tian did not look at Xianxia, and only looked at the note again seriously. He immediately looked up and said, "Granny True Immortal, don't worry, I, Luo Tian, will treat them well for the rest of my life." Xiaobai muttered, "This Granny True Immortal is truly remarkable. She was able to calculate what would happen today from millions of years ago. She's too awesome." Blood Demon King followed and said, "That old witch. It's Granny True Immortal. She's not just awesome, she's simply ridiculously powerful. You guys haven't seen her before, but I've seen it with my own eyes. I can't even beat a single idea of hers, and she's the #1 person in the ancient times, the first person to ascend to the divine realm." Xianxia's cheeks became even redder. Actually, she was the one who wrote this note. This was a gesture. She wanted to use Granny True Immortal's name to express something to Luo Tian. Luo Tian was not Xiao Bai or Blood Demon King. He could tell who wrote the note with a single glance, and he also understood what Xianxia wanted to express. He pretended that he did not know anything. This kind of thing could not be exposed, otherwise, it would be awkward. Moreover, Xianxia, as a girl, was already taking the initiative. If he dragged his feet, he would not seem like a man. Luo Tian held Xianxia's slightly hot hand and said gently, "I won't let you down in this life." Xianxia smiled. Her smile was incomparably moving. Blood Demon King and Xiaobai were stunned once again. After half an hour, Luo Tian took a look at the immemorial space cultivation technique. Cultivation technique, immemorial space grade? Description: the immemorial secret realm is also a condensed space. The space can increase the speed of cultivation, cultivation technique cultivation, and comprehension of sacred arts. This cultivation technique cannot be leveled up and cannot be used in battle. Supportive cultivation technique. It was a little like the skill necklace, but the skill necklace could not be used in the ancient continent. It was something from a lower plane, so naturally, it could not be used in a higher plane. Luo Tian was secretly happy. I've cultivated so many cultivation techniques, and they're all at the initial stage. With this spatial cultivation technique, I can level up quickly. Suddenly, the 4 doors suddenly merged together, forming an open passage. Look. This should be the exit, right? Ha ha ha. I, Blood Demon King, have finally escaped from this reincarnation cage. I've finally escaped. Blood Demon King was the most excited. After being crushed for millions of years, no one could understand that kind of pain. He took the lead and was the first to walk into the passage. Luo Tian held Xianxia's hand and watched as Xiao Bai and Blood Demon King rushed out. Luo Tian rolled his eyes and said, "Next, listen to me carefully." When the four doors merged into one, the entire Phoenix Sky Mountain's radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers was shaking. The heavenly lady who had been guarding the exit had a smile on her face and was incomparably excited. "You really didn't disappoint me. You really passed through the reincarnation cage. You must have obtained the treasure left behind by the ancestor on the 18th level, right?" Ha ha ha, even the heavenly lady, who was a rank 1 god, was looking forward to the spirit treasure left behind by the Phoenix True Immortal. From this, one could see how powerful the Phoenix True Immortal was. At the foot of Phoenix Sky Mountain, Huang Fuju was still waiting bitterly when he suddenly felt the ground shake. He frowned. "Luo Tian, are you awake?" 3 days had passed. Huang Fuju hesitated for a moment and decided to wait. He had a feeling in his heart that this time when Luo Tian woke up, his cultivation would definitely increase greatly. Chapter 11, Can I ask for a monthly ticket? Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. 2 deafening sounds rang out. 2 afterimages shot out from the depths of Phoenix Sky Mountain. A few thousand kilometers away, 2 mountain peaks were knocked down with a loud bang. The scene was like a nuclear explosion. Boundless divine might crushed out. It spread for tens of thousands of kilometers. Crushing, crushing, endless crushing. 1. The heavenly maiden's cold eyes turned sinister as she said solemnly, "I was wondering why you were able to pass through the reincarnation passage. So it's because you have these 2 animals helping you." The moment Blood Demon King and Xiao Bai rushed out, the heavenly maiden attacked. The 2 of them were sent flying in an instant. They did not expect that the heavenly maiden of the first step of the divine stage would be waiting for them at the entrance of the cave. Caught off guard, they were instantly sent flying. Moreover, the heavenly maiden's cultivation was indeed terrifying. Even the demigod realm Xiao Bai was no match for her, let alone the Blood Demon King. Were the Blood Demon King and Xiao Bai who were sent flying dead or alive? Xianxia frowned, carrying Luo Tian on his back. He walked out of the cave and said angrily, "You didn't say that you couldn't bring them in, heavenly maiden. I have now broken through the reincarnation cage. According to the agreement, you have to save him." Ha ha ha, the heavenly maiden laughed coldly, and said, "According to the rules of Phoenix Sky Mountain, I do have to agree to any of your requests, but I am now the ruler of Phoenix Sky Mountain, and as for the rules, I have the final say." "Xianxia, you don't have the qualifications to bargain with me." Xianxia's eyes shook as she thought to herself, as expected, Luo Tian is right. She definitely won't save him. Then Xianxia said, "You actually ignored the rules set by the ancestor?" Ha ha ha, the heavenly maiden laughed out loud. "The rules set by the ancestor are useless against someone like you. You broke the rules first, and you still dare to talk about rules with me?" "Xianxia, I've said it before, you don't have the qualifications to bargain with me. Take out the spirit treasure left behind by the ancestor, or else, not only will he die, you will also die. And your mother?" Xianxia's eyes turned anxious. "What did you do to my mother?" Heavenly Maiden sneered, "If she didn't give birth to 2 vile spawns, how could anyone break the rules of Phoenix Heavenly Mountain? I've already locked her in a cage and thrown her into the sea of darkness. This is her punishment." Xianxian was infuriated beyond words. Why you're too despicable. My mother helped you so much and yet you treat her like this. She's your disciple. Shut up. The fairy roared, "I don't have a cheap disciple like her. If it wasn't for your father, you would have died the moment you were born. Humph, I don't want to talk nonsense with you now. Hurry up and hand over the primogenitor's spiritual treasure." "Damn it. I can't pretend anymore." Luo Tian moved and got down from Xianxian's back. He exhaled and said to Xianxian, "I told you that she wouldn't have any good intentions. She saved me? It's as if the whole world owes him money." Luo Tian didn't want to pretend anymore. There was no need to continue pretending. He only wanted Xianxian to see the ugly side of the fairy. However, Luo Tian didn't expect the fairy to be so arrogant and not care about the rules of the Phoenix Sky Mountain. Of course. A rank 1 deity was an invincible existence in the ancient continent. What did she need to care about? There was no need at all. There was no need to hide anything. She frowned and coldly stared at Luo Tian. You've actually come back to life, and your cultivation has actually advanced to the Saint Spirit realm. It seems like the primogenitor must have left behind something good. Otherwise, how could a piece of trash like you break through to the Saint Spirit realm in such a short amount of time? Mother ****. A furious voice could be heard. A white figure landed heavily. Little White went berserk and roared, I'm going to cripple you. The Blood Demon King crawled up from the ruins and shook his head. He was also furious. He was already unhappy after being suppressed by the Phoenix True Immortal for millions of years. The moment he came out, he was sent flying with a slap. The anger in his heart was boiling. He couldn't care less and charged forward. The fairy sneered, you're just a piece of trash in the demigod realm. If you dare to say another word, I'll let your blood splatter on the spot. Xianxia. My patience is limited. Hand over the spiritual treasure left behind by the primogenitor. It was said to be worthless by the fairy. Little White's anger had already reached its limit. All the hair on its body stood up, revealing its long fangs. A cloud of fire floated up from its 4 limbs as it let out a low roar. The Blood Demon King also rushed over. A blood mist formed around his body. The blood mist was rolling. The fairy stared at him. A divine might crushed out. At this moment, Luo Tian took a step forward and said, the spiritual treasure is with me. As long as you let them go, I'll hand it over to you. Master? Boss? Luo Tian? The 3 of them didn't know why Luo Tian said that. Xianxia said anxiously, what are you doing? You clearly. Luo Tian shook his head lightly, then looked at the fairy and said, not only do I have the spiritual treasure left behind by the Phoenix True Immortal, I also have the divine deity, the Rainbow Divine Stone, the Heaven Flipping Divine Seal Stone, and the Primordial Space Technique. While they were talking, he took out all of these things. The fairy's eyes moved, and she laughed sinisterly, I didn't expect a trash like you to have so many spiritual treasures on you, and all of them are absolute rank spiritual treasures. This is truly shocking. Obviously, she was tempted. Luo Tian laughed and said, let them go, I will give you all of these things. The fairy thought for a moment, then said, sure. She was not worried that Xianxia and the others would run away, because she had enough ability to capture them one by one in a short period of time. As long as Luo Tian dared to lie to her, then Xianxia and the others would have to die. As for Huang Fuju, who possessed the time and space blood vein at the foot of the sacred mountain, in the eyes of the gods, the space blood vein was nothing. Master, boss, let's fight it out with her. Luo Tian said to them seriously, you guys hurry up and leave, Principal Huangfu is still at the foot of the mountain, you guys leave first, I'll be there soon. Trust me. I will definitely catch up to you guys. Blood Demon King, immediately take the 2 of them away. Seeing that they did not move, Luo Tian said in a commanding tone. Finally, the 3 of them left. The fairy smiled and said, can you hand over these spiritual treasures now? Luo Tian looked around, and said, the Phoenix True Immortal left behind a lot of spiritual treasures, each of them are absolute rank divine tools, and one of them is even a spiritual treasure from the divine realm. Once these things are taken out and placed here, aren't you afraid that the divine realm rankers will discover them? The fairy was startled, and said, then where do you want to take them out? Luo Tian said, at least it's a safe place, I'm thinking for you. All right. I'll do as you say. I'd like to see what tricks you can play. The fairy moved, and a force directly lifted Luo Tian up. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at a secret residence. This was the fairy's boudoir. It was also at this moment, Luo Tian activated the 10,000 lewd powder, 12 consecutive explosions. Old Bull's arms are already crippled. Brothers, can you give Old Bull a monthly ticket to comfort him? Opportunities were reserved for those who were prepared. There was only one chance. If he didn't catch it, then he wouldn't be called Luo Tian. The heavenly girl was indeed asking for it. She had a cold expression, as if the whole world owed her. Coupled with her peerless appearance, this kind of woman was asking for a beating. However, her cultivation had reached a terrifying stage. Want to asterisk? It was difficult, extremely difficult. It was probably the most difficult thing to do in the ancient continent. However, what would happen if he did it? He had to do it. As for the purpose of doing it, Luo Tian wasn't just to feel good. There was also a very strong reason. Level up, the imperial goddess function would bring about a huge wave of experience when a man and a woman intertwined. The higher the woman's cultivation, the more experience she would receive. Luo Tian needed experience, and he needed it very, very much. The Crown Prince's suppression and Cloud Mist Academy's crisis were like 10,000 mountains pressing down on his shoulders. He had to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. While Luo Tian was going crazy, notifications kept ringing in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 10 million experience. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 10 million experience. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 10 million experience. Too fast, experience points were flying like crazy. It was just like killing demon beasts, but killing demon beasts wasn't as satisfying as this. If I can't take you down today, how can I go out and mingle in the future? Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom, a violent impact. Experience points were flying even more. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level, Holy Spirit Stage 2. Level up, 5 billion experience. Damn it, Luo Tian himself was shocked, the Imperial Goddess art was too powerful. A full 2 hours. Luo Tian leaned on the bed, and muttered in his heart, if only there was a cigarette at this time. Thinking about what happened just now. 2 hours. Level 2. 10 billion experience points. Who would have thought that he would be able to get 10 billion experience points from F***ck? No one in this world has ever been able to do that, right? Ha ha ha. Luo Tian laughed in his heart, but this was not the only thing that made him even more excited. He slept with the heavenly maiden. This was what made him excited. One had to know. The heavenly lady was the ruler of Phoenix Sky Mountain. She was the god emissary of extradition and the strongest woman in the world. He slept with her. How mighty and domineering was this? Who could do it? However, after Luo Tian's excitement, he started to worry, how long will the medicine last? F***ck. I forgot about this. I'm still intoxicated here. When this god-level expert's woman wakes up, won't she beat the shit out of me? His heart clenched. Run. Luo Tian's chrysanthemum clenched. The fairy was pleasurable, and so was he. For a moment, he was so pleased that he forgot where he was and who he was sleeping with. He immediately got up, grabbed a few clothes, and ran out. At this moment, the effects of the medicine had disappeared. The moment Luo Tian got off the bed, the heavenly maiden woke up. Seeing that Luo Tian was about to run out of the room, her finger moved slightly, and a divine power was placed on the door. She said coldly, "Where are you going?" Instantly, the temperature in the room dropped to 0. Gudong. Luo Tian swallowed dryly, turned around, and said, I need to pee. The heavenly maiden got down from the bed. Because she was still in some pain, she walked with a slight limp. However, she was still naked, her face cold as she stared at Luo Tian. In her mind, she thought of 18,000 thoughts of killing Luo Tian. However, there was another thought in her mind. A thought that was still intoxicated by the crazy world just now. Actually, after more than an hour, the effect of the lewd powder was gone. At that time, the holy maiden would have regained her consciousness. At that time, she could have killed Luo Tian with a flick of her finger. However, she didn't do that. Deep in her heart, she couldn't bear to do it. She inexplicably fell in love with this despicable man who took her body. Of course. It was all because of one thing. Luo Tian made her feel too comfortable. It was too comfortable. In addition, it was the first time, so the woman fell in love with him easily. The fastest and most direct way to make a woman fall in love with you is to take her body. The fairy said coldly, "You can't even control your urge to pee when you're a holy spirit? I think you want to escape, don't you?" Luo Tian was getting more and more worried. Even if he cultivated to the emperor realm, he still wouldn't be a match for this woman. She was a god realm master. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Why would I run away? If you want to leave, you should leave openly." Luo Tian was dumbfounded. "The plot has been deleted. Sorry, my little brother is going to be cut off. If I don't vote now, my little brother will really be cut off. Anywhere else was fine." That was a man's lifeblood. Immediately, Luo Tian became nervous, and asked, "What do you want?" If she wanted to kill him, she would have done it a long time ago. There was no need to wait until now. The heavenly maiden's face was still cold, disdainful, insufferably arrogant, and superior. She coldly said, "You were the one who slept with me just now it's my turn to sleep with you." Finished. A wave of divine power was released and directly bound Luo Tian. With a light drag, Luo Tian was thrown onto the bed. His figure moved. In the blink of an eye, he landed on the bed and pressed Luo Tian down. Without waiting for Luo Tian to react, the heavenly maiden was defeated. This was the first time she had ever lost. She definitely would not allow such a thing to happen a second time. So then, the two of them fell. The heavenly maiden hugged Luo Tian tightly, not wanting to let go anymore. "Husband." Luo Tian's entire body trembled as he slapped the heavenly maiden's tight butt, and said, "Who is your husband?" It had only been 2 times, and she already treated him as her husband. Wasn't this heavenly maiden's change too fast? The heavenly maiden pouted, looking like a little woman, and said, "I've already given my body to you. If you're not my husband, then what are you?" "I want you to be my husband. I want it, I want it." Who would have thought that the high and mighty ruler of the Phoenix Sky Mountain, the ancient continent's divine envoy, would actually act coquettishly? The heavenly maiden continued, "Husband, stay with me at the Phoenix Sky Mountain. I can help you quickly pass through the heavenly tribulation, and condense your divine deity. I can give you all of these, don't leave me, okay?" There was a hint of begging in her tone. She wanted to keep him. If there weren't too many things left to complete, the Phoenix Sky Mountain could be considered a sacred place to rest. However, how could Luo Tian give up on a large group of women for a single woman? He immediately said domineeringly, "No, I still have a lot of things to do. Also, do you think I will stay here for you?" It was a very masculine idea. Instead of getting angry, the fairy became even more infatuated. She hugged Luo Tian's neck even tighter and said, "What did you say you wanted to do? I'll help you because there aren't many people in the ancient continent who are my match. Moreover, I'm the envoy of God extradition. Whoever dares to offend me will never be able to leave the ancient continent. The ancient king that you killed offended me because of one sentence, so I'll imprison him in the ancient continent forever. Do you think that the Guardian clan will be able to suppress him? I was the one who secretly helped them. It's just that I didn't kill the ancient king back then and asked Xianxia to do it for me. I didn't expect that she would bring me a man." With that, she kissed Luo Tian again and said happily, "Speaking of which, I really have to thank her. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have met you. It was you who made me a real woman for once. It was you who let me know what a woman is. Now I finally know why Xianxia betrayed me. I've done too many wrong things to them." Fairy was transforming. Because she was a woman now. She also understood Xianxia's difficulties. Luo Tian was slightly startled, and thought in his heart, women change too quickly. Huff, Luo Tian heaved a sigh of relief, and said, "If you can think like this, then it's not a waste of my few hours of madness. My waist was almost broken by you." The heavenly maiden's face slightly flushed red, and then said, "Actually, I didn't want to treat the mother and daughter like that, but, at this moment." Her brows furrowed slightly. Luo Tian asked, "Are there any other secrets you're hiding from me?" "Yes, sir. Lord husband." The heavenly maiden obediently said, then continued, "It's just that their father's family is too strong. It's Xianxia's husband's family that is too strong. that man is from the divine realm, and his family is one of the overlords of the divine realm, with the existence of the dominator rankers. Everything I did was because I had no other choice, otherwise, I wouldn't have made things difficult for my disciple. Overlord of the divine realm? Luo Tian's heart trembled, and thought to himself, I never thought that Li Shuer's father would actually be someone from the divine realm. No wonder the two sisters' talents are extraordinary. Divine realm. Luo Tian's heart faintly stirred. That was the paradise of the strong, at this moment. Luo Tian was a little moved, and wanted to go to the divine realm to take a look. However, this thought disappeared in a flash, because he couldn't even resolve the matters of the ancient continent, and couldn't even defeat the crown prince. Entering the divine realm, was he courting death? The plot has been deleted, sorry. The third chapter has been delivered. Wait for me here obediently. I'll be back. Luo Tian said to the heavenly maiden in a domineering manner. The heavenly maiden stood at the entrance, her hands on the door frame, looking at Luo Tian lovingly. With tears in her eyes, she nodded and said, Husband, you must come back. Got it. How annoying. I said I'll be back, so I'll definitely be back. Luo Tian said and immediately strode down the mountain. The heavenly maiden looked at Luo Tian who was walking further and further away. Her heart also flew away with Luo Tian. After a short period of time together, it made her, a girl, completely become a woman. This change also made her, an ice-cold queen, become worried about a man. Looking in the direction Luo Tian disappeared, the heavenly maiden muttered, Husband, don't worry, no one can kill you. I've planted a divine seal on your body. This divine seal can protect you. No one can kill you. And this divine seal is connected to my consciousness. If anyone dares to bully you, I will definitely make their ancestors regret being born into this world. His tone was cold. There was a heavy anger in his voice. Luo Tian didn't know about the divine seal on his body. If he knew, he would definitely ask the heavenly maiden to get some divine power. This way, he would immediately find the crown prince of Haijia. On the way down the mountain, the female disciples of Phoenix Sky Mountain all looked at Luo Tian as if they were looking at a monster. He actually walked out of the heavenly maiden's room safely. No man had ever entered the heavenly maiden's residence. Luo Tian was the first. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it at all. The female disciples of Phoenix Sky Mountain were each more beautiful than the other. If he wasn't in a hurry to leave, Luo Tian really wanted to stay here for a while. Furthermore, he also wanted to have sex with the heavenly maiden a few times. His experience points would soar, and breaking through to the emperor realm wouldn't be difficult, but he was worried that Xianxia and the others would wait too long. Moreover, he knew that Huang Fuju had also left Cloud Mist College, leaving only the heavenly dragon Dean to oversee the college. Would Haijia take advantage of this situation to start a war? It was hard to say. Luo Tian was also secretly worried about Huang Fuye and Lu Zhan. He walked to the foot of the mountain. Luo Tian looked up at the sacred mountain and muttered, Wait for me, I will definitely come back. In the distance, Xianxia's eyes flickered as she quickly flew up. She thought that Luo Tian would never return. Seeing that Luo Tian had returned in one piece, she could no longer restrain herself and immediately burst into tears of joy. Did the holy maiden do anything to you? I was really worried about you. Xianxia laid on Luo Tian's shoulder and began to sob softly. Luo Tian gently patted her shoulder, and said, I'm fine, don't worry. Huang Fuju, the Blood Demon King, and Xiaobai also walked over. The Blood Demon King's eyes moved as he said in shock, Master, your cultivation has increased again. You are now at the peak of the second level of the Holy Spirit realm. What happened in the past few hours? Could it be that the cold heavenly maiden used her divine power to help you cultivate? Huang Fuju was even more shocked. In just 3 days, Luo Tian had soared from the 5th level of the myriad illusions to the 2nd level of the Holy Spirit realm. No one could compare to this speed, and he was even more convinced of his choice. Good. I really didn't misjudge you. Not only that, Luo Tian's aura was much stronger than a warrior at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. This aura carried a power that even he was afraid of. Huang Fuju said, all right, let's hurry back. In the past 3 days, he had been extremely worried. He was worried about Luo Tian, and he was worried that something would happen to Cloud Mist College. Luo Tian also said, Uncle Huangfu, before we return to Cloud Mist College, can you do me another favor? Huang Fuju said, speak. Luo Tian glanced at Xianxia and said, I want to save Xianxia's mother. Her mother is locked in the dark sea and has been devoured by an ancient sea demon. He didn't need to do this. But, this was his future mother-in-law. If he did this personally, it would be different. This would also make Xianxia very touched. And then there was Shui'er. No matter how one looked at it, this matter should be done by Luo Tian. Huang Fuju said, the dark sea is on our way here. All right. You guys get ready. After that, Huang Fuju condensed a drop of essence blood and opened it wide. He stretched out his hands and directly tore the space apart, creating a huge black hole. He said, let's go. Time was too tight. Luo Tian, Xianxia, and the others entered the spacetime crack. The Blood Demon King said in shock, I didn't expect the ancient continent to have such a powerful bloodline after millions of years. It's really amazing. Time travel. In just a few moments, he had arrived above the Sea of Darkness. Space moved. A crack appeared on the ground. Luo Tian came out, swept his gaze, and roared, who swallowed the black smoke, my mother-in-law, obediently spit it out, or else I will turn this dark sea into a dead sea. His voice spread millions of kilometers, directly enveloping the dark sea. As soon as he finished, an incomparably huge sea demon rose up. A mere human dares to be so impudent in the dark sea. I think you're tired of living. Not waiting for it to finish. A bloody demon came out from behind Luo Tian, its 2 lantern-like eyes staring at him, you trash, how dare you speak to my master like that? I think you're tired of living. As soon as he finished, the Blood Demon King jumped down, grabbed the huge sea demon, and immediately turned its body into a fried dough twist. Then, with a kick, it flew tens of thousands of kilometers away and smashed into meat paste. Ding! A system notification sounded out in Luo Tian's mind. Luo Tian's cold voice sounded again, and said solemnly, I'll say it one last time, hand over my mother-in-law, or else I'll turn this place into a dead sea. Rumble! Rumble! Rumble, the sea of rage churned. Towering waves surged. What an arrogant tone. An ancient sea demon revealed its body, carrying the aura of the ancient times. It was abnormally arrogant. At this moment, Xiaobai jumped down impatiently and landed on the head of the sea demon. Are you the only one who's arrogant? Half, demigod realm. The ancient sea demon looked as if it had seen a ghost, and no longer had any temper, and said, Master, she is with me, I will spit her out right now. Then, the sea demon spat out a black cage, and a beautiful woman sat quietly in it. Xianyan. Xianxian cried tears of joy and quickly flew over. Luo Tian's brows furrowed, and he shouted, How dare you treat my mother-in-law like this, Xiaobai, kill it. Chapter 4, the old cow was still writing, still working hard. Misty Cloud City. King family, Yi family. Yi Yuming's simple courtyard. Get lost. Get out of my house. Yi Qianqing roared. The courtyard was full of people. The current head of the Yi family, Yi Hong, 8 elders, and the ancestor of the Yi family, Yi Xian, who was a 4th-order emperor. Other than the Yi family, there was also a Haijia high-ranking elder. Yi Qianqing said angrily, Where were you when my sister was bullied? Where were you when her face was disfigured by poison? Now you all want to suck up to the Haijia and use my sister as a bargaining chip? Don't you feel ashamed? Qianqing, stop talking. Yi Yunmeng said with her eyes. Yi Qianqing said, Sister, these people are riding on top of our heads. Have they ever treated us as members of the Yi family? With just a few words from Hai Yulong, we were banished to this place. Now that the crown prince has come out of seclusion, they jumped out again. Yi Hong, let me ask you, what do you take us for? Anger, not just a little bit of anger. It was anger that had accumulated over the years. The crown prince was out. He still liked his sister. The higher-ups of the Yi family jumped out again. One by one, they pretended to appear in front of them and made unreasonable demands. They actually wanted Yi Yunmeng to announce to the public that she was the crown prince's woman. Yi Hong's eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Being questioned by Yi Qianqing like this, if it wasn't for the elders of the Hai family, he would have already gotten angry. Being questioned by a junior like this, where was his dignity as the patriarch? Yi Hong said solemnly, Yunmeng, everything I do is for the Yi family. I hope you can look at the big picture. Big picture my ass. Yi Qianqing shouted, my sister doesn't like the crown prince at all, and she won't marry him. Impudent. Yi Hong shouted in a deep voice, Qianqing, my patience is limited. Yi Qianqing was not afraid. His momentum did not decrease at all. Just as he was about to speak, he was pulled down by Yi Yunmeng, indicating that he should not speak. Yi Yunmeng said to Yi Hong, I've done enough for the Yi family. I've done enough for the Yi family. In the past, I lived for the family and agreed to anything, as long as I could help the family. Now, I want to live for myself. I won't announce that I'm the crown prince's woman, and I definitely won't marry him. Yi Hong frowned. Yi ancestors' expression changed as well. The Yi family elders' expressions changed abruptly. If Yi Yunmeng married the crown prince, the Yi family would soar. On the other hand, if Yi Yunmeng did not agree, the crown prince would lose face and the Haijia might destroy the Yi family. The family's survival was at stake. The Haijia elder smiled faintly, Miss Yunmeng, the Haijia family has done something to hurt you. I brought the antidote for the Black Dragon Scorpion King poison on your face. The crown prince personally refined it for you. Once you consume it, you'll regain your former appearance. As he spoke, he took out an exquisite box. It emitted a strange medicinal fragrance. Before he could finish, Yi Yunmeng said, I don't need it anymore. The Haijia elder frowned, then smiled, you don't need it, or are you waiting for Luo Tian to refine the antidote for you? Yi Yunmeng's expression darkened. A disdainful sneer appeared on the face of the Hai family's elder. He said, that trash Luo Tian couldn't even withstand a single move from the crown prince. I'm afraid he is already dead. There is no longer a Luo Tian in this world. I advise you to give up. Miss Yunmeng, you're a smart person. You should know what to do. Even if Luo Tian isn't dead, he's no match for the crown prince. The crown prince has already entered the void that the master of heavenly law has prepared for him to cultivate. I believe it won't be long before he reaches the peak of Dizun. He'll undergo the heavenly tribulation, condense a quintessence and enter the realm of the gods. When that happens, you and your Yi family will enjoy eternal prosperity. As for Luo Tian, he'll never rise again. Yi Xian, the ancestor of the Yi family, said, he's right. The crown prince is favored by the master of heavenly law. He'll definitely enter the realm of the gods. When he finds a quintessence in the realm of the gods, you'll be able to enjoy eternal life. This is the best choice. Putting everything else aside, just these benefits alone were enough to tempt any woman. Marrying the strongest man in the continent. Ascending to the realm of the gods and possessing a quintessence. However, when Yi Yunmeng learned that Luo Tian had been severely injured by the crown prince and was on the brink of death, her heart clenched. If Luo Tian didn't appear, she wouldn't be able to live much longer in this world. She had already prepared herself to die. So, Yi Yunmeng was calm in the face of pressure from the Haijia and Yi family elders. She said, even if I have everything, what's the point of living if I'm not happy? Go back and tell the crown prince that I, Yi Yunmeng, am Luo Tian's woman. If Luo Tian is no longer in this world, I'll follow him to hell. I'll be Luo Tian's woman even as a ghost. You're shameless. The Haijia elder was furious. Yi Hong slapped her. Yi Yunmeng, do you know what you're saying? You're hitting my sister? Yi Hong, I'll fight you to the death. Yi Qianqing rushed up like a little tiger. However, before he could get close, a surge of energy from Yi Hong's body sent him flying. Yi Hong snorted coldly and said, son of a bitch, like father, like son. Get lost. Pung. Yi Qianqing directly knocked down a wall in the courtyard. He spat out a mouthful of black blood. Yi Hong's gaze tightened, his face revealing a trace of ferocity. He stared at Yi Yunmeng and said, if you don't agree today, your brother will die here. He opened his right hand. He grabbed with his 5 fingers. A suction force from the void directly grabbed Xianxia from the ruins and grabbed him by the throat. He said coldly, "Yunmeng, do you agree or not?" Xianxia was lifted into the air, his face as pale as paper. He whispered, "Sister, don't agree with him. You still dare to be stubborn." Yihong's 2 fingers moved, his throat cracking. He said to Yunmeng, "If I use half of my strength, his life will be gone. I'll ask you again, do you agree or not? For the Yi family, to be exact, it should be for themselves. So what if they abandoned Yunmeng? As long as they could climb the big tree of Haijia, the Yi family would be able to prosper forever." Yunmeng's eyes were filled with tears. She was heartbroken. She had completely given up on this family. Looking at her brother's pale face, she finally nodded and said, "Okay, I agree, millions of kilometers away." The sea of darkness turned into a dead sea. Luo Tian's experience bar increased a little. He held Xianxia's hand and said, "Go back to Phoenix Sky Mountain. Believe me, the fairy will not do anything to you. Xianxia, you have inherited the true teachings of the Phoenix Immortal. You must break through quickly and focus on cultivation. Don't worry about me." Not long later, he sent Xianxia and her mother away. Luo Tian and the rest entered the spacetime crack again. Back to Misty Cloud City. The 5th chapter has been delivered. Thank you brothers for your support and rewards. There was no stockpile. It was completely an update after a chapter. In the afternoon, he would probably go out to do farm work. At night, Old Bull would desperately update again. Brothers, those who have monthly votes and recommendation votes, please support him. It had only been 10 days since Luo Tian returned from his heavy injuries. 10 days, it was as if it had been 10 years, or even 100 years. The moment they landed on the peak of Cloud Mist Mountain, Luo Tian's face became extremely ugly. Huang Fujiu let out a mournful roar and disappeared in an instant, searching for his daughter. At the scene, it was a tragic sight. Corpses were strewn all over the ground, the corpses were filled with maggots, rot, and stench. It was a completely different world from the Cloud Mist College 10 days ago. How could this be? What exactly happened here? Luo Tian clenched his fists, clenched them again. His nails sank into his flesh, and dark red blood dripped down from the gaps between his fingers. Too cruel. Even the evil demon Blood Demon King could not help but say, even some underage children are not spared, and there are even many little girls. Even the evil demons would not be so cruel, this method. It's really too vicious. Cloud Mist College. Tens of thousands of students, regardless of whether they were from the Junior Academy or the Advanced Academy, as long as they didn't submit to the High family, they were all killed. Aside from a few who survived, the rest were all cruelly murdered. Moreover, all of them were Saint Spirit Realm and Emperor Realm masters. As soon as they attacked, they were cut down one by one like cabbages. Finally, there wasn't even a person to collect the corpses. They were left to rot and stink. Luo Tian walked on the road that was filled with corpses. The anger in his heart swelled crazily as he gritted his teeth and said 2 words, Haijia. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. The killing intent released from Luo Tian's body was like that of a demon crawling up from hell. It was arrogant and fearless, and even the Blood Demon King was shocked. Suddenly, Xiao Bai's eyes moved, and said, "Boss, there are still survivors." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Bai jumped a few times in the air and landed in front of a pagoda building. Luo Tian quickly followed. He saw. There was a person hanging on the top floor of the pagoda. Dean of Heavenly Dragon, he was chained up by the dragon trapping chains and hung on the top of the pagoda. His long hair was scattered and his face was ashen, as if he was a dead man. Luo Tian immediately said, "Get him down." The Blood Demon King took a step forward and directly cut off the top layer of the pagoda, falling down together with the top layer of the pagoda. He then reminded Luo Tian, "This is the dragon trapping chain. Even an Emperor Realm Master can't break free from it." Luo Tian didn't have time to think about it. He stepped forward and cast regeneration. But, the instant the regeneration spell fell, it bounced back and couldn't be applied to Sky Dragon. The Blood Demon King immediately said, "It's useless. Once you're locked up by the dragon trapping chain, no healing technique or even the most ordinary medicinal pills can be used. This is the strength of the dragon trapping chain. Unless you find the key, no one can open this chain. Or else, it was impossible for Xianxia to hang the sky dragon here." Hai Tong Tian wanted everyone to know that this was the outcome of going against Xianxia. So what if he was the dean of Cloud Mist College? If you offend Xianxia, you still have to die. The Blood Demon King frowned and muttered, "I didn't expect the dragon trapping chain to appear in the ancient continent again. Rumor has it that it was thrown to another plane. I'm afraid that an extraordinary expert will appear this time." At this moment, Huang Fuju rushed back and saw that Sky Dragon was tied up. When he saw the chains on his body, his face darkened. "Dragon trapping chain, it's actually the dragon trapping chain. Senior brother Sky Dragon. Senior brother Sky Dragon, wake up." Huang Fuju shouted a few words. Sky Dragon didn't react. Luo Tian asked, "Uncle Huangfu, where are Yaya and the others? Did you find them?" Huang Fuju shook his head and said, "No, I planted a thought in her body. That thought hasn't disappeared yet, which means that Yaya isn't dead yet. However, that thought seems to be isolated by some kind of barrier. I can't sense where she is. Along the way, I found that the people who died were all students from other places. The king family of Cloud City and Haijia, there wasn't a single disciple from these families." Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister, and said, "It really is Haijia. I didn't expect Haijia's power to be so great." Huang Fuju said, "With the influence of the Crown Prince, he was able to heavily injure you in one move. You have to know that you are a divine grade talent, someone with the bloodline of the 4 divine beasts, but he defeated you in one move." This made those king families who were wavering immediately stand on the side of Haijia. "It's just that. I didn't expect Haijia to start a war at this time, nor did I expect Cloud Mist College to be destroyed in an instant. It's all my fault." Huang Fuju started to blame himself. At this moment, Sky Dragon's body moved slightly, cough cough cough. "Junior brother Huangfu, you're finally back." He was incomparably weak. These days, the dragon trapping chains had been constantly absorbing his yuan qi. It was already a miracle that he was still alive. At this moment, Sky Dragon was like an old man with one foot in the grave. He had become extremely old and weak, as if he could die at any time. Huang Fuju immediately rushed forward and said, "Senior brother, what happened here? What exactly happened? Where's Yaya? Where's Xiaoyao and the others? Where's Dong Lai?" Sky Dragon was heartbroken and blamed himself very much. He said in a low voice, "Other than Yaya and Lu Zhan, everyone is dead. All of them are dead. Woo woo. It's all my fault. I didn't protect them well. It's all my fault for trusting that old fox Hai Tong Tian. It's all my fault." As he spoke, he actually started to cry softly. An Emperor Realm powerhouse actually cried. Who could imagine? Luo Tian looked at Sky Dragon's self-blaming expression. His heart sank, and he said heavily, "It's all my fault. If I was stronger, I wouldn't have been ambushed by the Crown Prince, and I wouldn't have been seriously injured. Cloud Mist College wouldn't have become like this. I should be the one to bear all of this. I will do my best to make up for the mistakes I've made." While they were talking, Luo Tian turned around, heading towards the Haijia of Misty City. Huang Fuju immediately shouted at Luo Tian, "Stop right there. Your cultivation has indeed increased by a lot. But do you think you're a match for the Crown Prince? If not, then please don't act recklessly." Luo Tian was his last hope. If he acted recklessly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Luo Tian gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. The hatred in his heart almost made him go berserk. He was very clear about his own strength. He was still not a match for the Crown Prince. But, looking at everything here, he couldn't help but wish that he could *CK over the 18 generations of Haijia's ancestors. Blood Demon King and Xiaobai stood at the side and looked at Luo Tian. They didn't say a word, nor did they know what to say. At this moment, a figure landed on the ground. Idiot Zhu, that idiot Zhu from the Azure Dragon clan. He looked at Luo Tian and relaxed. Right now, he couldn't care less and said, Yunmeng and the Crown Prince are getting married today. Luo Tian, there are already 100 experts from the Azure Dragon clan waiting 100 kilometers away. As long as you give the order, they will immediately move out. The 6th chapter has been delivered, Old Cow was still writing, and there was an update at night. Brothers, do you still have monthly tickets? Xiaozhu? Someone from the Azure Dragon clan. Xiaozhu was very special. Great wisdom may seem stupid. When he followed Luo Tian to the Four Seas city, Luo Tian noticed that Xiaozhu wasn't an ordinary person. But he never would have thought that Xiaozhu was someone from the Azure Dragon clan. And Luo Tian didn't hear clearly. He asked, "What did you say?" Xiaozhu didn't continue to hide his identity. There was no need to hide his identity. According to what he knew, Huang Fuju already knew of his identity. And again. This was the order of the Azure Dragon Elder. Xiaozhu carefully said, Yunmeng and the Haijia Crown Prince's wedding. And the Crown Prince wasn't present. She was the only one at the wedding. And again. My identity, I'm from the Azure Dragon clan. Ever since you awakened the bloodline of the 4 divine beasts, I've been secretly protecting you. However, I didn't do a good job. This time, I didn't stop the Crown Prince. If anything happens to you, I'll never be able to forgive myself. Of course. Even if he intervened, it would be useless. He wasn't a match for the Haijia Crown Prince. Xiaozhu continued, the bloodline of the 4 divine beasts appeared in you alone. This is the reincarnation of our ancestor. You are the reincarnation of our 4 divine beasts clan's ancestor. This time, it wasn't just my Azure Dragon clan that came. The Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise clans also sent people to Misty City. But, we came a bit late. When we arrived at Misty City, Cloud Mist College had already been slaughtered by the Haijia and the Allied army. The Azure Dragon clan had sent people. The Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger clans had sent people as well. And, all of them were elites. Originally, their goal was to protect Luo Tian. Then, if possible, they wanted to bring Luo Tian back to the 4 divine beasts continent. Because they thought of Luo Tian as the reincarnation of their ancestor. Only the ancestor could merge the 4 bloodlines at the same time. Hearing this, Luo Tian's eyes tightened again. Yunmeng is getting married? And, the Crown Prince isn't even here. Stupid queen, why are you so stupid? How could you agree to such a thing? This is simply an insult to you. Silly Zhu said, as far as I know, the reason why Yunmeng agreed to this marriage was because the head of the Yi family, Yi Hong, threatened her with her brother's life. That's why she agreed, and Haijia kept saying you were dead. How silly. Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists. Looking at Silly Zhu, he said seriously, Silly Zhu, although I very much want the assistance of your 4 divine beasts clan, I still need to make things clear to you. I am not the reincarnation of one of the ancestors of your 4 divine beasts clan. The bloodline of the 4 divine beasts in my body isn't something I was born with. It was fused together. As for exactly how it was fused together, I cannot tell you. To put it simply, I am not the reincarnation of your ancestor. I hope that you can explain this clearly to the elders of the 4 divine beasts clan. He needed help badly. She needed it more than ever. However, Luo Tian didn't want the 4 divine beasts to help him for no reason at all. He had to make things clear. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to live with it. Silly Zhu was stunned. He stared at Luo Tian. After pausing for a few seconds, he said, fused with the bloodline of the 4 divine beasts. This is absolutely impossible. Young master, I know that you are thinking on behalf of our 4 divine beasts clan, but, our 4 divine beasts clan has never feared anyone. Even the Crown Prince, a child of the Tao of the Heavens, has no fear. Today, our 4 divine beasts clan has come. No matter what, we want to fight by your side. He didn't believe it, in fact. Silly Zhu felt extremely moved in his heart. He felt that Luo Tian didn't want their 4 divine beasts clan to be drawn into the strife of the Central Plains. Huang Fuju looked at Luo Tian, his eyes trembling. Clearly, He was indicating to Luo Tian that he should accept the assistance of the four divine beasts clan. Also, at this moment, he had no choice but to accept it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be a match for the Hai family's allied army. One must know that the Hai family and those king families had at least 15 Emperor Realm Masters in their allied army. This was definitely the strongest alliance in the central region. Luo Tian's heart tightened. And then, Luo Tian said in a low voice, "All right. Silly Zhu, it's morning right now. It's noon. The four divine beasts clan will enter Misty Cloud City from 4 different directions. Their target is Haijia." Silly Zhu laughed excitedly. "Understood. I'll go report this to the elders." After speaking, he took a step forward, and with a low dragon roar, he disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Huang Fuju walked forward and said, "The crown prince isn't here. This is our best chance to counterattack. If we want to fight, then we have to uproot Haijia. Otherwise, once the crown prince returns, we won't have any hope at all." In the beginning, he had been worried because they were alone. But now, with the help of the four divine beasts clan, the situation was different. Not to mention, the four divine beasts clan was the most powerful clan in the ancient continent. Luo Tian looked at the sky and said to Little White, "Make a trip to Immeasurable City. Tell Karen to bring the Saint Knight Regiment over. They have to arrive before noon." Little White immediately said, "Don't worry, boss. Don't worry about me." With a movement of the void, they disappeared in the blink of an eye. The more power they had, the more chances they had of winning. At this time, Luo Tian couldn't care too much. Karen's Saint Knight Regiment was able to break through to the Emperor realm. They were one of Luo Tian's trump cards. Luo Tian then said to Huang Fuju, "Uncle Huangfu, move Ding Tianlong to a safe place. I will find the key to the dragon trapping chains. At noon, bring Ding Tianlong to Haijia and meet me there." Huang Fuju said, "All right. Luo Tian. I have nothing to say at this time. Since we're going to fight, let's fight to our heart's content." Luo Tian nodded and said, "I know. I will make Haijia tremble. I will make Haijia and the Alliance army regret what they have done. I will take revenge for those seniors who died in Cloud Mist College. I will definitely." Killing intent surged as he spoke. Huang Fuju looked at Luo Tian with a heavy gaze. Then, he carried the unconscious Tianlong and disappeared into the spacetime crack. Now, only Blood Demon King and Luo Tian were left. Blood Demon King said, "Master, there are still more than 4 hours until noon. Shouldn't we do something?" The corners of Luo Tian's mouth curled up, revealing a grim smile as he said, "Of course I have to do something." Blood Demon King asked, "What is the goal?" Luo Tian smiled and said, "Follow me. Misty City, E family." It was decorated with lanterns and streamers. The wedding procession was several streets long. The crown prince's wedding was naturally grand. This made Yi Hong and Yi Xian very happy. The Yi family was also in the limelight. In addition, the gifts they received today were like a small mountain. This made them smile from ear to ear. Half an hour ago, the wedding procession left the Yi family. Who would have thought that a woman could be exchanged for so many benefits? Ha ha ha. The prosperity of the Yi family is coming. Yi Hong couldn't help but laugh loudly. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. "Yi Hong. Get out here for me." Chapter 7 delivered. Old Niao is really tired. That's all for today. Brothers, Old Niao thanks you for your support. We will continue tomorrow. Good night. Yi Hong was counting the numinous treasure gifts with his father in the hall. His father was the ancestor of the Yi family, Yi Xian. Suddenly, he heard a loud roar. Yi Hong was enraged. Where did this bastard come from? How dare he cause trouble in the Yi family? "Yi Feng, twist his head off for me." A young man cupped his hands. "Father, I'll make him kneel and apologize." Yi Hong shouted, "Didn't you hear me? I want you to twist his head off." The young man bowed. "I'll go now." He had been fuming for the past few days. He was also the patriarch of the Yi family. Being scolded by Yi Qianqing in front of so many elders made him extremely unhappy. He had already made up his mind from the beginning. After Yunming obediently married into the high family, he would immediately secretly kill Xianxia to vent the hatred in his heart. He had not done so yet because he was attracted by the pile of treasures. Father and son were grinning from ear to ear. Divine pills. Father, look at the pills. The entire Yi family only has 2 of them. I didn't expect Xianxia to give 3 of them as a betrothal gift. If I take this pill, my cultivation will improve again. What's a divine pill? Look at this sword. It's a semi-divine weapon. It's worth 100 divine pills. Let me see. Oh my god, it's really AF * King Demigod artifact. A little girl has given me so many good things. This is such a good deal. Ha ha ha. Yihong laughed loudly. He had treated Yunming as an item from the start. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that this item would actually bring him so many benefits. Bang! There was a loud noise in the yard. A shadow flew straight in. It crashed into the mountain of gifts. Boom! The gifts exploded. The divine pills in Yihong's hand fell to the ground. The muscles in his eyes twitched. His eyes were fierce and angry. He looked at the person in the pile of gifts and his pupils shrank. Feng. In less than 10 seconds. Yi Feng, who was at the peak of the myriad illusions realm, was directly sent to the afterlife by Luo Tian in one move. He had a son when he was old. Yihong hadn't expected his son to die before his own. Seeing his son's tragic death, Yihong went berserk and released his thunderous rage. He roared, "Who dares to kill my son? I will make him suffer a fate worse than death." The illusions overlapped. A cool breeze blew past. A figure landed in front of Yihong. Luo Tian, with a grim smile on his face, Luo Tian looked at the furious Yihong and said with a smile, "I killed him." Yihong's eyes widened. "Bastard, give me your life." Without another word. The Yi clan's heaven sorrow palm was a god-level technique. It was as if the heavens were weeping as the palm came crashing down from the 9 heavens, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. The tiles on the roof flew out wildly. For a moment, sand and stones flew everywhere, and his vision gradually blurred. Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly and raised his right foot. "Heaven's sorrow palm, right? I'll let you have a taste of heaven's foot." He stretched out his right foot and stood on his left foot. In that instant, the awakened 4 divine beasts' bloodline surged into his right foot as he shouted in his heart, "God explosion, open for me." Buzz, previous chapter, next chapter. Boom. A surging wave of energy erupted. Then Luo Tian kicked out. Bam! Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound of a strong collision and an intense explosion resounded throughout the entire misty cloud city. Luo Tian stood in place without moving. Yihong retreated continuously, the blood and qi in his chest rolling, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His mind was overwhelmed with shock, and his eyes turned sinister as he shouted, "Who exactly are you? How did the Yi family offend you? And do you know where this is? Do you know the relationship between the Yi family and Xianxia?" In his opinion, in the entire central region, no one dared to touch his Yi family. Because the Yi family and Xianxia were connected by marriage, and more importantly, Yi Yunming was the crown prince's wife. Just based on this, even the Xianxia would not do anything out of line to the Yi family, let alone kill his son. Heh, Luo Tian laughed coldly, and said, "Luo Tian, you should be familiar with it." Yihong's eyes shook. "Impossible. You were severely injured by the crown prince in one move. Although you did not die on the spot, the crown prince had asserted that you would not live for more than 5 days, but now his cultivation has actually reached the Holy Spirit realm. This is absolutely impossible. The crown prince's words are definitely not wrong. You are not Luo Tian. Who exactly are you?" He did not believe it. No one would believe it even if it was left there. How could he be fine after being injured like that? It was even more impossible to break through from the 1000 illusion realm to the Holy Spirit realm in just 10 days. Luo Tian did not argue for his identity, and asked coldly, "Let me ask you, did you force Yunming to marry the crown prince?" Yihong laughed coldly. "Force? So what if I did? To be able to marry the crown prince is her supreme glory. Did you see? If she did not marry the crown prince, would our family receive so many spirit treasures as gifts? Ha ha ha, she is just a tool of mine. He did not hide it. There was nothing to hide. Luo Tian narrowed his eyes, and asked again, let me ask you again, where is Xianxia? Yihang laughed, that piece of dog shit? Don't worry, he is not dead yet, but he is not far from death. He still wants to resist me. Why don't you take a look at how strong he is? Just based on his trash, how can he be my opponent? Hand him over, I can leave you a complete corpse. Luo Tian said faintly. Suddenly, Yihang's body suddenly moved, and he shouted, you dog, you are still so arrogant even when you are about to die. Do you think it is so easy to enter my family? As soon as he finished, a figure rushed over again. Yihang's fists moved, and directly attacked the space between Luo Tian's eyebrows. The distance was too short. The speed was too fast, and Yihang's cultivation was at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. This kind of short-distance explosive power was too strong. Luo Tian's gaze became gloomy, you're courting death. When he was in the myriad illusion boundary, he could easily crush a Saint Spirit realm cultivator. Now that he was in the Saint Spirit realm, as long as his opponent wasn't an Emperor realm master, he wouldn't put them in his eyes. What was a mere Yihang worth, however? What Luo Tian did not expect was that Yihang's attack was just a feint. Just as Luo Tian was focusing all his attention on him, a powerful force gushed out from the hall, and a palm came crashing down. Luo Tian's mind was slightly shaken, and his eyes turned sinister. An Emperor realm ranker? Ha ha ha, the Yi family is a king family, so naturally they have Emperor realm rankers. You dog, go to hell. Yihang laughed proudly. At this moment, a blood demon fell from the sky. The first chapter has been delivered. I woke up at 6 to write. Today's update began, and Old Cow was writing with all his might. A new day has begun. Brothers, where are your new tickets? Let me see them, okay? The moment Xian launched his sneak attack, the Blood Demon King, who was hiding in the dark, also moved. Xian was only a 4th Order Emperor Realm expert, while the Blood Demon King was a peak Emperor Realm expert. In terms of speed, Xian was too slow. The Blood Demon King instantly landed, raised his palm, and slapped down fiercely. Damn it, you dare to sneak attack my master, you're courting death. Boom. Pa. The world spun, and stars appeared in front of his eyes. The 4th Order Emperor Realm Xian was thrown to the ground like a puppy, unable to react for a moment. What happened? I'm a 4th Order Emperor Realm expert, who can make me fall to the ground in one move. Even Huang Fuju and Tian Long, the top 10 experts, can't do it. Dumbfounded, Yihang also stood there dumbfounded, his eyes dazed. Without waiting for him to react, the Blood Demon King stepped on Xian's chest and spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on his face. Pa, a trash like you dares to sneak attack. Pooh. Under his chest, his internal organs were crushed. A mouthful of black blood spurted out. The intense pain also woke Xian up from his coma. His eyes widened, and his aura was incomparably ferocious. He growled in a deep voice, do you know who I am? Without waiting for him to finish, the Blood Demon King leaned over and slapped him again. I don't care who you are, so what if you're the king of heaven? I'll still torture you to death. Pa. A ruthless slap. Xian's cheeks instantly swelled up, and the palm print was clearly visible. At this moment, the physical defense of an Emperor Realm expert was like a decoration, completely useless. After 2 slaps, Xian was even angrier. Yihang also woke up from his shock and shouted in a deep voice, the Yi family and Haijiao are already connected by marriage. If you dare to touch a hair of our Yi family, the Haijiao will not let you go, the Crown Prince will not let you go. Luo Tian sneered, I don't dare to touch a hair of yours, right? Hit. Hit him to death. Suddenly, Luo Tian was infuriated. Blood Demon King slaps were like raindrops. Left and right slaps, hitting Xian until he was dizzy. He couldn't react at all. Not to mention resisting, he couldn't even release the slightest bit of strength. He was completely crushed. Yihang's eyes were bloodshot. Seeing his father beaten to a pulp, he turned and stared at Luo Tian, shouting again, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Luo Tian said, "Hand over Xianxia." Judging from the layout of the scene, Yunmeng should have been taken away. In that case, then he could only go to Haijia. Before going to Haijia, Luo Tian had to ensure Xianxia's safety. He couldn't let Xianxia threaten him with his life again. Otherwise, he would fall into a passive situation again. Today, it would definitely be a day that would go down in history. It was a big day for them to do something big. It was also a day of slaughter. Yihang couldn't understand why the man in front of him wanted Xianxia. However, at this time, he didn't have the time to think about it. He immediately shouted, "Bring Xianxia up." At this moment, Luo Tian raised his hand and said to Blood Demon King, "Stop for a moment." Blood Demon King got up and kicked Yixian out. He said disdainfully, "If you dare to be disrespectful to my master again, I will beat the shit out of you." Pung! Yixian hit the steps and spat out a few mouthfuls of black blood. He didn't have the arrogant look anymore. Emperor Realm, super strong, so what? Yixian had never imagined that he would be crushed to such an extent. He stared at the Blood Demon King, his eyes filled with fear. He even suspected that the Blood Demon King was a god-ranked expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been crushed to such an extent. After a moment, Xianxia was carried up. He was nailed to a huge tree stump. His collarbone, palms, waist, and feet were nailed with a total of 8 huge black nails. Blood flowed all over his body, his hair was messy, and he was on the verge of death. He weakly raised his eyelids and said with a sneer, "Yihang, you old dog, what do you want to do to me? If you have the guts, kill me. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost, ha ha ha." Boom! Luo Tian clenched his fists, his anger soaring to the heavens. Several months ago, Xianxia had used his blood essence to heal his damaged dantian and restore his strength, turning him into a lively young man. But now, he was no different from a dead man. The killing intent in his heart rose to the sky. Luo Tian took a step forward and said with a trembling voice, "Xianxia." Xianxia raised his eyes and saw Luo Tian. At this moment, the defense in his heart collapsed. His eyes couldn't stop gushing out, "Luo Tian brother. Luo Tian brother, Luo Tian brother, quick, quick, quick save my sister." He was excited. His body also had a little strength to struggle. The 8 wounds on his body split open once again, and blood gushed out from them. "Luo Tian? You are really Luo Tian?" At this time Yihang finally believed that the man in front of him was Luo Tian. His heart suddenly tightened. At the same time, he sneered and said coldly, "Luo Tian, you want to save him, right? Kneel down and kowtow, or I will kill him immediately." He thought Luo Tian was the same as Yunmeng. He thought that by threatening Luo Tian with Xianxia, he would give in. He thought that he would win again this time. However, these were all Yihang thought. In fact, Luo Tian walked forward step by step. His eyes were extremely cold. His whole person was like the death god who crawled out of hell. The aura emitted from his body was suffocating and terrifying. Yihang's mouth and tongue were dry. He said fiercely, "Did you hear what I said? I told you to kneel down. Kneel down. Do you hear me? If you dare to take another step forward, I will immediately kill." Not waiting for him to finish his words, Luo Tian's palm moved. A vigorous force directly condensed into a sword of strength. The long sword swept. Yihang suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his neck, and a trace of blood flowed out. He wanted to speak, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't speak. Moreover, he felt a chill run down his spine. His eyes widened as he saw a huge shadow standing behind Luo Tian. It was the shadow of a death god holding a death scythe. Finally, his head fell to the ground. Half of his body was still standing there, swaying. A prompt sounded in his mind. Luo Tian didn't care. He walked to Xianxia's side and said, "Don't cry, don't cry. Everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. Your sister will also be fine." Immediately, Luo Tian let out a deep breath. 8 waves of strength chi were released, directly landing on the giant nail. The idea moved, and let out a roar towards the sky. 8 suction forces directly sucked the giant nail out. Xianxia also fainted from the pain. Luo Tian quickly used the regeneration technique to heal him. At the same time, Luo Tian shouted to Blood Demon King, "Kill, don't leave a single one alive." The second chapter was delivered. Old Cow went to wash his face and brush his teeth first. As for breakfast, did cows need to eat breakfast? Cows should work hard to plow the fields. No, it should be riding with all its might. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Corpses were everywhere. Kill, this was a massacre in the truest sense of the word. However, Luo Tian didn't show any mercy at all. Because, these people deserved to die. They attacked Cloud Mist College for Xianxia. These people rushed to the front and killed the most students of Cloud Mist College. On Yiming's matter, they could not wait to raise all 4 hands in approval. Xianxia was messed up so badly. No one in the entire Yi family came to plead for mercy. Some mocked, despised, and were excited to be a part of Xianxia because they were about to have a marriage alliance with Xianxia. Why was there a need to show mercy to such a heartless family? The Blood Demon King killed in all directions. For a moment, there were screams and chaos. As long as they were warriors, they were not spared. As for Yi family's ancestor, Yi Xian, Luo Tian stood in front of him. Looking at him dying, he said coldly, "Unfortunately, you are on the wrong side. Originally, your Yi family could have been prosperous forever. Unfortunately, today, you will be uprooted." After saying that, Luo Tian stomped on Yi Xian's head. His eyes instantly turned sinister. He looked in the direction of Xianxia and said in a deep voice, "Hai Tong Tian, the next one is you." Xianxia. It was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. It was very lively. All the upper-class nobles in Cloud Mist City came to celebrate. The Fair family held a grand banquet, with 999 tables set up. There was an endless stream of guests. Among them, the lowest cultivation level was at the peak of illusions. Those forces and families in Cloud Mist City were proud of receiving Xianxia's invitation. They even put in a lot of effort to find precious things as gifts. Compared to the Yi family, the congratulatory gifts received by the Fair family were really piled up like a mountain. It filled up another courtyard. Xianxia's secret meeting hall. Hai Tong Tian had a cold smile on his face. He narrowed his eyes and said, "I didn't expect you to survive and even raise your cultivation level to the Holy Spirit realm. You actually destroyed the Yi family. Luo Tian, oh Luo Tian, I can't help but admire you. You really surprised me." After receiving the news that Luo Tian had returned to Cloud Mist City and destroyed the Yi family, Hai Tong Tian immediately gathered the Xianxia elders for an emergency meeting in a secret room. So what if he's back? Now that the situation has changed, I don't believe that Luo Tian can overturn the situation. An elder said disdainfully. He didn't put Luo Tian in his eyes at all. Indeed. Right now, the Hai family was the most powerful existence in the central continent. The alliance of king clans. The Fair family had 15 Emperor Realm Masters and countless peak Holy Spirit Realm Masters. No matter where these people were placed, they would be super powerful and unshakable existences, even in the strongest 4 divine beasts continent. Luo Tian, that bastard, is really a cockroach that can't be killed. This time, we can't let him leave alive. That's right. Patriarch, that Luo Tian once put Xianxia in danger. If he dares to come here today, we can't let him leave alive. Also, I suggest that we ask the Xianxia's old ancestor and the Emperor Realm experts guarding Xianxia to come out of seclusion. That's right. There's also the 8 great king clans of Misty Cloud City. Ask them to invite their old ancestor out. This time, we will absolutely crush all heaven and consign them to eternal damnation. We will let them know what it means to be the #1 force in the Central Plains. Many elders expressed their thoughts. Their thoughts were exactly what Hai Tong Tian was thinking. Using cannons to kill mosquitoes, not enough. If they wanted to fight, they had to use nuclear bombs. They had to make that little mosquito despair. Hai Tong Tian smiled and said, "Pass down my order. Even if it's the Crown Prince's wedding today, all the Emperor Realm experts of the King clans must be present." Sanqing, go and inform the old ancestor and the Emperor realm experts guarding Haijia to come out of seclusion and guard Haijia. Understood. I'll do it right away. After a while, a smug sneer appeared on Hai Tongtian's face. The image of Luo Tian kneeling in front of him and begging for mercy appeared in his mind. Luo Tian, let's see how you can jump around this time. Another elder said, Patriarch, should we inform the crown prince? Hai Tongtian immediately shook his head and said, the crown prince is in seclusion. To break through to the peak emperor realm so that he can pass the heavenly tribulation and condense his godhead. No one is allowed to disturb him. If 15 emperor realm experts couldn't even deal with Luo Tian, how could they still have the face to live in this world? Besides, Hai Tongtian knew very well that the crown prince wasn't in the ancient continent at all. He had entered a small world specially created by the heavenly way for him to cultivate, a world filled with the power of the heavenly way. He believed that it wouldn't be long before the crown prince came out of seclusion and successfully passed the heavenly tribulation, becoming the first god realm master in the ancient continent to break through to the void in tens of thousands of years. When that time came, Haijia would become the #1 family in the ancient continent, in a new room that had been decorated. Yanmeng took off her veil and stared blankly at the flame of the candle. Her mind was filled with the image of Luo Tian. Luo Tian, it won't be long before I come to accompany you. A world without you has lost its meaning to me. Wait for me. It won't be long before I come to accompany you. Yanmeng had married into Haijia. Tomorrow, she would make a request to Hai Tongtian, asking Yihang to release her younger brother and let him leave the central continent as soon as possible. After that, it would be the time for her to end her life. The news of Luo Tian's death made her lose all hope of living. She had been waiting. Waiting for the moment when Luo Tian came back from being a heavens contestant and cured the Black Dragon Scorpion King poison on her face. She was also waiting for the day when Luo Tian would marry her. But, that day could no longer come true. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Hai Tongtian walked in with a sneer on his face. Yuming's eyes remained motionless as she coldly said, What are you doing here? Hai Tongtian smiled and said, I'm here to tell you a piece of good news. I'm sure you'll be very happy to hear it. Yunmei remained unmoved. Her expression was still cold as she said, If you have something to say, then say it quickly. If it wasn't for my son liking you, you would already be dead. How dare you speak to me in such a tone, humph? Hai Tongtian coldly snorted and then sneered, Your little lover Luo Tian is back. Yanmeng sat up, her eyes suddenly moved as she stared at Hai Tongtian and said, Luo Tian, he didn't die? Seeing Yanmeng's happy expression, Hai Tongtian clenched his teeth, the muscles on his face twitched, and he took the opportunity to slap her. Slut, you must be very happy to hear that Luo Tian is not dead, right? However, don't be happy too early. He's not dead now, but it won't be long before he dies. Yanmei was thrown to the ground by the slap. However, she didn't care about the pain on her face at all. She was still laughing very happily, and said, Hai Tongtian, you can't kill him, ha ha ha. Not a single one of you Haijia can kill him, ha ha ha. Hai Tongtian laughed coldly and said, It doesn't matter, if we can't kill him, there's still you. Men. Lock this slut up for me. The 3rd chapter was delivered, the old cow was still riding with all her might. Seeking support. No. No, sister, don't, Xianxia suddenly woke up. His entire body was covered in cold sweat and his face was pale. When he saw Luo Tian sitting beside him, he immediately grabbed Luo Tian's arm and said, Brother Luo Tian, save my sister, quickly save my sister, they actually want my sister to marry a piece of the crown prince's clothes. His expression was agitated. Xianxia treated Yunmeng as the most important person in his life. The siblings had relied on each other since they were young, desperately cultivating. It could be said that they had climbed out from a pile of corpses. They wanted to become stronger and get rid of the family's control, but they were too weak. Luo Tian gently patted Xianxing's shoulder, indicating for him to calm down, and said, It'll be fine, your sister will definitely be fine, I promise you. They actually wanted her to marry a piece of the crown prince's clothes. This, Luo Tian gritted his teeth and said to Xianxing, now that there is no Yi family, you can rest here and recuperate. You don't have to worry about your sister, I will save her. Finished. Luo Tian stepped out of the room. Coming to the courtyard, he looked at the scorching sun above his head. There was still some time before noon. However, Luo Tian couldn't wait any longer. Blood Demon King felt the anger on Luo Tian's body and said, Master, where are you going? Haijia. Luo Tian said. Blood Demon King immediately said, aren't we waiting for them? There's still an hour before noon, why don't we wait a little longer? We can't wait any longer. Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister, he could no longer suppress his killing intent, and said, I want the life of that old dog Hai Tong Tian right now. As soon as his voice faded, Luo Tian took a step forward, and instantly moved 1,000 meters away. Blood Demon King was shocked, and immediately chased after him, shouting, Master, listen to me, just now I sensed that there were more than 10 Emperor Realm experts in Haijia. If we go like this, I'm afraid, even if it was him. He wasn't 100% sure. One had to know. He was a peak Emperor Realm Master, but there were also peak Emperor Realm Masters in Haijia, and there was more than one. Or else, the Blood Demon King would not say such a thing. In his rage, Luo Tian didn't care about anything else. He only wanted to take Hai Tongtian's dog life, immediately after. Luo Tian said, I can't wait any longer. You actually want Yunmeng to marry a piece of clothing. Crown Prince, oh Crown Prince, you're really arrogant. Even if you're here today, I'm going to *CK your Haijia ancestors. Rumble, 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 a series of explosions rang out. Ferocious anger and killing intent raged in the air. A moment later, in the skies above Haijia, Luo Tian bellowed, Hai Tong Tian, you old dog, get out here. Rumble. A furious roar shook the surroundings, and everyone in Misty Cloud City heard it. The 999 tables below Luo Tian's feet were naturally the same. Some of them had seen Luo Tian before and revealed looks of shock. Luo Tian. It's Luo Tian. He actually didn't die. He actually ran here, ha ha ha. Then he's as good as dead. Huang Tianyu glanced at Luo Tian in the sky and mocked loudly, Luo Tian, you piece of trash, are you here to die today? Your woman is about to marry the crown prince, ha ha ha. Shouldn't you come and celebrate? You're courting death. Luo Tian spat out 2 words. With a flip of his right hand, a Holy Spirit realm power condensed out. He aimed at Huang Tianyu's head and struck down with his palm. Bam! His body turned into dust, and he was instantly killed. Huang Tianyu, who was merely at the Grand Yen realm, was easier to kill than an ant to Luo Tian. The entire square suddenly fell silent. No one had expected Luo Tian to kill him the moment he came up. Hai Tong Tian, get out here. Luo Tian roared again, and his consciousness was like the sea, wildly releasing it. The powerful consciousness pressure crushed countless people, and the early-stage Holy Spirit realm experts couldn't resist at all. They directly hugged their heads and screamed in pain. Don't be so arrogant. Boom, a sharp arrow shot out. A flag exploded in the arena of Haijia's martial arts arena. The sharp arrow shot towards Luo Tian. The power was like the sea, tearing through the void. Luo Tian moved his right fist, and the power of the 4 divine beasts surged on his fist as he punched forward. Break! Bam! An explosion sounded. The incomparably thick arrow split from the center, directly splitting into 2 halves. Hai Tongtian's face was secretly shocked. I didn't expect his cultivation to improve so much in just 10 days. If I don't get rid of this kid today, he will definitely become the strongest obstacle in Haijia in the future. In an instant, Hai Tongtian sneered, Luo Tian, you really dare to come. Today, I will definitely let you die here. Where are the disciples of the sea god list? Whoosh, 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 one figure after another flew into the air. These were all super assassins in the top 50 of the sea god list, and they were also the most elite among the Haijia disciples. Each of their cultivation was above the Holy Spirit realm, and they surrounded Luo Tian in half a breath's time. Kill! Hai Tongtian ordered. Those disciples all moved instantly. Rumble, 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 the space was about to crack. Their attacks were very simple, and they were all aimed at the same point, where Luo Tian's life gate was. Assassins, they were focused on speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. These people were all super assassins who had experienced hundreds of battles. They knew how powerful Luo Tian was, and they were very clear about his ability, so they gathered all their power in one place. The power of 50 Holy Spirit Realm cultivators gathered at one point. Even an Emperor Realm powerhouse would find it difficult to resist. Luo Tian raised his eyes and said coldly to Hai Tong Tian, "See God list, right? Today, I will turn them into See Ghost list." Xing Tian. Transform. Rumble. With a loud sound, Luo Tian transformed into Xing Tian, the god of war. This was not the Xing Tian of the Tianxian continent. That Xing Tian was restricted by the laws of space, and even if he used it, he could not exert much power. This transformation was different. This was the system reward when he broke through to the Holy Spirit realm. Kacha, 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 his body crazily changed. In less than a tenth of a second, Luo Tian turned into the ancient god of war, Xing Tian. He held the heaven-splitting divine axe in his hand, and his eyes were filled with the might of a god of war. Immediately after, he took a step and raised the heaven-splitting divine axe with both hands. Total annihilation. Break. Walala, 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 the strong wind was like a thin line, cutting through space. A thin spatial crack appeared 10 meters away from Luo Tian's body in a 360-degree circle. The space was cut open. The 50 disciples on the See God list. Their bodies were cut in half. 50 people were killed in an instant. The 4th chapter has been delivered. Old cow will go and eat lunch first. The 5th chapter will be delivered at around 1 o'clock. Bang! 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 His body split in half and fell from the sky, smashing onto the banquet tables. The food hadn't been served yet. It was a bloody feast of human flesh. The entire place was silent. Staring at Luo Tian, who was releasing the might of the war god, they couldn't help but gulp. 50 people had been killed in an instant. They were Haijia's strongest elite assassins. But in front of Luo Tian, they weren't even as good as cabbages. Too strong. What kind of power is this? Transformation, transformation, it's a new transformation. What kind of cultivation method is he cultivating? He can even transform into the ancient war god Xingtian. Too terrifying, too terrifying. The guests who had been sitting at the banquet tables, ready to watch the show, now covered their heads and fled to Hai Tongtian's arena. Their eyes were filled with fear. Hai Tongtian gnashed his teeth in hatred. This time, Luo Tian's strength had increased explosively. 50 of the Fair family's experts were killed in a single move. This was too hateful. Luo Tian's eyes moved, and he said arrogantly, "You can't even withstand a single blow." Hai Tongtian. The See God list is too trashy. How can trash like this stop me? He was abnormally arrogant. Without waiting for Hai Tongtian to speak, Luo Tian continued, "You must be very angry right now. You must want to cut me into 8 pieces. Ha ha ha. I'll tell you a secret. Your youngest son, Hyosaurus, was also killed by me. Today, I'll let you and your father reunite." He said it directly. Hyosaurus's death was a mystery. Because of his death, the crown prince was angry. Hai Tongtian had been investigating, but he had no clue. Now that Luo Tian said it, his eyes widened in anger. He couldn't suppress the anger in his heart and exploded. Luo Tian. Very angry, aren't you? Your son deserved to die. Do you know why he deserved to die? Because he offended me, Luo Tian. Luo Tian's eyes turned ferocious. "You damn old dog, you deserve to die. Ever since Hyosaurus poisoned Yunmeng, I swore to myself that if I don't get rid of all 18 generations of your Haijia ancestors, I'm not human." His voice was like thunder as he spoke word by word. Exceptionally valiant. Too presumptuous. Haijia's old ancestor glared at Luo Tian. His powerful Emperor realm cultivation surged towards Luo Tian like a raging tide, and a huge palm sealed off all of Luo Tian's escape routes. Kneel. A powerful force came crashing down. Luo Tian was still in the transformed state of war god Xingtian. Based on previous experience, the transformation system couldn't kill an Emperor Realm Master. But, today, he wanted to break through his shackles. He gripped the heaven-splitting divine axe with both hands and frowned. Phew, suck, breathe, breathe, breathe. His breathing slowly calmed down, and his mind and sea of consciousness entered a state of selflessness. The huge palm pressed down. Luo Tian's long hair flew in the air, his robes rustled, and his whole body swayed in the strong wind. The aura of the Emperor Realm enveloped him layer by layer. It kept shrinking. It kept crushing. Luo Tian didn't move. When the palm was less than 3 meters away from him, his eyes suddenly widened in anger. Slash! On his arms, the azure dragon appeared, and the white tiger appeared. A dragon and a tiger responded to each other from left and right. Luo Tian's arms also immediately expanded. Blue veins popped out, and the power crushed the space, causing the space to explode. As soon as the word slash fell, Luo Tian didn't immediately slash down. Instead, he was waiting for the high-jowled ancestor to catch up. Bang! Boom! The palm blasted down. Black Tortoise's thick defense blocked it. Kacha! Kacha! Black Tortoise's defense cracked, constantly regenerating, cracking, regenerating, and finally completely disintegrating. Ancient tree, hundreds of leaves fluttered down, forming an even stronger defense again. The power of the Emperor Realm was too terrifying. If it weren't for these superpowers, Luo Tian wouldn't have been able to resist at all. In less than 10 breaths of time, Luo Tian stood still with a savage sneer on his face. You actually didn't die? The high-jowled ancestor was completely enraged. His body landed in front of Luo Tian, and his palm attacked again. It was also at this moment. The sky-splitting divine axe, which had been brewing for a long time, cut through the sky and chopped down. Luo Tian roared to the sky, die. The battle axe towered into the clouds. The clouds broke open. The sky also broke open. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, the 9th layer was also broken open, as if it was broken by the power of the battle axe. The power of the 9th heaven was operating. The sky was raging. The battle axe carried the power of the 9th heaven. Luo Tian's mind was extremely excited. The power of the 9th heaven divine axe slash of the god of war Xing Tian was too terrifying. It could actually absorb the power of the 9th heaven. Luo Tian was excited. Destroy. Walala, 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 the sky exploded. It was as if bolts of incomparably thick lightning were descending vertically. That kind of power was incomparable. The high-jowled ancestor's face changed drastically. The strong wind crushed him, and he couldn't even raise his head. A trace of fear appeared in his mind. He didn't expect Luo Tian to be able to withstand his attack. Not only that, he could also release such a powerful force. Was he still human? However, after all, he was an Emperor Realm powerhouse. He had thousands of years of cultivation. In the face of the 9th heaven divine axe slash, his mind and spirit were one. An Emperor Realm barrier condensed to protect him, forming an Emperor Realm light shield. Heaven Earth Mystic Yellow Shield. Wung, wung, the light shield made a buzzing sound. The world's essence chi within 10,000 miles was instantly sucked up by the Heaven Earth Mystic Yellow Shield. With him as the center, the world's essence chi spun wildly. The more it spun, the bigger it became. Ha ha ha. The Haijia secret technique, the strongest defensive divine-grade cultivation technique, the Heaven Earth Mystic Yellow Shield. No matter how strong Luo Tian is, he can't break it. He will be turned into ashes by the rebound force. That's right. If Luo Tian can't break the Heaven Earth Mystic Yellow Shield, he will die. It's not so much a defensive divine-grade cultivation technique. It's more of a passive offensive cultivation technique. Just when the high-jowled ancestor was feeling proud, the azure dragon wrapped around Luo Tian's arm directly flew up and rushed into the heaven-splitting divine axe. The white tiger roared and also rushed in. The 9th heaven divine axe slash was upgraded, the azure dragon and white tiger 9th heaven slash, the slash blasted down. Kacha, there was no light in the world. It was dark within 10,000 miles, as if they had fallen into a chaotic world. Then, the strong light was dazzling. The heaven-earth mystic yellow shield cracked. The azure dragon and white tiger ninth heaven fell, directly hitting the Haijiao old ancestor's forehead. The divine axe hummed, as if it couldn't cut down. Luo Tian roared, God explosion. Boom. His strength instantly multiplied. Pa, the Haijiao old ancestor's body was split into two. Die, explode, the 5th chapter has been delivered, there are more chapters today. Old Ox will write when he comes back tonight, those who have tickets, please support me. Old Ox is fighting with his life. First Order Emperor Realm. Xianxia, dead, moreover, he was split into two by Luo Tian's axe, the entire city fell silent. Haijiao's old ancestor was actually killed by Luo Tian's axe? How is this possible? Heavens, what happened? The heaven-earth mystic yellow shield was destroyed in less than a second. Is Luo Tian still human? He only used one move to kill Hai Xiaolua. He's an Emperor Realm master. Isn't it said that everyone below the Emperor Realm is an ant? Luo Tian is only a second-order Holy Spirit. How can he kill an Emperor Realm expert like Xianxia? Discussions were everywhere, everyone was shocked, and even the Emperor Realm masters were aghast. Especially the few Haijia experts. They were more shocked than the others, because they knew how strong the defense of the dark yellow shield of heaven and earth was, but it was broken directly. How much power did the axe contain? Their minds were shaken. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Xianxia. Reward, 500 million experience points, 200 million vitality points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Shield. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining. A series of notifications rang out. The moment Xianxia was killed, his soul floated up and was absorbed by the ancient tree. Luo Tian glanced at the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Shield's attributes and was shocked. I didn't expect this skill's defense to be so strong. If I hadn't added the power of the Azure Dragon and White Tiger, I'm afraid I would be the one dead. The 9 Heavens Axe Slash was indeed powerful. It carried the power of the 9 heavens with it. It was indeed very strong. However, this was Xing Tian's skill, and it was still restricted by Luo Tian's cultivation. If Luo Tian hadn't released the power of the Azure Dragon and White Tiger, he would have been killed by the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Shield's recoil. Cultivate. Luo Tian's heart stirred. How can I not cultivate this kind of cultivation method? Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for learning Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Shield. A moment later, Haijiao was in an uproar. The Alliance army began to discuss in private. Sea Clan leader, where is the Crown Prince? Let the Crown Prince take action. He can defeat Luo Tian in one move. That's right. Tell the Crown Prince to come out. Let's see how long this brat can be arrogant for. In the special enrollment hall, Luo Tian was sent flying by the Crown Prince's attack. Although he didn't die, everyone knew that the difference between Luo Tian and the Crown Prince was like the difference between heaven and earth. Without waiting for Hai Tong Tian to speak, an old man with red eyebrows shouted coldly, a mere piece of trash at the Holy Spirit realm wants to trouble the Crown Prince? The Crown Prince's time is incomparably precious, how can he waste it on this kind of trash? Didn't he just defeat a First-Order Emperor Realm Xianxia in one move? Is he very strong? Humph. Red Eyebrow's old ancestor's eyes turned sinister as he stared coldly at Luo Tian in midair and said, Trash who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth dares to come to Haijia and behave atrociously. Today, I will let you experience the power of the Emperor Realm. As soon as his voice fell, Red Eyebrow's old ancestor's body moved and landed in midair. With him as the center, a vortex of origin chi was formed. The vortex slowly rotated and absorbed the origin chi of heaven and earth within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. One control of both hands, the absorbed origin chi circulated between his hands, accumulated, and formed a origin chi bomb, full of explosive power. Red Eyebrow's old ancestor has taken action. He is a 7th Order Emperor Realm expert. He is many times stronger than the Xianxia. This time, Luo Tian can't be his opponent. Luo Tian, prepare to die. Old ancestor, blast him to smithereens. 7th Order Emperor Realm. After cultivating for 9,800 years, he was a guest of Xianxia and one of the Crown Prince's teachers. He had a large amount of God's chosen power. However, this was not the most terrifying thing. He had a divine ability that allowed him to absorb billions of yuan qi and condense it into a yuan qi bomb. He could easily control it. With just a thought, as long as his fingertip touched you, the yuan qi bomb would enter your body. At that time, even the physical body of an Emperor Realm Master couldn't withstand it. At this moment, the origin qi within a radius of 100,000 kilometers was sucked dry and absorbed into his palms. After a few seconds, a fist-sized origin qi bomb was refined. Red Eyebrow's old ancestor smiled coldly. Collect. Immediately afterward, the origin qi bomb disappeared. It directly disappeared into his body. Red Eyebrow's old ancestor grinned and said, Luo Tian, haven't you always been arrogant? I have always heard the Lord of Xianxia talking about you. To be honest, you are indeed good. You have stepped into the Holy Spirit realm at such a young age and will definitely become an Emperor realm expert in the future. However, you have provoked someone you shouldn't have. You can't afford to provoke the Xianxia. You don't even have the qualifications to carry the Crown Prince's shoes. Do you understand? The Crown Prince could have easily killed you in the special recruitment hall, but he disdained to kill you because you are trash. His voice was cold and disdainful. At the same time, many people responded. He is not qualified to be compared with the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince is the Son of Heaven. He is thousands of miles away from him. What qualifications does he have to be compared with the Crown Prince? Luo Tian, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? In front of the Crown Prince, you are not even an ant. The old ancestor said that the Crown Prince disdained to kill you because you are trash. Ha ha ha, all kinds of mocking laughter sounded. While Red Eyebrow's old ancestor was talking, he walked closer step by step and stopped 3 meters away from Luo Tian. At this time, the transformation time was over. Luo Tian returned to his original body and looked at Red Eyebrow's old ancestor 3 meters away with a sneer. Listening to all kinds of ridicule, the smile on Luo Tian's face became colder. Compared with the Crown Prince? You want to be compared with him? Wrong. I have never put him in my eyes. He will only be my stepping stone. He will be ruthlessly trampled under my feet. His voice was filled with endless overbearing aura. Luo Tian had never wanted to compare with the Crown Prince. He only wanted to ruthlessly trample the Crown Prince under his feet and make him sing the song of conquest. Everyone was silent. Then, everyone in Xianxia burst into laughter. I'm dying of laughter. A person who was defeated by the Crown Prince in one move said that he would trample the Crown Prince under his feet. Is your brain filled with shit? Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Luo Tian, even if you are arrogant, you shouldn't be so arrogant. Have you forgotten that you were crushed by the Crown Prince 10 days ago in the special enrollment hall? Luo Tian sneered. At this time, Blood Demon King's voice sounded, Master, this Red Eyebrow's old ancestor is very dangerous. His vitality bomb is very powerful. Why don't you let me? No need. Luo Tian immediately refused, I want to do it myself. The 6th chapter has been delivered, Old Cow is still writing. There will be an update at night. Brothers, can you still support me? Challenge the limit? No, Luo Tian just wanted to know his own strength. Although he had fused his own power into killing the First Order Emperor Xianxia, he still relied on the war god Xianxia. Now, Red Eyebrow's ancestor, a peak 7th Order Emperor, he still had a divine ability, Origin Qi Bomb. It was very exciting. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up slightly, and he said, Heaven Earth Mystic Yellow Shield. Buzz. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the Heaven Earth Origin Qi. There was no change at all. Was it sucked dry by Red Eyebrow's ancestor? No, it was because Luo Tian's Dantian was in a damaged state. This kind of Dantian couldn't absorb Origin Qi at all. Even if he didn't absorb it into his body, he couldn't absorb it. Luo Tian was dumbfounded. What? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Red Eyebrow's ancestor was shocked, then he looked around. With a thought, he found that there was no fluctuation in the origin chi within a radius of 10,000 miles, it wasn't absorbed by Luo Tian at all. At this moment, caw, 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 a crow calmly flew past Luo Tian. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. I thought he really used the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Shield. Who were you trying to scare? Luo Tian, I admit that you made me laugh. You're just a joke. Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Shield? I think it's a shield full of nonsense, right? Do you think Haijia's divine ability is so easy to comprehend and cultivate? F*ck, I almost peed myself because of you. Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Shield, a divine ability passed down from Haijia for tens of thousands of years, containing a super strong defensive power. Cultivating the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Shield was incomparably difficult. If one wasn't an Emperor Realm expert, they wouldn't be able to cultivate it at all. Their body would be crushed by the absorption of origin chi. Xianxia only used it once in front of Luo Tian. How could he know it? Hai Tong Tian sneered. Luo Tian, a piece of trash like you wants to cultivate my Haijia's Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Shield. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? A piece of trash like you. Suddenly, heaven and earth changed color. Without waiting for Hai Tong Tian to finish speaking, Luo Tian's body began to circulate a dense yuan qi. Yuan qi formed a vortex. The power of heaven and earth surged into it. It was exactly the same as the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Shield released by Xianxia. It also had the same kind of powerful defensive power. Hai Tongtian's words came to an abrupt end as his face turned red. It was as if he had been slapped in the face. He didn't even finish his words before he was slapped by Luo Tian. Those who had mocked Luo Tian just now were all dumbfounded. Everyone's expression was extremely ugly. Heaven-Earth Dark Yellow Shield. It's really the Dark Yellow Shield of heaven and earth. That kind of counterattack has the defensive power of heaven and earth. How can it be? How could Luo Tian know Haijia's supernatural powers? What's going on? What a powerful power of heaven and earth. Do you feel it? The Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Shield released by Luo Tian's body is even more powerful than the one released by Xianxia. How is this possible? Indeed. The Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Shield that Luo Tian used was even stronger than Xianxia's, because he used 50 million yuan qi points. He also felt bitter in his heart. Xianxia only released the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Shield to absorb the heaven and earth yuan qi within 10,000 miles. What about him? His dantian was shattered and could not be absorbed. However, the moment he released the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Shield, the system directly deducted 50 million yuan qi points from his yuan qi bar. One had to know that this was more than half of his yuan qi points. Luo Tian felt a burst of pain. However, at the same time, he was also shocked. The power of the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Shield was really strong. Luo Tian stared at Hai Tong Tian, who had an extremely ugly expression, and said, "Is the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Shield great? I was wrong just now. In fact, what I used was a rotten-ass shield. This kind of trashy cultivation method and supernatural powers, to me, I have as many as I want." He directly said that the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Shield was worthless. Hai Tong Tian frowned and shouted in a deep voice, "Red Eyebrows' old ancestor, kill him for me, kill him, kill him." In the end, he was almost roaring. Hai Tong Tian was completely enraged. He couldn't wait to twist Luo Tian's head off and kick it like a ball. Red Eyebrows' old ancestor's figure moved, his eyes locked on Luo Tian's body, and he sneered, "Do you think the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Shield can stop me? Then you underestimate me too much. I said that I will let you know what the power of the Emperor Realm is, and let you know what the gap is." As soon as his voice fell, Red Eyebrows' old ancestor disappeared in an instant. The aura of the Emperor Realm rolled toward Luo Tian like an overturning heaven and earth. Roar! In the turbulency of consciousness, the vermilion bird directly flew out of Luo Tian's body and formed a barrier, directly blocking Red Eyebrows' old ancestor's Emperor Realm pressure. It was also at this time the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Shield condensed into an egg-shaped light shield. Its appearance was like the magic shield of a magician in the game, but this shield's defense was much stronger. Boom! There was a heavy explosion in the void. His figure fell. A thin sword appeared in Red Eyebrow's old ancestor's hand, and he stabbed up. The arrogant aura of the Emperor realm swept over. Get down for me. Boom. Bang. The vermilion bird was shaken and scattered. Red Eyebrow's old ancestor also stabbed down, directly on the heaven-earth mystic. Yellow shield. Luo Tian's body faintly sank. The heaven-earth mystic yellow shield centered around him, and he could clearly feel everything on the shield. His body shook. It began to sink slowly. Tyrannical power. Open for me. With a roar, Red Eyebrow's old ancestor's sword did not pierce Luo Tian's heaven-earth mystic yellow shield, which was already an insult to him. With a flip of his left hand, a tyrannical and ferocious power pressed down like an ancient demonic beast. His palm pressed on the heaven-earth mystic yellow shield. Crack. Crack, crack, the heaven-earth mystic yellow shield cracked. The cracks were getting bigger and bigger, more and more. It couldn't bear for long. Luo Tian felt that the defensive power was rapidly weakening, and his heart tightened. Is this the power of the 7th Order Emperor realm? It can even force back the heaven-earth mystic yellow shield's power. It's really powerful. But, his eyes were shocked. Luo Tian suddenly shouted, "Open for me." Buzz, rumble. The heaven-earth mystic yellow shield, which had lost most of its defense, exploded under Luo Tian's command. It was like an eggshell cracking rapidly. Red Eyebrow's old ancestor's eyes revealed a look of disdain. He held the long sword in one hand and moved his right hand, laughing coldly. Luo Tian, go to hell for me. Spirit bomb. Destroy. His palm instantly pressed on Luo Tian's forehead. Red Eyebrow's old ancestor was a little surprised because Luo Tian did not dodge at all, and there was a sneer in his eyes, as if he deliberately let himself be hit by him. A few seconds ago, Luo Tian transmitted his voice to the Blood Demon King, "Help me guard, I want to upgrade my physical body to level 8. Level 8 physical body, it all depends on Red Eyebrow's old ancestor's attack. Chapter 7 delivered. Old Ox is very tired. That's all for today. Brothers, please support me. Old Ox will continue to explode tomorrow. The strength of the physical body was very important to Luo Tian. His current physical body was already at the 7th level. If he wanted to break through to the 8th level, it was not enough to rely on ordinary strength to temper his physical body. Moreover, Fantasy Fairy once told him how to break through to the 8th level, 9th level, and the Perfection Realm. Among them, the 8th level physical body was a kind of tempering from the inside out, that is to say, tempering the internal organs, tempering the mind and the sea of consciousness. Tempering the 8 meridians. Refining everything in the body. This was the difference between the 8th level physical body. The Red Eyebrow's ancestor's divine ability Vitality Bomb was undoubtedly the best power and the best way to temper Luo Tian's body. Therefore, Luo Tian took the risk to try it. One must know that it was not always possible to encounter such a powerful force. In an instant, Luo Tian's eyebrows shook, and he said to the Red Eyebrow's ancestor with a grin, "I hope your strength won't disappoint me too much." Immediately, the door opened wide, and the aura on his body suddenly withdrew. He gave up his defense. What is he doing? What else can he do? He must know that he is not a match for the Red Eyebrow's ancestor, so he won't have to make a fool of himself anymore. He gave up resisting. He is definitely going to die. Ha ha ha, even an Emperor Realm super powerhouse may not be able to resist the Red Eyebrow's ancestor's Vitality Bomb attack. This is a force that can destroy one's mind, sea of consciousness, and internal organs. Luo Tian, you are finished. Ha ha ha, many people laughed. In the face of the 7th Order Emperor Realm Red Eyebrow's ancestor, who could resist his divine ability, Vitality Bomb, which was condensed from billions of Vitality Bombs, Luo Tian? Absolutely not. Hai Tongtian's expression improved slightly, and a smug sneer appeared on his face. He mocked, "Let's see what other tricks you can play." In front of the Red Eyebrow's ancestor's Vitality Bomb, no matter how strong you are, you will become a dead dog later. This time you will die without a doubt. There were all kinds of discussions in Xianxia. There was an endless stream of mocking laughter. The moment Red Eyebrow's ancestor's palm touched Luo Tian's forehead, he smiled contemptuously and said, "You will know the power of the primordial Qi Bomb later. Luo Tian, you will remember this pain forever." Ha ha ha, Elemental energy bomb. Open. As he withdrew his palm, Red Eyebrow's ancestor's body suddenly shot out and landed in the air a kilometer away. With a contemptuous sneer on his face, he looked at Luo Tian, who was falling freely. He smiled and murmured, "Accept the baptism of death." Immediately after, he returned to the arena with a cold and arrogant expression. He said indifferently, "Luo Tian is about to die." Hai Tong Tian was overjoyed and said, "Red Eyebrow's ancestor's move is indeed extraordinary. Ancestor's magical power is enough to turn him into ashes. Thank you, Ancestor, for clearing the obstacles for Xianxia. When Emperor Dragon comes back, I will tell him." Red Eyebrow's ancestor smiled and said, "It's nothing. I don't want to disturb the Crown Prince's cultivation because of such a waste. No one can afford to waste the Crown Prince's time." He was very proud. Hai Tong Tian was also very proud. The elders of Xianxia were also very proud, because Luo Tian was about to turn into ashes in front of them. Boom! Luo Tian landed on the ground and landed on the Xianxia martial arts arena. His eyebrows moved. His body began to tremble violently. At this time, Red Eyebrow's ancestor sneered and said, "It has begun. Luo Tian, suffer in death. Don't worry, you won't die so quickly. It will make you despair, despair, and despair again. It will make you unable to see a trace of hope. Finally, it will send you to heaven." As soon as his voice fell, Luo Tian screamed in pain. His face was pale and his eyeballs were about to pop out. His eyes were bloodshot. He clenched his fists and gathered his strength. All the veins in his body burst out. It was like a centipede covering his entire body. It was extremely terrifying. Chi-la, Chi-la, the robe on his body was torn apart by the energy released from Luo Tian's body and flew out. The muscles on his body seemed to be cast from bronze. However, at this moment, countless fist-sized spherical objects appeared in his body and crazily swam around his body, only destroying everything in his body. Pain, it was very painful. It was not the pain of being crushed by the pressure, nor the pain of being torn open. This kind of pain was indescribable and could not be described with words. It was like going back and forth in death, the pain of being destroyed in the body. Luo Tian rolled on the ground in pain. His entire body was sweating profusely, hovering between life and death. Mind, sea of consciousness, the two most important places were crazily exploding, crazily being devoured, and at the same time being crazily baptized. His internal organs had almost lost their function. The destructive power of the prenatal chi bomb was extremely strong. However, Luo Tian still did not use the slightest bit of strength to resist, and still allowed the prenatal chi bomb to wreak havoc in his body. This was the fastest, most extreme, and most dangerous way to cultivate the body. For the 8th level of the physical body, in order to cultivate the Dragon God Forbidden technique earlier, Luo Tian went all out. He did not want to be crushed by the Crown Prince again. He did not want to be defeated by him in one move. He did not want more people to be bullied because of him. Cloud Mist College was gone, he blamed himself very much. Seeing the corpses of those juniors and seniors, his heart was bleeding. That kind of desire to become stronger exceeded everything else. He said to himself in his heart, "If you can't even withstand this little bit of pain, how can you fight against the Crown Prince? How can you trample him under your feet? Luo Tian, you have to persevere." He fainted from the pain. He woke up from the pain again. Regardless of whether he was unconscious or awake, Luo Tian kept his consciousness clear. He kept telling himself to persevere, and to persevere for just one more second. Looking at Luo Tian rolling on the ground in pain, Hai Tong Tian laughed out loud complacently, "You dog, you also have a day like this, ha ha ha. It must be great, the taste of the prenatal chi bomb must be very good, ha ha ha. However, I will make you feel even better. Men. Here." Hai Tong Tian sneered, and said, "If you have grievances, take revenge. This Luo Tian has killed quite a few of our family's disciples. Just this morning, the Yi family was killed by this dog, and now it's time for you to take revenge." "Beat a drowning dog," the Alliance army families immediately responded. They were still afraid of Luo Tian when he was at his peak, but against this drowning dog Luo Tian, they couldn't wait to bring their 18 generations of ancestors up. Beat him to death. Let's see how arrogant he can be. Back then, you killed so many genius disciples in the special recruitment hall. Luo Tian, I will take your life today. Suddenly, a large wave of Alliance army troops rushed forward. At this moment, a huge figure landed heavily, and the aura of a peak Emperor realm expert burst out. Whoever dares to touch my master, I will kill him. The first chapter was delivered, a new day has begun. Brothers, where is your support? Boom. There was a loud noise. The Blood Demon King descended like a god of war and stood in front of Luo Tian. He swept his gaze and released an extremely domineering aura. He shouted in a deep voice, whoever dares to touch my master, I will kill him. Extremely domineering. At this moment, the whole audience was shocked. The Alliance army didn't even get close. They were directly shocked by the aura of the Blood Demon King and fell to the ground. They crawled back as if they had seen a ghost. How could they have thought that Luo Tian had such a powerful servant? Hai Tongtian's eyes darkened. Immediately, an old man behind him who had been closing his eyes said slightly, Peak Emperor Realm. When he heard these words, Hai Tongtian's face changed. The surrounding crowd also began to become a little restless. A Peak Emperor Realm Master, was this what Luo Tian relied on? But, how could a Peak Emperor Realm Master call Luo Tian Master? Where did he come from? At this moment, Hai Tongtian didn't have time to think so much. He looked at the Blood Demon King with a trace of respect and said, Sir, why do you need to protect a trash? He will die in a few minutes. No one who was hit by the Red Eyebrow's ancestor's vitality bomb has ever survived. Why do you need to protect a dead man? How about, if you join the Hai family, you will immediately become a guest elder of the Hai family. You will enjoy all the resources available to you. Moreover, when my son transcends his tribulation and condenses a godhead, I will have him bring back a godhead from the divine realm. You will also be given a godhead. You will be able to enjoy an immortal lifespan. Directly roping him in, it must be known that any Peak Emperor Realm Master was an incredible existence. Haijia was not strong enough. Compared to the strength of the other 4 continents, Haijia was not strong enough. Even in the central continent, Haijia could only cover the sky with one hand in the north. In the south, Haijia still did not dare to act recklessly because that was the Abyss Academy, the sphere of influence of the Devil sect. Hai Tongtian wanted to make the Fair family even more powerful. It required an Emperor Realm Master. Red Eyebrow's ancestor also chimed in, Patriarch is right. This brat was hit by my Yuan Qi bomb. He won't survive. Brother, you're a Peak Emperor Realm Master, why are you protecting a piece of trash? Peak Emperor Realm, Second Order Holy Spirit Realm. They were completely incompatible. The Blood Demon King still respectfully called Luo Tian his master, which was even more puzzling. Putting aside the contract he signed with Luo Tian, the Blood Demon King admired Luo Tian from the bottom of his heart. Someone who could *CK a goddess. To be able to subdue a divine-level expert from Phoenix Sky Mountain, how could such a man not be admired? Furthermore, he liked Luo Tian's decisiveness and way of doing things. He did not know why Luo Tian wanted to use his body to withstand the energy bomb. It was very risky, but Blood Demon King firmly believed that Luo Tian must have his reasons for doing so. Since he wanted him to protect him, then he absolutely could not let anyone hurt him. The Blood Demon King's gaze turned sinister, and the pressure of a Peak Emperor Realm Master slammed down like a huge wave. He said gloomily, if I hear you call my master a piece of trash again, I will make you regret being born into this world. Rumble, 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 huge waves crashed onto the shore, and the energy raged, causing the entire sky to sink. Just as the huge waves were about to crash down, a white-haired old man's figure moved slightly and landed on the fist of the crowd. He clenched his fists, and a gloomy light flashed on his fists. Then, his eyes stared blankly, and his fists suddenly blasted left and right, blasting into the air. Kacha! Kacha, 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 the space cracked. The scene was like Whitebeard's Tremor Tremor Fruit, Gura Gura no Mi, in one piece. The space cracked, spreading outward like a spider web, and finally directly suppressed the boundless pressure of the Blood Demon King. Rumble. A deafening thunder came from the depths of the ground. Everyone's heart tightened. Great Ancestor, the strongest person in Xianxia, and also the first patriarch of Xianxia, an old monster who has lived for more than 14,000 years, Hai Miawu. With one move, he suppressed the boundless pressure of the Blood Demon King. This power, too strong. The great ancestor of Xianxia was too abnormal. Even the Blood Demon King's mind was shocked, and he secretly exclaimed, "So strong." At the same time, he also secretly became anxious. This is the first peak Emperor Realm Master. There are two more lurking in the void. I can only deal with one of them at most. If all three of them attack together, I am no match for them at all. Hai Tongtian immediately knelt down. The people of Xianxia also quickly knelt down. Welcome, great ancestor. Welcome, great ancestor. Welcome, great ancestor. Their voices shook the sky, and the whole misty cloud city was shocked. Hai Miawu remained expressionless as he looked at the Blood Demon King and said, "Cultivation isn't easy, so why go against the Hai family for someone who is about to die? You know very well that I am not the only Emperor Realm Master in the Hai family. Do you think you are a match for us?" He directly laid his cards on the table. He didn't want to be long-winded. No matter how powerful the Blood Demon King was, he couldn't defeat three peak Emperor Realm Masters at the same time. Only a God Realm Master could deal with three peak Emperor Realm Masters at the same time. However, there were not many God Realm Masters in the ancient continent, so it was impossible for them to help him. At this moment, the Blood Demon King was unusually calm. He glanced at Luo Tian, who was still struggling violently. Obviously, Luo Tian was still in the pain of life and death. The only thing he could do now was to help Luo Tian buy time. At the same time, he was also buying time for the people coming from all directions. Because it was not far from noon. The four Divine Beasts clan, Huangfu-ju, the people of Boundless City, and the demigod Xiao Bai were all coming, then. The Blood Demon King smiled and said, "I don't know if I am your match, but my mission is to protect my master. If any of you dare to harm him, no matter who it is, no matter how many of you there are, even if I die, I will drag them down with me." Hai Miawu frowned, then smiled coldly and said, "Seems like there is no room for negotiation?" The Blood Demon King said, "There is no room for negotiation." Hai Miawu's face turned cold. His eyes turned sinister as he said, "Then what if I want him to die today?" From the moment he saw Luo Tian, a sense of vigilance rose in his heart. This was the first time in tens of thousands of years that he couldn't let this kid live. Others didn't know, but he knew very well that Luo Tian was actually using Red Eyebrow's ancestor's Yuan Qi bomb to cultivate. Not everyone could do such an extreme thing. This kind of person was too dangerous. Not only to Xianxia, but also to the Crown Prince, he was a potential threat. He wanted to protect Xianxia and let Xianxia have a God Realm Master. Everyone who blocked Xianxia's path had to die. Chapter 2 delivered. Without a monthly ticket, could he ask for a recommendation ticket? Old Ox was fighting with his life on the line. Die, he had to die. He had to clear the obstacles for Xianxia. Hai Miawu's tone became tough. Even if he had to fight to the death with the Peak Emperor Realm Blood Demon King, he had to take Luo Tian's life. His words made the Blood Demon King secretly tremble. The higher the realm, the more afraid of death they were, and the more they would not easily make a move. Once they made a move, it would definitely destroy the world. However, there were very few Emperor Realm Masters in the same realm. Because no one had absolute confidence in winning against the other. If they were injured or died, then there would be nothing left. However, Hai Miawu's tone made the Blood Demon King's heart tremble, and he secretly said, "What strong determination." Immediately, the Blood Demon King said arrogantly, with a mocking look in his eyes, "If you have the guts, come up and try. I want you to never return." In his eyes, Hai Miawu was just a junior. He was a super old monster who had lived for millions of years. What was a mere 14,000 years to him? Hai Miawu's eyes darkened. "It seems that you are determined to go against Xianxia. Then don't blame me for being impolite." The Blood Demon King laughed, "Don't be polite. If you are polite, I won't be polite. I want to see what ability you have in Xianxia. If a peak Emperor realm person wants to kill my master, then you have to ask if my monstrous blood pool is willing." All of a sudden, a drop of blood essence condensed from the Blood Demon King's body. It flew into the air and exploded. The Blood Demon King roared in a deep voice, "Blood pool, open." Walala, 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 blood surged from all directions, and a huge lake appeared on top of his head. The lake was composed of blood, and it enveloped the entire fair family. The pool of blood was churning, and at the same time it was also roaring. The endless power of the blood sacrifice was being emitted. This was the Blood Demon King's divine ability, Blood Sacrifice World. Under the scorching sun, the light could not penetrate. Xianxia was shrouded in the pungent smell of blood. The Blood Demon King seemed to have brought the entire hell to the human world. His expression changed drastically. The crowd was in an uproar. Those with lower cultivation levels were directly crushed to the ground, unable to get up. Their bodies were trembling non-stop. Looking at the huge blood pool in the sky, their faces were incomparably pale and their lips were black. It was as if they were about to die. Hai Tongtian's face turned ugly as he asked, "Who is it?" Suddenly, the void rippled as a middle-aged man walked out with the carefree feather fan in his hand. He landed in front of Hai Miawu with a serious expression and said, "It was refined from a drop of demonic essence blood in the ancient times. He is also the master of the ancient king, the ancestor of the evil demons." He continued, "However, he suddenly disappeared several million years ago. Some people said that the Blood Demon King ascended to the God realm, while others said that he was killed by his own disciple, the ancient king. Who would have thought that he would reappear after several million years? It's incredible, and he's still alive. The lifespan of a peak Emperor realm master is only 18,000 years, but you've lived for several million years. How is this possible?" The man was called Unfettered Exalted Celestial. It was Hai Miawu's junior brother. He knew more about the ancient continent than Hai Miawu, so when he saw the blood pool, he wanted to fight the Blood Demon King who had disappeared several million years ago. Hai Miawu was secretly shocked. It's actually the ancient Blood Demon King. The lifespan of an ordinary Emperor realm master was about 20,000 years. The reason the Blood Demon King could live for so long was not because of his powerful divine abilities, but because he was constantly reincarnated in the reincarnation cage. That was why he could live for several million years. The time in the reincarnation cage was sealed by the Phoenix True Immortal using a special divine ability. As long as it was a monster beast or a Blood Demon King, they would have an unlimited lifespan in the reincarnation cage. Otherwise, how could she let these people guard the reincarnation cage? However, once the Blood Demon King walked out of the reincarnation cage, his lifespan would start running again. If he did not undergo heavenly tribulation and condense his godhead, he would die of old age. Hai Miawu said faintly, "You've lived for several million years, so you should know what death means. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Luo Tian's life is mine today." The Blood Demon King laughed arrogantly, "I'll say it again. Come if you have the guts." Hai Miawu and Unfettered Heavenly Venerable looked at each other. Then, their bodies turned into countless phantoms. The violent Emperor realm aura crushed towards the Blood Demon King as if it could destroy the world. It was incomparably powerful, and the sky above Misty Cloud City seemed to be sucked dry. The sky was colorless, and the scorching sun was swallowed up. The earth trembled, and the demon beasts in the mountains millions of kilometers away prostrated themselves on the ground, not even daring to breathe. They moved. Unfettered Heavenly Venerable and Xianxia ancestor Hai Miawu moved at the same time. Both of them were peak Emperor realm masters. When the two of them joined hands, they were extremely terrifying existences in the ancient continent. The Blood Demon King frowned, and an Emperor realm aura formed a barrier, protecting Luo Tian, who was still in great pain. Then, he looked up and rushed into the sky. Standing in the huge blood pool, he roared, "Come! Rumble! Rumble! Rumble!" The blood pool surged with monstrous blood waves. The power released from the blood pool merged with the Blood Demon King's body and burst out in an instant, turning into thousands of blood shadows. The blood shadows were like crows flying in the sky. Following the Blood Demon King's thought, they pounced on the phantoms in the sky. Blood shadow explosion. Gotcha! A deafening explosion sounded in the sky. A blood shadow pounced on a phantasm. Explode, the sky was filled with phantoms and blood shadows. They were constantly colliding and exploding. The sky above the Hai family was raining blood. After a short while, the blood had turned into a river. The Hai family was dyed in blood red. Battle, a crazy battle. A battle that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. A battle between peak Emperor realm masters, even 8th Order emperors couldn't see it. The disparity in power was too great. They couldn't see who had the upper hand. They could only feel their minds being crushed, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. Hai Tong Tian gritted his teeth. He didn't expect Luo Tian to find the ancient Blood Demon King from a million years ago. Looking at Luo Tian behind the barrier, his eyes turned sinister and he shouted, "Let's see how you're going to protect him." As soon as he finished speaking, Hai Tong Tian flipped his palm, and a black bead appeared in his hand. With a thought, the bead hit the barrier. The Heaven's Chosen Chaos Bead? Condensed with the power of Heaven's Chosen, this bead could easily crush an Emperor Realm Master. This was something the Crown Prince had left behind for him, and it was also a protective talisman for Hai Tong Tian. At this time, he couldn't care too much about it. "I'll blow you up first." The Heaven's Chosen bead exploded. The barrier was broken. Hai Tong Tian waved his right hand, "Kill him for me." The third chapter has been delivered. The moment the barrier was broken, Blood Demon King's face turned anxious. "How dare you? Haijia is really a group of insidious dogs." Was Hai Tong Tian insidious? Very insidious. He didn't care about how the Great Ancestor and the Blood Demon King were fighting. He just wanted Luo Tian's life. The Blood Demon King was restrained. The barrier was broken. Then this was the best time to kill Luo Tian. He would never let Luo Tian threaten him again. It was time to get rid of the inner demon in his heart. Hai Tong Tian laughed wildly. "The loser is a bandit, and the winner is a king. What is sinister? What is open and aboveboard? You old man have lived for millions of years. I think you have lived for a dog. Ha ha ha, where is the Alliance army?" "Ha!" The Alliance army of the clans shouted. Hai Tong Tian moved his finger and pointed at the dying Luo Tian, laughing sinisterly. "Kill him for me." Kill, the Alliance army rushed out like a tide. At first, they were worried and fearful, but now they didn't need to worry at all, because the cultivation of the two great ancestors of the Hai family was too terrifying. Peak Emperor Realm Masters could directly pin down the Blood Demon King, and no one would care what they did now. "Luo Tian, you dog, I'm here to take your life. I want to avenge my big brother. Luo Tian, die." A group of Alliance army soldiers rushed forward with murderous intent. Facing the incomparably weak Luo Tian, any one of them could kill Luo Tian. Seeing that the Alliance army was getting closer and closer to Luo Tian's position, the Blood Demon King was extremely anxious. One must know that he and Luo Tian had signed a contract. If Luo Tian died, he would also die. This was the power of the contract, and even a god-level expert could not change it. "Ah!" Blood Demon King roared, "Blood flame!" Blood-colored flame sprayed out from the blood pool, and the Blood Demon King followed closely behind. He couldn't let Luo Tian die, absolutely not. Even if he didn't have a contract with Luo Tian, he couldn't let Luo Tian die, because he really liked this brat. "Blood Demon King! You should just stay here obediently." Hai Miawu bellowed. The sword in his hand conjured up thousands of strands of sword chi, which formed a barrier of sword chi that blocked Shui Yan's advance. The unfettered exalted celestial's feather fan moved. Countless feather needles condensed from celestial baleful chi shot out from the feather fan, piercing through the blood flames and shattering them. Boom! Rumble! The Blood Demon King was held back. He was completely pinned down. It was okay to deal with one Emperor Realm Master, but he couldn't get away from two Emperor Realm Masters. Seeing that the Alliance army was getting closer and closer to Luo Tian, he became extremely anxious, and at the same time, the anger in his body surged. "Ah! Blood Demon Tyrant Body!" The Blood Demon King's body suddenly changed. His body turned into a super strong force, directly smashing Hai Miaowu's sword chi mountain barrier into pieces. At the same time, his body also landed heavily. With a loud sound, he stood directly in front of Luo Tian. At the same time, the attacks of the Alliance army fell. Kacha! Rumble, rumble, rumble. Countless cultivation techniques and powers exploded on the Blood Demon King's body. Although the cultivation of these Alliance army was not high, there were too many of them. Although they did not seriously injure the Blood Demon King, there were still countless small wounds on his body. Blood dripped down from the wound. Huh? The unfettered Sky Sovereign frowned and immediately said to Hai Miaowu, "Senior brother, the Blood Demon Tyrant body is unable to attack. Now is a good time." The Blood Demon King in the Blood Meridian Tyrant body used all his strength on defense. There was no way he could use any more power to attack. At this moment, the Blood Demon King clenched his fists and roared towards the sky, ahh. His body was cracking. To be exact, it should be splitting apart. The blood was recast, and another Blood Demon King was being born. Ordinary people simply couldn't bear the pain of having their body torn apart. This was also the abnormal part of the Blood Meridian Tyrant body. Pain, extreme pain. It was 100 times more painful than the Yuan Qi bomb that Luo Tian had to endure. This was the martial technique that Blood Demon King had practiced when he was still a drop of blood essence. He had never used it before because he didn't know if he could bear the pain. Now, he had no choice. A Blood Demon King's body split apart. The second body split out again. Third, fourth, by the time the sixth body split out, the Blood Demon King was already incomparably weak, but these 6 Blood Demon King's bodies surrounded Luo Tian tightly, standing there like 7 ancient war gods. Incomparably savage. Incomparably valiant. It was even more tyrannical. To protect Luo Tian, as long as Luo Tian didn't die, he wouldn't die. The Blood Demon King laughed arrogantly, and said to Hai Miaowu and the unfettered Sky Sovereign, come if you have the guts, ha ha ha. You want to kill my master? Then you'll have to step over my body. Ha ha ha, the laughter was like thunder. The sky was trembling. The anger in Hai Miaowu's heart was completely ignited. He couldn't understand why a peak Emperor realm powerhouse would risk his life to protect Luo Tian. The more the Blood Demon King protected Luo Tian, the stronger his killing intent towards Luo Tian became. Alright. I want to see how strong the Blood Demon Tyrant body is. With a thought, Hai Miaowu's sword pierced through the sky, and then directly locked onto the Blood Demon King's life gate, and slashed down. At the same time, the unfettered Sky Sovereign's attack also instantly landed. Bam! Bam! 2 wounds appeared on the Blood Demon King's body, and blood spurted out. Licking the blood from the corner of his mouth, he laughed even more crazily, "Is that all you've got? Come again, ha ha ha, it's not enough." Crazy, he had completely gone crazy. The 2 attacks just now had nearly caused him to lose his footing, but he still stubbornly protected Luo Tian behind him. Hai Miaowu and the unfettered Sky Sovereign's attacks landed once more. The Blood Demon King continued to resist, still arrogant, still laughing in an incomparably tyrannical manner. He didn't know how long he could last. He only knew that he had to protect Luo Tian. He had to protect him. He had to wait until noon, the time he had agreed upon with the 4 Divine Beasts clan and Huang Fujiu. Right now, the time was getting closer and closer. At the same time, an elder suddenly walked to Hai Tongtian's side and whispered a few words. Hai Tongtian's face suddenly changed. Ha ha ha, clenching his fists, Hai Tongtian suddenly shouted, "Everyone, attack together. Everyone attack." If they didn't kill Luo Tian now, they might not have another chance. Because, he had just received news that the 4 Divine Beasts clan had already entered Misty Cloud City. They were madly rushing towards Haijia. Once they arrived, things would become even more troublesome. Hai Tongtian didn't have the time to worry about anything else. Luo Tian had to be killed. The 4th chapter has been delivered. In the morning, Mom wasn't home, so I had to cook, which delayed this chapter's update. However, today, there will still be 7 chapters. Old Bull thanks the 2 of you for your support. Thank you. Attack together. Don't give Luo Tian any chance at all. Hai Tong Tian immediately made his decision. He didn't know why the Four Divine Beasts clan had come, but it definitely had something to do with Luo Tian. Because Luo Tian had the bloodline of the Four Divine Beasts, Hai Tong Tian was certain that the Four Divine Beasts clan hadn't come to congratulate the Crown Prince on his wedding. What would the situation be like once they arrived? Hai Tong Tian didn't think about it. As long as he killed Luo Tian, everything would calm down, and Haijia would still be the ruler of the northern Central Plains. The Four Divine Beasts clan wouldn't make things difficult for Haijia for a dead person. Swoosh! 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 10 or so Emperor-level experts flew out from the arena, landing on the head of the Blood Demon King. Hai Tong Tian said to Ancestor Hai Miawu, "Ancestor, the forces of the Four Divine Beasts clan are about to arrive. We have to deal with Luo Tian before they arrive. Otherwise, I'm worried that we'll leave behind future troubles." Hai Miawu was startled. The Four Divine Beasts clan has gotten involved as well? And then he shouted loudly. Luo Tian was able to use elemental energy balls to temper his body, and was able to make the primordial fiend ancestor from millions of years ago stand guard for him. That's enough to prove how powerful he is. Although he's only at the Saint Spirit realm, his cultivation is already capable of killing early Emperor-level experts. Once someone like him is allowed to mature, he'll definitely become extremely terrifying. We definitely can't let him leave Haijia alive. As soon as he finished speaking, Hai Miawu said to the unfettered Exalted Celestial, "Junior Apprentice Brother, it's time to use your true power. We can't let the Blood Demon King block our path any longer." The unfettered Exalted Celestial smiled slightly. Since Senior Apprentice Brother has spoken, Junior Apprentice Brother will naturally obey. Blood Demon Tyrant Body, is it? Humph. Let's see how long you can last. The unfettered Exalted Celestial's eyebrows twitched, and a golden energy flew out from his body. And then Hai Miawu did the same. He also released a golden energy. The Blood Demon King's eyes were startled. The flaming yellow energy of the ancient golden ancient gods? How did you? His eyes widened in shock, and he began to worry. The golden ancient god was one of the first 10 ancient gods to ascend to the god domain from the Antiquity continent. They had left behind many spiritual treasures and magic devices on the Antiquity continent. Moreover, when they were undergoing their heavenly tribulations and condensing their godheads, the power and aura that burst out from their bodies was directly transformed into divine power. This divine power was hidden in the Antiquity continent's mysterious secret territory. Obtaining even a little of this power was a heaven-defying existence. In the era of the Blood Demon King, he could only look up to the existence of the ancient golden god. Looking at the Yan Huang immortal power in their palms, the Blood Demon King frowned and sent a telepathic message to Luo Tian. "I don't know if I can withstand it, but don't worry, Master. As long as I have a breath left in me, I will definitely not retreat. If I'm dead, if possible, please scatter my ashes in the Buzhou mountain range." He was making arrangements for his funeral. Because he had no confidence in the Yan Huang immortal power. The blood demon dominating body was indeed powerful, but it was not enough to withstand the attack of the Yan Huang immortal power. Luo Tian did not respond. No response. His face was still as pale as paper, and his expression was one of extreme pain. Clearly, he was still suffering from the energy bomb. At this time, Hai Miawu sneered. As expected of the Blood Demon King. You even know that this is the Yan Huang immortal power of the ancient golden god. Since you know about the ancient golden god, you must know the power of the Yan Huang immortal power. I'll give you another chance to choose. As long as you kill Luo Tian, you will be a guest of Haijia. You will enjoy all the cultivation resources of Haijia, and will also receive a piece of godhood. He did not want to use the Yan Huang immortal power. Because this immortal power was too precious. This was something that the Crown Prince had found in the fallen god mystery region of the ancient continent. If not for Luo Tian, he really would not use it. The Blood Demon King laughed wildly. Don't talk nonsense. If you have the guts, come. I, the Blood Demon King, will never compromise, and will not do anything to betray my master. Come, all of you come. Ha ha ha. I, the Blood Demon King, will take it all. He clenched his fists and stepped into a horse stance. The 7 bodies merged into one, and the power of the Peak Emperor realm burst forth, forming a human shield, protecting Luo Tian in the center. Humph. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Since you've chosen to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Hai Miawu moved, and the Yan Huang immortal power in his palm turned into a dazzling golden light that enveloped the 7 bodies of the Blood Demon King. Go to hell. Crack. The sky darkened, and a powerful immortal power poured down. Bang. Bang, bang, bang. The incomparably valiant Blood Demon King's knees couldn't hold on any longer. They bent, and bent again. In the end, he directly knelt on the ground with his head lowered. He used his shoulders to resist an invisible force. Blood dripped from his shoulders. The wounds on his body were torn apart by the Yan Huang immortal power. Uncomfortable, indescribably uncomfortable. The Blood Demon King was really using his life to resist. The moment he knelt down. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The Blood Demon King gritted his teeth, and his eyes were bloodshot. He roared, ah. Rumble. He stood up again, and his body slowly straightened. His chest heaved up and down, and he was panting like a cow. Facing the suppression of the Yan Huang immortal power, he released the last bit of strength in his body. This was the strength he used to save his life. Now. He could not care so much. However, just as he straightened his body slightly, Yi Zichen stood up straight. Unfettered Heavenly Venerable stared, you still want to stand up? Kneel for me. Boom. The Yan Huang immortal power in his palm suddenly burst out, and golden light sprinkled down. It was as if the power from the 9 heavens fell vertically, bombarding the head of the Blood Demon King. Crack. 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 The Blood Demon King was instantly crushed to kneel on the ground. His face was extremely ugly, and he could no longer exert any strength. His body was completely crushed, and the Yan Huang immortal power had seriously injured him. He was now on the verge of death. Master. I'm sorry. I didn't protect you well. The Blood Demon King was still desperately resisting. He glanced at Luo Tian, who had unknowingly sat cross-legged, and whispered, I hope you can survive. You must remember to take revenge for me. The Blood Demon King smiled. Looking at Luo Tian, whose eyes were slightly closed, he suddenly smiled, thank you for bringing me out of the reincarnation cage. Come. The Blood Demon King's body suddenly shrank. The Blood Demon dominating body disappeared, the Blood Demon King's body was covered in the blood essence of the Blood Demon. He grinned, revealing his bloody teeth, and said sinisterly, today, I will drag someone down with me even if I die. The 5th chapter was delivered. He was going all out. Crushed by the 2 streaks of Yan Huang immortal power, he was already badly injured. He summoned the Blood Demon Overlord body back into his body, and then locked his gaze on Hai Miawu. He wanted to die together with Hai Miawu. This was the last thing he could do for Luo Tian, and the only thing he could do now. Hai Miawu frowned. He could tell what the Blood Demon King wanted to do. He couldn't help but sneer, with your current strength? Blood Demon King, aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? You want to die with me? Ha ha ha. You might be able to at first, but now? You can't even take a single blow from me, and you want to drag me down with you? Ha ha ha. Hai Miawu revealed a mocking smile and said, come, see how I trample you under my feet. Indeed. The Blood Demon King was badly injured. He was not even half as strong as before, and was no match for Hai Miawu in this state. However, the Blood Demon King was already prepared to die. Before he died, he wanted to do something for Luo Tian. Therefore, he was fearless. His eyes darkened, and he stepped forward. I'm coming. Just as he was about to charge. Suddenly, he found a hand on his shoulder. A familiar voice rang out, don't lower yourself to the level of a dog, and don't die with a dog. That will only bring shame to your status. Moreover, I won't let you die. You should know that I still have things for you to do. Master? The Blood Demon King's eyes widened, and he turned to see Luo Tian standing up. And he looked like he had been reborn, and was completely different from a few minutes ago. And what shocked him even more was the aura on Luo Tian's body. It was special, very special, and he felt a sense of déjà vu. Where had he seen it before? Luo Tian smiled faintly. His palm moved, and he used several regeneration techniques to control the Blood Demon King's injuries. Then he flipped his right hand, and the Rainbow God Stone appeared. This is for you. Eh? Rainbow Creation Divine Stone, this is? Master, this is a peerless spiritual treasure that possesses the power of creation. I can't take it. I can't take it. Blood Demon King's happiness came too suddenly, he couldn't react at all. He had once dreamed of taking back the Rainbow Divine Stone, but now that it was placed in front of him, he didn't dare to take it. Xianxia and Unfettered Exalted Celestial were immediately attracted by the Rainbow Divine Stone. Their eyes were filled with greed. Rainbow Divine Stone. The Fortune Divine Stone on the Ancient King's body. He even managed to obtain the Ancient King's item. Rumor has it that the reason the Ancient Kings were able to transcend the heavenly tribulation and condense their godheads was all because of this Fortune Divine Stone. It possessed the power of fortune and could withstand the heavenly tribulation, making transcending the tribulation extremely easy. Everyone was shocked. Xianxia and Unfettered Heavenly Venerable were both peak Emperor Realm Masters. No one understood the power of the Rainbow Divine Stone better than them. No one wanted this stone more than them. One had to know. Once one possessed it, one would be able to trigger heavenly tribulation, temper one's body, condense a godhead, break through the void, enter the deity domain, and become an invincible deity domain expert. Now, the Rainbow Divine Stone was right in front of their eyes. At this moment, their eyes were wide open. Such a good thing was actually being given away. Was his brain flooded with water? Luo Tian did not wait for the Blood Demon King to refuse, and directly fell into his embrace, and said, "If I say I'll give it to you, then take it, don't drag your feet like a woman. Besides, I have a condition, I want you to trigger heavenly tribulation within a month and condense your godhead, can you do it? If you can't do it, then don't take it." Luo Tian just wanted to thank the Blood Demon King for his protection. He had seen everything that had happened just now and was extremely grateful to the Blood Demon King. If it was him, he might not be able to do so. Then again, the Rainbow Divine Stone was indeed powerful, and the power of fortune was indeed powerful, but this thing was not of much help to Luo Tian, and he did not have the time to comprehend the power of fortune. Giving it to the Blood Demon King was the best choice. The Blood Demon King was so moved that he almost cried. He felt like he was in a dream, and even he himself felt that it was too surreal. With this Rainbow Divine Stone, it was equivalent to having a heavenly tribulation amulet. Why had no one ascended from the ancient continent for more than 10,000 years? It was because the heavenly tribulation was too powerful. With just a few heavenly tribulations, they would be reduced to ashes. Who would dare to trigger the heavenly tribulation? This also caused the ancient continent to accumulate many peak Emperor realm rankers. Xianxia and the Unfettered Sky Sovereign were two of them. Looking at the Rainbow Divine Stone in the Blood Demon King's arms, the two of them revealed sinister smiles. The Blood Demon King moved his palm and put away the 7-colored Divine Stone. He patted his chest and said, "1 month is enough. As long as my injuries are healed, with this 7-colored Divine Stone, I can immediately trigger the heavenly tribulation and condense the Godhead." Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, Xianxia suddenly laughed out loud, and said, what a pity, Luo Tian, don't you know that you shouldn't show off your wealth? Blood Demon King, do you think you can live for another month? Do you think I can still let you walk out of Xianxia? Killing intent rose. The Blood Demon King was startled. He immediately protected Luo Tian behind him and whispered, "Master, you leave first. I will stop them." He forgot that this was still Xianxia. Just as Xianxia said, they definitely wouldn't let them go. At first, it was just to kill Luo Tian. This time, they were doing it for themselves, to condense their godhead. If they only used 10% of their strength at the beginning, then now they would release 10,000,000% of their strength. They would definitely kill them and snatch the Rainbow Divine Stone. Luo Tian smiled faintly. He walked out from behind the Blood Demon King and said, "Blood Demon King, go and rest. Leave the rest to me." Immediately, Luo Tian took a step forward and said to Hai Miawu, "Do you know why I came to Haijia?" Hai Miawu sneered, "Of course it's to give me the Rainbow Divine Stone, ha ha ha." He was too excited. He could already see the moment when he condensed his godhead and ascended. He wanted to be the first person in the ancient continent to do so in 10,000 years. Luo Tian sneered and said, "I'm here to f***ck your 18 generations of Haijia ancestors. You are the founder of Haijia. Then you should be the ancestor of Haijia. That's good. I was worried that your Haijia didn't have 18 generations. Now it seems that I worried too much. Just wait to be f***ked." Luo Tian's voice became louder and louder. He became more and more arrogant. Killing intent. It was filled with an extremely sharp killing intent. Hai Miawu's eyes darkened. "You overconfident dog, get out of my way." He didn't care about Luo Tian, who was only in the Holy Spirit realm. With a flip of his hand, he chopped down with his palm. The power of a peak Emperor Realm Master could easily destroy a city. It was like destroying heaven and earth. Luo Tian didn't move. In an instant. In the face of that power, Luo Tian's eyes were firm. He said in a deep voice, "I'll let you see the power of my 8th level body. Invincible holy body. Open." The 6th chapter has been delivered. There will be an update today. Old Cow can still write. Brothers, please support me, subscribe, and vote for me if you have any votes. Old Cow is begging. 8th level physique, invincible saint physique. Even an Emperor Realm expert didn't have such a physique. This was Luo Tian's unique physique. How many times had he gone through tempering? How many dangers had he faced? Every time his physique was upgraded, it was thrilling. This time, the impact of the Origin Chi bomb almost made Luo Tian collapse. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to hold on. This kind of pain was indescribable. Luo Tian kept telling himself to hold on for one more second. He held on. He didn't use any defensive power. He didn't release his bloodline power or the power of the ancient tree. After the baptism of death, Luo Tian raised his physique to 8th level, which was the current invincible saint physique. Invincible. Open. The 8th level physique was released. His whole body was like a purple gold ore, shining with a purple gold light. His physique defense reached an unprecedented level. Facing the attack of the peak Emperor Realm expert, Luo Tian directly used his physique to withstand it. Huh? Courting death. What is he doing? He's using his body to withstand it. Does he think that the strength of a peak Emperor Realm expert is the same as that of a 7th Order Emperor? Ha ha ha. This time, Luo Tian will be crushed to pieces. Idiot. His brain is flooded with water. Doesn't he know that the strength of a peak Emperor Realm expert is 100 times stronger than that of a 7th Order Emperor? Luo Tian's actions made them laugh. He was definitely courting death. Even the Blood Demon King's heart tightened for a moment. He wanted to help Luo Tian block it, but it was too late. When he rushed over, the power of the sea annihilation weapon had already fallen. Master, be careful. Luo Tian wasn't afraid at all. How strong was the 8th level physique? Boom. Boom, boom, boom. The power fell. Luo Tian's body was covered with a thick layer of purple gold crystal-like ore, forming a super strong defense. The power that fell on his body was directly blocked, divided into 2 parts, and hit the other 2 parts. More than a dozen Union army were affected, making a few pig-like screams. The body slowly turned into powder, the breeze blew, completely disappeared. Shocking, they were extremely shocked. The power of a peak Emperor Realm Master had actually been divided. Furthermore, Luo Tian was completely fine. Injured, the Sea Destroyer warrior's power didn't even touch his body, so how could he be injured, undamaged? Not even a single strand of hair was harmed. Hai Miawu's eyes shook as he watched the purple crystals on Luo Tian's body quickly recede. He said in a deep voice, "What technique is this? How could he resist the power of a peak emperor?" It was blocked. Hai Miawu couldn't believe it. It was impossible for a Holy Spirit realm cultivator to withstand the power of a peak Emperor realm master, even if he had the piercing heaven divine art, but he had just seen with his own eyes that Luo Tian had withstood it without suffering any injuries. What was the reason? Just now, he couldn't even block the primordial energy bullet. How could he become so powerful in just a few minutes? Elemental energy bomb? Cultivation? Luo Tian is using the elemental energy bomb to cultivate. Could it be, he is cultivating his body? Hai Miaowu's eyes suddenly shook. He knew that Luo Tian was using the elemental energy pill to cultivate. He just thought that Luo Tian was using the elemental energy bomb to cultivate. He never thought that he would be crazy enough to use the elemental energy bomb to harm his body. If this wasn't a madman, then what was? Wasn't he afraid of death, at this time? Blood Demon King became excited. Purple gold sacred body, it's actually the purple gold sacred body. He actually managed to cultivate the purple gold sacred body. Among the 10 great ancient gods, one of them had his dantian shattered and was unable to cultivate. However, he managed to cultivate his body to the extreme and relied on the strength of his body to withstand the heavenly tribulation. In the end, he broke through the void and became a god-level expert. Excited. Too excited. One of the 10 ancient gods, Purple Gold Sacred King. Relying on his invincible body, he used the purple gold sacred body to transcend the heavenly tribulation and condense the Godhead, increasing the strength of his body to an unprecedented level. Among the 10 ancient gods, Purple Gold Sacred King was the most abnormal existence. Because no one was able to kill him because of his invincible physical body, Luo Tian didn't know what the purple gold sacred body was. He only knew that his body was at level 8. As for the invincible sacred body, it was also named by him. Hearing Blood Demon King's words, his heart trembled slightly. I didn't expect the level 8 body to be the purple gold sacred body. Then what is the level 9 body? What is the level of the perfect body? At the same time, Luo Tian's heart sank. He thought of Fantasy Fairy. Training the body was taught to him by Fantasy Fairy. The reason he could cultivate the purple gold sacred body should be because of Fantasy Fairy. Under his sleeves, Luo Tian suddenly clenched his fists. Thinking of Fantasy Fairy's disappearance, the anger in his heart burst out uncontrollably. Purple gold sacred body? Hai Miaowu said in a low voice, today, even if you have the body of a heavenly king, I will cripple you. Luo Tian's eyes became gloomy, and he said, if you don't cripple me today, I will *CK your 18 generations of ancestors. His strength didn't increase. But with an invincible body, he was in an invincible position. Luo Tian cursed angrily. Curses rang out from all over Haijia. Hai Miaowu's eyes were bloodshot, and he said in a low voice, what a sharp tongue. Today, I want to see what a little Luo Tian can do. If I don't cripple you today, I, Hai Miaowu, will change my surname to yours. Whoosh, whoosh, while talking. Hai Miaowu's body rolled up a gust of wind, and his robes flapped. With him as the center, the world's essence chi within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers began to slowly rotate. At the same time, a golden light flashed in his body. The Yan Huan divine power of the golden ancient god, in addition to the power condensed from the billions of world's essence chi at the peak of the Emperor realm. The purple gold sacred body was powerful. The Emperor realm's essence chi couldn't deal with it, then use divine power. No matter what, he had to kill Luo Tian. He couldn't leave any hidden dangers. This person was too terrifying. Hai Miaowu realized that if he gave Luo Tian some more time, no one except the crown prince could stop him. Moreover, if he gave him a little more time, perhaps even the crown prince, Hai Miaowu didn't dare to think further. He glanced at the void, and then his eyes darkened. His hands formed into claws, and he clawed at the void with all his might. The void cracked. The world's essence chi within 1,000,000 kilometers was instantly sucked dry. His palms moved. A super strong power condensed, and then the Yan Huan divine power broke out of his body and directly integrated into the billions of world's essence chi. The power became so strong that even Hai Miaowu couldn't control it. Luo Tian, let's see how you can resist. Hai Miaowu roared, and his palms moved, and he pushed out heavily. Too damn strong. Chapter 7, delivered. In the distance, a chrysanthemum was found at the 12 monthly tickets. Brothers, can you kill him? After today's update, Old Neo will continue to explode tomorrow, asking for all kinds of strong support. The Yan Huang divine power fused with billions of yuan qi. This palm, the power was too strong to be able to withstand the power of an emperor. I want to see how you will withstand the Yan Huang divine power. Hai Miawu pushed his fists and a surge of power blasted towards Luo Tian like a super bomb. A very strong power. Luo Tian's face was pale and his hair was flying. He stared at the shockwave and was shocked. Billions of yuan qi as the driving force, just to activate the Yan Huang divine power. I should be able to withstand billions of yuan qi with my level 8 physical body, but how can the Yan Huang divine power withstand it? One had to know that this was the power of a god-level expert. At this moment, Luo Tian couldn't care so much. His eyebrows sank and his level 8 physical body was displayed. Purple gold crystals covered his entire body. No matter what, he had to try. If he didn't die, then they wouldn't be able to hurt him. At that time, they would come one by one. Blood Demon King clenched his fists tightly. He knew the strength of the Yan Huang divine power. Coupled with the suppression of billions of yuan qi, he didn't know if Luo Tian with his purple gold sacred body could withstand it. He wanted to block it for Luo Tian. But, his body couldn't withstand it at all, and his speed was too late. Ah, Luo Tian roared. Rumble. 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 The sound shook the sky. It exploded around Luo Tian's body. The purple gold crystals on Luo Tian's body began to crack like glass, and the cracks quickly collapsed. Crack, crack, ka ka ka. Finally, the purple gold crystals completely collapsed. At this moment, Luo Tian's body flew out like a kite with a broken string, continuously crashing into dozens of walls in Xianxia. He spat out blood and his face was extremely pale. He lay motionless in the ruins. Too strong. His own cultivation was too low. Ha ha ha, arrogant. Try being arrogant again. Hai Tongtian was the first to laugh excitedly. Seeing Luo Tian lying in the ruins, unable to get up, he couldn't help but clap his hands and cheer. The resentment in his heart was finally vented. A smug sneer appeared on Hai Miaowu's face. Purple gold sacred body? That's all there is to it. Unfettered Exalted Celestial also laughed loudly. Hai Jia was in a state of jubilation, as if they had defeated an invincible enemy. Luo Tian, go to hell. Who dares to go against the Hai Jia and even boast about cursing 18 generations of ancestors? Who's going to die now? You can't even take one hit from the crown prince, yet you still dare to be so arrogant in Hai Jia. You must feel good now, ha ha ha. In the beginning, they were suppressed by Luo Tian's purple gold saint physique until they were speechless. Now, all of them jumped out and laughed loudly at Luo Tian. The Blood Demon King's face sank as he frantically ran forward. Before he could even get close, Unfettered Exalted Celestial's body landed as he laughed coldly. It's your turn now. It came too quickly. Furthermore, Unfettered Exalted Celestial's Yan Huang godly power rose from his palm. Without giving the Blood Demon King any time to react, his body moved like a line and a palm heavily landed on the Blood Demon King's chest. The Blood Demon King's body caved in as the Yan Huang godly power exploded on his chest like a spider web. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. His eyes flickered as his entire body flew out. Pung! 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 He crashed into a building, causing it to collapse. His entire body was buried in the rubble. In less than 10 seconds, Luo Tian was sent flying and the Blood Demon King was buried. It was unknown whether the two were dead or alive. Hai Jia, it was a complete uproar. Hai Tongtian laughed like an idiot. Ha ha ha. You want to oppose me? Luo Tian, who do you think you are? You're just a piece of trash from a low-level plane, and you want to overturn the heavens in front of me? Ha ha ha. You must feel good today. Too excited. For such a long time, the shadow of Luo Tian being instantly killed by the god fire had been left in his heart, causing him to develop a heart demon. Thus, during this period of time, he did not dare to cultivate, fearing that the heart demon would quickly grow. Now that he saw Luo Tian lying motionless in the ruins, the heart demon in his body began to tremble. Hai Tong Tian was extremely arrogant as he roared towards the sky, "Going against me, Haijia, even if he is the heavenly king, there is only one outcome, and that is death." Suddenly, a brick that was buried in Luo Tian's body slid down. Hai Tong Tian's chrysanthemum tightened. Looking over, he found that Luo Tian was still buried and did not move at all. It was a false alarm, and his heart could not help but become angry. He shouted in a deep voice, "Dig him out. Doesn't he like to make others sing something like conquer? Today, I will make him kneel in front of me and sing that government." As soon as his voice faded, a few disciples of the Alliance army walked forward. Just that, without waiting for them to get close, a few more bricks slid down. The two disciples' faces darkened. They were a little afraid and couldn't help but stop. Hai Tong Tian, on the other hand, cursed angrily, "Useless trash, even if he's not dead, he's crippled now. Hurry up and dig him out." Clang! Walala, a brick slid down. Next, a ray of fire shot up into the sky from the ruins. It directly broke through the void. Others might not be familiar with it, but to Hai Tong Tian, this flame was incomparably familiar. It was the god fire that instantly killed the elders of Haijia. Seeing this flame rush out of the ruins, he was scared silly. His legs went soft and he couldn't stand steadily. The heart demon in his heart began to grow crazily. Almost at the same time, Hai Tong Tian begged Hai Miawu for help. "Great ancestor, save me, great ancestor, save me," just like a pitiful creature. He knelt on the ground and crawled in the direction of Hai Miawu, his voice trembling. That flame was too strong. Hai Tong Tian had nightmares every night because of that flame. Hai Miawu's eyebrows shook. Looking at the god fire in the void, his eyes turned fierce. He found that there was a kind of power in the god fire that didn't belong to this world. He couldn't say whether it was strong or weak, but he couldn't see through it. This was very abnormal for him, who was at the peak of the emperor realm. Seeing Hai Tong Tian crawling on the ground in front of so many people, where was the dignity of the Haijia's patriarch? He was about to lose his life, so what dignity did he have? He was 100% sure that the god fire was coming for him. If he didn't ask for help, he would die. Even if he asked for help, he wasn't sure. That flame was too strange. He was annoyed. "Humph." Hai Miawu snorted coldly and said in a low voice, "If you weren't the crown prince's father, I would kill you. You're a disgrace to the Haijia." At the same time, Hai Miawu landed beside Hai Tong Tian with a ferocious look in his eyes as he fully unleashed his peak emperor realm strength. He didn't lower his guard just because it was a small fireball and instead took it seriously, conjuring a Yuan Qi wall. But, Hai Tong Tian suddenly realized that the god fire wasn't coming for him, but for the great ancestor's head. Grade 3 God Fire, open. The first chapter has been delivered, a new day has begun, and a new update has begun. Brothers, Old Bull needs new votes. P.S. Thank you for the support early in the morning. Thank you. The divine flame was such a precious thing, how could it be wasted on trash? Definitely not. When Hai Tong Tian found out that the divine flame was not locked onto him, but the great ancestor, he did not know if he should be happy. Happy, or happy? Because his entire body relaxed. It was indescribably relaxed, as if he had unloaded a burden of tens of thousands of kilograms. His entire body felt comfortable. However, he still reminded loudly, "Great ancestor, you must be careful of this flame. This flame is too strange." Then, he flipped his body and rolled on the ground. He was afraid that he would be caught in the crossfire by Hai Miawu's side. Standing in a safe place, he patted off the dust on his body. His face regained its cold arrogance, the majesty of the Lord of Haijia. His face darkened as he shouted, "Men, immediately dig out that dog Luo Tian for me." His face changed faster than flipping a book. There was not the slightest bit of fear on his face. He also did not feel the change in the gazes of the people around him. At the same time, Hai Miawu laughed coldly as he looked up at the flames falling from the sky. With a move of his arm, he directly condensed a wall of Yuan Qi to block it. He laughed coldly and said, no matter how strong the cultivation technique is, it is useless against me. Even the purple gold sacred body is useless. What can a mere fire attribute cultivation technique do to me? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. A flame power landed on the wall of Xianxia. The blazing flame exploded on the wall of Xianxia. The heat wave was monstrous as it swept out. A mushroom cloud rose above the wall of Xianxia, as if a nuclear bomb had exploded. Just as Xianxia relaxed. Suddenly, the wall of Xianxia was trembling. Creak, creak, he. It was as if the ice layer was cracking. The cracks quickly spread out in all directions. In the end, just like Luo Tian's purple gold sacred body, it collapsed with a loud bang. Next, the divine flame continued to crush down. Xianxia frowned. His face was filled with anger as he shouted, "You want to hurt me with just you? Heavenly Dipper Earth Fiend. Emperor's power, come out for me." In that instant, Xianxia's body once again condensed a powerful defensive force. The wall of Xianxia was broken, which was enough to show the strength of this flame. Although he was furious, he still used all his strength to deal with it. However, it was useless. Before his power could take shape, the divine fire exploded above his head. It was as if a bottle of burning gasoline had been poured onto Xianxia, causing him to be in an extremely sorry state. A dignified peak Emperor Realm Master had actually been hit by a Saint Spirit trash. Furthermore, his whole body felt hot and dry. The flame burned wildly on his body. Xianxia completely ignored the burning power. His eyes darkened as he stomped his right foot. He was angry, he was thoroughly enraged. Luo Tian. With a hysterical roar, the furious destroyer of the sea released the strongest power in his body. Like a beam of light, it shot straight into the sky, into the ninth heaven, and then fiercely smashed down on the pile of ruins. However, before he had finished all of this, his skin cracked, and cracked. They could clearly see magma-like liquid flowing through the cracks. Pain, it was very painful. It was so painful that Xianxia wanted to scream. His body was shaking, and it was as if he had fallen into a bottomless pit of ice. A chill ran down his spine. The power in his body was out of control. The power that had rushed into the ninth heaven disappeared like a fart, not even leaving behind a stench. Cold. Why do I feel cold? Xianxia's heart trembled, and his eyes lost focus. He shook his body and said in shock, "Why would I feel cold? I am a peak Emperor Realm Master. Even if it was Millennium Black Ice in front of me, I wouldn't feel cold." What was going on? Rumble, the ruins exploded. Luo Tian's forehead, mouth, and chest were all covered in blood. He was covered in blood. The moment the purple gold sage body was broken, Luo Tian locked onto Xianxia, wanting to use the divine fire to stop him. However, he had completely underestimated the power of the Yan Huang divine power. He was sent flying before he could release the divine fire. He was almost unconscious in the ruins. It was also at that moment that he released the divine fire. It was not Hai Tong Tian. It was Xianxia. If he wanted to do it, he would do it big. Moreover, the moment he released the divine fire, it leveled up to level 3, and the chance of insta-killing him also increased. What surprised Luo Tian even more was that the power of the divine fire was no longer as simple as insta-killing. The power of a level 3 divine fire and a level 2 divine fire were two completely different concepts. The fact that the Xianxia wall had been broken was enough to prove this. Luo Tian grinned, revealing his blood-stained teeth. He laughed sinisterly and said, "Let me tell you why you're so grateful. It's because you're about to die." Word by word. Word by word. After saying this, Luo Tian could not help but laugh wildly. He had not expected to trigger an insta-kill, he had not expected this at all. Moreover, the divine fire released by a Holy Spirit Realm cultivator could really insta-kill an Emperor Realm Master. Now, even a peak Emperor Realm Master like Xianxia was about to be insta-killed by the divine fire. Luo Tian was indescribably excited. What a load of nonsense. It's impossible for me to die. I am a peak Emperor Realm Master. I am a super master who has lived for more than 14,000 years. How can I die? Hai Miaowu shouted angrily. Looking at Luo Tian's sinister sneer, he was furious again. He tried to control his hands, but found that he could not use any strength at all. All the strength in his body was being devoured by a strange force. His mind. His sea of consciousness was rapidly deteriorating. It was like a sand castle that was gently pushed by the sea and collapsed. At this moment, Hai Miaowu realized that his life was rapidly draining away. He turned around and looked at Unfettered Heavenly Sovereign. Unfettered Heavenly Sovereign shook his head. He did not know what was happening either. Then he looked at Hai Tongtian. Hai Tongtian's expression was dead as he nodded. Hit by the divine fire. This was the characteristic. His body cracked, and magma burned everything. Everything was being devoured in a frenzy. Hai Tongtian looked at Ancestor Tai's fearful eyes, and his own mind was also twitching. The devil in his heart laughed strangely, and his legs were trembling. He was scared, extremely scared. If he hadn't grabbed his thighs with his hands, he wouldn't have been able to stand at all. Hai Miaowu turned to look at Luo Tian and roared, "I will not die. I will not die. 10,000 layers of will. Give birth to me." In the end, he desperately released a secret art. He released his will, which was the power of his Yuan spirit. As long as his Yuan spirit existed, he would be able to rebuild his body one day. He also believed that the Crown Prince would definitely help him not die. The second chapter was delivered. However, Hai Miaowu was thinking too much. The primordial spirit that flew out of his body was burned by a flame before he could send his will into it. His primordial spirit was gone. That was how domineering the god fire was. Once it locked onto you, you would either not die or be killed instantly. Once you were killed, you would not have any chance to escape. It was as though your time was up. The king of hell just had to draw a line and you would come to report. Hai Miaowu trembled. His face was pale and he was scared to death. He hurriedly shouted, "I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Save me, junior brother, save me, quick." Hai Miaowu then looked into the sky and shouted, Crown Prince, save me." No one responded, no one came forward. Hai Miaowu was like an old man in a lonely family, isolated and helpless. Finally, Hai Miaowu knelt in front of Luo Tian and begged, "Spare me, spare my dog life. I promise that no one will touch you in the future, not even the Crown Prince. Luo Tian, save me. Didn't you want to kill Hai Tongtian? I'll help you. I'll give you the entire Haijia. Please spare my life. Hai Tongtian captured your woman. Brother, he wants to use her to blackmail you. As long as you spare my life, I'll make him kneel in front of you. I'll even kill him. Please save me." In front of death, everything was bullshit. Dignity, bullshit. Status, bullshit. After living for more than 14,000 years, Hai Miaowu had seen countless deaths. He was afraid, very afraid of death. That was why he was like this. As long as he was alive, there would be hope. Just like how the Blood Demon King had been imprisoned in the reincarnation cage for millions of years. He had been waiting for the day he could see the light of day again. He had never thought of dying. If he died, there would be nothing left. Luo Tian laughed with interest. Ha ha ha, let me save you. The high and mighty Mia was kneeling in front of him. What Luo Tian felt wasn't pleasure, but anger. He remembered everything that the Blood Demon King had just endured. He wanted to kill him thousands of times, but now, he was kneeling in front of him like a dog. This feeling, awesome. Without waiting for Luo Tian to speak, Hai Tongtian anxiously said, "Luo Tian, kill him. Kill him." He didn't know if Luo Tian could really take back the divine fire. However, he was really worried that once Taizu recovered, he would do something to Haijia. He was afraid. Therefore, he immediately shouted, "Great Ancestor, do you have any shame? You've lived for more than 14,000 years. Haven't you lived enough? Hurry up and die, don't implicate others. After you die, I will definitely avenge you. You can rest assured that I will use Luo Tian's head as a sacrifice to you." Not only him. The old ancestors of Haijia also said, "Great Ancestor, hurry up and die. 14,000 years is enough. Go to hell. Hurry up and die. Luo Tian, what's wrong with you? Hurry up and kill him. Why are you still blabbering here? Luo Tian, are you still human? Hurry up and do it. Adding insult to injury. Everyone was adding insult to injury. Hai Tongtian began to kneel and beg for mercy. Now it was the turn of Haijia's great ancestor. Haijia had lost all face. But, so what? As long as Luo Tian died, Haijia still had more than a dozen venerable sovereigns who were invincible. So what if they had one less great ancestor? However, if what great ancestor said was true, then Haijia would suffer. At this time, Haijia couldn't wait for great ancestor to die. Hai Miawu was incomparably furious. The Hai family that he had single-handedly created was actually like this. They watched him, the old ancestor, die. Not only that, they were all kicking him while he was down. They couldn't wait to attack. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Hai Miawu raised his head and laughed. Hai Miawu, your life's efforts were in vain. You wanted to make Haijia the #1 ancient family. How laughable, ha ha ha. How laughable, how laughable. Then, Hai Tongtian said, Great ancestor, you were the one who was heartless first. In order to save your life, you actually said that you would destroy the fair family. You might as well die earlier. As for your dream, I will definitely fulfill it for you. I will definitely make the fair family the #1 ancient family. Hai Miawu didn't look at the people of Haijia again. Instead, he looked at Luo Tian and said, Come, I am very satisfied to die in your hands. Boy. You are the person with the most potential I have ever seen. You are also the craziest and most abnormal person. But you have to be careful. You are not the Crown Prince's match. At present, you are far from being his match. As he said that, he raised his head to look at the void and revealed a mysterious smile, saying, I will wait for you on the road to the Yellow Springs. Luo Tian, although I am going to die, you will not be able to escape death today. This is your fate. Ha ha ha, at this moment. Hai Miawu's head cracked open as magma flowed out of his body. Finally. Rumble, rumble, rumble. His body exploded and turned into dust. Not even a single bone was left behind. At the same time, a notification sounded in Luo Tian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Hai Miawu for obtaining 5 billion experience points, 350,000 essence G points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Yan Huang divine power. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level, Holy Spirit Stage 3. Ding! Sin value +1, current sin value, 2,999. At the same time, the ancient tree in Luo Tian's mind trembled violently. After absorbing the soul of Hai Miawu, the ancient tree emitted a strange fragrance, and at the same time, 60 million points of essence Qi instantly dropped from Luo Tian's essence slot. They were all absorbed by the ancient tree. At this moment, the flower buds on the ancient tree. Actually, all of them bloomed. The power of the ancient tree increased by another level. Luo Tian was overwhelmed with shock, his heart filled with longing for the fantasy fairy, and he muttered in a low voice, Fantasy girl, did you see that? The ancient tree has bloomed, it has bloomed, did you see that? I miss you so much. I really want to. He wanted the fantasy fairy to share his joy. However, he couldn't do it anymore. Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly, and then said, Damn it, who else is there? The entire arena was silent. A few seconds later, Hai Tongtian said gloomily, As far as I know, Luo Tian, that flame of yours isn't limitless, right? Even if you release it limitlessly. But I want you to kneel down now. On the stage, Yi Yunmeng, Huang Fuya, and Lu Zhan were pressed to the ground by a few Haijia elders. Kneeling there, Luo Tian's fury reached its peak all of a sudden. The third chapter has been delivered. The old cow was still riding with all her might. There was still an update in the morning. Brothers, please support me. Luo Tian. I specially prepared this for you. How is it? I'm good to you, right? I even brought my daughter-in-law, ha ha ha. Hai Tong Tian laughed. Originally, this was his trump card. He didn't want to use it until the end. But after Hai Miawu said it, he didn't need to hide it anymore. The three were forced to kneel on the ground. When Lu Zhan saw Luo Tian, he immediately shouted, ha ha ha. I told you that boss would be fine. Huang Fuya also cried emotionally, damn, rogue, where did you run off to? Do you still want to be the vice captain of my pretty girls squad? Humph, humph, humph. Yinmeng looked at Luo Tian and didn't say anything. As long as she saw that Luo Tian was fine, she would be satisfied. She was like this. Since Luo Tian came to Cloud Mist College, she had been silently watching Luo Tian from afar. She didn't go forward, didn't meet him, and just watched from afar. This was enough for her. Seeing Luo Tian become stronger day by day, while her own cultivation remained stagnant, she gradually felt that she wasn't worthy of Luo Tian. But, she really fell in love. And she couldn't extricate herself. Today, if she hadn't been forcefully suppressed, she still wouldn't have met Luo Tian. Luo Tian's gaze fell on Yunming's body. Seeing that her face was still covered with black spots, looking at her eyes, Luo Tian felt a sharp pain in his heart. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he said softly, silly queen, I miss you. Miss her. Yunming instantly collapsed. She tried to hold it in, but she couldn't hold it in. Tears kept pouring out. She covered her mouth with one hand, not letting herself cry out. What a pair of dogman and bitch. Hai Tong Tian walked up, his eyes fierce, and slapped her. Fortunately, my son didn't really want to marry you. Otherwise, I don't know how many times you've made him a cuckold. You're such an immoral woman. Today, I'll punish you for my son. Pa. A slap landed. Yuming's body swayed and she spat out a mouthful of blood. However, it was as if she couldn't feel the pain. She still had a smile on her face as she looked at Luo Tian. Hai Tong Tian became even more furious. Luo Tian took a step forward. Boom, the earth shook violently. Hai Tong Tian originally wanted to slap Yunming a few more times, but when he heard Luo Tian's footsteps behind him, he immediately turned around and sneered, Luo Tian, I'll advise you to stand there obediently. Otherwise, I'll make these three die in front of you. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold sword was placed on Yunming's neck. Luo Tian's face sank as he gnashed his teeth. The distance was too far, with his speed, it was impossible for him to make a move before the sword fell. After leveling up, all of his cultivation techniques had finished cooling down, including the divine fire, but at this distance, the divine fire was not enough to instantly kill him before he killed Yunming. Distance, speed, strength, none of them were enough. Luo Tian's heart became even more filled with hatred as he said solemnly, Hai Tong Tian, I will definitely make you regret everything you did just now. I will definitely pay you back 1,000 times over. Oh? Ha ha ha, is that so? Hai Tong Tian laughed out loud, and then slapped Huang Fuya's face with the back of his hand, and said proudly, then come and hit me, come, hit me 1,000 times over, ha ha ha. Do you dare? Pa. Huang Fuya almost fainted from the slap. Lu Zhan suddenly shouted, Hai Tong Tian, you dog, if you have the guts, come at me. You're nothing compared to hitting a woman. Bam. Kicking Lu Zhan's abdomen, Hai Tong Tian snorted and said, trash like you, if it weren't for your relationship with Luo Tian, you would have died on the misty cloud mountain. The kick left Lu Zhan speechless. Even his breathing had stopped. His face was red, and his internal organs were all displaced. Luo Tian was angry, very angry, and the anger in his heart almost made him go berserk, but he desperately suppressed it. Once he lost control, he didn't know what he would do. Moreover, Yunming and the other two might be killed by him. So far, Haijia had only lost a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, and a Peak Emperor Realm Master, Hai Miawu. There were still more than a dozen Emperor Realm Masters present, and the most important point was that there was still a mysterious master who hadn't appeared. This master should be the strongest person in Haijia. Luo Tian didn't have the confidence to say the three of them, uncomfortable. This feeling was very uncomfortable, the more he couldn't do anything, the happier Hai Tongtian was. He should have saved the three of them long ago. That way, there wouldn't be so many problems. Hai Tongtian was a little annoyed that he didn't do this earlier. Luo Tian. If you don't want your brother and woman to die, kneel down now. Hai Tongtian said playfully, also, sing for me what it means to conquer. I really want to hear what it means to conquer. Ha ha ha, Hai Tongtian laughed, he laughed loudly, and laughed proudly. Looking at Luo Tian's painful expression, he was very excited. Seeing that Luo Tian was still hesitating, Hai Tongtian kicked Lu Zhan, who was closest to him, and said, kneel, for me. Jejej, Luo Tian's fists were clenched tightly as he walked forward step by step. Hai Tongtian frowned and said, who told you to go forward? I told you to kneel, so kneel on the spot. I'll give you 10 seconds to consider. If you still don't kneel, then this fattie's head will be moved. Ha ha ha, everyone was looking at Luo Tian. It was as if they were looking at a monkey in the zoo. Their eyes were filled with ridicule and disdain. Kneel. Kneel, Hai Jia Master told you to kneel, didn't you hear? Kid, you also have a day like this. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Let's see how arrogant you are now, ha ha ha. Luo Tian didn't stop. He continued to walk forward step by step. Because of anger and pain, Hai Tongtian laughed loudly and proudly. At the same time, he counted and said, 10, 9, 8, 3 more seconds. Little fatty, it seems like your boss doesn't take you seriously at all. You can't blame me for this. Die. 3, 2, the instant the number 1 was counted, Luo Tian suddenly sped up, directly reducing the distance of 300 meters to 50 meters. But even 50 meters wasn't enough. It must be understood that Hai Tongtian was a peak stage saint spirit. To him, killing someone didn't require even a tenth of a second. However, Luo Tian still charged forward at full speed. Was he going to give up on Lu Zhan? No. In that instant, as he suddenly exerted his strength, the space above the arena began to distort, and a figure charged out from within. Huangfuju had come, the 4 divine beasts clan, Boundless City, Little White, they had all come. Even the Blood Demon King, who had been buried in the rubble, stood up. They had all come. Chapter 4 has been delivered. Afternoon update, up ahead, a chrysanthemum has been discovered. Brothers, give me another vote and beat him, recommended girls book, where peace and joy, please support. Space moved, a shadow flashed. In the blink of an eye, Huangfuju swept Lu Zhan, Huangfuye, and a Yunming away, and in an instant, he drilled into the space crack. He came without a shadow and left without a trace, the space-time bloodline was unleashed to the extreme. Even the unfettered heavenly sovereign, who was at the peak of the emperor realm, did not react in time. Hai Tongtian still had a smug smile on his face as he stared at Luo Tian. He still wanted to say something, but the words that were about to come out of his mouth were forcefully swallowed back down. He glanced sideways. Where is he? Gone, gone, gone? What's going on? Red Eyebrow's ancestor said solemnly, space-time bloodline, Huangfuju. Hai Tongtian's expression changed, and he snorted, I forgot about that dog. Suddenly, seeing that Huangfuye and the other 2 had been rescued, Luo Tian's thunderous anger rushed straight to his head as he roared, Hai Tongtian, give me your life. Boom. With a stomp of his right foot, the thick bluestone tiles were trampled into powder. Then, God Fury. Boom. Boom. Luo Tian's body emitted a thunderous sound caused by the collision of powers. Then, he leaped into the air and landed like a furious Vajra. Without waiting for Hai Tongtian to react, he threw a punch down. Bang! Hai Tongtian fell to the ground. His face was pale, and he was so scared that he peed his pants. He rolled and crawled on the ground and shouted, someone, quickly, quickly, quickly block him for me. Block Luo Tian for me. Are you all trash? Afraid. Too afraid. Luo Tian was like a god of death. However, without waiting for the Emperor Realm powerhouses to rush up, Luo Tian grabbed Hai Tongtian's thigh and threw him into the air, smashing him heavily onto the ground. Hai Tongtian, where do you think you're going? Bang! The ground cracked. Hai Tongtian's eyes glowed with golden light as blood gushed out of his nose. He angrily said, Luo Tian, if you dare to kill me, Haijiao will not let you go. My son will not let you go either. Try to touch me again. Before he could finish his sentence, Luo Tian swung again, throwing Hai Tongtian into the air and smashing him down. I tried. What's wrong? Ah, Hai Tongtian let out a blood-curdling scream. Once again, he turned to the guest elders of the Haijia Alliance and shouted, What are you looking at? Save me. Get that damn Luo Tian out of here. Are you all stupid? Everything happened too quickly. He couldn't react in time. Haijia called for help a second time, and the Haitian experts all rushed forward. Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched. The anger in his heart had not been vented at all. He sat down on Hai Tongtian's body and grabbed him tightly with one hand. His right hand clenched tightly as he punched down. Didn't you want to kill me? Didn't you ask your son to kill me? Come on, mother of cur. Bang, 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 punches rained down on Hai Tongtian's face. In just a few punches, his face was bruised and swollen like a pig's head. He no longer had the slightest bit of arrogance, and only kept screaming, screaming, and screaming. Those who touch my woman, die. Those who touch my brother, die. Hai Tongtian, even if you have 10,000 lives, it won't be enough for you to die. Luo Tian roared, venting his anger. At the same time as he punched, the Emperor Realm experts also attacked, crazily bombarding Luo Tian's body. All kinds of powerful forces, all kinds of powerful divine abilities, bombarded Luo Tian's body one after another. However, in the face of Luo Tian's 8th grade physical body, these attacks were completely useless. Luo Tian did not care at all. He firmly held Hai Tongtian, not letting go for a moment. Be arrogant again, send people to kill me. Aren't you the master of Haijia? Aren't you high and mighty? Come again. Like a madman. During this period of time, Luo Tian had accumulated too much. He was defeated by the Crown Prince in one move. The fantasy fairy disappeared forever in order to protect him. Cloud Mist College was destroyed. Those innocent students were tortured and killed. Many of his brothers died tragically. These scenes played out in Luo Tian's mind. The anger in his heart became more and more monstrous. The strength of his fists also became more and more ferocious. He punched Hai Tongtian's face again and again. His face was smashed. His nose, eyes, and mouth were all bloody. Even so, Luo Tian did not let go, he still continued to attack. The red eyebrows Grandmaster's eyes trembled as he said in fear, Crazy, he's crazy. Hit him hard. Unfettered Sky Sovereign, I beg you to save the Patriarch. When the Crown Prince comes back, if his father dies, I'm afraid you won't be able to explain it. Unfettered Sky Sovereign did not make a move. Moreover, he kept looking up at the sky, as if he was waiting for something. Suddenly, his eyes moved slightly, and his figure descended, instantly landing in front of Luo Tian. With a move of his palms, 2 streams of Yan Huang magic power rose from his palms, and with a deep shout, he said, Enough. Both palms pushed fiercely. Rumble. Rumble. Rumble, Luo Tian's purple gold holy body shattered, and his body flew out like a kite with a broken string. The moment he flew out, he still punched down heavily, and roared out, I said that I would *CK over your Haijia, and I will definitely do it. Whoosh, 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 Luo Tian fell into the ruins. This time, he definitely couldn't give him another chance. At the beginning, it was also in the ruins. This time, he definitely couldn't let Luo Tian get up again. The 12 Emperor stage rankers on the stage moved together and directly landed beside Luo Tian's ruins. Everyone knew in their hearts that they had to kill Luo Tian, or else they would be like Hai Tongtian, killed one by one like Haijia. Hai Tongtian, who had been beaten to a pulp by Luo Tian, crawled up from the ground with difficulty. It was hard to imagine. He actually didn't die. However, he could no longer see what he looked like. Hai Tongtian spat out a mouthful of blood and said with a sob, Kill him, you must kill him. He was still so arrogant after being beaten to such a state. Arrogant? you still dare to be arrogant? Go to hell for your father. A deep voice came out from the ruins, followed by a divine flame that shot straight up. In an instant, it fell and directly exploded above Hai Tongtian's head. Hai Tongtian was immediately dumbfounded. His eyes were dull as he stared blankly into the distance. Urine dripped from his crotch as he muttered, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. The divine flame exploded. Rumble. Hai Tongtian's eyes became dizzy and he fainted. What a pity, it didn't cause an instant kill. This was something that Luo Tian didn't expect. There were two possibilities for the divine flame. One was an instant kill, and the other was fainting. There was no third possibility. Without an instant kill, the divine flame only fainted and didn't cause any substantial damage. Everyone glanced at the unconscious Hai Tongtian on the stage. His body didn't burn. Immediately after, 12 pairs of eyes stared at Luo Tian with killing intent. It was also at this moment. Whoever dares to touch my boss, I'll kill him. Whoever dares to touch our old ancestor, I'll kill him. The 5th chapter has been delivered. There are more updates today, it will be delivered tonight. Subscribe more, vote more, Old Bull needs it very much, brothers. They're here, they're all here. Haijia, they were completely surrounded. Patriarch, it's not good. The north gate has fallen. The south gate has also fallen. The east gate can't hold on any longer. They're all Azure Dragon warriors. We can't hold them off at all. The west gate is gone. At this moment, the entire Haijia was left with only the martial arts practice field. There were also several thousand allied troops. Hearing this, they all fell into chaos. It wasn't because they were surrounded, but because the people surrounding them were actually from the Four Divine Beasts clan. How could they appear here? The Four Divine Beasts continent was tens of millions of kilometers away from here. How could they have arrived in such a short time? Hai Tongtian's face was still a bloody mess. There was no expression on his face. His voice was trembling. Rolling his eyes, he stared at Luo Tian, who was slowly crawling up from the ruins, and said fiercely, "Don't worry about anything else. Kill him first." These people were all here to protect Luo Tian. As long as he died, they definitely wouldn't do anything. The expressions of the 12 Emperor Realm powerhouses surrounding Luo Tian changed slightly. That's right. If they killed Luo Tian, they really wanted to curse Hai Tongtian. That was easy for him to say. Could they kill him? The Blood Demon King stood behind them, glaring like a tiger watching its prey. A little white dog that was even taller than a human. The power coming from its body made them tremble. A group of peak Holy Spirit Realm Saint Knights pointed their spears at their heads. 4 different directions. The 4 Divine Beasts clans each had 10 experts, and they were all in beast form. Would they be able to do anything, not to mention attack? Now, even if they were asked to move, they wouldn't dare. How could they attack? One by one, they all arrived. Seeing Luo Tian surrounded by a dozen Emperor Realm powerhouses, Little White revealed its 2 fangs and said in a deep voice, "Boss, say the word and I'll eat all of them." How dare you bully my boss? Little White was furious. Kai Len also said, "City Lord, the Paladin Regiment can instantly kill 2 Emperor Realm Masters, as long as you say the word." The Blood Demon King grinned and said, "Master, I've already mostly recovered. I can send these people to heaven by myself." Silly Zhu said, "Young Master, the 4 Divine Beasts clan awaits your orders at all times." Ha! Ha! Boom! The Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger clans had 40 people, and each of them was an incomparably powerful existence. This was the first time they had seen Luo Tian. At first, they didn't believe it, but now they did. Furthermore, he firmly believed it without a doubt. Only a reincarnated ancestor could face 12 Emperor Realm Masters without fear and even smile. An Emperor Realm Master, the strongest realm. How strong was Luo Tian to face 12 people at once? Was it necessary to mobilize so many experts to kill it? It was too unbelievable. The reincarnation of the ancestor is indeed different. Just now, the ancestor of Haijia was killed by him. Isn't that too valiant? The two of them dared to barge into Xianxia, and even caused two Xianxia Emperor Realm Masters to die. The reincarnation of the ancestor is truly formidable. The four Divine Beasts clan members were all discussing. Hai Tongtian's eyes darkened, and he couldn't help but feel somewhat anxious. Their Xianxia clan still had the absolute advantage, but when facing Luo Tian and the Blood Demon King, they actually couldn't grasp the situation. Now, the four Divine Beasts clan, the Demigod Little White, the Blood Demon King, and the Paladin Regiment from Immeasurable City, the Xianxia clan was no match at all. Unless, at this moment, Hai Tongtian couldn't help but raise his head to look at the sky, and then at the unfettered Exalted Celestial. The unfettered Exalted Celestial was the strongest here. With the death of Hai Miawu, only he was a peak Emperor Realm Master. He had become the backbone of Xianxia. Hai Tongtian asked in a low voice, "Did he say anything?" The unfettered Exalted Celestial didn't say anything. Hai Tongtian's eyes trembled, and then he stepped forward. His teeth were leaking, and his words were rather unclear. "For Divine Beasts clan, our Xianxia clan doesn't seem to have any enmity with you. There's no need to start a war with our Xianxia clan over a piece of trash, right? Why not? When you return, our Xianxia clan will gift you with an elemental energy mine, as well as 10 divine artifacts. What do you think? My son is the Xianxia Dragon Emperor. He is the son of the heavens. Offending the Xianxia clan isn't a very wise thing to do. In addition, my son is currently heading towards Cloudmist City. When he returns, his tone carried a hint of toughness. Using both soft and hard methods. He wanted to use the Crown Prince and the Heavens Dao to intimidate the four Divine Beasts clan. However, an old man covered in azure scales walked out from within the Azure Dragon clan. His eyes were slightly savage as he said, "You are the current leader of the Xianxia clan, right? From the looks of it, you should have been beaten up by our young clan master, right? All I want to say is, you really did King well. Forget about the Crown Prince. Even if the Heavens Dao descended, our four Divine Beasts clan wouldn't take half a step back." As soon as his words came out, the other three clans immediately responded as well. "We definitely won't back down. Anyone who dares to touch our young clan master will be making an enemy out of our four Divine Beasts clan. None of the enemies of the four Divine Beasts clan have been able to survive in this world. You don't understand our four Divine Beasts clan at all." His tone was incomparably tough. He didn't feel any fear at all. A threat? It was completely useless. Hai Tongtian's bloody face twitched slightly. He asked once more, "Exalted Celestial Carefree, what did he say? These people are already bullying us. If we don't teach these bumpkins a lesson, they'll really think we're pushovers." Before the Crown Prince left, he said that he was to protect the Xianxia clan. But now, when I need him... Hai Tongtian's face was incomparably frantic. The Exalted Celestial Carefree frowned slightly. He said in a low voice, "He didn't say anything." "What do you want me to say? Look at the situation now." The flesh on Hai Tongtian's face twitched once more. He couldn't hold on any longer. If they were to act, the Xianxia clan might be completely uprooted. By then, what number 1 ancient clan? What hegemon of the Central Plains? They would be nothing more than a joke. A colossal joke. No. Hai Tongtian immediately made his decision. He knelt down, kowtowing heavily, then said, "Tian Lingzi, can you help me? Help the Xianxia clan. Help the Crown Prince as well. If you still don't act, then the Xianxia clan really will be gone. I beg you." Bang! Hai Tongtian kowtowed heavily once more. The sky was still the same sky. Nothing had changed. There was no sound at all. Luo Tian's heart sank as he looked at the sky. By the looks of it, the hidden powerhouse is none other than Tian Lingzi. I'm afraid this person is the strongest boss here. Is he also the final boss? He's not coming out? Luo Tian grinned slightly. He stood up, patted the dirt off his body, and said, "They're all here. Then let's fight. Kill them all. *CK the Xianxia clan." The 6th chapter has been delivered, 6 chapters today. I'm a little tired. Let old bull rest for a few more hours. We'll continue tomorrow, it's going to be a new week soon. Don't forget the tickets. Tianling Zi, Haijiao's strongest boss, why didn't he come out? Luo Tian didn't know, but his purpose today was to defeat the Haijia. Even if the crown prince came, he would defeat the Haijia. Revenge for the innocent people who died in Cloud Mist College. Now. The 4 divine beasts' army came, Xiaobai also came with Kai Lin and the others. This was Luo Tian's strongest period. If he didn't do something at this time, he would be letting himself down. Immediately. Luo Tian had an arrogant smile on his face as he shouted in a deep voice, "Kill!" Boom! The Blood Demon King took the lead. A huge blood shadow rushed up in an instant and landed directly beside Luo Tian. He glanced around and said in a deep voice, "You were the ones who attacked my boss just now, right?" Before he could finish his words, the Blood Demon King suddenly attacked, and the blood shadow that filled the sky fell heavily. Red Eyebrow's old ancestor and the other 11 Emperor Realm Masters covered their heads and fled. At this time, they didn't dare to resist at all. In front of the Peak Emperor Realm Blood Demon King, they had no room to resist. Luo Tian shouted in a deep voice, "Xiaobai, don't let any of them escape." Xiaobai smiled excitedly, "Understood, leave the sky to me." Since they came, none of them should think about leaving. One by one, these people had to pay the price for what they had done. Pung! 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 In 3 directions, 3 bodies fell from the sky and landed at the feet of Luo Tian. One of them was the old ancestor of the royal family. His face was weak, and he looked at Luo Tian and said in a trembling voice, Don't kill me, this was all ordered by Haijia. We were also forced. If we didn't listen to Haijia, our family would be destroyed. I had no choice, Luo Tian, not waiting for him to finish. Luo Tian stepped on his head and said gloomily, Haijia ordered you? Now you're lying on the ground and saying that Haijia ordered you to do this? Imperial Ancestor, when you killed those innocent students of Cloud Mist College, did you ever think that this day would come? Now you're telling me that you've been forced into a corner? I'll force your ancestors. With a thought, he released the pure strength of his level 8 physical body and punched out. Boom, the ground sunk. Half of the royal family old ancestor's body was blasted inside. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Imperial Family Patriarch for gaining 130,000 experience points, 1 million vitality points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining, congratulations, player, ding. Sin points +1, currently 3,000 points. A notification sounded. At the same time, Luo Tian said to Silly Zhu and Karen, crush all the Alliance army, these people should not live in this world. Luo Tian said to Silly Zhu and Karen, crush all the Alliance army, these people should not live in this world. Agree. Understood. The 4 divine beasts clan moved. Karen pointed her spear, and the paladin squad immediately summoned the werewolf war horse, charge. Ha! This time, the charge wasn't on the ground. It was in the sky. It was a dive. Luo Tian was slightly startled. He thought that after not seeing her for the past few days, Karen had actually displayed the strongest advantage of the werewolf war horse. The force of the dive and the impact on the ground had at least doubled, and he thought to himself, it was a wise choice to bring you back. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this moment, the warriors of the 4 divine beasts clan felt even more stifled. They were all in beast form, and were also pure strength. 40 to 50 people rushed into the Alliance army of thousands of people, like tigers entering a sheep pen. In an instant, the Alliance army was scattered. All of a sudden, howls that sounded like pigs being slaughtered rose and fell one after another, constantly sounding out. Death was also constantly happening. Haijia. Utterly defeated, the situation had taken a huge turn. Of the 15 emperors, only 10 remained. All of them had been killed by Luo Tian, and their experience had almost reached the 4th level of the Holy Spirit level. Of the thousands of Alliance army soldiers, only 1,000 or so remained. These people were surrounded by less than 100 people, and had been forced into a corner. They all began to cry and scream for mercy, and some even began to curse Haijia. Hai Tong Tian, you old bastard, you've screwed us over. It's all because of you, Hai Jia. All of this is because of you, Hai Jia. Our old ancestor was killed. Hai Tong Tian, you mother****, call your son back. The crown prince, where is the crown prince? Hurry up and call him back. All sorts of curses, all sorts of complaints, could be heard. They had thought that they had stood on the right side, that by following Hai Jia, they would have meat to eat, but, before the meat had even reached their mouths, in less than 10 days, they had tasted the consequences of their actions and fallen into a state of death. This was something that they hadn't imagined 10 days ago, when they had killed those students of Cloud Mist College. Luo Tian had come too quickly. Moreover, this perverted fellow was simply not human. Hai Tong Tian was still kneeling on the stage, still kowtowing, constantly begging the expert in the void. He was very clear. His son was not in this plane and had entered the cultivation space that the heavenly Tao ancestor had prepared for him. He was unable to contact the crown prince, so he could only beg Tian Lingzi. At present, only Tian Lingzi could save Hai Jia, and was also the last straw in his heart. As long as Tian Lingzi made a move, Luo Tian and the others would all die. But, Hai Tong Tian could not understand why Tian Lingzi did not make a move. Did he want to see Hai Jia destroyed? Hai Tong Tian begged, Lord Tian Lingzi, I beg you, please save Hai Jia. I beg you to make a move. These people are just ants to you. Please help Hai Jia. The crown prince will definitely thank you. At this point, Hai Tong Tian could not care less. As long as Tian Lingzi made a move, the situation would be reversed. The unfettered Sky Sovereign also knelt down heavily and kowtowed, Lord Tian Lingzi, please make a move. Even the unfettered Sky Sovereign, who was at the peak of the Emperor realm, knelt down. The surrounding voices fell silent. They did not know who Tian Lingzi was. They only knew that Hai Jia still had a super expert who had not come out. If this expert could save them. At this moment, those people all knelt down. They said in unison, save us. Luo Tian could not help but look at the void, then at Hai Tong Tian on the stage, and gave Xiaobai a look. Xiaobai grinned and said, understood. Then, Xiaobai released his demigod cultivation and instantly landed on the stage. His sharp claws were like blades as he ruthlessly slapped the back of Hai Tong Tian's head. He shouted, you're the one who bullied my boss, right? Go to hell. As soon as he finished, without waiting for his sharp claws to land, a loud sound suddenly came from the sky. The incomparably dense heavenly energy directly crushed down with the force of thunder. He shouted angrily, enough. The boss was here, the first chapter had been delivered, brothers, push up the recommendation tickets, the old cow had entered the mad cow mode. He would write with all his might in the morning. An angry roar. The power of the Tao of heaven came crashing down like thunder. Little White, he was instantly sent flying. Boom. He was sent flying thousands of meters away, smashing through more than 10 buildings. Little White was instantly buried in the ruins. Boom. Dust filled the air from the ruins. Whitey shook its head and shook off the dust on its body. It was extremely unhappy and cursed, F***ck. Then, a white figure charged forward. The power of the demigod realm was released, and he charged forward once more. The Blood Demon King's face was filled with shock. He clenched his fists and said, Demigod realm. This is the power of the demigod realm. Too fierce. The people of the 4 Divine Beasts clan were also shocked. They admired Luo Tian even more. The reincarnation of the ancestor was indeed the reincarnation of the ancestor. He was indeed different. Even a demigod realm otherworldly demon beast was following him. This was enough to show how awesome the reincarnation of the ancestor was. Let's see if you can still send me flying this time. Little White shouted in his heart. Being sent flying by a force made him very unhappy. Moreover, he didn't even see a shadow of a person. This made him even more unhappy. As soon as he landed on the stage, he wanted to ruthlessly slap Hai Tong Tian down. Send me flying again. An angry roar. The full power of the demigod realm was released. Even the unfettered exalted celestial was suppressed to the point where his face turned pale. He couldn't even breathe. Hai Tong Tian was so scared that he wet his pants once more. He cursed all 18 generations of Luo Tian's ancestors in his heart. There was actually such a perverted demon beast. It seemed like Luo Tian was really going to uproot him. However, the sky darkened once more. An angry voice rang out, "I said enough." Kacha. An incomparably thick bolt of lightning descended. An incomparably thick power of the Tao of Heaven descended. Rumble. 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 That kind of power caused everyone within 1,000,000 kilometers to feel fear. Countless people even knelt on the ground, as if bowing to the heavens. Luo Tian's mind was shaken as well. He also had the urge to kneel down. If it wasn't for the power of the ancient tree, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on. Catherine's paladins. Every single warrior of the 4 divine beasts clan had ugly looks on their faces. Their bodies were constantly pressed down, and their knees were constantly trembling. Just like Luo Tian, their minds were being suppressed by the power of the heavens. A power that could crush all living beings. However, Demigod Whitey, once again, he was sent flying. This time, no, he was directly blasted out of Misty Cloud City, transforming into a straight line and disappearing into the distance. Half a minute later, a large mountain southeast of Misty Cloud City collapsed with a loud rumble, sending a cloud of dust into the air. It was unknown whether Little White was dead or alive, strong, too powerful, his strength was boundless. At this moment, a divine light fell from the sky, and a young man in a white robe slowly descended. He didn't stand on the ground, but floated in the air, giving off a feeling of superiority. He disdained to be contaminated by the secular world. He disdained to be on the same ground as Luo Tian and the others. He disdained to give them a single glance. He disdained to be icily arrogant, insufferably arrogant. He didn't have any of these expressions, only coldness. Because in his eyes, Luo Tian and the others couldn't be considered humans at all. They were a bunch of low-level creatures, not even ants. Because, in the eyes of a god, humans were nothing more than sacrifices, or low-level creatures. He was a god who didn't belong to the primordial continent. He was someone who truly came from the realm of the gods. A disciple of the Tao of the Heavens, Tian Lingzi, he was also the Crown Prince's senior apprentice brother, and his divine envoy, a demigod and a god were 2 completely different powers. His appearance caused everyone to feel an incomparably powerful pressure. Thud. 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 Quite a few members of the allied army began to stand up. They couldn't help but kneel on the ground, their hearts filled with incomparable sincerity. They constantly kowtowed to Tian Lingzi, to the point where their heads began to bleed, but they continued to kowtow, completely unable to control themselves. Luo Tian and the others were bitterly holding on as well. Their expressions were incomparably unbearable. He had thought that the expert in the void was very strong, but he had never thought that he was a god-rank expert. Moreover, the aura on his body was completely different from the aura on Phoenix Sky Mountain's Holy Maiden. They were both god-rank experts, but the aura on Tian Lingzi's body was much stronger than the Holy Maiden's. Because, he wasn't someone from the primordial world. He came from the realm of the gods and wasn't restricted by the laws of the primordial world. There was also a powerful reason: he was a disciple of the heavenly Tao. Just based on this point, the restrictions of the primordial world's laws would be much weaker. In front of the heavenly Tao, even the ruler of the laws would have to give way. Tian Lingzi faintly said, "Hai Tong Tian, a small Haijiao like you has caused so much trouble. If the crown prince wasn't tied down by worldly affairs, he would have already broken through and ascended. I originally didn't want to save your Haijiao. Your Haijiao's destruction would instead have a stimulating effect on the crown prince, allowing him to cultivate faster and enter the realm of the gods. If not for the fact that you're the crown prince's father, I wouldn't have bothered at all." Even Tian Lingzi addressed the Sea Emperor Dragon as the crown prince. This was enough to show that the crown prince's position in the heavenly Tao was very high. It was just as he said. He didn't want the crown prince to care too much about the primordial world. He hoped that the crown prince could quickly break through, then leave this low-level world and enter the realm of the gods. Then, his mission would be completed. Hai Tong Tian knelt on the ground and said with incomparable humility, "Lord Tian Lingzi is right. After today's matter in Haijiao is settled, I will definitely affect the crown prince's cultivation. N. Tian Lingzi nodded slightly and said, before the crown prince left, he asked me to protect Xianxia. Since the crown prince asked me to do so, then I will protect him a little. As soon as his voice fell, Tian Lingzi said coldly, which one of you is called Luo Tian? Luo Tian's heart shook. Before he could say anything, Hai Tong Tian suddenly pointed at Luo Tian and said, Lord Tian Lingzi, he is Luo Tian. He is the one who made Xianxia like this. It was as if he was worried that Luo Tian wouldn't admit that he was Luo Tian. It was as if he was afraid that someone would impersonate Luo Tian. As Hai Tong Tian spoke, a smug sneer appeared on his mangled face. He was secretly excited. Luo Tian, let's see if you can die or not. Let's see what else you can rely on. He was very smug and very excited. In the face of an expert from the realm of the gods, everyone in the primordial world was an ant. Luo Tian couldn't possibly be Tian Lingzi's opponent. Tian Lingzi looked at Luo Tian and said indifferently, you stay. Also, a woman called Yunmeng, stay. The rest of you can leave. He said indifferently. With an endless crushing divine might. Incomparably powerful. At the same time, his body flashed not with the purple golden light of a super boss, but with a kind of holy light. This was a boss halo that Luo Tian had never seen before. If he died, it would definitely. Wah 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 wah, the second chapter has been delivered. Old Bull didn't have a stockpile of manuscripts, so he couldn't update it all at once like other authors. The only thing Old Bull could do was to write a chapter and update it immediately. Brothers, in the new week, Old Bull really needs your support. Requesting firepower. Holy Light Boss, this was the first time he had seen it. However, if he wanted to kill this kind of boss, it would definitely be extremely difficult. At the very least. Luo Tian still couldn't think of any way to defeat Tian Lingzi. As soon as Tian Lingzi's voice fell, the space between his brows suddenly moved. A mere time and space bloodline dares to show off in front of me? His index finger moved. A ray of divine power burst out, forming a net of power that directly rushed into the space crack. Following which, Tian Lingzi's index finger gently hooked. Walala, walala, walala. Space was torn apart like a large piece of cloth. In front of him, the ancient continent's spatial laws were like decorations, completely useless. In an instant, Yunmeng was pulled out. Huang Fuya was also pulled out. Lu Zhan was also pulled out. The last one to come out was Huang Fuju. He tried his best, but in front of a divine realm ranker, he was so weak that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Bam! Bam! With a few explosive sounds, the three of them fell from the sky. Tian Lingzi moved slightly again, and with a hook of his index finger, he lifted Yunmeng into the air. Luo Tian frowned. He could not let Yunmeng fall into the hands of the Xianxia people again. He moved his feet, moonlit step. However, not waiting for him to jump up. A burst of divine might instantly came crashing down. Just stay at the side obediently. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Luo Tian was directly crushed to the ground. The speed was too fast, too fierce. Luo Tian didn't even have time to react. His face turned gloomy. This power, too fierce. With my current cultivation, I'm not his opponent at all. The Fair family actually has such an abnormal person. A divine realm ranker can directly sweep through the entire continent. Tian Lingzi swung his right hand, and Yunmeng, who was in midair, was thrown onto the stage. He said to Hai Tong Tian, she is the crown prince's woman. If you dare to touch her again, don't blame me for being impolite. Even if you are his father, I will still kill you. His voice was filled with cold killing intent. Hai Tong Tian was so scared that his body trembled. He immediately said, Sir, please don't worry. I will definitely not touch her again. Was a woman that important, a matter of face, or was there some other reason? Hai Tong Tian didn't know, but Tian Lingzi did. Luo Tian got up from the ground. Did I ask you to get up? Keep lying down. Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched, and an extremely powerful pressure descended once more. The pressure of the heavenly Tao was as strong as the heavens and as deep as the earth. No matter how powerful Luo Tian was, he was no match for it. However, Luo Tian was unhappy, very unhappy. he was unhappy, but Hai Tong Tian laughed complacently. Luo Tian, now you have become a dead dog, right? In front of a divine stage ranker, you are just an ant, ha ha ha. Just wait to be crushed, ha ha ha. Tian Lingzi said slightly, if you can live, you should cherish your life. The crown prince is an existence that you will never be able to shake in your entire life. Originally, your life was left for the crown prince, but in order to give him more time to cultivate, I will do it for him. It was an understatement. He did not take Luo Tian seriously at all. Then Tian Lingzi's palm moved, and with a flip of his right hand, a powerful divine might soared into the sky, forming a huge vortex in the sky. In the center of the vortex, an incomparably huge palm print descended. Heaven palm. Hula, hula, the wind howled, and the world was dark. Luo Tian was crushed to the point that he was unable to move. His eyes slightly raised, and facing the palm print descending from the sky, he gritted his teeth, Azure Dragon, come out. White Tiger, come out. Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, come out. Roar. Roar, roar, 4 divine beasts broke out from his body, and on Luo Tian's left and right, the powerful 4 divine beasts roared towards the heavens, then merged together, forming a single 4 divine beasts. Without waiting for Luo Tian's orders, they flew into the sky, charging towards that palm print. The faces of the warriors of the 4 divine beasts clan shook. 4 divine beasts, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, Black Tortoise. They had merged into one. The reincarnation of the old ancestor. It had to be the reincarnation of the old ancestor. At this moment, the Blood Demon King was startled, then charged forward as well. Anyone who dares to touch my master shall be killed without mercy. Silly Zhu roared loudly, protect the old ancestor. Kill. Everyone charged forward, all for the sake of protecting Luo Tian. Divine explosion. Ah, with a furious roar, Luo Tian crawled up from the ground with great difficulty. His body was trembling, and the powerful pressure of the Tao of the heavens was like a peerless force crushing down on his heart. It was abnormally uncomfortable. His knees repeatedly bent, then repeatedly straightened. His eyes stared at the high and mighty Tian Lingzi, and he let out a deep roar, I will definitely kill you. His mind was frantically spinning. He was frantically pondering, at this moment, a deity-level expert had appeared. There had to be a way to kill him. There had to be a way. What was it, Luo Tian frantically pondered. He frantically checked the system, checked his spiritual treasures. There had to be a way to kill Tian Lingzi. He definitely couldn't fall here. He still had to uproot the Haijia, and get revenge on the crown prince, he definitely couldn't fall here. What was it? Bang, 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 under the heavenly palm. The warriors of the 4 divine beasts clan fell one after another. One after another, they fell from the sky. However, one after another, they went up. In order to protect Luo Tian, in order to block a trace of the power of the heavenly palm. Rumble, rumble, the Blood Demon King's enormous body also fell. The wounds on his body split open again, and blood gushed out like a fountain. His face was incomparably pale, and he roared, ah, he propped himself up with his feet. He went up again. He couldn't hold on for long. Tian Lingzi's cultivation was too strong. They couldn't shake him. Peak Emperor Realm experts couldn't even hold on for a second. What kind of power could kill him, suddenly? Luo Tian saw a divine spark in the interspatial ring. He took it out, and his heart tightened. As long as he swallowed the divine spark, he would immediately become a first-rank deity and obtain the power of divinity. However, his cultivation would remain as a first-rank deity for the rest of his life. He would never be able to break through again. Should he swallow the divine spark? Huang Fuju's eyebrows twitched, and he suddenly said, Divine spark? Lu Zhang glanced at Luo Tian, and said heavily, Boss, let me do it. As he spoke, regardless of whether Luo Tian agreed or not, he directly snatched the divine spark and swallowed it. Crack! There was an explosion in the sky, and a bolt of lightning directly descended, exploding above Lu Zhang's head. Tian Lingzi was slightly shocked, he actually swallowed the divine spark. At this moment, An explosion sounded from the mountain ruins southeast of Misty Cloud City. F***ck your grandmother's leg, I don't believe that I can't kill you. The third chapter has been delivered, I will continue to update in the afternoon. I don't know if I can see it, but I still want to thank and read Rich I'm Willful for his tips and monthly votes. Similarly, I want to thank QQ Read, Jidian's readers for their tips and monthly votes. With you brothers, why would I worry about not being able to explode my chrysanthemum? Let's explode even more fiercely. The sky changed color. Elemental energy exploded. All of the energy in the world seemed to be attacking Lu Zhan's body. Chi, 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 Lu Zhan's body emitted the sound of cold water dripping onto a piece of red-hot metal. White smoke came out from his nose, and white smoke came out from his ears as well. His entire body was emitting white smoke from burning energy, and the aura he released gradually increased, and increased. Kacha! Lu Zhan took a step forward, and the ground shook. He clenched his fists, and a burst of energy shot out from the gaps in his fists, directly shattering the space around him. Right now, he was like a valiant general. That appearance, that expression, that body emitting white smoke from burning energy. He was simply too handsome. If there were many infatuated girls present, they would definitely be screaming. If there was ever a time in this fatty's life when he was the most handsome, it would be right now, only, his head buzzed. A powerful divine power exploded out from that divine spark, causing him to wildly grow stronger. He couldn't feel how valiant he was at all. The only thing he could feel was power, as though he could control a tangible power. He raised his eyes. Lu Zhan let out a deep roar. Move aside, let me do it. Bang! His right foot stepped forward, a deep hole appeared beneath his feet, and a ripple of energy shot out from the surroundings. Even Luo Tian was unable to stand steadily, feeling a bit uncomfortable from the impact of this energy. He was shocked as well. He had seen Little White devour a divine spark before. But Little White didn't react at all, only burping. However, Lu Zhan devouring a divine spark was completely different. That valiance, it was enough to make others drool in envy. In the primordial continent, in the past 10,000 years, no one had broken through and ascended. In terms of becoming a deity-level expert, this fatty was the first to do so. Swish, 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 the sound of space shattering could be heard. One circle, one circle, one circle. It was as though Lu Zhan wasn't flying up, but rather smashing through space and passing through it, landing in front of Tian Lingzi's heavenly palm. Fatty Lu said in an incomparably cool manner, "Brothers, leave the rest to me." The warriors of the four divine beasts clan retreated. The Blood Demon King retreated as well. And the four divine beasts retreated as well. The speed at which the heavenly palm descended suddenly increased, arriving in front of Fatty Lu in the blink of an eye. Phew, Fatty Lu moved in the air and grabbed with his right hand. God's Might Staff. Boom boom boom, in the blink of an eye, it turned into an incomparably thick staff made of divine power. Then, a divine light was released from his chest. He gripped the staff tightly with both hands and leaped into the air above the heaven palm. Break! Boom, the club smashed down. The scene was just like Sun Wukong. A single staff split the mountain, the river, the sky was split open, the sky was split open, there were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles, the sky was split open, 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 the sky emitted a painful groan, and the people of the Fair family were trembling non-stop. Kacha, kacha kacha, the dense power of the heaven palm shattered violently. But, it did not shatter instantly. Fatty Lu was incomparably domineering. He put away the divine might staff and smashed it down once again. Break! 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 Bang, 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 dozens of cudgels smashed down in a row. The might of the heavenly palm was like a stray dog that had lost its master. Strands of energy were frantically leaking like a leaking balloon. It was forcibly shattered into pieces by Lu Zhan. Luo Tian's mind was no longer under the pressure of the heavenly palm. Powerful, domineering to the point of being a mess. Fatty Lu fiercely erupted once again. Everyone was dumbfounded. Including Luo Tian. Luo Tian grinned excitedly and said, "This fatty, too powerful. This is the power of the divine spark." An existence that can definitely sweep through. It's too powerful. I've never seen such violent power. Ha ha ha. Brother Fatty, you're mighty and domineering. Hai Tongtian's expression was very ugly. He really couldn't understand. He hadn't seen Luo Tian for just 10 days. Where did he get the divine spark from? Putting aside the fact that there was a demigod, there was also a god-level expert now. Was he really going to overturn the 18 generations of Haijia's ancestors? Hai Tongtian looked at the calm and composed Tian Lingzi floating in the air. Right now, he was Haijia's only hope. He prayed in his heart, please don't abandon Haijia, please don't abandon Haijia. Haijia can't be destroyed in my hands. I can't become the sinner of Haijia. Immediately after, Hai Tongtian knelt and said, Lord Tian Lingzi, not waiting for him to finish. Lu Zhan's mighty cudgel swept out and pointed at Tian Lingzi in the air. He said arrogantly, you dare to touch my boss? Have you asked me? With a sweep of his divine power, he directly attacked Tian Lingzi. Tian Lingzi sneered in disdain. Looking at the incoming divine power, he gently flicked his index finger. The divine power released by Fatty Lu was like dust in front of him. With a light flick, it was formless and completely crushed. You dare to be so arrogant with the power of a mere rank 1 god? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Tian Lingzi was calm and indifferent, but his tone was filled with contempt. He didn't put Lu Zhan in his eyes at all. He continued, it's just a rank 1 godhead. In the divine domain, no one would devour this kind of godhead. Devouring a godhead will cause one to remain in the same realm forever, unable to advance. Moreover, the godhead you devoured didn't completely absorb the power within. In front of me, you are no different from them. Ant. An indifferent sentence. Tian Lingzi's aura was simply too strong. Luo Tian was also shocked. Fatty Lu was indeed powerful and possessed divine power. However, just as Tian Lingzi said, devouring a godhead would cause one's cultivation to stagnate forever. Moreover, after devouring a godhead, one wouldn't be able to fully absorb the power within. At most, one would only be able to absorb 80% of the godhead's power. However, in the ancient continent, a godhead's value was priceless. A single godhead could cause an incomparably huge war. Devouring a godhead was the dream of any martial artist because it meant eternal life, an undying lifespan. Ant? Fatty Lu's entire body was filled with an inexhaustible amount of power. He was immediately annoyed by Tian Lingzi's words. He waved his staff and roared, then I will show you what is called the power of an ant. Divine might like the sea, explode for me. Rumble, a burst of divine power erupted, forming a sea. Fatty Lu moved, his staff smashing down on Tian Lingzi's head. At this time, a white figure flew over from the distance. His entire body was like purple crystal, and he fiercely roared, this daddy will kill you. The 4th chapter has been delivered, the afternoon update will begin. Brothers, if you have tickets, please support it. Demigod Realm. First Stage Deity Realm. Fatty's and Whitey's attacks were imbued with immense divine power. Almost at the same time. Both of them attacked Tian Lingzi at the same time. Tian Lingzi did not panic at all. His face was still calm, without the slightest ripple. Facing the two of them, he placed one hand on his back and moved his right hand, saying indifferently, dealing with 2 ants, one hand is a bit redundant. Boom. Heavenly Shield. Opening his 5 fingers, a stream of heavenly Tao power surged out, instantly condensing into a light shield. The light shield quickly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it was like a huge wall. Boom. Clang. Whitey and Fatty Lu's attacks smashed onto the heavenly shield. It made a deafening sound. However, the heavenly shield did not have a trace of damage, completely blocking the attacks of the two. Their eyes sank, and their hearts were secretly shocked. Tian Lingzi's power is really too strong. Heavenly Tao, is this the power of Heavenly Tao? In a flash, Tian Lingzi's 5 fingers moved again, keep. The heavenly shield disappeared. Lifting his foot slightly, a thought attack directly landed on Fatty's head. Fatty Lu's heart trembled as he raised his head slightly. Without waiting for him to speak, Tian Lingzi smiled coldly, too slow. Boom. Yi Futian stomped down on Lu Zhan's head. The power of the heavenly path directly penetrated Lu Zhan's physical body. Lu Zhan was like a cannonball that fell from the sky, heavily bombarding the ground. A huge crater appeared in the ground. The bottom of the pit could not be seen at all. Lu Zhan's life or death was unknown. Whitey opened its mouth and roared, its entire body glowing with purple crystal light. It opened its mouth and released a powerful suction force. However, Tian Lingzi's feet moved again, too weak. Another kick. Boom. Before Whitey could release its ability, it was sent flying again. This time, it rolled crazily on the ground in a straight line. All the buildings in the straight line were destroyed, and it flew tens of thousands of meters away before finally crashing into the city wall of Misty Cloud City. The city wall also collapsed, burying it in the ruins once again. 2 moves, defeated in 1 move. And it was with only one hand, he did not use his full strength at all. Tian Lingzi's cultivation was no longer something that the primordial continent could withstand. After he sent Little White flying, his eyes turned cold. He stared at Luo Tian and said coldly, "Do you think you can stop me with this power? You're overestimating yourselves. In front of God, you're nothing more than a speck of dust. You're just ants. Do you understand?" His voice was like a thunderclap, crazily crushing Luo Tian's mind. His mind was trembling, and even the ancient tree was greatly affected. It could not withstand the trembling and began to sway. Valiant, Tian Lingzi's power was too strong. The whole of Haijia suddenly fell silent. Everyone was shocked by Tian Lingzi's divine power. After listening for a while, Haitong Tian laughed excitedly. At first, he was worried that Tian Lingzi would not be a match for him. But now, it seemed that there was no need to worry at all. This guy was too abnormal and too awesome. What fatty who devoured godheads? What demigod realm demonic beast? They were all trash in front of him. Tian Lingzi looked at Luo Tian with contempt and said, "The crown prince is the son of the heavens. What qualifications do a mortal like you have to compete with him for a woman? What qualifications do you have to compare with him? Luo Tian, you're too weak. If it weren't for the crown prince, I wouldn't even bother to kill you. Because you don't even have the qualifications to be killed by me. Do you understand?" Pure, undisguised disdain, it was a kind of crushing. He didn't even have the qualifications to die in his hands. How much contempt did he have for Luo Tian? Luo Tian clenched his fists, clenched them, and clenched them again. He gritted his teeth, and his heart was filled with rage. But he could not say a word. His cultivation was far from Tian Lingzi's. He was an existence that could not be shaken. He was crushed in all ways, he was bullied in all ways, Yunmeng was snatched away in front of him. Who could endure this kind of anger? Boom. Luo Tian's fist shook, God burst. Boom. Azure dragon, black tortoise, white tiger, vermilion bird, come out together. Boom. The 4 divine beasts wrapped around his body and let out a heavy roar. Luo Tian shouted in his heart, "Ancient tree, release all your power for me." Boom, boom, boom. There was another explosion in his body. Luo Tian's body turned red as if he was burning in flames. His eyes were bloodshot, and his expression became incomparably ferocious. He said word by word, "No qualifications? Then I'll let you know what qualifications are." Boom. The power immediately exploded, and Luo Tian took a heavy step forward, causing the earth to shake. The expressions of the Emperor Realm rankers changed drastically. Even the unfettered Sky Sovereign, who was at the peak of the Emperor Realm, could not help but be secretly shocked. What a strong explosive power! This Luo Tian is truly a genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. What a pity! It's a pity that he offended the crown prince. Tian Lingzi snorted disdainfully, and said, "Trash is trash, this little bit of strength is simply too weak." Rumble. 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 The sound of a thunderous collision suddenly rang out from the depths of the ground. Next. F*CK your ancestor. You can talk about anyone, but you can't talk about my boss. The ground cracked open, and Fatty Lu rushed out, his entire body covered in green divine power. He held the rainbow bow in his right hand and moved his left hand, Hao Tian's divine power, binding arrow. An arrow shot out. It was also at this moment. Xiaobai burst out at the same time, instantly landing beside Tianlingzi. He opened his mouth and moved, endless devour, absorb for me. Rumble, rumble. The binding arrow turned into a divine power that wrapped around Tianlingzi, while Xiaobai's endless devour firmly sucked Tianlingzi in. For a moment, Tianlingzi frowned and roared out, "You reckless thing." Lu Zhan shouted, "Boss." Xiaobai also followed and said, "Boss." Tianlingzi was unable to move for a moment. However, there was only a little bit of time. At this moment, without needing them to shout, Luo Tian knew what to do. With a move of his hands, he directly summoned the Black Dragon Divine Sword, and with a sword soaring into the sky, he drew the power of the 9 heavens. The Azure Dragon soared into the sky, and with a dragon's roar, it rushed into the Black Dragon Divine Sword. The Vermilion Bird soared, crying blood as it flew into the Divine Sword. White Tiger, Black Tortoise, the 4 divine beasts all rushed into the Black Dragon Divine Sword. The ancient tree shook violently, 18,000 leaves fell down and exploded on Luo Tian's mind. The arrogant ancient power flowed through Luo Tian's arms like a tide and continuously poured into the Black Dragon Divine Sword. 8th level fleshly body. The power of the purple gold sacred body erupted. Luo Tian was trembling. The power was trembling. The sky above Haijia was also trembling, and the power was like an ocean in a hurricane that was churning endlessly. Luo Tian aimed at the center of Tianlingzi's brows and slashed down, "I will let you know what qualifications are." The 5th chapter was delivered. Before 7 o'clock, there was still the 6th chapter. Brothers, can you give me a little more support, a little more firepower, so that the old cow will be more motivated to write? The sword chopped down, it was as though it could destroy the heavens and the earth. This was Luo Tian's most powerful sword attack. He had unleashed all of his power. This was his only chance. Lu Zhan began to laugh excitedly. Little White was the same. This sword attack was simply too powerful. It would definitely kill Tianlingzi. The warriors of the 4 divine beasts clan all began to seethe with excitement. To be able to utilize the bloodlines of the 4 divine beasts to such a level, he truly is the reincarnation of the old ancestor. Too powerful. Can he even be considered human? Huang Fujiu revealed a smile as well. Luo Tian, you've truly grown. Huang Fuyi giggled. I can now make you the vice captain of the pretty girls squad, hee hee. Some people were happy, while others were worried. Haijia was deathly silent. The power of this sword attack had destroyed all of their confidence. In their hearts, Luo Tian was no longer human. He was a complete monster. A monster that they had no way of knowing exactly how powerful he was. A 3rd-level Holy Spirit was actually able to unleash such terrifying power. Was he even human? Hai Tongtian gulped, his body beginning to tremble slightly. If Tianlingzi died, then what would happen to him? He didn't dare to think about it. In his heart, he prayed, please don't let anything happen to him. Heavens, please protect me. Rumble, a deep, heavy sound of a bell rang out. Rumble, immediately after, another one rang out, that sword slashed through the void, shattering the surrounding space into pieces. However, it was quickly repairing itself. And, Tianlingzi had been knocked into the void by that sword attack as well. Dead, or not dead, Little White didn't know. Lu Zhan didn't know either. But Luo Tian knew, the system didn't sound out any notifications. This meant that Tianlingzi hadn't died yet. At this moment, hearing the ear-piercing sound of a bell, Luo Tian's heart tightened. He secretly cried out, not good. Run. With a loud roar, Luo Tian roared towards Lu Zhan and Lu Zhan. Quick, run. Rumble, buzz, the ringing of the bell became louder and louder, and it also became more and more ear-piercing. While Lu Zhan and Little White were still laughing excitedly, the space was suddenly torn apart, and a huge heavenly Dao bell appeared on Tianlingzi's body. However, his forehead was dripping with blood, his hair was messy, and his clothes were tattered. He looked very miserable. At this moment, Tianlingzi was thoroughly enraged. His eyes widened in anger. Want to run? All of you, die. Boom, the bell of heavenly Dao descended and instantly bound Lu Zhan. Tian Lingzi frowned and muttered a series of incomprehensible words. Then, he shouted, "We're fine." The bell of heavenly Tao began to spin rapidly. Under the giant bell. There were no wounds on Lu Zhan's body, but blood kept gushing out from his veins. His body was cracking, and his sea of consciousness was exploding. Lu Zhan couldn't use any of his strength and was completely suppressed. Everything in his body was rapidly draining away. He was about to be refined. Buzz, Tian Lingzi opened his left hand and unleashed another bell of heavenly Tao. Luo Tian shouted at Little White, "Run, run." Little White smiled at Luo Tian and didn't run, because he knew that he couldn't escape at all. His heart was also deathly silent. Tian Lingzi's cultivation was too strong, even if they gave it their all, they wouldn't be a match for him. He tried his best. He really tried his best. It was still not enough, it really wasn't enough. The difference was too great. Little White grinned and said, "Boss, thank you for bringing me through such an exciting period of time." "Thank you, this life is enough." Ha ha ha. Tian Lingzi, come, ha ha ha, Buzz. Little White was covered by the bell of heavenly Tao. Just like Lu Zhan, blood essence was constantly flying out from his body. All the energy in his body was constantly being refined by a powerful force. It was as if they were in a pill furnace. The torturous pain could not be described with words. Buzz, buzz, the two bells of heavenly Tao were spinning crazily. In less than a moment, Lu Zhan's face was pale and he had already fainted. His body was shrinking rapidly. Little White was about the same. The bell of heavenly Tao could refine everything. To the warriors of the ancient continent, they simply couldn't escape from the bell of heavenly Tao. If he wasn't angered, if he wasn't blasted into the void by Luo Tian's sword, he wouldn't have taken out the bell of heavenly Tao. Now, he was enraged. Then, everyone had to die. Tian Lingzi's long hair fluttered in the wind, his body was filled with endless killing intent. He took a step forward and instantly landed in front of Luo Tian. The two of them were less than half a meter apart. Tian Lingzi said gloomily, "You have made me very angry, so I will not use the bell of heavenly Tao to refine you. I will slowly ravage you, slowly torture you, I will let you taste the most painful way to die in the world." Then, as soon as he finished speaking, Tian Lingzi's fingernails moved and a force directly bound Luo Tian. Then, another force like a sharp dagger appeared in front of Luo Tian's eyes. Tian Lingzi said with a gloomy smile, "I will first dig out your eyes and let you know that there are some people you can't afford to offend in this lifetime." Luo Tian's mind trembled. His body didn't move as he watched Lu Zhan and Little White's bodies crazily shrink. Seeing his two brothers fall in front of him and him not being able to save them, the feeling of powerlessness in his heart made him feel incomparably uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. So tired, I am really too tired. I am also not his opponent. Tian Lingzi is really too strong. I am not his opponent at the same level as him. So tired. Luo Tian's inner battle intent was fading. He was really tired, not just a little tired. Ever since he transmigrated to the profound sky continent, his nerves had been tense and he had been desperately cultivating. Who could soar from a warrior realm to the saint spirit realm in less than 10 years? Not even the crown prince could do it. He had constantly worked hard, constantly risked his life, risking his life to protect everyone by his side. However, this time, he truly was unable to do it. It was too hard. He really wanted to have a good sleep. The Blood Demon King took a step forward, roaring, "Release my master. You are seeking death." Tian Lingzi's right hand moved, and a surge of divine power came crashing down, directly crushing the Blood Demon King to the ground, who spat out a large mouthful of blood. Huang Fuju activated his bloodline. Space-time teleportation. Huang Fuju suddenly moved, disappearing into the spatial rift. In an instant, he appeared by Luo Tian's side, calling out loudly, "Luo Tian," before he had even appeared. Tian Lingzi stretched his hand into the spatial rift. *CK off to the side. The warriors of the four divine beasts clan charged forward as well. They charged forward with no regard for their lives. One by one, they fell down, shouting and yelling. Huang Fuya's voice was hoarse from crying, but she was still frantically shouting, Luo Tian, wake up. Wake up. Hurry up and think of something. Otherwise, you'll die. Hurry up and run. Hurry up and run. Yunmei was the same. She cried loudly as well. Luo Tian, you definitely have a way. You definitely have a way. In the distance. Suddenly, a white figure descended. Seeing Luo Tian, who had completely lost his will to battle, Xianxia suddenly shouted loudly, Luo Tian, you still want to go save my big sister? Hurry up and get yourself together. Beat this fellow so badly that even his mother won't recognize him. Luo Tian's eyes suddenly flickered. When he thought of Li Shuer, his will to battle surged. He glanced at the system, staring at the 3,000 sin points, and a grim, death-like smile appeared on his face. Chapter 6, Delivery. His arm was sore, and the skin on his index finger felt like it was about to break. It hurt, it was very uncomfortable, and just like Luo Tian, very tired. However, what Old Bull wanted to say was that there would be an update tonight. Please support. Powerful support. No one can save you. As long as I want to kill someone, no one can save them. Luo Tian. It's your honor to die in my hands. Tian Lingzi sent one person after another flying, and in the end, only Luo Tian was left. The divine power on his finger turned into a sharp dagger, and gently waved it in front of Luo Tian's eyes, and said with a smile, no matter how many people come, Luo Tian, take a good look at this world, you will never see it again, is that so? Suddenly. Luo Tian said in a gloomy voice. The corners of his mouth curled up into a grim smile. Tian Lingzi's heart trembled. With a move of his finger, the sharp divine power directly pierced into Luo Tian's eyes. At this moment, Luo Tian suddenly roared, come out. What came out, he didn't know, because there was no system prompt. However, last time, it was 100 sin points that summoned the underworld god Lucifer. This time, it was 3,000 points. What did he summon? I don't know. The only thing Luo Tian knew was that this time, he would not hold back at all. He wanted to settle the old score together with the new one. He wanted to completely expose all of Tian Lingzi's shit. That was what he wanted to do now. Tian Lingzi sneered, and said, it's useless, no power is a match for me. Luo Tian, just accept your fate, you brought all of this upon yourself. Thinking about how he was blasted into the void by Luo Tian's sword just now, and how he was in an extremely sorry state, he felt extremely unhappy in his heart. His fingertips moved. Crack, bam. The binding divine power on Luo Tian's body shattered. Tian Lingzi's eyes turned sinister. Although this divine power wasn't strong, it was still a divine power. With Luo Tian's cultivation, it was impossible for him to break free, let alone shatter the divine power. Without waiting for him to react, Luo Tian's body crazily changed. Kacha kacha, kacha kacha, kacha kacha, circles appeared on top of his head. His body continued to grow bigger and bigger until it reached the clouds. His body began to glow with boundless Buddha light. The light of the sacred Buddha lit up the entire ancient continent. He moved his index finger. He pinched it lightly. His earlobes reached his shoulders, and his face was filled with a peaceful aura. Its appearance was extremely domineering, no one knew what this was. How did Luo Tian become like this? This was not the transformation technique that he used. They didn't know. However, the powerhouses of Xini continent that was tens of millions of kilometers away knew, furthermore. At this moment, all the martial artists in Xini continent knelt down and worshipped. They were incomparably pious because this was their divine ancestor, Tathagata Buddha. Luo Tian was in an uproar. He had never imagined that his 3,000 sin points would summon Buddha. One was a Buddhist sage, while the other had 3,000 sin points. One had to know that he had to kill 3,000 sin points to accumulate that amount. Now, the two were complete opposites. This, Luo Tian couldn't figure it out. However, he didn't have the time to think too much about it. I'm going to send all these people to hell. Rumble. Rumble, rumble. Tathagata Buddha's light breathing attracted tens of thousands of thunder, exploding in midair. His eyes moved slightly as he stared at Tian Lingzi. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Tian Lingzi's body sank, and he was directly crushed to the ground. He couldn't move, he really couldn't move at all. What is this? What exactly is this? Impossible, absolutely impossible. In a lower plane like the ancient continent, no one can stop me. No one, absolutely no one is my opponent. Tianlingzi was crushed to the ground, his face pressed against the ground, constantly releasing the power of the heavenly Tao. He wanted to stand up, but he couldn't. The pressure of the Buddha was too strong, and he couldn't even withstand a glance. Fear rose from the depths of his heart. Facing this incomparably powerful force, facing this force that he had never seen before, Tianlingzi's face turned pale. What exactly was it? Buddha light fills the sky. Could it be the Buddha of Xini continent? Good heavens! How can there be so much power? Tianlingzi's shit is about to be crushed out of him. Too powerful. The young master is mighty. The warriors of the four divine beasts clan were all in an uproar. The blood demon king, Huangfuju, and the others crawled up from the ground with great difficulty. Staring at the enormous Buddha in the sky, their hearts grew excited, and their faces grew excited as well. Master, too powerful. He really was too powerful, Huangfuju said excitedly as well. Luo Tian, you are an absolute mystery. You're actually able to release such a powerful force. Even deities have been crushed to a pulp. This is too awesome. Ha ha ha. Tianlingzi tilted his head, staring at the sky. He roared loudly, Luo Tian, this isn't your power at all. I don't believe you can kill me, nor do I believe you dare to kill me. I am a disciple of the heavenly Tao. Even the chief sovereigns of the deities are nothing more than ants in front of the heavenly Tao. If you dare touch a single hair on my head, the heavenly Tao won't spare you. Ha ha ha, he began to laugh wildly. However, without waiting for him to speak, Luo Tian said angrily, I like it when you're arrogant. The more arrogant you are, the more fun it will be for me to step on you. As soon as he finished. With a sudden movement of his thick palm, Luo Tian continued, shout, continue shouting. Rumble. A palm struck down. A 5-finger-deep pit appeared on the ground. The clothes on Tianlingzi's body were directly crushed into powder. His entire body was drenched in blood, and his hair had fallen off. He looked extremely miserable. What deities? He was now even worse than a beggar on the streets. He was crushed like this with a single palm. Moreover, Tianlingzi was completely unable to release any power to resist. The disparity was too great. Being crushed to death, Tianlingzi screamed in pain, and also roared loudly, you dare, you dare. My master will your sister. Another palm came crashing down. Luo Tian's voice was ice cold, and said, didn't you want to dig out my eyes? Now let me take another look at this world, because you won't be able to see what this world looks like soon. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. A sharp force streaked across the palm of his hand. It directly dug out Tianlingzi's eyeballs. My eyes, my eyes. Tianlingzi screamed in pain. He no longer had any of the contempt, indifference, and arrogance he had at the beginning. There was only fear, incomparable fear. Luo Tian spat out a mouthful of phlegm and said, deities? All right. His heart was also secretly excited, and he thought to himself, 3,000 sin points to summon the Buddha Lord, this is too awesome. I'm not playing with you anymore. Now it's time to send you to see your heavenly Tao master. Luo Tian's voice sank, and then the two palms joined together, and a ray of holy light burst out from his body, die. The 7th chapter has been delivered, brothers, in front of us is the potato's chrysanthemum. That's right, it's the heavenly silkworm potato that wrote battle through the heavens, Marshal Yin Yang. This is a great god, can you kill him for me? Old cow will have no regrets in this life. There are only 35 votes left. Brothers, let's charge. Explode. Buddha's palm. A palm pressed down. Heaven and earth cracked, and the winds and clouds changed. A powerful force poured down, and before it landed, it had already entered Tianlingzi's sea of consciousness. The powerful pressure crushed him, making him unable to move, and he was in extreme pain. However, it was Luo Tian who had to bear the pain of being crushed. Now, it was himself. Tianlingzi's body and voice were trembling. He hysterically roared, Luo Tian, the heavenly Tao will not let you go. The crown prince will not let you go either. Just you wait, just you wait. Ah, screams of pain could be heard everywhere. Tian Lingzi couldn't bear it. He was a god-ranked expert from the god's domain. He had thought that he would be the strongest existence in the primordial continent. However, he had never imagined that a powerhouse from an unknown plane would appear out of nowhere. Just a single aura was enough to make him lie on the ground, unable to get up. This feeling was really unbearable. However, he could already feel his life draining away, his sea of consciousness collapsing, and a chill began to rise up in his heart. He looked at Luo Tian with an unconvinced look in his eyes, his teeth clenched, but there was nothing he could do, he could only shout. I'll be waiting for you on the road to the underworld. It won't be long before you come down to accompany me, ha ha ha, Luo Tian, no matter how powerful you are still no match for the crown prince. He will ruthlessly trample on you. Just you wait, the crown prince's bloodline and his status will crush you 10,000 times. Ha ha ha, just you wait. How strong was the crown prince? Luo Tian didn't know. He didn't want to know now. There was only one thought in Luo Tian's mind. You're still shooting your mouth off here. Just shut up for a bit. Explode. The Buddha's palm fell. Crack. Rumble, rumble, Tian Lingzi's body was torn apart, and his sea of consciousness collapsed. His mind was dead, and his aura was gone. Death, dead, he was killed by a single palm strike. The system beeped. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Tian Lingzi for obtaining 25 billion experience points and 100,000 vitality points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the rank 1 deity divinity. Will you devour it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Bell of Heaven. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining heavenly energy. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Skywheel Shuttle. The system beeped non-stop. Ding. Sin +1, currently at 1 point. His sin value was reset to 0. Ding, 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 the system beeped continuously. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Holy Level 4. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Holy Level 5. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Holy Level 8, 25 billion experience points, leveling up 5 times in a row. This amount of experience points was simply too awesome. Luo Tian looked at the long string of zeros and counted them wrong several times. Only when the system beeped that he had leveled up 5 times did he realize that he had 25 billion experience points. He was now only 2 levels away from the Emperor realm, that was 100 million primordial energy points. In the future, he wouldn't have to worry about running out of yuan qi. His yuan qi was like a vast ocean that could never be used up. At the same time, the ancient tree shook violently and suddenly exerted its strength. Before Tian Lingzi's soul could disappear, it directly swallowed his soul. In an instant, the towering tree shook violently and emitted waves of whistling sounds. The small white flowers that bloomed rapidly grew larger and then withered rapidly. During this process, they quickly formed fruits. Young fruits, the ancient tree bore fruit. The cyan fruits were covered with various strange lines, like runes, but also like something else. Looking at these small cyan fruits, Luo Tian couldn't help but think of the devil fruit of One Piece, and he couldn't help but say in his heart, my god, these fruits aren't all devil fruits, right? Eating just one pill would give one a supernatural ability or special ability? If that's the case, then, isn't this too awesome? Shortly after, Luo Tian opened the system to check the items that had just dropped. Item, Bell of Heavenly Tao grade? Description, condensed from the power of the Heavenly Tao, it is divided into 2 parts. To be able to use them at the same time requires supreme power. The user will need to consume a large amount of yuan qi. The longer it is used, the more yuan qi it will consume. This divine item can chase and refine everything in the ancient continent for thousands of miles. Good stuff. Luo Tian was secretly excited. After Tian Lingzi's bell of heavenly Dao was dropped by him, the bell of heavenly Dao on Xiao Bai and Fatty Lu's body disappeared. Their bodies were extremely weak, but their lives were not in danger. Luo Tian also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If he delayed for another half a minute, the two of them would have been refined. Item: Power of the Heavenly Dao Grade. Description: one-time use, can save one's life, can also be used to attack. A faint ball of light floated in his mind. Luo Tian secretly said, "This is the power of the Heavenly Dao?" The idea moved. He wanted to merge with the power of the Heavenly Dao to see how strong it was. However, before his idea could even get close, it was crushed into powder. He secretly clicked his tongue. What a strong power. Item: Heavenly Will Shuttle Grade. Description: a flying item that can carry one person and travel through the void. With a thought, it can travel 1,000 miles. This is a good thing. In the future, it won't be so troublesome to go to Phoenix Sky Mountain. Sigh. I'm starting to miss the ferry. Luo Tian laughed excitedly in his heart. With this thing, he would be able to go anywhere without the help of Huang Fuju's space-time bloodline. Furthermore, there were some things that only he knew. If more people knew, he would lose his right to privacy. I'll find a chance to try this Heavenly Will shuttle and also find a chance to see the ferry. The fairy was coquettish to the bone. That kind of mature charm was something that other girls did not have. Moreover, she was a god-tier expert, and he could gain a large amount of experience by having sex with her. It was too much of a blabbermouth. Luo Tian was excited. At the same time, Luo Tian's Buddha body also recovered, turning back into his original body. His body landed on the stage, standing in front of Hai Tong Tian, who was still kneeling on the ground and coldly staring at him. Hai Tong Tian was also looking at Luo Tian. The two of them looked at each other. Dead. Tian Lingzi is actually dead. Just what kind of expert is that huge Buddha from? To be able to crush Tian Lingzi to such a state. Boss is too mighty. Domineering. Ha ha ha. Now it's Haijiao's turn. The surroundings were filled with discussions. The people of the Fair family didn't say anything. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. They were extremely puzzled and scared. They began to wonder whether it was the Haijia or Luo Tian that could not be provoked. Ever since Hyosaurus offended Luo Tian, Haijia had not stopped. The first chapter has been delivered, brothers, we did it. We burst potatoes chrysanthemum. Ha ha ha, our ranking went from around 100 to 50. Along the way, how many chrysanthemums have we burst? Old Bull can't count anymore. Brothers, please continue to explode in a flashy manner, begging for votes. The second chapter has been delivered around 9 p.m. One by one, the elders were killed. Now, even the old ancestor, the great ancestor, had been killed. Haijia had been crippled. What kind of person was this Luo Tian? If they were given another chance to choose, even if they died, they would not choose to provoke Luo Tian again, because this monster could not be provoked at all. He was simply a god of death, whoever offended him would die. Hai Tongtian's body trembled more and more violently. His Adam's apple rolled. Looking at Luo Tian, it was as if he was looking at the god of death waving his scythe. It was as if he could see his own death. A few seconds later, Hai Tongtian's trembling voice sounded, "You can't kill me. I'm the Crown Prince's father. If you kill me, the Crown Prince will never let you go. Luo Tian, as long as you spare my life, I swear I will never find trouble with you again in the future." At this moment, the disciples of Haijia all knelt in front of Luo Tian. "We lost, Luo Tian, we lost, please spare our lives." Among these people, there were several Emperor Realm experts. Usually, they were extremely noble. But now, they just wanted to live, they just wanted to live. Several Emperor Realm experts in the Alliance army also knelt down and said, "Lord Luo Tian, this really has nothing to do with us. We were all forced by Haijia. If we don't agree to their request, they will destroy us. Your Excellency is magnanimous, please spare us. We swear that from now on, we will be loyal to you. We will never be disloyal. Luo Tian, please spare our lives." Everyone in Haijia knelt on the ground. Luo Tian looked at them, suddenly sneered, and said slightly, "Spare your lives? When I was crushed, did you think about sparing my life? I came to Misty Cloud City and entered Cloud Mist College. Did you think about sparing my life along the way? 10 days ago, those innocent students of Cloud Mist College, did you think about sparing their lives? Did you think about it? No. You only know how to think about yourselves and how to survive. With people like you who are afraid of death, how can the martial arts of the ancient continent continue? In the past 10,000 years, no one has dared to trigger the heavenly tribulation. Everyone is struggling at death's door in order to live for one more day. You are nothing but the vermin of the ancient continent. Trash, trash. Leaving you alive will only waste more resources. So. Luo Tian grinned and said, "Do you think I will spare your lives?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Several Saint Spirit Realm elders suddenly flew up and fled in all directions. Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched as he said in a deep voice, "Let none of them go." Huh. Catherine's paladins instantly rushed out. The warriors of the 4 divine beasts clan surrounded him as well. The sky and the ground were all Luo Tian's men. Those martial artists who were flying in the air were directly blown back by the staff. Luo Tian said in a deep voice, "When you killed those innocent students, you should have thought of today's scene. All of you, die." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian grabbed Hai Tongtian's head. His 5 fingers moved as he coldly stared at him. "Your youngest son is waiting for you below. Your eldest son will soon come to accompany you. Hai Tongtian, I hope that after you become a ghost, you can send a dream to the Crown Prince. Tell him that I, Luo Tian, will definitely avenge that attack." His 5 fingers tightened. Boom. His head exploded. He died. Ding. The system sounded out. Luo Tian continued his slaughter. He didn't let a single martial artist go. Being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. He didn't want these people to turn around and bite him. He wasn't afraid of being bitten. However, he was afraid of being bitten by the people by his side. Lu Zhan, Little White, and a Yinmeng had all nearly died. If any of them had died, Luo Tian wouldn't have been able to forgive himself. Brothers were to be cherished, not sacrificed for him. Rumble. 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 Blood flowed like a river in Xianxia. Those Emperor Realm experts were all crushed to the ground by the Blood Demon King, waiting for Luo Tian to kill them. The Emperor Realm Master, unfettered Heavenly Venerable, had also lost his ability to fight. Even Tian Lingzi was no match for the Blood Demon King, so what could he do? Every time he tried to escape, the Blood Demon King would slap him back. "Weren't you very arrogant in the beginning? Didn't you have the Yan Huang divine power? Come on, come and get me again. You mother asterisk cur, just lie down properly for me." Rumble. Ding. 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 The system kept ringing out notifications. It was like the climax of a symphony. The impact on the soul was too strong. 2 hours later. Xianxia. No one survived, now. Except for the Crown Prince, whose whereabouts were unknown, Xianxia was completely destroyed. Luo Tian stood on the top of a building, looking coldly at Xianxia, and said in a low voice, "In Lingyun City, I swore to myself that sooner or later, I would kill all 18 generations of your Xianxia ancestors. Crown Prince. Just you wait, you're next." As for the Crown Prince, Luo Tian was still not confident that he could defeat him. For a powerhouse of the realm of the gods like Tian Lingzi to respectfully address him as Crown Prince, this showed that his status was very special. Moreover, when Tian Lingzi died and spoke those words, Luo Tian was even more certain that the Crown Prince wasn't as simple as Hai Tongtian's son. The son of the Heavenly Tao, the son of the Heavenly Tao. Could he really be the son of the Heavenly Tao? Luo Tian did not know. He would not think about how powerful the Crown Prince's background was. He only thought of one thing: no matter how strong the Crown Prince was, he would definitely trample him to death. Moreover, he warned himself that he would never lose his will to fight in the face of a predicament again. No matter what, he could not give up. In the distance, a figure came over and stood behind Luo Tian, saying faintly, Luo Tian, Dean Huangfu wants you to go back and discuss the matter of going to the Abyss College exchange. Luo Tian nodded, and said, I'll go back now. Raising his head to look at the sky, he secretly clenched his fists. Crown Prince, wash your butt and wait for me. Another time and space. A very strange plane. This plane had no continents, no trees, and nothing else. It was as if it was a plane made up of gas. However, these gases were all the power of the heavenly Tao. It was incomparably thick. A figure sat cross-legged, his body crazily absorbing. Suddenly, his brows faintly sank, his eyes suddenly widened, and a vicious aura burst out from his entire body. A cold killing intent swept out, and with a cold voice, he roared, Luo Tian, I want you to be consigned to eternal damnation. Suddenly, the wind and clouds suddenly changed, and the gas crazily poured into the Crown Prince's body, causing his cultivation to rapidly increase. The second chapter has been delivered. Brothers, Old Cow needs firepower support, requesting firepower. Cloud Mist College, Temporary Meeting Hall. The Heavenly Dragon Dean did not attend. The dragon binding chains on his body had been released, but his body was still extremely weak and needed a long time to recover. Huang Fuju was temporarily in charge. Huang Fuju said, Cloud Mist College has suffered a heavy blow, and its vitality has been greatly damaged. Now, if we want to restore the former glory of Cloud Mist College, then this exchange meeting with Abyss College must cause a sensation in the world. We must also obtain the initiative of this exorcism conference. Cloud Mist College was not a heavy blow, but a devastating one. Right now, Cloud Mist College had less than 100 people except for those super talented warriors who were still cultivating in the secret realm. And this was because many disciples from Boundless City had joined. Now, it was a bit difficult to even gather 8 people. However, this exchange meeting was a great opportunity. As long as they grasped it, Cloud Mist College would be able to revive, and, if they used it well, they could even expand their influence. One had to know that this time, under the leadership of Cloud Mist College, if these resurrected demons were eliminated, the influence of Cloud Mist College would expand to the entire continent. At that time, why would they worry about not being strong? Luo Tian could not help but say, we must participate, but we don't have enough people right now. He had to participate. Even if there was no exchange meeting this time, he had to rush to Abyss College on August 15th. He had to find the shadow ore and use it to forge a super dark weapon. This was also a way to make himself stronger. Relying on experience to level up was already very difficult for Luo Tian. 5 billion experience. Even if he killed all the monsters in a mountain range, he probably wouldn't have 5 billion experience. The problem of manpower. Huang Fuju frowned, looked at Luo Tian, and said, You, Lu Zhan, Xiao Bai, Yi Yunmeng, Huang Fuya, Kai Lin, there are already 6 people here. If we include the Blood Demon King, there will be 7 people. We are still missing 1 person. No matter how he looked at it, there were only so many people. Furthermore, Luo Tian said faintly, Little White still has the body of a demon beast. He is also in the demigod realm. This time, we are competing with the Abyss College's devil sect. It's inappropriate for him and the Blood Demon King to appear in the arena. Otherwise, our Cloud Mist College will be criticized by others. They will say that we are looking for demons and demon beasts to help us. It was a matter of identity. Although Luo Tian did not mind, but Little White and Blood Demon King could not appear in the competition, let alone participate in the competition. Huang Fuju frowned and said indifferently, Yes, their identities are indeed a little special. If they participate in the competition, the Abyss Academy will definitely have something to say. If they win, they will be even more dissatisfied. At that time, there will be even more trouble in this exchange. The current Cloud Mist College can't afford it. Wind and rain swayed. It could collapse at any time. This was the current Cloud Mist College. Xianxia said indifferently, Phoenix Sky Mountain's ancestral teachings do not allow disciples to participate in anything in the secular world, nor can they interfere, but I am no longer a disciple of Phoenix Sky Mountain, I can participate. Huh? Luo Tian was shocked, he looked at Xianxia in shock, and said, What did the Heavenly Maiden do to you? He immediately snorted in his heart, What the F***ck, looks like I didn't *CK you enough, you actually dared to kick Xianxia out of Phoenix Sky Mountain. You little demoness, wait until I'm done with the matters of the Abyss College's exchange. Immediately, Luo Tian was a little angry in his heart. Xianxia immediately said, Lady Heavenly Maiden is very good to me and didn't do anything to me. It's me who wants to leave Phoenix Sky Mountain. While she was speaking, Xianxia's gaze remained on Luo Tian's body, full of affection. One had to know that if she didn't leave Phoenix Sky Mountain, she wouldn't be able to follow Luo Tian. She wouldn't be able to hold hands with him, kiss him, and then. These things couldn't happen. Huang Fuyi giggled, and said, looks like my beautiful girls' team will have one more member. Yunmeng, who was wearing a black veil, couldn't help but laugh. Huang Fuju said, even with you, we still lack people. Luo Tian said, Yaya and Yunmeng's cultivation is too low, I'm worried about them in this exchange. How about, no? Huang Fuya immediately stood up and said, I want to participate, I must participate. Yunmeng also said, I also want to participate, I also want to do something for Cloud Mist College. Yes. Our beautiful girls' team should do something for Cloud Mist College, we are not useless. During this period of time, my space-time bloodline has been mastered to the 5th level, I can now travel through space cracks like father. Huang Fuya said stubbornly. This time, no matter what, she wouldn't leave Luo Tian. Yunmeng had the same thoughts as her. Looking at their expressions, Luo Tian knew that it was impossible for them not to participate. However, even with them, they were still lacking people. Could it be that they had to choose from the Paladin Regiment? No, Luo Tian immediately rejected this idea. The Paladin Regiment needed more time to develop. Letting Karen participate in the exchange was already his bottom line. If other Paladins were to participate, then the development of the Paladin Regiment would definitely slow down. Moreover, once they successfully took down this exchange, then Luo Tian would need this Paladin Regiment even more, so. The other Paladin Regiment couldn't have less people. If they didn't have enough people, how could they participate in the exchange? They would probably be laughed at by the Abyss College. If possible, Luo Tian wanted to participate alone, but this was probably impossible. Not to mention Huang Fuju, even the Abyss College would not agree as if they had been insulted. For a moment, the meeting hall fell silent. The current Cloud Mist College could no longer find a student who could participate. Even after piecing together everything, there were only 6 people, they were still short of 2 people. Where could they find these 2 people? Cough cough, cough cough cough, there was a burst of coughing. Dean Tianlong walked into the meeting hall with his walking stick. His face was still pale and his body was extremely weak. He said, Junior brother, have you forgotten that our Cloud Mist College still has students in another place? Huh? Huang Fuju's eyes lit up, and he immediately thought of a place, saying, Secret Realm? How did I forget about this place? Ha ha ha, now we don't have to worry about the lack of people. Huang Fuju immediately became excited, and said to Luo Tian, I forgot about the Cloud Mist Secret Realm, there are still more than 50 super talented warriors inside, as long as we can find 2 students, then we will have enough people. Secret Realm, the most mysterious place in Cloud Mist College. Hearing him say that, the shadows of 2 people suddenly flashed in Luo Tian's mind, Lin Dong, Tang San. It's time for you to shock the world. The 3rd chapter was delivered, Old Cow went to cook. Brothers, if you want to eat, come, ha ha ha. Old Cow will treat you, however, I'm eating grass, ha ha ha. Cloud Mist Secret Realm. Cloud Mist College was the most mysterious and one of the most mysterious secret realms in the Zhongzhou continent. Cloud Mist College relied on this secret realm to become the top college in the Zhongzhou continent from a small college. Even the Fair family attacked the Cloud Mist Academy because they wanted to obtain this secret territory. However, there were only 2 people in the entire Cloud Mist Academy who knew about this secret realm's entrance. They were the previous dean, Huang Fuju, and the current dean, Tianlong. Even the elders of the Elder Pavilion, who possessed supreme authority, did not know about it. Cloud Mist Mountain Peak. Huang Fuju stood at the edge of the cliff and glanced at the bottomless abyss. He smiled faintly and said, everyone knows that the Cloud Mist Academy has a secret realm that specializes in training super talented warriors. However, no one knows where it is. Even those geniuses who enter the secret realm to cultivate don't know. Because it doesn't exist in this world. In other words, it doesn't exist in the primordial continent. Huang Fuju said calmly. If he wasn't the dean, even if he had the space-time bloodline, it would be difficult for him to find the cloud mist secret realm. Luo Tian was slightly stunned. Another plane? Other than Luo Tian, there were other people present. There were also Lu Zhan, Xianxia, Huang Fuye, and Yi Yunmeng. Huang Fuju didn't hide it anymore. There were still 5 days until the 15th of August. If they traveled at full speed, they could arrive in 2 days. This meant that they had more than 3 days. They had to make good use of these 3 days. Huang Fuju wanted Xianxia, Huang Fuye, and Yi Yunmeng to cultivate in seclusion in the secret realm for 3 days. He believed that they would improve greatly in these 3 days, especially Huang Fuye and Yi Yunmeng. Huang Fuju smiled and said, "That's right. This was created by the first dean of Cloud Mist College. However, we don't know how it was created. Also, he disappeared not long after leaving the secret realm." "Father. Hurry up. I don't want to listen to you talk about this. I have to go into seclusion in the secret realm." "Hurry up." Huang Fuye urged impatiently. She and Yi Yunmeng had the lowest cultivation out of all the participants. If they did not seize the time to go into seclusion and improve, they would definitely drag everyone down. Ha ha ha, Huang Fuju smiled and did not stop there. He continued, after the first headmaster disappeared, a strange thing happened in the secret realm. For some reason, experts from other planes suddenly appeared. It was rumored that they were all divine-level experts, and they fought fiercely in the Cloud Mist secret realm. The sky turned dark, and the great battle lasted for over 10 years. When some students entered again, they discovered that the secret realm had already regained its peace. More importantly, the aura in the secret realm had become even denser than it was over 10 years ago. Up until now, no one knows the reason for this change. Hearing Huang Fuju's words, Luo Tian's heart immediately tensed up. Divine Burial Tomb? The divine burial tomb that old ancestor Huashan mentioned must be in the secret realm. Moreover, he must have been to the divine burial tomb. Otherwise, he would not have said that he left something for me there. Luo Tian's heart tensed up. He had been searching for the divine burial tomb, but he could not find it. It turned out that it was in the Cloud Mist secret realm. No wonder. No wonder. If I did not have to enter the secret realm to search for Lin Dong and Tang San for this exchange, I don't know when I would have discovered the location of the divine burial tomb. Luo Tian muttered in his heart. He had already prepared all the items needed to open the divine burial tomb. He was only missing the location of the divine burial tomb. Huang Fuju looked at Luo Tian's shocked expression and could not help but ask, "Luo Tian, what do you know?" Luo Tian regained his composure. He shook his head and said, "I don't know yet. I will only know when I enter. I believe that I should be able to help Cloud Mist College rise this time." Heh. Luo Tian also laughed excitedly. Immediately after, Huang Fuju's idea sank and shouted, "Be careful, follow me closely later. Don't take a wrong step, or else you will be swallowed by the black hole. At that time you will really turn into ashes." Finished. The power on Huang Fuju's body suddenly rushed towards the void above the cliff. His 5 fingers moved, and a seal appeared on his palm. He slammed his palm forward, "Open for me." Rumble. 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 In the void, space began to distort, and a bottomless tunnel appeared. Huang Fuju stepped into the entrance of the tunnel and said, "Follow me closely one by one." One by one, they jumped up. Luo Tian was the last. After the 6 of them had passed for half an hour, a strong light shone. Huang Fuju laughed, "We're here." Huff, Luo Tian took a deep breath and said in shock, "What a dense essence." Even if his dantian was shattered, he could still clearly feel the essence energy flowing around his body, as if he could grab it with his hands. Xianxia was also stunned. This secret realm is really too strange. I have never seen such a dense essence energy secret realm. No wonder the central continent has always been able to nurture peerless geniuses. Huang Fuju laughed bitterly, and said, so what if you nurture a peerless genius? The crown prince also came from here. Xianxia, the royal family, Misty City, how many king clans, those geniuses, those emperor realm rankers all came from here, but what can they do? In front of benefits, even I will sell them out. His voice was filled with bitterness. He had nurtured countless experts, but Cloud Mist College was also destroyed by these experts. It was a little sad. Xianxia said, it won't happen in the future. Huang Fuju laughed, I hope so. You guys can walk around. This secret realm is very big. I will wait here for you for 3 days. After 3 days, you must come back. At that time, we must rush to the Abyss College. Huang Fuju reminded. Then, Huang Fuju said to Yunmeng, Yunmeng, the Black Dragon Scorpion King poison in your body has been suppressed by me. Your cultivation will be completely restored in a short period of time. Your cultivation will not be affected, so don't worry. Yunmeng nodded and said, thank you, Uncle Huangfu. Huang Fuju laughed, you guys go, have a good look at the number 1 ancient secret realm. Then, he also sat cross-legged and absorbed the dense essence energy to cultivate. Luo Tian brought Lu Zhan and the others and said, let's go. This secret realm was very big. It was not smaller than Misty City. There were small lakes, forests, and some mountains that towered into the clouds. Wow, this place is so special. Look at the books here, they seem to have become spirits. They are completely different from the trees outside. The scenery here is also good. Huang Fuye and Yunmeng chatted as they walked. Suddenly, a warrior walked out, his eyes shining, revealing a lewd smile, and said, 2 little sisters, this is your first time entering the secret realm, right? Do you want me to bring you along? Chapter 4 has been delivered. I can't let my parents work in the fields, so I can't turn into a cow. Anyway, I've always been a cow, so I don't have time to update in the afternoon. The busy time for farming had arrived, and the old cow had completely turned into a cow that plowed the fields. However, tonight, there will be a 5th and 6th chapter. The old cow is working so hard. Brothers, can you vote for me? Little girl, I've been here for 10 years. I'm already at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. I can take you flying here. The middle-aged man stared at Yunming's chest. He wanted to take off the black veil on her head immediately. However, he believed that there must be a peerless beauty under the veil. Huang Fuya was very playful. She said with a smile, wow, the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. What a powerful cultivation. I've never seen such a powerful cultivator. Can you really protect us? Hearing what she said, the middle-aged man was very excited. He released his cultivation of the 9th level of the Holy Spirit realm and said proudly, it's easy to protect you. As long as you have the strength, you can do whatever you want in the secret territory. With my cultivation, who dares to touch you? Then he's looking for death. But, the middle-aged man said with an evil smile, without my protection, you can't move an inch. I'll definitely protect you 2 little girls. But, if you want me to protect you, you two have to. Before he could finish, Lu Zhan was furious. Luo Tian stopped him, walked forward, and slapped that middle-aged man to the ground. Then, he kicked him, and said, keep your eyes open in the future. Don't court death for no reason. The middle-aged man didn't know how to react. Everything happened too fast. Was he dreaming? He was at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. How could he be slapped to the ground by an 8th level Holy Spirit realm cultivator? Impossible, impossible, this must be an illusion. At this time, Huang Fuya was shocked. She said, is that all you've got? You said you'd protect us. How can you protect us? You're too weak. Suddenly, the middle-aged man stood up in anger. His eyes revealed an ominous glint as he roared, you piece of trash, do you know who I am? I'm from Xianxia. How dare you sneak attack me, you despicable bastard? Let's see how I'll deal with you. Losing face in front of 2 beautiful girls made him very angry. He had been cultivating hard in the secret territory for 10 years. He hadn't seen a girl in 10 years. Seeing 2 beautiful girls at once, he couldn't help but be angry. He wanted to show off in front of Huang Fuya and subdue them with force. However, he didn't expect to kick an iron plate. However, he was not afraid at all, because this secret realm belonged to the Xianxia. It would have been better if he hadn't mentioned Xianxia. Once he mentioned Xianxia, Luo Tian originally wanted to let him live. He sneered and said, "You're from Xianxia?" The middle-aged man smiled proudly and said, "What? Are you scared? The current patriarch, Hai Tong Tian, is my uncle. Offending me is equivalent to offending Xianxia. You dog, kneel down and kowtow to me right now. Otherwise, I'll take your dog life." "Oh," Luo Tian said softly, and then said, "Then you're going to die." "What? What did you say?" The middle-aged man was shocked and didn't react for a moment. However, while he was still thinking about what Luo Tian had just said, Luo Tian moved his strength and punched him between his eyebrows. He said in a deep voice, "I said you're going to die. No, you're already dead." Boom. The middle-aged man was directly blasted away. A scream exploded in the sky above the secret realm. Then, a system prompt sounded in Luo Tian's mind. Of all people, it had to be Xianxia. "You're simply courting death." Luo Tian's voice was filled with anger. Others were fine, but no matter who the Xianxia people were, he wouldn't let them go. He then shouted in a deep voice, "All the Xianxia bastards, get out. Cut the grass and dig up the roots." His voice spread in the secret realm. In less than 3 seconds. "Who's courting death? I think you're tired of living. Even provoking my Xianxia. Even Huang Fuju doesn't dare to speak like this. Who's the one courting death?" One figure after another landed. Each and every one of them was a super talented genius, overbearing and insufferably arrogant. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Luo Tian. At the same time, many other martial artists also rushed over. They also wanted to see what was going on, and who dared to oppose the Hai family. One must know that these disciples of the Hai family were extremely tyrannical. They occupied the position with the densest yuan qi in the secret territory. Moreover, they crushed the disciples of other families. If they were even slightly careless, they would beat them up. Among these super talented martial artists, Yi Zichen was one of them. Many of them saw Luo Tian and their eyes changed. Their eyes were filled with surprise. They were also filled with anticipation. These people were former disciples of the House of Bai. They were excited to see Luo Tian again, but they didn't show it, because they didn't know what Luo Tian's plan was and what he was doing. But there was one thing: they were approaching. The Xianxia disciples. Many Xianxia disciples stared at Luo Tian. One of the older men shouted coldly, "How strong am I? I'm just an 8th level Holy Spirit. How dare you go against my Xianxia disciples?" Even Huang Fuju and Tianlong wouldn't dare to say such things to the Xianxia. "Kid. Today, I'll let you know the power of Xianxia." As soon as he finished speaking, the man took a step forward and moved his palms. A powerful force came crashing down on Luo Tian's chest like an avalanche. It was a powerful force. Lu Zhan moved forward slightly, but he was still blocked by Luo Tian. Luo Tian slightly raised his eyes and stood motionless in his original position. He waited for that Hai family disciple's palms to land in front of his chest. He raised his right hand, opened his 5 fingers, and slapped down with a loud bang. "Pa. So what if you're Xianxia?" Boom. The man's face turned to his back and he fell to the ground. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing. 1 Xianxia disciple fell, and 3 Xianxia disciples rushed forward. Pa. 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 Another 3 slaps fell, and the 3 of them fell to the ground, instantly killed. Luo Tian's gaze swept over them, and he said coldly, "Who else? Weren't you all arrogant just now? Who else?" The Xianxia disciples were frightened. Their faces were ugly, and their eyes were burning with rage. However, they didn't dare to step forward. Luo Tian's strength was just too great. Even a Holy Spirit realm cultivator was instantly killed. They weren't even on the same level as him. No one? No one dares to come? Since you don't dare to come. Luo Tian's eyes were fierce. He suddenly said, "Where are the disciples of the House of Bai? Kill them all." Boom. With a loud sound, the disciples of the house of Bai who were hiding in the dark were waiting for Luo Tian's order. Chapter 5. There are more chapters tonight. Old Bull was very tired, but he was still writing with all his might. Screams rang out continuously. The disciples of the Hai family hadn't reacted yet. All of their attention was focused on Luo Tian. They didn't notice that someone was approaching them. Even more so, they didn't think that someone would dare to make a move against the people of the Hai family in this mystic realm. The most bizarre thing was, many of the Hai family's disciples also suddenly made their move, and directly killed the Hai family's disciples beside them. In an instant. The change was so fast that no one could react. Lu Zhan was stunned. What's going on? Why did these people suddenly attack? Xianxia and Huangfuya were also confused. Yunmei was the only one who knew a little. She muttered, could it be the House of Bai from Soaring Cloud City? Didn't they say that the House of Bai was eradicated by the 4 major families of Soaring Cloud City? Also, the House of Bai can't have so many talented disciples cultivating in the Arcana realm. Did something happen? Yunmei looked at Luo Tian's back. She realized that the man in front of her was becoming more and more mysterious. What had he experienced? She felt sorry for Luo Tian. Why? Why is it you? Who are you? I've taken care of you for so long and even treated you like a brother. Why did you stab me in the back? Is it because you're afraid of him? Do you know how powerful the Haijia is? You'll all die. You'll all die. A Haijia disciple said to the person who attacked him. The burly man with a silly smile on his face kicked him away. He shouted, why? Because he's my boss. He's the leader of the House of Bai. My boss arranged for me to join the Haijia. He wanted the Haijia to send us to the Cloud Mist College and enter the Arcana realm to cultivate with our superior talents. We'll be hiding around you like nails. Once we receive the order, we'll attack. Do you understand now? The person who spoke was Bai Xiong. He threw off his fake hair, revealing his bald head. Then, he walked to Luo Tian's side and said, Boss. Bai Xiong walked out. The other House of Bai disciples walked out one by one. They all walked to Luo Tian's side and said, Leader. Lin Dong deactivated his disguise and walked to Luo Tian's side excitedly. Boss. The power that Luo Tian had just displayed had shocked every single one of them, especially Lin Dong. His own cultivation speed had already reached the Holy Spirit realm, but Luo Tian's cultivation had actually reached the 8th level of the Holy Spirit realm. He couldn't help but admire Luo Tian in his heart. He was secretly shocked as he said, Boss really is the boss. The last one to walk out was Bai Lingling. She looked at Luo Tian affectionately and walked to his side. Her eyes were a little wet. She looked at Luo Tian and kept looking at him. In the end, she couldn't hold it in anymore. She threw herself into Luo Tian's arms and cried, I thought you abandoned us. I thought I'd never see you again. I thought you didn't want me anymore. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo, she cried her heart out. Her crying was heart-wrenching. During the entrance exam and the Cloud Mist Academy's competition, Bai Lingling had watched Luo Tian from afar. When she saw him being bullied and suppressed in all sorts of ways, her heart ached, and she wanted nothing more than to rush up to him. She missed Luo Tian every day. Now that she saw him, that kind of longing suddenly burst out like a flood. Luo Tian patted her back gently and said gently, Silly, how could I not want you? Don't cry. If you cry, your face will become a big dirty cat. So many people are watching. Bai Lingling sobbed and said, I don't care. I haven't seen you for so long. I want to hug you more. Among the girls here, there were a few girls. Bai Lingling was the only one who had sex with Luo Tian. Moreover, it was under the imperial goddess technique. Therefore, she was more attached to Luo Tian than the other girls. She was also dead set on Luo Tian. Huangfuya secretly clicked her tongue. She glanced at Yunmei and then at Xianxia. She said excitedly, It seems that our beautiful girls' squad has a new member. Suddenly, Huangfuya thought of a curious question and asked Yunmei softly, Sister Yunmei, between you and her, who was earlier? Yunmei was speechless for a moment. She flicked Huangfuya's forehead and said, "What are you thinking about? That little head of yours is always thinking about useless things. If you have the energy, you might as well cultivate more." As for who was earlier, Yi Yunming felt a little sweet in her heart. She was earlier than bilingualing. However, after meeting Luo Tian, it was a little difficult to talk about what happened. After all, she was naked beside Luo Tian. Thinking of this, her cheeks couldn't help but blush. She was a little shy. Seeing Yi Yunming's shy expression, Huangfuya immediately smiled playfully and said, "Oh. I know, hee hee. Sister Yi Yunming, it's that stinky hooligan you first met, right? Hee hee. I knew it." She was very proud. It was as if she had met Luo Tian first. Then. Huangfuya whispered in Yi Yunming's ear, "Then you'll be the big sister from now on. I heard that stinky hooligan has several women in the Xianxia continent. When the time comes, will you be the big sister, or someone else? Wow. If that's the case, then my pretty girl squad will become more and more powerful, hee hee." Suddenly, she thought of her own pretty girl squad. Yi Yunming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She really didn't know what Huangfuya was thinking. Okay, don't cry. I won't let you leave me in the future." Luo Tian comforted her. Bilingualing also stopped crying. She walked to Yi Yunming's side and said politely, "Big sister." Huangfuya was shocked and immediately laughed, "I guessed right, hee hee. Then you're also my big sister. Join my pretty girls squad, okay? We'll fight against that stinky hooligan together. She and she are all my team members." As she said that, she pointed at Yi Yunming and Xianxia. The two of them shook their heads and were speechless. Bilingualing immediately became interested and said, "I've been planning to do that for a long time." In less than half a minute, the few women were chatting away, completely ignoring the existence of Luo Tian and the others. Luo Tian walked forward and said in a deep voice, "Xianxia is a royal family, the #1 family in Misty Cloud City. They even have the son of the heavens, the crown prince. It can be said that they are an extremely powerful force. You guys killed Xianxia disciples just now. Are you afraid?" Bai Xiong took the lead and said, "Of course I'm afraid. So what if they're powerful? As long as boss is here, I'm not afraid." The other house of Bai disciples also shouted, "No." Because, their worship of Luo Tian was almost blind. More importantly, they could only stand here because of Luo Tian. If it were not for Luo Tian, they would not be standing in the #1 ancient arcane realm. Luo Tian smiled and said, "It's good that you're not afraid. You don't have to be afraid because Xianxia has already been F***ed." At this moment, the system suddenly flashed red, a strange notification sound rang. Ding! Have you found the location of the tomb of the buried god? Chapter 6 delivered, collapsed. Old Ox was really collapsing. His arm was extremely sore. "I need chrysanthemums, I need flowers to replenish my energy. Brothers, I found a chrysanthemum 5 votes ahead. Can we kill him? 5 votes, come on." The system flashed red. There must be a special discovery. The system notification sounded. Ding! The god burial tomb has been discovered. There are still 3 minutes before the opening of the god burial tomb, a notification sounded. Soon after, all the items that Luo Tian had collected to open the god burial tomb disappeared. Luo Tian thought to himself, it should have been triggered automatically. "Old ancestor Huashan, what did you leave for me? I'm really looking forward to it." Ever since he entered the ancient continent, Luo Tian had been looking forward to it. After waiting for a few years, finally, the first veil was about to be unveiled. The first treasure was left in the Cloud Mist College's god burial tomb. The second treasure was in the Abyss Cave near the Abyss College. The third treasure was not in the central region but in an even more secretive forbidden area. The god burial tomb was the first one. Moreover, the Patriarch of Mount Hua had even specially instructed him to open the god burying tomb first and obtain the first item he left behind before searching for the second item. What exactly was inside? Luo Tian was a little excited. "Old ancestor, please don't be reluctant. You must leave behind some divine artifacts from the divine domain. Otherwise, how can I survive?" Old ancestor Huashan was very strong. Luo Tian already knew about it when he was in the Xiantian continent. It was actually in the ancient world. The strength of the old ancestor Huashan rose to another level in Luo Tian's heart. Moreover, he seemed to be the last expert from the ancient continent to ascend to the divine domain. This was enough to prove his strength. I wonder if the god burial tomb was entered after or before his ascension. If it was after his ascension, it would definitely be something good. If it was before his ascension. Luo Tian grinned and thought to himself, no matter what, I must go in and take a look. Immediately. Luo Tian did not immediately search for the entrance. Instead, he said, the time outside has changed drastically. I need you now. And you? Tang San walked out of the forest from Luo Tian. It was obvious. Tang San's cultivation was also progressing rapidly. Moreover, the aura that Lin Dong and Tang San released was different from the rest. This could be due to their peerless talents. The difference in their level of comprehension meant that the strength they comprehended was also different. Tang San was slightly taken aback. He smiled and said, Boss, if you have something to say, just say it. Lin Dong took a serious look at Tang San and was immediately attracted by him. Luo Tian briefly introduced the two of them, and then said, this time, put aside your cultivation for a while. I want you to go to the Abyss College for a competition. The Cloud Mist College suffered a devastating blow from Haijia, and it's impossible to find any more genius martial artists. There are many in the secret realm, but I'm worried about them. You two are the only ones left. Lin Dong nodded his head and said, during this period of time, I also want to go out and see the results of my training over the years. Tang San chimed in, I was thinking the same thing. I've been cooped up in the secret realm every day without being able to fight. I'm going crazy. Hee hee. Boss, you're going to set me free now. Ha ha ha, okay. That's good. There are still 3 days left. In these 3 days, you two will make the final push. Luo Tian said, once the 3 days are up, immediately leave the secret realm. At that time, I'll bring you to the Abyss College to shock the world. The whole continent will be shocked by your appearance. Luo Tian was excited. Lin Dong and Tang San would definitely shock Tianyu. Because, one was the main character of martial yin yang, and the other was the main character of the Dolua continent. If these two people didn't shock the world, then it would be strange. Lin Dong and Tang San didn't say anything else. They quickly disappeared and immediately meditated to feel the rich yuan qi of heaven and earth. Luo Tian also let the disciples of the House of Bai cultivate. After 3 days, everyone left. Huang Fuye, Yi Yunmeng, and Xianxia were pulled by Lingling to a place with the richest yuan qi. The 4 of them quickly entered a state of cultivation, especially Yi Yunmeng. She couldn't wait to use every minute and second to cultivate. She needed to improve her cultivation. The dozens of people left in less than half a minute, leaving only Luo Tian and Lu Zhan. Luo Tian said apologetically, Fatty, you swallowed the divinity. Without waiting for Luo Tian to finish, Lu Zhan laughed and said, that was my choice and also my fate. It was also the best choice I made in my life. Boss, do you think I can break through to the Emperor realm in this lifetime? It's impossible. My talent is limited. Even if I cultivate, I won't be able to break through. You gave me the chance to become a God realm master. I don't regret it. In fact, I'm excited. Now that I'm a God realm master, do I have to worry about not being able to find a girl? Ha ha ha, Lu Zhan laughed excitedly. From the moment he became a rank 1 god, he thought about his marriage. In the future, he wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. Many beauties would automatically throw themselves at him. In the future, he, Fatty Lu, would definitely live a very good life. No matter what Fatty Lu thought, Luo Tian still felt guilty. When a warrior's cultivation stopped at a certain level, regardless of whether the realm was strong or weak, it was a form of cruelty to oneself. Huff, Luo Tian heaved a sigh of relief, and thought to himself, if there's a chance, I'll help him change. Following that, Lu Zhan asked, Boss, what are we doing now? Comprehending the origin qi of heaven and earth? In any case, I'm not interested. Luo Tian smiled mysteriously, and said, do you think I'm here to play? I'll bring you to a good place. The location of the buried god tomb was not where Luo Tian was standing. According to the system notification, Luo Tian found it very quickly. It was a cold pond at the foot of a huge mountain. The cold pond emitted a red light, the same red light as the system. Luo Tian muttered, "This should be the entrance." Lu Zhan stood at the side, his idea seeping in, the divine might moved, his body couldn't help but retreat a few steps, and said, "Boss, there's something strange in the water." My divine might idea was actually pushed back by a powerful force. His face was filled with shock. One had to know that he was a divine-level ranker. Luo Tian laughed excitedly, and said, "Of course there's something strange. If there's nothing strange, why would I bring you here?" Following that, Luo Tian jumped down and said to Lu Zhan, "If I don't get up within half a minute, it means that it's safe below. You can just jump in." Walala, Luo Tian jumped into the pool, causing a splash, and then quickly fell down. At the bottom of the cold pond was a door carved with two ancient beasts. There were a few round pits on both sides of the door, but they had already been filled with things. These things were the items that Luo Tian had collected to open the buried god tomb. Luo Tian placed one hand on the beast door, and shouted in his heart, "Open." Walala, an ancient aura assaulted his face. The divine tomb had opened, the first chapter had been delivered, there would be a second chapter before 9. Aya, the old cow's chrysanthemum was once again destroyed by this godlike man, only 3 votes left. "Brothers, destroy the potato's chrysanthemum, charge forward." Half a minute later, Luo Tian didn't come out. Lu Zhan didn't think too much and immediately prepared to jump down. "But, Fatty, wait for me." A voice called out to him. Lu Zhan turned around and found that it was Xianxia, Xianxia, Yunmeng, and Bai Lingling, the 4 beautiful female warriors. Immediately, Fatty Lu's face revealed a bitter smile, and said, "Big sister, what orders do you have?" Xianxia took the lead and asked, "Let me ask you, what are you doing sneaking around here? Where's my vice captain? Don't think that we won't find out just because you sneaked away. Let me tell you, I have my eyes on you. Speak. Hurry up and tell me, where did Luo Tian go? Could it be that there was someone here that he liked? This won't do. When the time comes, we won't be able to sleep on a single bed. How big of a bed do we have to build?" Xianxuya's brain never knew what she was thinking. Being said by her like this, Xianxian and the others all blushed. Xianxuya said with a look of disdain, "Look at all of your shy expressions, you can't wait to consummate with my vice captain, right? Can you have some self-respect?" "Oh right, from the beginning, I felt that there was something strange about Luo Tian coming here. Does he need to come here himself to pick someone? He even called the fatty who swallowed divine deity in, so it must not be a good thing. Fatty Lu, are you going to tell me? If you don't, I'll make it so that you won't be able to find a girl for the rest of your life. Do you believe me?" Coercion and bribery. Lu Zhan's face was full of bitterness, and said, I'll say it, okay? I'm really scared of you." With Xianxuya, this mischievous girl, it was absolutely impossible for Lu Zhan to pick up a girl in front of him. Then, Lu Zhan pointed to the cold pond and said, "Boss is in the water. He just said that if he doesn't come out in half a minute, then did something happen?" Xianxuya said in shock, and then slapped Lu Zhan on the back of his head. "I say, Fatty, what are you doing? Aren't you a divine-level expert? How can you let something happen to Luo Tian? How can you protect him? You. For a moment, he was speechless. Yunmeng grabbed Xianxuya and said, "Let him finish." They also started to worry. Lu Zhan was very miserable. He wanted nothing more than to fight Tian Lingzi again and not face Xianxuya and the others. He rubbed the back of his head and hurriedly said, "Boss said that if he doesn't get up in half a minute, I have to go down as well." Xianxuya slapped the back of Fatty Lu's head again and said, "Half a minute? How long has it been? Why aren't you going into the water? Do you want to kill my vice captain? Hurry up and get down." Lu Zhan was speechless. He was scared. He jumped directly into the pool, which could be considered a relief. When Xianxuya saw Fatty jump in, she forgot to ask anything and started to circle around the pool anxiously. Bilingual giggled and said, "It seems that some people are more worried about that stinky bastard than we are. He's a hooligan. He even said that the big bed wasn't enough for him, or that he wanted to consummate his marriage. I think some people can't wait to do it with him. He's a hooligan." Hee hee, Xianxia and Yunmeng also pursed their lips and laughed at the same time. Huang Fuya was stunned and quibbled, as the captain, of course, I'm worried about the vice-captain's safety. I'm not worried about that stinky hooligan. Sister Yunmeng, what should we do now? Should we go down? The girl's expressions also became serious. Xianxian's mind moved, and she dived into the cold pool. Then, her body shook violently. She said, "There's something strange in this pool. It seems like there's a power barrier that's completely isolated from the arcane realm. Could there be an even more powerful arcane realm hidden in this arcane realm? An arcane realm within an arcane realm? How is this possible? Who can do that?" Arcane realms were independent small planes. They could also be spatial cracks of the ancient continent. Such things would appear when a plane was born. It was like a flaw in the creator's creation. However, if the arcane realm was really created by the first dean of Cloud Mist College, then it belonged to a plane. There couldn't be other planes in this plane. Otherwise, this arcane realm wouldn't be able to stand. Or perhaps, the dean's cultivation was too powerful. Huang Fuya said anxiously, "Now's not the time to talk about an arcane realm within an arcane realm. Luo Tian is in danger down there. Who cares if it's an arcane realm within an arcane realm? I don't care about that, I don't care." Huang Fuya frowned. "I'm going down first." Then, she jumped into the cold pool. With a flip, she jumped into the water like an agile elf. Her slender legs swayed gently, and she quickly dived to the bottom. Seeing her jump in, Xianxian also quickly jumped in. Like a white mermaid, she moved in the cold pool and disappeared in the water. Yunmeng and Bilingual jumped in as well. The four women were like four mermaids. In the water, their exquisite curves were curvaceous. "What did you say? They followed us?" Luo Tian wrung his clothes dry. He looked at Lu Zhan in surprise and said, "Didn't they go to cultivate? Why did they follow us?" Lu Zhan scratched his head and said naively, "How would I know? Before I jumped in, they suddenly appeared. I guess they must have pretended to cultivate and have been secretly watching us. We were too careless. Women are too cunning." From the beginning, the four girls didn't cultivate. They had been paying attention to Luo Tian. That was why they followed him all the way. Lu Zhan glanced at the tombs all over the mountain. His face darkened and he said, "Boss, where are we? There are so many tombs. Why does it look a bit like a mass grave? Look, there are even bones outside." Luo Tian had noticed it long ago. He said softly, "This is the tomb of the god of sin." Lu Zhan was shocked. He took a closer look and said, "The tomb of the god of sin? Here? Oh my god, the ancient continent actually hid such a tomb of the god of sin. Oh my god, we are going to be rich this time. Ha ha ha. We are going to be rich." Luo Tian looked at Lu Zhan with disdain and said, "Is that all you have? How is that a fortune? That's a super fortune." Luo Tian also became excited. The tomb of the god of sin, once it appeared in any novel, there would be all kinds of spirit treasures, divine bodies, and countless heavenly techniques. Was this called a fortune? This was called a windfall, ha ha ha, at this moment. The energy barrier faintly moved, and four figures rushed in. Lu Zhan immediately hid, as if he was afraid of being beaten. The second chapter has been delivered, brothers, only 3 votes left. Old cow begs for fire support. The other 3 girls were also shocked. Huang Fuya was about to cry. She didn't dare to look at the others anymore. She squatted down and started drawing circles on the ground. She muttered, "You bastard. I, Huang Fuya, won't let you go." The 4 girls laughed. Huang Fuya was too funny. Luo Tian suppressed the evil fire in his crotch. The blood rushed to his head, but it didn't flow down. He said, "Why did you all come down? It's dangerous here. You should get out." Bai Lingling said, don't even think about getting rid of me. I'll follow you wherever you go. I don't want to leave you again. Luo Tian was speechless. Xianxia said seriously, where is this? It seems different from the arcane realm outside. Could there be another plane hidden in this arcane realm? There are tombs everywhere. What is this place? Also, the aura here is giving me a sense of danger. Since they were all here, Luo Tian didn't hide it anymore. He said, this is the tomb of the gods. It should be another plane hidden in the cloud mist arcane realm. I don't know how it was formed. Maybe it really has something to do with the war that was started here. Okay. You know where this is. Go back. I'll leave after I find what I want. Luo Tian didn't want them to take risks with him. Women were meant to be loved. I don't want to leave. Huang Fuya said stubbornly, who knows what you're looking for? Yunmeng looked behind her and put her hand on the rippling teleportation formation. She said, it seems like we can't get out. This door can only go in, not out. Luo Tian frowned and immediately went to check. As expected, he couldn't push it open. He couldn't get out. The power was completely different from when he came in. Hee, Huang Fuya laughed and said, now you can't drive us away. Luo Tian shook his head helplessly and said, dry your clothes first. The water in the cold pond is bone-chilling and is not good for the body. This was not difficult for the four of them. Activating his elemental energy, he quickly dried his wet clothes. 10 minutes later, Luo Tian walked at the front and said, don't touch the things inside. Don't panic if you encounter danger. Was there any danger in the tomb of the god of sin? Luo Tian didn't know, however, these four women were very important to him. He couldn't let his guard down. Before Luo Tian could finish, Huang Fuya asked mischievously, Vice Captain, who do you think has the biggest breasts among the three? PFFF, Luo Tian almost threw up what he had eaten in the morning. The expressions of the three women also changed slightly. Luo Tian glanced at Huang Fuya and said, no matter how big the three of them are, they are not as impressive as you, who doesn't wear underwear. The third chapter has been delivered. Once again, Potato's anus exploded, the bloody kind, brothers, mighty and domineering. Old cow loves you for 10,000 years. Immediately, Huang Fuya's face changed. However, the other four people laughed. Luo Tian led the four beauties, chatting and laughing along the way, almost forgetting where they were. After walking for about half an hour, Luo Tian felt that something was missing. Finally, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, damn, where did Fatty go? It had been almost an hour. It was impossible for Fatty to not appear for such a long time. Even if something happened, he was still a rank 1 god, it was impossible for him to not make a sound, right? Yeah, where did my little brother go? Huang Fuya was also shocked. She looked around and muttered, why are there more and more tombs? It's eerie and scary. They were very happy along the way and did not pay attention to where they were. Now that they noticed, they could already feel a chill. Luo Tian's idea moved, and directly spread it out to a radius of tens of kilometers. Walala, walala. Before Luo Tian could retract his idea, he found that his idea had been devoured by some powerful aura. Luo Tian immediately said, don't use your idea to search, there's something strange. His mind tensed up, and he immediately became careful. Xianxia also frowned, and said, my idea was also devoured. I never knew that something could devour ideas, and it seems to be very greedy. Huang Fuya's body could not help but tremble, and said, Sister Xianxia, could it be a ghost? Yunmeng glared at her, and said, don't scare yourself, there are no ghosts in this world. Woo-woo, a gust of cold wind blew. Who said there are no ghosts in this world? The voice was very low, hoarse, and carried a thick chill, causing everyone's heart to suddenly tighten. And this voice came from the surrounding tombs. Huang Fuya immediately burrowed into Yunmeng's arms, trembling, and said, there really are ghosts. Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched. He glanced at Xianxia. Xianxia nodded and shielded Yunmeng and Huang Fuya behind her. At the same time, she signaled to Bai Lingling to be careful. Shortly after, Luo Tian moved and locked onto the grave where the voice came from. Then, he punched down. No, 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 boss, it's me. It's me, Fatty Lu. Without waiting for Luo Tian's fist to land, Fatty Lu's chubby body crawled out of the grave. His face was covered in mud, but all kinds of spiritual treasures and divine weapons were hanging on his body. He had a mischievous smile on his face as he laughed in his heart. Now you're scared silly, ha ha ha. Luo Tian was stunned. What are you doing? Why did he crawl into the grave? Huang Fuya rushed up and put her hands on her hips. She said angrily, you damn fatty, how dare you scare me? Watch how I deal with you. Fatty Lu's expression immediately turned bitter. It was also at this time. Xianxia's gaze suddenly tightened. Don't move. At this moment, Luo Tian had already disappeared, and the black dragon divine sword slashed down. It slashed down towards Lu Zhan. Lu Zhan was stunned and did not move. Boom. Sparks flew in all directions. Lu Zhan did not feel any pain, but a skeleton appeared behind him. The bones were about to open up, showing a devouring look, wanting to take away Fatty Lu's body. Lu Zhan turned his head slightly and was shocked. That was close. Huang Fuya was also scared back in an instant. What a strong defense. Luo Tian muttered, Fatty, hurry up and get out of the way. Do you want to be possessed? The skeleton only took half a step back after receiving the attack. Not to mention breaking the bones in its shoulder, there wasn't even the slightest crack. It was obvious that this skeleton's defensive power wasn't any weaker than a fifth-order Emperor Realm cultivator. How could a mere skeleton be so powerful? Luo Tian's heart sank. Fatty Lu turned around and put down all the spirit treasures and divine weapons hanging on his body. He rolled up his sleeves and rushed forward, saying in a deep voice, your grandma's leg. I didn't do anything to you because you were a skeleton. You actually climbed out of the grave after taking some of your things. I think you're courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, Fatty Lu directly released the power of God and punched the skeleton's head off. He stepped on the skull and spat out a mouthful of phlegm, saying, Grandpa Fatty dug your grave because I think highly of you. Don't be so shameless. Defeated in 2 moves? Even God's power was not so strong, right? Or, the skeleton fell to the ground and did not move. Luo Tian immediately asked, what did you do to him? How can a skeleton be like a living thing? And if you want to possess someone, you must have self-awareness. Otherwise, it is impossible to possess someone. Fatty Lu scratched his head and said, I walked all the way and didn't see a single thing. There was no spirit treasure or divine weapon at all. This is a tomb of the gods. Then I thought of digging up these people's graves. You don't say. I don't know if I don't dig, but when I do, wow, the graves are full of all kinds of spirit treasures. The corpses are rotten, but there are no divine weapons. Look at these, they are all good things. Fatty Lu picked up the divine weapons on the ground with an extremely excited expression. Luo Tian picked up one casually. Item, Sirius Boxing Glove Grade, Divine Level Description, possesses the power of Sirius. His heart trembled, it's really a divine weapon. Then, the thing I'm looking for is also in these graves? Patriarch Huashan, can you make it simpler? There are so many graves here. Which one do you want me to dig up? It turned into a reverse. Moreover, digging graves wasn't professional at all. Huang Fuye and Yi Yunmeng also walked up. Although they were still a little afraid of dead people's things, these were all divine weapons. Looking at the treasures one by one, their hearts couldn't help but ripple. It really is a divine weapon. Ha ha ha. We're rich this time. Huang Fuye held a string of relatively clean beads and said excitedly, then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and dig up the graves. Once we dig up all these graves, we will become the richest people in the ancient continent. If anyone dares to make me unhappy, I will smash them to death with the divine weapon. If it was really as Fatty Lu said, then the divine weapons here would probably have to be transported by train. It could really smash someone to death. However, Luo Tian kept having a feeling that something was wrong. The skeleton and these divine weapons just now made him feel unreal, as if he was in a dream. It was like a nightmare in the Tianxian continent that made people fall into a beautiful dream. Could it be the same here, suddenly? Xianxia frowned and pointed at the skeleton that Fatty Lu had just stepped on. saying, "It's alive again." Huh? The fatty turned around and wanted to rush up again, saying, "I don't believe that I can't kill it." It was also at this moment, all the graves in the surrounding mountains and plains began to shake. The fourth chapter has been delivered, the afternoon update has begun. Brothers, those who have monthly votes, please vote. Those who have recommendations, please vote. Those who have money, please tip me. Incredible, there were at least tens of thousands of graves all over the mountains and plains trembling. A thick aura seemed to want to break out of his body. The soil on the tombstones trembled and rolled down. Then, the tombstones cracked, and eerie white bones stretched out from the tombstones like claws. One skeleton was fine, but if there were tens of thousands of them, Fatty Lou's scalp went numb. Huangfuya trembled in fear. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. In a moment, skeletons jumped out from the soil one by one. They shook their necks, and their joints made explosive sounds. Then, they all walked towards Luo Tian and the others like robots. What's going on? Isn't it just digging up some of your things? Is there a need to be like this? Fatty Lu said unhappily. Looking at the divine artifact that he couldn't bear to part with, he said fiercely, "At most, I won't take it anymore." As he said that, he threw it into the grave. But, these skeletons didn't buy it at all. Luo Tian's expression changed slightly. He looked around, trying to find a more advantageous terrain, but there was no terrain in this area that could block the monsters. Then, he said, "Xianxia, protect them. Fatty. Follow me. No matter what. Let's give it a try first." Moreover, he was sure that the skeleton whose head had been stepped on by the fatty was not dead. Now, he had to kill at least one of them to see what was going on. Fatty Lu immediately perked up, understood. Luo Tian moved, his footsteps were like flying, and in the blink of an eye, he landed in front of the skeleton at the front. God explosion. Previous chapter next chapter boom. The power in his body surged out. Azure Dragon, come out. Roar, an azure dragon rushed out from the top of Luo Tian's head and roared in the empty sky. The powerful dragon roar emitted a powerful deterrent force, and then directly wrapped around Luo Tian's left arm. The black dragon divine sword moved. Azure Dragon slash. Previous chapter next chapter boom. The azure dragon wrapped around his arm directly rushed into the black dragon divine sword. The black dragon divine sword also released an ear-piercing sword chi and slashed down. Crack. It struck the skull of the skeleton. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Shortly after, the black dragon divine sword slashed down from head to thigh, directly splitting a skeleton into two. If he was a human, he would be dead by now. But, Luo Tian did not hear the system notification. In other words, the skeleton was still alive. F***ck. He's still not dead even after being beaten to such a state. What exactly is considered dead? Luo Tian glanced at the skeleton on the ground, which was moving crazily and reassembling. There must be a weakness. There must be a weakness. It's impossible that it can't be killed. Let's try again. He activated his power. Another sword slashed down. The skeleton, which had been split into two, immediately shattered into countless bones. The bones flew everywhere. But, there was still no notification. The bones that had been sent flying began to gather together in a frenzy. F***ck. Luo Tian cursed and raised his eyebrows. Try using the divine flame. Grade 3 divine fire. Open. With a move of his palm, a flame shot out and directly exploded on the body of a skeleton. The flame surged and enveloped the entire skeleton. Luo Tian was overjoyed, and thought, this is the characteristic of being instantly killed by the divine flame. As long as one was hit by the divine flame, if it caused an instant kill, this was the characteristic. Their entire body was on fire, and in a few seconds, their body would crack and then burn to ashes, Luo Tian thought. The skeleton was the same. But, the system still did not sound out, and the skeleton still did not die. It was alive and kicking, and it was even more ferocious. F***ck. Luo Tian was speechless. The divine flame has lost its effect? what's going on? The divine flame ignored all defenses, and as long as it triggered the instant kill chance, it would definitely die. However, this skeleton completely ignored the divine flame, as if it was 100% immune. It was too hard to understand, and even Fatty Lou at the side was stunned. Boss, what's going on? Where exactly did these skeletons come from? They can't be killed at all. Lu Zhan fought as he retreated, and more skeletons surrounded him. Compared to Luo Tian, there were more skeletons around him, as if some skeletons were specifically targeting him. Xianxia had been paying attention to these skeletons. They kept rushing forward, but their speed was not fast. At the same time, they had a special characteristic, which was that they did not attack Luo Tian and Lu Zhan. However, when they were about to get close to Luo Tian, the skeletons on their bodies began to slowly open their mouths, like a huge mouth. It was obvious that they only wanted to devour Luo Tian's body. If that was the case, Xianxia seemed to have thought of something. Then she reminded loudly, Luo Tian, try and see if the sky-flipping seal is useful. Lu Zhan, don't use your divine power anymore. Keep your distance and don't attack. Luo Tian immediately thought that the sky-flipping seal was an existence that could crush all evil creatures, so it would definitely not be difficult to deal with this skeleton. With the palm of his right hand, he directly took out the sky-flipping seal, and with a thought, the evil-suppressing power of the sky-flipping seal was released. Prepare to die. However, it was completely useless. The powerful evil-suppressing power did not cause any damage to the skeletons and was directly ignored. What the F***ck? Just how abnormal is it? Luo Tian really couldn't understand. He felt that every skeleton here was much more powerful than you, Tian Lingzi. Magic damage, 100% immunity, 100% immunity to physical damage. How was he going to play an invincible existence? He was really going to be played to death. Luo Tian tried a few more times with the sky-flipping seal, but it was completely useless. However, Lu Zhan listened to Xianxia's words and did it to lessen the burden. The skeletons chasing after him were reduced by nearly half, but this half rushed towards Xianxia and the other two girls. Luo Tian's heart tightened. Fatty. Lu Zhan also noticed the danger of the four girls, so he did not care about Xianxia's instructions and immediately released his divine power. Xianxia frowned, the white sword in her hand stretched out, and the power exploded. At the same time, her body also released a trace of the power of samsara, which was also the power that he inherited from the phoenix true immortal in the samsara cage. A sword attacked, a white light flashed. It directly pierced through the skull. Walala, walala, walala. The skeleton fell apart and did not reassemble. It was completely dead. Sure enough. Xianxia was overjoyed, and immediately said, Luo Tian, there is a small ball of gas hidden in their heads. This gas is controlling them. As long as we kill this gas, we will be able to kill them. However, you guys have to be careful. These gases might be the power of the divine power. The 5th chapter has been delivered. Those brothers who still have tickets, please support me. Indeed. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to notice the finger-sized gas hidden in the skull. Xianxia liked to pay attention to details. Luo Tian had failed to kill the skeleton several times, so she vaguely guessed that this massive gas was not simple. You have to be careful. Don't let them get close to you. The gas on their bodies should be the power of God. Understood. Fatty Lou took the lead and didn't retreat. He stared at a skeleton excitedly and grinned, now that you're arrogant for me, let's see how you can continue being arrogant. One step at a time. His body directly circled behind the skeleton. His two hands directly grabbed the skeleton's neck and pulled hard. Kacha! The skull was broken off. The remaining half of the skeleton was constantly trembling, as if it was constantly being reassembled. At this moment, Fatty Lou stretched out his finger and directly inserted it into the skeleton's eye socket. Two fingers directly clamped the tiny gas and pulled, come out. Chi la. Just like tearing off a transparent tape, the gas that was stuck to the top of the skeleton's head was pulled out, and the whole skeleton suddenly fell to the ground, completely dead. Ha ha ha, it's dead. It's so hard to chase after me. Fatty Lou said proudly. At the same time, he said to Luo Tian, "Boss, what's the use of this gas?" At this moment, Luo Tian also grabbed a skeleton. He turned around and said to Fatty, "Give it to Xianxia." Chi la. He also pulled out the gas from the skull and thought to himself, "If I don't observe carefully, I won't be able to see it clearly." Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Tomb God Skeleton for obtaining 10 million experience and 10 million essence. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Spirit Body of God. Do you wish to fuse it? After the 2 system notifications, Luo Tian didn't even have time to see what the Spirit of God was before the system flashed a red light and sent out a warning. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for initiating the quest to kill the Tomb God Skeleton. Mission: clear out the skeletons in the Tomb of the Gods within an hour. Mission reward: receive information about the item left behind by the Patriarch of Mount Hua. Quest penalty: receive 10 times the experience penalty. Mission grade: S. F*CK. I triggered an S-rank quest, and there's no reward. What the hell? Luo Tian frowned. He then glanced at the quest penalty and said, 10 times the EXP penalty? Does that mean I'll have to pay 10 times the amount of experience I get from this quest? One is worth 10 million EXP, and there are at least 1,000 of them here. If I don't complete it, then damn it, won't I return to level 0? I strangled the plug. Luo Tian was going crazy. Originally, he thought that he came to the Tomb of the Gods to take the things left behind by the Patriarch of Mount Hua. He did not expect it to be so dangerous. Now, there was an S-rank quest with a penalty, and he had to complete it. Otherwise, the system would automatically fail after an hour. Although there was no EXP penalty, he would never be able to find the things left behind by the Patriarch of Mount Hua. What kind of treasure did he leave behind? Luo Tian really wanted to know. Moreover, the moment he came out, it was an S-rank quest. The things left behind were definitely not simple. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly exclaimed, "Luo Tian, this mass of gas is very powerful. It can quickly increase one's cultivation. If we have a large amount of this gas, our cultivation speed can increase by more than 10 times. It's much faster than the secret realm outside." This discovery made Luo Tian even more unable to escape. Yunmeng needed to break through. So did Huangfuya. The 2 of them had to break through quickly. Otherwise, they would definitely suffer at the Abyss Academy's exchange. Moreover, Luo Tian also needed to break through. He also needed to break through to the Emperor Realm. Huang Fuju had once said that the Abyss Academy was very powerful. There were many hidden monstrous geniuses, even abnormal geniuses like the Crown Prince. This time, the Abyss Academy would not hide anything. They would definitely take out all their trump cards. The 8 of them must be strong enough to win this exchange. Alright. What a scam. Luo Tian's eyebrows shook, and he immediately shouted, "Fatty, Xianxia, Ling Ling, the 3 of you enter the battle. Yunmeng, Yaya, the 2 of you don't have to do anything. I will let Ling Ling continuously transfer spirit bodies to you. You are responsible for cultivating in peace. Don't worry about anything else. Kill. Same old rules." Boom. Luo Tian rushed forward. Now that he knew the weaknesses of these skeletons, it was much easier to deal with them. Xianxia, Lu Zhan, and Ling Ling also followed. Boom. 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 One skeleton after another fell. The speed was very fast. When Luo Tian and the others used their full strength, the skeletons became even crazier. They constantly rushed towards them. This was also good. Luo Tian did not have to look for them one by one. Ling Ling continuously transferred spirit bodies to Yunmeng and by Lingling. The 6 of them had a clear division of labor and tacit cooperation. Time passed very quickly, and their killing speed was also very fast. According to this speed, it was not impossible to finish within an hour, as long as there were no other unforeseen events. Moreover, with 10 million experience points per skeleton, Luo Tian's experience also soared. Half an hour passed. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level, Holy level 9. 5 billion experience points were obtained in an instant. It was shockingly fast. However, after leveling up, Luo Tian glanced at his experience bar and immediately cursed, "Motherf asterisk cur, I actually need 50 billion experience points to become an emperor. System, is your entire family dead or something? How am I supposed to get 50 billion experience points? Even if I kill all the monsters in the ancient continent, I won't get that much experience points." Luo Tian wanted to cry but no tears came out. The system was too deceitful. He was currently in the holy level 9. Monsters of the 7th level probably did not give more than 100 experience points. Their levels were too high, and low-level monsters did not give him any experience points. Just as Luo Tian said, even if he killed all the monsters in the ancient continent, he would not be able to get 50 billion experience points. Luo Tian complained a bit, then immediately went back to the battle. Complaining was complaining, but he still had to face reality. First, he had to complete this mission, then he would greet the 81 generations of the system's ancestors. 55 minutes passed. The skeletons basically had nothing left. However, Luo Tian suddenly had a feeling of unease. These skeletons did not know how to attack, so they were easy to deal with, but, rumble. Rumble. The earth shook, and a huge tomb in the distance suddenly split open. A bloody skeletal hand reached out, then broke out of the ground and fell heavily. The boss had appeared, there were only 5 minutes left, the first chapter has been delivered, the old cow that rises first will eat the grass. Brothers, feed it some grass. The boss has appeared. Luo Tian reminded, be careful, this blood skeleton is definitely not simple. Then he looked at the time set by the system again. There were only 5 minutes left before the hour was up. If they couldn't kill the Skeleton King in these 5 minutes, the quest would be considered a failure. Calculating the 10 times experience penalty, they would be reduced to level 0. Luo Tian's mind tensed up as he maintained a high level of vigilance. Boom. Rumble. After the Blood Skeleton King landed on the ground, every step it took caused the ground to tremble. Its entire body was dripping with blood, and it looked extremely terrifying. Its mouth opened and closed, as if it was speaking, but not a single sound came out. Without a tongue, without flesh, how could he speak? It was even more terrifying. Fatty Lu activated his divine power, and his body landed heavily on the Blood Skeleton King in an arc. With a heavy sound, he said, pretending to be mysterious, "See how I'll deal with you." Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. His body was like a nuclear bomb. The power of the divine might was released to its peak. The moment it landed, the Blood Skeleton King raised its head slightly, as if it was angry. With a sweep of its right hand, it let out a whining sound. Bam! The blood-colored arm shot out a powerful force. Whoosh! Fatty Lu was instantly sent flying 1,000 meters away, and directly fell into a grave pit. He ate a mouthful of mud, and with a heavy slap of his right hand, he flew out again. I don't believe that this evil, if I can kill them, I can't kill you. In the blink of an eye, he flew up again. Xianxia. Luo Tian reminded Xianxia, pay attention to your observation. Following that, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, White Tiger, Bloodline open. Luo Tian bellowed, holding the Black Dragon Divine Sword in one hand, his footsteps were like a ghost, flashing with every step. The Black Dragon Divine Sword touched the ground, ignoring the flames. The moment it landed beside the Blood Skeleton King, it suddenly jumped up. Divine Beast Entanglement. Release. The 4 mythological beasts wrapped around Luo Tian moved and quickly bound the Bloody Skeleton King. Luo Tian stabbed out with his sword and directly locked onto the dark red mass of qi in the Skeleton King's head. As long as this mass of qi was shattered, he would definitely be able to kill the Skeleton King. However, without waiting for the Black Dragon Divine Sword to stab, the Scarlet Skeleton King actually revealed a disdainful smile, as if it was mocking Luo Tian. The moment the Black Dragon Divine Sword fell, it released a powerful force that directly restrained the Black Dragon Divine Sword. It was as if the Black Dragon Divine Sword was being choked. Unable to move an inch, Luo Tian's heart sank. He couldn't pull it out even if he wanted to, nor could he stab it in. Crack! 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 The jet-black black dragon sword suddenly emitted a cracking sound. Cracks began to appear, like a layer of ice cracking. The power of the black dragon divine sword began to be crazily devoured. After being devoured, the sword rapidly withered like a flower, broke apart, and shattered into powder. In less than 3 seconds, the divine artifact black dragon divine sword turned into a pile of rust. Fortunately, Luo Tian made a prompt decision and let go. Otherwise, even his body would have been devoured. What a powerful force! Luo Tian was shocked as he became slightly anxious. There are less than 3 minutes left. Now that I can't even break through the Skeleton King's defense, how am I supposed to fight? There must be another way, there must be. Otherwise, the system wouldn't have issued such a task. Lu Zhan shouted, "Grandson, this daddy is coming." No one knew when. In his hand, there was a warhammer with various patterns engraved on it. "Eat this daddy's hammer." Boom! The hammer smashed down and directly hit the Scarlet Skeleton King's head. Under the warhammer, a shocking lightning bolt struck down, penetrating the defensive shield released by the Scarlet Skeleton King and directly hitting its body. Rumble! 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 The power burst out, causing the earth to tremble and the space to shake. Luo Tian looked through the system and saw a bright red number floating above the Scarlet Skeleton King's head, 3098999 million damage? So strong. It was also at this time that a long blood groove appeared above the Scarlet Skeleton King's head. 300 million HP, Luo Tian suddenly had the urge to die. In less than 3 minutes, 300 million HP, this was the rhythm of wanting to kill someone. Moreover, Fatty Lu's warhammer smashed down and was repelled by the divine shield released by the Scarlet Skeleton King. The warhammer was directly swallowed by the Scarlet Skeleton King. However, the warhammer didn't turn into a pile of rust like the Black Dragon Divine Sword. Instead, it was eaten into its stomach. Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched. "Fatty, are you okay?" "Boss, I'm fine. But... wait, something's wrong with him." As soon as his voice fell, Fatty Lu crawled out of a grave again. His hair was messy and he looked miserable. However, his eyes were filled with a violent aura, and he held a weapon similar to the sea god's trident in his hand. "Grandson! Your grandfather is here again." Once again, he charged forward furiously and stabbed at the Scarlet Skeleton King. Crack! The sea god's trident was blocked. However, another wave of water energy burst forth from the tip of the trident, and the power of the water surged like an ocean as it crushed the Skeleton King. Scarlet damage numbers continuously floated above the Skeleton King's head. Seeing this, all Heaven's eyes narrowed. He looked at Xianxia, and Xianxia also looked at him at the same time. Almost at the same time, the two of them asked, "Fatty, where did you get the weapon?" At this moment, the power of the Scarlet Skeleton King once again sent Fatty Lu flying and he fell into the grave pit. Fatty Lu climbed up from the grave, and 2 small daggers appeared in his hands. He grinned and looked at them, then threw them away. "This kind of woman's weapon is not suitable for me." Then he jumped into another grave, took out a sky-soaring cannon, and laughed out loud excitedly, saying, "This weapon is very suitable for me." At the same time, he looked at Luo Tian and said in bewilderment, "Boss, there are weapons in every grave, they are all holy artifacts. Wow, these holy artifacts are all so awesome, they are filled with power, this is too great, ha ha ha." While they were talking, Fatty Lu arrogantly rushed forward like an idiot. "Grandson, watch me blast you to death with one shot." Just as Fatty Lu was crazily bombarding the Scarlet Skeleton King, Luo Tian jumped into a grave. It was just as the fatty had said, there were all kinds of holy artifacts inside, especially weapons. Every single one of them was a holy artifact, a true holy artifact. It contained the super strong power. Could this be the key to the quest? Luo Tian's heart trembled as he flew directly towards the tomb of the Skeleton King. Luo Tian didn't look at the rest of the items in the tomb. Instead, he was attracted by a gigantic saber in the middle of the tomb. Dragon Salyer? The second chapter was delivered. The old cow's chrysanthemum was in danger. I beg you brothers to protect the chrysanthemum. There were holy artifacts in every tomb. What about the biggest tomb? Surprise, a big surprise. Luo Tian stared at the giant blade in front of him that was constantly emitting divine power. The blade's appearance was very similar to the Earth Dragon treasured blade. There was a giant golden dragon circling around the blade's hilt. It was much more domineering than the previous draw blade, the #1 tyrant blade in the world. Gudong. Luo Tian swallowed his saliva, walked forward excitedly, and clenched his right hand. All of a sudden, Luo Tian seemed to have entered a battlefield. Constant fighting. Fresh blood, corpses, screams, and shouts rushed at his mind. There were no powerful cultivation techniques here, only all kinds of melee and cold weapons. It was like a huge battlefield. Luo Tian was deeply shocked, his mind tensed up, and his right hand loosened. Weng, the scene brought him back to reality. Gudong. What a shocking battlefield. Luo Tian still had lingering fear in his heart. That scene had shaken him to the core. Then, he grabbed the saber again. This time, he protected his mind and tried his best not to be distracted. He didn't want the saber to bring people in. However, it was completely useless. The scene that appeared this time was different from the battlefield just now. Many dragon-slaying warriors were fighting with an evil dragon, and one of the warriors was holding this dragon-slaying saber in his hand. The moment the tribe was destroyed by the evil dragon, he fell from the sky and cut the evil dragon in half with a single slash. Hiss, Luo Tian sucked in a breath of cold air. He felt as if he was the evil dragon that was being killed. Damn, what's going on? This blade is too strange. Two different scenes. Is this a description of its past? Luo Tian looked at the time set by the system, and his heart sank. There's only a minute left. If I don't kill the Blood Skeleton King outside, the mission will fail. Then he will really be beaten back to his original state, back to level 1. At that time, not to mention the Crown Prince, any low-level warrior can easily kill me. No. Luo Tian frowned. He immediately released his Azure Dragon bloodline and grabbed it with both hands. He roared towards the sky. Rise. Kacha, a bolt of lightning flashed down and landed directly on the giant blade. Then, the surrounding tombs all shook violently. Even the weapon in Lu Zhan's hand was trembling violently, as if it was afraid, but also as if it was cheering. These divine artifacts seemed to be affected by some kind of power. Luo Tian's hair bun was disheveled, and his long hair directly stood erect in the air, wantonly swaying. His robe made explosive sounds, and a powerful force erupted from the bottom of the huge blade, like a crazy monstrous wave. Luo Tian's body was trembling. Luo Tian gripped the hilt of his saber with both hands. The azure dragon and white tiger coiled around his arms. He gritted his teeth and roared again, Rise! Rumble! 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 It moved, the saber moved. The 2-meter-long and half-a-meter-wide saber moved, bringing with it a dense baleful aura. The moment the saber came out of the ground, all the tombs trembled even more violently. The Blood Skeleton King also began to tremble. He turned his head to look in the direction of his own tomb. He saw, Luo Tian pulled out the dragon's salure with great difficulty and supported it on the ground. He was unable to raise it, but this was already terrifying enough. Luo Tian was like a madman who had gone berserk. His face was as ferocious as an evil spirit. Boss. Luo Tian. Everyone's hearts tightened, seeing Luo Tian's appearance. They were all afraid. Even when facing Tian Lingzi, he had never been like this. That blade. That blade. It's the Skeleton King's divine weapon. It seems to be very powerful. It's absorbing the essence from Luo Tian's body. If this continues, Luo Tian will definitely be sucked dry by it. Xianxia frowned and said anxiously. Fatty Lu could no longer care so much, and directly rushed towards Luo Tian. If you want to suck, then suck mine. Indeed, it was just as Xianxia had said. The dragon salure was crazily absorbing the essence from Luo Tian's body. It was as if it had been hungry for hundreds of thousands of years, crazily absorbing and swallowing. When Luo Tian entered the divine tomb, the idea that he released was also absorbed by this blade. Luo Tian roared crazily, his arms trembling, and the essence in the essence slot was also dropping crazily. Seeing the fatty rushing over, he immediately shouted, Don't come over, I can hold on. You stop the blood skeleton king first. Luo Tian's consciousness was very clear. At the same time, the dragon Salyer was crazily absorbing his essence. He also wanted to see how much the dragon Salyer could absorb. A little more. The moment Luo Tian obtained the dragon Salyer released a somewhat familiar aura. If he guessed correctly, this familiar aura should have been left behind by the patriarch of Hua Mountain. If that was the case, then, this blade was the treasure that the patriarch of Hua Mountain had left for him. If that was really the case, then he had to tame it. Otherwise, how could he use it to kill enemies in the future? If he couldn't even tame his own weapon, how could he survive? Absorb, absorb, absorb as much as you want. I want to see how much essence you can absorb. Luo Tian roared, his essence crazily dropping, as if it was sucking his body. It was numb, as if there were ants biting his entire body. Hiss, 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 hiss. Crazily sucking. The essence slot was dropping crazily. Luo Tian was not worried about the problem of his essence being sucked dry. He was only worried about one thing, the mission time. There were only 30 seconds left until the completion of the mission. If the dragon Salyer had not finished absorbing the essence within these 30 seconds, and if the blood skeleton king did not die, the system would determine that the mission had failed. If that was the case, then everything would have been for naught. You better hurry up. Is that all you're capable of? The patriarch of Hua Mountain left you, this trash, for me? Can you be any more useless? Luo Tian mocked in disdain, you're already absorbing so slowly, can you hurry up for me? The dragon Salyer also seemed to have been mocked and became even crazier. The essence disappeared by the ton. 10 million points, 20 million points. 50 million points, 80 million points. Finally, after the 100 million points of essence were absorbed by the dragon Salyer, it finally burped. Luo Tian grinned sinisterly, and said, are you full? If you're full, then kill it for me. As soon as he finished, Luo Tian took a step forward, his arms bulged, his muscles expanded, and the pure power of the 8th level body was released. He suddenly raised the dragon Salyer above his head, and looked at the system's remaining 3 seconds. Luo Tian flew into the air. Just like the dragon-slaying warrior in the picture. Cutting through the heavens and earth, the slash came down, explode. Violent winds and torrential rain, lightning and thunder, a fellow Taoist is undergoing tribulation, there is no way to continue writing tonight. A special thank you, and the reader brother who read rich? Me? Today, you tipped 2,000 renminbi, and in the past 2 days, you alone have cast more than 1,000 monthly votes. The old cow is truly grateful. I don't know if you can see these words, but if you can, add the old cow's book group, and the old cow will thank you in person. A slash that could move heaven and earth. 100 million points of essence energy exploded out, a thin black crack appeared in space. The thin crack slashed down along the top of the blood skeleton king's head. Boom! The blood skeleton king was split into 2, and the dark red gas under its head also shattered. Walala, walala, the bones of the skeleton king were falling apart one by one. His empty eye sockets stared at Luo Tian. There was disbelief and confusion in his eyes. However, at the moment of his death, there was calmness. Wang, ding. The system sounded out. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Skeleton King for obtaining 1 billion experience, 1 billion essence energy points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining second stage God Spirit Body. Do you wish to fuse it? Second stage God, no wonder it's so much stronger than the other skeletons. Luo Tian immediately opened the system, looked at the time set by the system, and faintly said in his heart, it should be in time, right? System sister, give me some face. This is the last straw. The system struggled for a few seconds, as if it was conflicted about whether to let Luo Tian pass or not. Indeed. The time set by the system was gone the moment Luo Tian killed the Blood Skeleton King. If the mission was judged to have failed, Luo Tian's chrysanthemum tightened, and his heart was hanging in midair. The system was not anything else. Once it judged to have failed, then there would be no turning back and he would die. Speaking of the system, Luo Tian's heart was filled with resentment, but at this juncture, he did not dare to complain. Buddha, please bless me. F*ck, you haven't blessed me for a long time. This time, you must bless me to pass. If I don't want to become level 0, then it will be too difficult to level up again. Luo Tian secretly prayed in his heart. If he leveled up again, he would really kneel down. Ding! The system's voice rang out, causing Luo Tian's heart to stop beating. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the mission. Phew, hearing these words, Luo Tian's whole body relaxed. Cold sweat broke out on his back as if he had just experienced death. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and muttered, even if I didn't die because of you, I would have been scared to death by you. The system notification continued. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining God Beheading Blade. Buzz, the moment the system notification rang out, the huge blade in Luo Tian's hand suddenly recognized him as its master. A powerful force suddenly sucked out a drop of essence blood from Luo Tian's hand and merged it with the God Beheading Blade. Hey, I haven't said that I want you yet. What's the situation? The weapon would automatically recognize its master. Furthermore, it had sucked out his blood essence. Luo Tian wanted to break free, but he found that the Godslayer seemed to be stuck to his palm. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. A few seconds later, the system sounded out. Ding! God Beheading Blade has successfully recognized its master. F*ck. You're depriving me of my freedom, I'm going to sue you. Ugh. Alright, I can't sue you, but don't let me find a chance, you bastard. Luo Tian cursed angrily, and then secretly said in his heart, this decision is something that the Huashan ancestor left for me. He wasn't 100% sure now. He opened the system to check his attributes. Item, God Beheading Blade, Stage 0, Grade, Celestial, Tier 0 Intermediate, Description, 2nd Grade Divine Level Weapon, possesses the power of God Slaying. Every time it is used, it will absorb vitality, or divine power. 100 million points of vitality can upgrade God Beheading to the first stage, 500 million points of vitality can upgrade to the second stage, 1 billion points of vitality can upgrade to the third stage, and 1 billion points of vitality can activate the power of God Slaying. Description: the God Beheading Blade has yet to take shape. It is currently only in its embryonic form. It can be refined and upgraded. If the refinement and upgrade fails, the God Beheading Blade will be destroyed. If the refinement and upgrade succeeds, the God Beheading Blade will increase its level, and according to the ore's attributes, it will increase a certain amount of mutated attributes. Looking at these notifications, Luo Tian's heart tightened once more. 100 million yuan chi points can only increase by 1 rank. Just now, he killed the Blood Skeleton King with just 1 rank of power. I have to say, this power is terrifying to an unheard of level. Although the Bloody Skeleton King's cultivation wasn't at the second stage of the divine level, and it hadn't even reached the first stage of the divine level, its defense was invincible, and yet it was destroyed by the God Beheading Blade. Luo Tian glanced at his vitality bar. All his vitality added up to a little over 200 million. If he wanted to upgrade it to the second stage, he would need 500 million points of vitality. Even a peak Emperor Realm expert wouldn't have 500 million points of vitality. Aside from absorbing vitality, there was another way. That was to refine and upgrade it. This could increase the God Beheading Blade's level, but, if the refinement failed, the weapon would be gone. Luo Tian frowned. He looked up at the empty sky and muttered, "Old ancestor, oh old ancestor, you've really done one thing after another. The first thing is a weapon, and the second thing you've left for me is the Shadow Organ. I really have to hand it to you. If you want to give it to me, just give it to me. What's the point of doing so many tricks?" Luo Tian complained. First, it was the Central State Continent's God Burial Tomb, then the Abyss Academy's Abyss Cave. These two didn't seem connected, but he had already arranged everything. If he wanted to increase the God Beheading Blade's power, he could only go to the Abyss Cave, and this Abyss Cave was basically the Shadow Ore, but the Hua Mountain Old Ancestor didn't say that the Abyss Cave could only be entered on the 15th of August, too evil. It seems like I have no choice but to go this time. Luo Tian bitterly smiled. He glanced at God Beheading. It was greedily absorbing Luo Tian's vitality. Before it could absorb much, Luo Tian kicked it away and cursed, "You bastard, without my permission, if you dare to absorb my vitality, I'll kill you." There wasn't much vitality to begin with. If it absorbed another 100 million, Luo Tian wanted to cry. His cultivation method consumed too much vitality. 100 million vitality wasn't enough for a long battle. God beheading was like a child that had done something wrong. After being kicked away, it flew back to Luo Tian's side in fear. It was like it was being punished. It stood there quietly, not daring to move. Luo Tian said, "If you follow me, you have to listen to my orders. If you dare to jump around in front of me, you'll suffer." God beheading immediately nodded as if it understood. Fatty Lu and the rest ran over. Looking at the domineering God beheading, their eyes were blurred. Wow, this blade is too domineering. However, Deity Slayer ignored him completely. Xianxia said faintly, "This blade has its own consciousness, and this consciousness seems to be very strong. It should be from a certain expert in the divine realm. The first chapter has been sent, there's no need to cook today, no need to harvest rice. Old Cow will try his best to update a few more chapters. Brothers, if you have votes, please help Old Cow. I was defeated by Potato again. Defeated, 16 votes." Xianxian's words caused Luo Tian to be stunned. One of the experts in the divine domain must be the Patriarch of Huashan. There's no doubt about that. Was the will in the Godslayer implanted by the Patriarch when he was in the ancient continent or after he entered the divine domain? According to Huang Fuju, the War of the Gods happened not long after the Cloud Mist secret territory was created. At that time, the Patriarch of Huashan didn't exist in the profound sky continent. He couldn't have appeared in the War of the Gods. Could it be that the Patriarch of Huashan came here after he became a god? Luo Tian analyzed in his heart. These things didn't have much to do with him, but he still wanted to know how the Patriarch of Huashan entered the Tomb of the Gods. Did he break through and ascend to the divine domain the second time he entered the Tomb of the Gods? He must have come back to search for something. What was this thing? Luo Tian wanted to know, a little more. The strongest skeleton in the Tomb of the Gods was only a second-stage god. In a War of the Gods, first stage and second stage gods could only be cannon fodder. Where was the corpse of the superior god? Where was the corpse of the deity king? Where was the corpse of the master god? If it was a large-scale War of the Gods, these experts would definitely appear. There could only be one reason for starting this war: to steal treasures. Even the deity king wanted to get his hands on a divine item. Phew, Luo Tian took a deep breath and looked at the empty sky. He thought to himself, Patriarch of Huashan, what did you get from here? The Godslayer is definitely not the best item here. You knew from the start that I would come here. You knew from the start that I would be able to kill all the skeletons. You also knew that I would be able to find the Godslayer. Who exactly are you? Wasn't all of this too accurate? Could it be, you're in cahoots with the Master of Fate? He couldn't help but be suspicious. In the profound sky continent, Luo Tian was almost killed by the Master of Fate. If it hadn't been for the fact that Enchuanchuan's sincerity had moved the chief sovereign of luck, he really would have been crushed to pieces by that old hag, the chief sovereign of fate. What was the relationship between the Patriarch of Huashan and the Master of Fate? Why was he able to predict every step that Luo Tian would take? Luo Tian was very careful in dealing with anything that had to do with the ruler of fate. After all, the ruler of fate was his most powerful enemy. The Haijia crown prince couldn't even compare to her. From the moment Luo Tian had been crushed, Luo Tian had wanted to make the ruler of fate sing conquer under his crotch one day. I don't care what your relationship is. Everything will be clear once I ascend to the god realm. Old master, you better not have any connections with that old B***tch. Otherwise, I won't spare your life just because you're the old master of the Huashan immortal sect. Luo Tian said in his heart. Rumble. 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 The earth shook violently. The tombs collapsed one after another. Luo Tian's heart tightened. He immediately said, everyone, leave quickly. This place is going to collapse. This plane is going to be destroyed. Fatty Lu's expression darkened. F***ck, my divine weapons. Those are all super divine weapons. No, I have to go back and take some. Before he could rush to the tombs, Luo Tian grabbed him and shouted, "Do you want to die? The plane is collapsing. Even super God realm experts can't withstand the spatial pressure." Xianxia asked anxiously, "Where's the exit?" "We can't get out from the exit we came from." Luo Tian said, "We couldn't get out in the beginning, but we can definitely get out now. Let's go there quickly." Half a minute later. One by one, they emerged from the deep pool. The four girls were drenched once again. However, only Luo Tian saw that Lu Zhan had already run far away. He hid in a corner and cried. Thinking about those magical things, he wanted to chop off his own hands. He had wasted such a good opportunity. He was still jumping around blindly. Any random item he picked up would be incomparably awesome. This way, the girls would have a good impression of him. Too sad, Fatty Lu's tears flowed down. This time, Huang Fuya had learned her lesson. She had been hiding behind a yunmeng. She quickly dried her clothes before walking out. She smiled mischievously and said, "You didn't see it this time, did you?" "Humph. I didn't see it this time. But I saw everything I wanted to see. And the scene has been deeply imprinted in my mind. I can't get rid of it anymore," Luo Tian said with a smirk. Huang Fuya's face instantly turned red. She stomped her feet angrily and said, You, stinky, pervert." Luo Tian laughed and said, "It's good enough that I don't act like a pervert." If it weren't for, he didn't finish his sentence. If it weren't for the fact that there wasn't much time left, Luo Tian would have really done them on the spot, then. Luo Tian took out the divine spiritual qi that had burst out from the tomb of the god of sin and said, "Hurry up and cultivate. There isn't much time left. This exchange meeting is the only chance for Cloud Mist College. If we lose, Cloud Mist College will really be removed from the central continent." Indeed. Now, Cloud Mist College existed in name only. This exchange meeting with the Abyss College was the only chance for them to turn things around. It was a matter of great importance. Luo Tian didn't dare to neglect it. Even Huang Fuju was seizing every minute and second to cultivate. He also wanted to make a breakthrough in the last 3 days. Millions of kilometers away. Abyss Mountain Range, shocking sky peak. A man in a brown robe looked to the east with a faint smile on his face. This kind of smile couldn't be concealed. "How are you going to fight with me this time, Huang Fuju, Sky Dragon?" There was another person behind him. It was a young man, about 20 years old. There was a touch of youthful arrogance on his face. He said, "I'm afraid that Cloud Mist College will automatically give up this exchange meeting." Can they still send people? Those who came to participate in the exchange meeting are probably from Haijia, right? That Luo Tian, I want to laugh when I think of him. What divine grade talent. What first in the ancient times. He bragged so much, but he couldn't even take one move from the Crown Prince. I should have known him in the Panga Mountain Range. The Crown Prince took all the limelight. The young man sneered with disdain. I knew that Luo Tian was a joke. Divine grade talent? Bulge *T, the man in the brown robe said slightly, "You and the Crown Prince. Don't worry. The Crown Prince is indeed powerful, but I'm not to be trifled with. The Crown Prince has his heavenly energy, and I have my own unique strength. Even if I fight with the Crown Prince, I dare not say that I can defeat him, but I definitely won't be defeated by him. I won't be defeated in one move like Luo Tian, that trash," the young man said coldly. In his eyes, among the younger generation of martial artists in the ancient continent, only the Crown Prince could fight with him. As for the others, in his eyes, they were all trash. The young man looked into the distance and sneered. "Come on. Cloud Mist College. As long as you dare to come, don't even think about going back, ha ha ha, the second chapter has been delivered. Requesting firepower support." 3 days later. Cloud Mist College held a simple departure ceremony. The list of participants. The captain was Luo Tian, the vice-captain was Xianxia, and the other 6 were Yunmeng, Huang Fuya, Lu Zhan, Lin Dong, Tang San, and Karen. The leader was Huang Fuju. Ding Tianlong was still recovering, and after being devoured by the dragon trapping chain, his cultivation was not as good as before. It would take a long time for him to recover to his peak. Other than them, there were other people in the dark. Demigod Xiao Bai, Peak Emperor Blood Demon King, 10 members of the Paladin Legion, Bai Lingling, Bai Xiong, and several disciples of the House of Bai. Currently, they were the most elite students in Cloud Mist Academy. These secret personnel had already set off yesterday. They would arrive earlier than the official participants of All Heaven Academy. Moreover, they would scout out everything about the mystic realm. As for the participants of the Abyss Academy, they didn't know anything about All Heaven Academy. Moreover, it was better to find out the situation first. Other than that, Luo Tian also gave Xiao Bai a secret mission. That was to find out the location of the Abyss Cave Abode. Luo Tian believed that the Abyss Cave Abode was where the shadow or was. Huang Fuju's voice was filled with indignation as he said heavily, Cloud Mist College is in a battle of life and death. This battle will determine the college's fate. If we win, we will prosper. If we lose, we will perish. We must bring out the unyielding spirit of Cloud Mist College and let those dead juniors and seniors take a good look so that they can rest in peace. We must win this battle. Luo Tian raised his arm and shouted, we must win. We must win. We must win. And they had to win. Not only the Middle State continent, but the other 4 continents were also eyeing Cloud Mist College. Once Cloud Mist College was established, it would be devoured immediately. Abyss College would not miss this opportunity. The balance of power in the Middle State continent was broken. This was a great opportunity for the other continents. Huang Fuju looked at them and felt uncertain. Luo Tian was very strong, but this exchange wasn't about just one person being strong. If everyone else was defeated, then Cloud Mist Academy would still be defeated. This was a team battle. God bless us. Huang Fuju looked at the sky and prayed in his heart. Then, he said, let's go. On the road. Huang Fuju gave a brief introduction of the exchange. The exchange meeting is held once a year. Nominally, it is an exchange meeting between the freshmen of Abyss College and Cloud Mist College. But in fact, it is not the only meeting. Sects and Devil Sects will send out young and outstanding genius warriors. This is an opportunity to become famous and also an opportunity to expand one's influence. This year is different. The evil demons are wreaking havoc in the world. The entire ancient continent is resisting the invasion of the evil demons. Our central province continent is located at the center of the ancient continent. This place will definitely be an important location for the evil demons to occupy. With the central province continent as the center, the evil demons will spread to the other 4 continents. Therefore, not only will the various powerful forces of the central province continent participate in this exchange, the other 4 continents will also send their disciples to participate. Rather than calling it an exchange between the 2 great academies of the central province continent, it would be better to call it an exchange between the ancient continents. Fatty Lu was secretly shocked. He could not help but say, the experts of the other 4 continents will also participate? Damn, a hodgepodge? Huang Fuju said, Icefield Snow Country, Buddha Sect, Eurasia Church, and the 4 Divine Beasts clan will all participate. This is also because of the demonic world. Therefore, this exchange is very special. If our Cloud Mist College wants to get first place, I'm afraid, Abyss College alone was hard enough to deal with. With the experts of the other 4 continents, it would be even harder. Not only that. Although it was a new student exchange, as long as the disciples had not appeared in the exchange before, they could participate. The central continent would still participate, so they would definitely be new faces. But what about the other 4 continents? Would they abide by the rules of the competition? One had to know. Amongst the forces of the 5 continents, the central continent was the weakest. They didn't have any right to speak at all. They would definitely not give up easily on the right to exterminate the demonic world. They would even send out some extremely abnormal and monstrous martial artists. There would even be old monsters like the old ancestor who had cultivated for 10,000 years to participate. This made it even more difficult. Suddenly, Huang Fuju said to Xianxia, right, the referee this time is the Holy Maiden of the Phoenix Mountain. Huh? Huh? Luo Tian and Xianxia were stunned at the same time. The 2 of them looked at each other again. The two of them had completely different expressions of shock. Xianxia muttered, "Why would the Holy Maiden participate in this kind of exchange?" Luo Tian secretly became evil, and thought to himself, "Holy Maiden *****, do you miss me? When the time comes, prepare to receive the baptism of my big stick, ha 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 ha." It had to be said. Luo Tian missed the Heavenly Maiden a little. There was no need to say anything about this mature woman. On the bed, that kind of undisguised evil charm, flirtatious charm, and that kind of 100% compatibility had reached a level that no one could compare to. Because she was mature, she was able to let go, unlike other women who all had a sense of restraint and couldn't let go. The Heavenly Maiden was completely different. Huang Fuju laughed. Logically speaking, the people of the Phoenix Sacred Mountain would definitely not participate in this kind of exchange, but for some reason, the Heavenly Maiden took the initiative to participate this time. When this news spread out, it caused a huge commotion in the continent, and everyone was guessing why. In my opinion, it must be because the demon army this time is too powerful, and that devil empress who is yet to appear must be very powerful. Otherwise, why would it alarm the Heavenly Maiden? This was what most people thought. Huang Fuju also thought so. If he didn't think so, could there be another reason? It didn't make sense at all. Xianxia nodded his head, and said, "I think it's also because of this. The ancient king used a supreme sacred art to revive the demons. We have seen these demons before, the 8 kings and 9 generals, each of them is extremely powerful, and each of them has cultivated a sacred art, and this is without the command of the Devil Empress. Once the Devil Empress appears, it will be another bloody storm. Lord Heavenly Maiden will not sit idly by." Luo Tian didn't think so. He was even 100% sure that the Heavenly Maiden was here for him. She definitely missed him. Luo Tian laughed but didn't say anything, and thought to himself, "Little demoness, just wash up and wait for me. This time I will let you have a taste of my power. No, this time I will have to level up 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 levels before I can let you go. Haha, I'm already a little thirsty." 2 days of travel. The group of 9 finally arrived at the Abyss Mountain Range. The foot of the mountain that led to the Abyss Academy was packed with people. A good show was about to begin. The 3rd chapter had been delivered, and the 4th chapter had been delivered at around 12 o'clock. Brother Rich? Me? If you can see it, then join the Undefeated Management Group. Group number, 258281517. If these numbers are blocked, then come to the Genesis Chinese Network or QQ Reading, search for this book, and subscribe to the 132. The old cow wants to thank you for your support. Sincerely thank you. So many people. Huang Fuya looked at the plaza at the foot of the mountain, which was filled with people. These people's cultivation is not weak. Most of them are Holy Spirit realm experts, and there are many whose cultivation I can't even detect. Look, it's Buddha's disciples. Wow, they're all so handsome and cool. Icefield Snow Country, they're wearing cotton-padded jackets on such a hot day. Aren't they afraid of the heat? Why don't I see the warriors of the 4 Divine Beasts clan? Are they not here yet? Is that guy with the cross from the Holy See? Huang Fuya chattered like a little sparrow. There were warriors from all the continents here, and it could be seen from their attire. Huang Fuju said, "Luo Tian, look after them. Don't let them run around. I'll go register first, and then go up the mountain." He muttered, "Aren't there too many people this time? Looks like there's no chance for us to get first place this time. I just hope we don't lose too badly. It'll be good if we can get into the top 5. That way, Cloud Mist College can still be preserved, and Abyss College won't dare to have any ideas about Cloud Mist College." Huang Fuju was getting more and more uncertain. The warriors from the other 4 continents were too strong. Luo Tian and the others were very unfamiliar with them, and they didn't have much contact with them. Their techniques and cultivation methods were all different, so they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Huang Fuya said to her father, "Father, go quickly. You better behave and don't cause trouble. Luo Tian, look after them." Huang Fuju said and rushed to the registration area. As soon as he left, Huang Fuya pulled a Yunmeng, Xianxian, and Kelly into the crowd and said excitedly, "So many fun things, ha ha ha. Look, there are shops here, and they're selling things that we've never seen before. And pills. What are these liquids? Where there were people, there would naturally be a market. Naturally, no one would let go of a market. However, these shops did not belong to the Abyss College. They belonged to some business families. These families were supported by powerful forces. Otherwise, they would not appear here. Boss, should we follow them? Lu Zhan asked. Luo Tian shook his head and said, they can stroll by themselves. We'll look by ourselves. In any case, it's not like we'll get lost in such a small place. Subsequently, Luo Tian said to Lin Dong and Tang San, you guys can look around for yourselves. If there's anything suitable, just buy it. Don't worry about not having enough money. As he spoke, he patted the spatial ring on his finger and said, this brother is very rich. Cultivation coins were not useful here. These experts also had no interest in cultivation coins. This was a transaction. The items being traded were all kinds of high-grade elixirs or various numinous treasures and Dharma artifacts. Come, come, come. Don't miss this chance. The Buddhist sacred artifact Saraira is here. 1 pill can give you 10 years of cultivation. 10 pills and you can break through your cultivation. A man wearing a Buddhist kasaya started hawking. Luo Tian went forward to take a look. The idea moved slightly. How was this a Saraira? It was completely a stone with traces of origin qi. Not only that. This place was basically filled with street stalls. There was nothing good here. After walking around, he didn't buy anything. Lin Dong and Tang San shook their heads. Some things were not bad, but they did not like them. Suddenly, the crowd was in an uproar. It's starting, it's starting. Lingtian Merchant Alliance's auction has begun. Lingtian Merchant Alliance is the #1 merchant alliance in the ancient continent. I heard that they can even get divine artifacts from other realms. Quickly go and get a seat. This auction is specially prepared for this exchange. A good divine armament can raise one's cultivation. For this ranking war, there will definitely be a lot of people who want a good divine armament. This Lingtian Merchant Alliance really knows how to find the time. The crowd began to discuss. Luo Tian said, it's still early. Let's go and take a look. Since it was an auction, there should be some good items. Lin Dong and Tang San didn't even have a good item. As their boss, he really felt sorry for them. Not long later, a smiling old man walked out from a simple stage. The old man pressed down with both hands. His aura was very strong. The surrounding instantly quietened down. The old man was startled. He slowly said, this is the first time Lingyun Merchant Alliance is holding an auction in the central region. If there are any Eurasian martial artists here, they will know that our auction is based on items. In other words, we will not take any cultivation coins as the auction price. We only want items of equal value. There will only be one bid during the auction. Everyone, please be careful. We will give an estimated price for each item. In short, it was just one sentence. They would only take divine artifacts of equal value. They would not take things like cultivation coins. Hurry up and start. Hurry up. We can't wait any longer. Stop nagging. Hurry up and start. The audience had already begun to clamor. Luo Tian also said, what an awesome merchant alliance. They actually don't take anything in the form of currency. They only take items to exchange for items. How will they make money like this? Xianxia slowly said, Lingyun Merchant Alliance has a powerful force behind them. They will collect all the beneficial spirit treasures and process them a second time before selling them. This way, the profit will be different. Moreover, Lingyun Merchant Alliance has the strongest blacksmiths and alchemists in the ancient continent. These spirit treasures can be quickly refined in their hands. Luo Tian was slightly surprised. When he heard the strongest alchemists, he immediately thought of the antidote for the soul poison. I wonder if there is an antidote for the soul poison here? A few minutes later, the old man clapped his hands and said, the first item is the ancient heavenly Qilin halberd. What? Suddenly, Luo Tian was stunned. He stared at the stage. He saw an ancient spear appear on the stage. Except for Luo Tian, Lin Dong's eyes were immediately attracted to it. Gulp. He swallowed his saliva heavily. His gaze remained motionless as he muttered to himself, "Good gun, good gun." What was a good spear? That was basically Lin Dong's weapon. Otherwise, Luo Tian would not be stunned. He was very familiar with Lin Dong in martial yin yang. The ancient heavenly Qilin halberd was his first high-grade spirit treasure. This weapon also had the 4 moves of the heavenly dragon spear technique. The old man on the stage slowly explained, this weapon was obtained from the outer realm. The ancient halberd has a set of techniques called the heavenly dragon spear technique. As expected, it was exactly the same as the one in martial yin yang. Luo Tian said excitedly, "I must get this item." The old man stopped smiling and said, "The auction begins. The bidding starts now. Remember, there is only one chance to bid. Everyone must be careful. The auction begins, the 4th chapter has been delivered, the weather is getting better. The rice will be harvested in the afternoon. The rest of the chapters will be delivered at night. Also, brothers, join the Invincible group. Don't join the management group. Invincible group number, Invincible Army. 528-5308. Let the auction begin." The old man's voice fell. The audience was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. This was completely different from the previous auctions. In the past, the bidding was crazy, but there was not a single sound here. It was not that they did not like the ancient heavenly Qilin halberd, but they were all secretly thinking about what they should take out to bid against it. This was a smokeless battle. Lin Dong looked at Luo Tian and clenched his fists. His eyes were indifferent as he wanted to pretend that he did not care. But the more he acted like this, the more intense the desire in his eyes was. Lin Dong even smiled and said, "Boss, I was just saying. This ancient heavenly Qilin halberd is not bad, but it is not suitable for me." "Pretend not to care," Luo Tian smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely get you this ancient halberd. You don't even have a decent weapon, this is my fault as your boss. Just wait, I will definitely bid for this ancient halberd." Bid for it? Bid for it with what? Luo Tian did not have many things on him right now. Last time in Boundless City, he had basically emptied his interspatial ring. Right now, there were very few things that he could use. Of course, even if he could not bid for it, he would think of a way to explode it. This was his backup plan. Half a minute later, the crowd began to discuss. This ancient heavenly Qilin halberd is a high-grade spirit treasure, and it was even obtained from the outer realm. The most special thing is that the weapon actually has a set of heavenly dragon spear technique. This thing is comparable to a half-god artifact. Lingtian Merchant Alliance is really amazing. Their first item is a half-god artifact. This is a rare good spear. I am the 3rd prince of the Icefield Snow Country. I hope everyone will give me some face. Even if you don't give me face, you poor people can't compete with me. This spear is mine. A middle-aged man said arrogantly with disdain. He immediately took out an ice crystal ring from his bosom. When the ring was taken out, the surrounding temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees. One look and one could tell that it was not an ordinary item. This was a spirit treasure unique to the Icefield Snow Country. This is my Icefield Snow Country spirit treasure, Frost Ring, a half-god artifact. Who dares to compete with me? Who can compete with me? If anyone dares to compete with me, then they are not giving me face. That means they are not giving face to the Icefield Snow Country. When that time comes, hee hee. The middle-aged man laughed sinisterly as he raised the ring above his head. Icefield Snow Country. The northernmost continent had the fewest people, but, however, his strength was comparable to that of the Eurasian continent. The middle-aged man was undoubtedly a member of the royal family. Offending him was equivalent to offending the royal family of the Icefield Snow Country. Offending the Icefield Snow Country on the eve of the exchange was an extremely unwise choice. The surrounding people immediately fell silent. Many people who wanted to take out their spirit treasures retracted their hands. The middle-aged man smiled proudly. He faced the old man on the arena and said, "Old man, hurry up and announce it. Your ancient heavenly Qilin halberd is a demigod artifact, and my frost ring is also a demigod artifact. We won't lose out. Hurry up and announce it." No one will compete with me. The old man smiled and said, Third prince, it's not good for you to do this. The third crown prince immediately shouted, What's wrong with that? Why don't you let them compete with me? I didn't forbid them from bidding. If they don't bid, what can I do? Don't you think so? Ha ha ha. Privately, Lin Dong also anxiously said, Boss, I think we should forget about it. It's the same even if I don't have a weapon. He didn't want to offend a powerful force like the Icefield Snow Country before the exchange even began. He didn't want to cause trouble for Luo Tian because of him. Luo Tian smiled and didn't say anything. The third prince clamored again, Old man, hurry up and announce it. What are you waiting for? The old man narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, There are still 10 seconds to bid. There's still a chance to bid. It wasn't that everyone didn't want to bid, but that they didn't dare. Offending the Icefield Snow Country for a demigod-level ancient halberd was simply unwise. Ha ha ha, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. This ancient heavenly Qilin halberd is mine. Ah ha ha ha. The third prince excitedly ran up and handed the ring to the old man. He picked up the ancient heavenly Qilin halberd and wanted to run. However, the moment he picked up the ancient halberd, the members of the public immediately stopped him. The third prince immediately became angry and shouted in a deep voice, Old man, what are you trying to do? Don't tell me you want to take back the ancient halberd? I don't think you have the ability to do so. He also knew the auction rules of the Lingtian Merchant Union. Once an item was auctioned, it absolutely could not be taken back. The old man smiled and said, The third prince is right. I indeed don't have the authority to change the rules. But please look carefully. There's someone below the stage who is bid. He's also holding a demigod weapon. And it's a sword. Suddenly, the third prince immediately became angry. His eyes widened as he angrily looked over, Who ate the bear's heart and leopard's guts to snatch something from me? Do you not want to live anymore? F***CK. How do you know that I don't want to live anymore? Luo Tian slowly walked out from the crowd and walked to the stage. He sneered and said, You're still the third prince of the Icefield Snow Country. For a demigod weapon, you're trying to scare others. Are you afraid of competing with others? What a coincidence. Brother, I naturally like to compete with others. Walking to the stage, Luo Tian handed the heavenly sword to the old man and politely said, Divine weapon, heavenly sword, please take a look. The old man took the heavenly sword and looked at it. He nodded and smiled, It's indeed a good divine weapon. I announce. The first item, the ancient heavenly Qilin halberd, is this boss. As he spoke, the old man raised Luo Tian's hand and said to the staff, Hand the ancient heavenly Qilin halberd to him. The third prince was instantly enraged. He angrily glared and shouted, Old man, how is my frost ring inferior to that brat's broken sword? The old man coldly smiled and said, Your frost ring's value is higher than his sword. But I don't like you. I don't have the authority to change the rules. But I do have the authority to decide who wins. Third prince, please return to where you came from. Don't affect the auction. Even your Icefield Snow Country cannot afford to offend the Lingtian Merchant Union. The old man's tone was domineering. As he spoke, a powerful aura was released from his body. The third prince's face turned pale and he was unable to say a word. Luo Tian took the ancient heavenly Qilin halberd and slightly sensed it. The halberd flowed with an extremely powerful force, and it also had a set of spear techniques. Looking at Lin Dong who was in the crowd, Luo Tian laughed. At the same time, the old man retracted his aura. The third prince stood behind Luo Tian. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He coldly shouted, Son of a bitch, you dare to compete with me? I'll kill you. The 5th chapter has been delivered. Thank you to All Kinds of Pain Control for your 10,000 book coins. Thank you to Take You to Fly for your support. Thank you brothers for your support. Tonight, there will be another chapter. To be able to sneak attack once, there would definitely not be a second time. Luo Tian's aura was constantly being sensed, and the airflow fluctuated abnormally. Sneak attack? Luo Tian's body slightly tilted. The third prince's spear swept past his cheek, and the chill was oppressive. If he did not dodge, even if he did not die, he would be crippled. The third prince was stunned. He actually dodged it at such a short distance, and his reaction was actually so fast. He was only at the 9th level of the Holy Spirit. Because he missed, the third crown prince's body slightly lost its balance, and the force of inertia propelled him forward. It was also at this moment that Luo Tian suddenly reached out, grabbed the third crown prince's belt, and pulled him back. Half of the third prince's body had already fallen off the auction stage. If he fell down, it would be fine, as he could stand firm. However, when Luo Tian suddenly grabbed his belt, it was a bit awkward. He shouted in a deep voice, "You dog, let go of me." Naturally, I will let go. However, Luo Tian moved the energy in his hand and released the 9 Sun's divine art. A scorching aura directly burned his belt to ashes, and then his robe fell down, revealing his asterisk. The small penis in front of him was also. It was surprisingly small. He did not know if it was because the ice-filled snow country had been covered in ice for a long time, or if it was because of some other reason, but the third prince's penis was so small that it made people laugh. Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Below the stage, whether it was a man or a woman, they could not help but laugh. That was also called a penis? It was simply a grain of rice. The third prince flew into a rage out of humiliation. He firmly grabbed onto the ground, as if his feet were nailed to the ground. His eyes burned with anger as he angrily roared, "Brat, I will kill you." Not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian kicked his butt, and the azure dragon blood suddenly moved. A dragon's roar came from the 9th heaven, and the third prince, who was like a dog eating shit, was directly crushed to the ground, unable to get up. His entire body was smooth and snow-white, like a big fat pig. Dragon's roar? The Azure Dragon clan of the 4 divine beasts? He is actually a warrior of the Azure Dragon clan? The dragon's roar could be heard clearly. Their minds were shaken and trembled. The way they looked at Luo Tian had also changed. Of the 5 continents, the 4 divine beasts continent was the most powerful. The 4 divine beasts continent was led by the Azure Dragon clan. If it was a warrior of the Azure Dragon clan, then the third prince of the Ice Plains Snow Country wouldn't have any chance to resist. Even if he was killed, the Ice Plains Snow Country wouldn't dare fart. On the auction stage, the old man's expression was slightly startled. A trace of light flashed through his eyes. The way he looked at Luo Tian was different from the others. Because, he had been to the 4 divine beasts continent. After witnessing the dragon roar released by the warriors of Cyan Dragon clan, those warriors of Cyan Dragon clan were not worth mentioning compared to the dragon roar just now. This dragon roar couldn't be released by common Cyan Dragon warriors. Given his age, he should be an elder of Cyan Dragon clan. Suddenly, the old man's heart trembled. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Luo Tian's back. In his heart, he said, could it be that he is the divine level talent, the one with the bloodline of the 4 divine beasts, Luo Tian? This was only a guess. The old man didn't dare to be certain. And then he whispered a few words to a nearby worker, and then hurriedly went backstage. The third prince crawled up from the mud. He no longer had the arrogance from before, but his eyes were still filled with a cold killing intent. Staring at Luo Tian, he said viciously, "I won't let you off." And then she picked up the clothes on the ground and ran away in a hurry. He was worried that Luo Tian would attack again. Ha ha ha, no matter how powerful the Ice Plains Snow Country is, they can't be a match for the 4 divine beasts clan. You won't let him off? I think it'll be him who won't let you off at tomorrow's exchange. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Seeing the third prince flee in such a sorry state, the audience began to laugh loudly. Luo Tian walked down, the ancient heavenly Qilin halberd in hand. Wherever he passed, the crowd automatically parted, and everyone had a look of dread on their faces. Luo Tian said to himself, the 4 divine beasts clan truly is powerful. Just a dragon's roar was enough to make these people so respectful. In the world of warriors, the strong are revered. That's true. If the 4 divine beasts clan wasn't powerful, then the third prince definitely wouldn't have let me off so easily. Walking to Lin Dong's side, he handed the halberd to him. Laughing, he said, "Consider this a gift from me to you for your closed-door training. Your training hasn't disappointed me." As Lin Dong held the ancient heavenly Qilin halberd, he was so moved that he couldn't speak. His eyes were moist as he said heavily, "Thank you." "But, boss, your sword is gone. In the future, you," not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian laughed. "Don't worry. I have a new weapon." Compared to a sword, he preferred a saber. A saber was the overlord of weapons. Using a saber was more satisfying and domineering. The heavenly sword was indeed a rare godly weapon, and it was even a system reward. But he didn't regret it. For his brother, especially Lin Dong, he was willing to give it up. The main character of Martial Yin Yang was his own little brother. How cool was that? A mere heavenly sword was nothing to him. Furthermore, Godslayer was much stronger than the heavenly sword. With it, Luo Tian didn't care about any other weapon. Tang San looked at the ancient heavenly Qilin halberd in Lin Dong's hands and revealed a look of envy. Luo Tian said, "Don't worry. When there's a weapon you can use, I'll definitely get it for you. Even if I have to steal it, I'll steal it for you." Ha ha ha, the ancient era's strongest exchange. A high-grade weapon could change the outcome. Lin Dong needed a weapon. Tang San was the same. Only. Luo Tian looked at the stage and muttered, "I wonder if a godly weapon from the Dolua continent will appear? If it does, then it'll be awesome." The old man on the auction stage disappeared for a full 10 minutes before returning. The old man bowed slightly and smiled apologetically, "Sorry for the long wait. Next up, we'll auction the second item." Same. Our Lingtian Business Alliance spent a huge sum of money to obtain this item from the outer realm. We have yet to appraise the grade of this item. However, our Lingtian Business Alliance's chief appraiser, Gu Longxiang, has appraised it, and the answer he gave is that it is definitely not an ordinary item. As the old man spoke, he gestured for the staff to place the weapon on the stage. Then, he walked up to the stage and lifted the red cloth. "It's this war hammer. This war hammer is called the Clear Sky Hammer." Luo Tian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "Oh my god, what's going on?" Tang San's Clear Sky Hammer actually appeared in the Dolua continent. Tang San's expression immediately changed. "Buy it, I must buy it." Chapter 6 delivered. Thank you to bring you out to act tough, bring you flying for all the 88 rewards. Old Bull thanks you. Also, every reader in the Infallible group is cute. Old Bull loves you all. But if you can support me by subscribing to the official website, Old Bull will love you all even more. Official website QQ Reading, Genesis Chinese Network, Jidian Chinese Network. By subscribing to the official website, you can get monthly votes. At that time, you can vote for Old Bull. It was not an ordinary weapon. It was the embodiment of tyrannical power. Luo Tian knew more than the old man. Because, when he was reading the novel Dolua Continent, Luo Tian had noticed the small black hammer, Clear Sky Hammer. It did not appear for a long time, but it appeared in one of the chapters. The valiant power it displayed shocked him and made him excited when he read the novel. Therefore, Luo Tian was very familiar with the Clear Sky Hammer. Of course, he was not the author and had never entered the world of Dolua Continent, but he was sure that this small black hammer definitely belonged to Tang San. It looked unremarkable, but it actually contained unimaginable power. You really want it, right? Don't worry, it's yours. Luo Tian laughed. No matter the price, since it was Tang San's item, he had to get it. Otherwise, he would feel sorry for himself. Tang San nodded excitedly and said, "Thank you, boss. Hee, it's my duty to take care of my little brother." To Luo Tian, boss was just a form of respect. However, when Tang San and Lin Dong called him boss, they felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction in their hearts. Because what kind of awesome existences were they? The super main characters in the novel, the future super overlords, were now calling him boss. It felt really good, Luo Tian's dream from his previous life. It was to bring a group of awesome main characters in the novel to kill everyone in the other world. Whispers sounded out from the crowd. They were all cautious about this small black hammer. If not for the fact that it was impossible for Lingtian Business Alliance to produce trash, they would have taken a stand. Because that small black hammer was really too ordinary. It was lying there quietly like a very colored stone. Furthermore, its appearance was not domineering and did not have any special power. Compared to the ancient heavenly Qilin halberd, this item was looked down upon. You have the nerve to sell this broken hammer? Is Lingtian Business Alliance in such dire straits? Randomly finding a broken hammer and saying that it is something from the other world, who are you trying to fool? Lingtian Business Alliance shouldn't do this, right? This is destroying their reputation. F***ck, are you deaf? He himself said that he hasn't appraised it yet. In other words, he isn't responsible for whether this broken hammer is divine or trash. I think it's basically trash. Indeed, his appearance isn't domineering, and he doesn't release any aura of power. I really don't believe that he's a divine grade. Forget it, let's move on to the next one. Many people in the crowd began to clamor. They weren't interested in the hammer and wanted to quickly move on to the next item. The old man smiled but did not say anything. No matter what, he always had a professional smile on his face. Those people below the stage said that the clear sky hammer was worthless, and he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. In order to get this hammer, the Lingtian Business Alliance paid a huge price, but he didn't expect it to be so disliked. Phew, the old man exhaled softly, then stepped forward and said, last 10 seconds. 10, 9, the old man began to count down. There were only a few people bidding, but the items they brought out were all low-level spirit treasures. When the old ancestor saw this, he thought to himself, it looks like this clear sky hammer is going to suffer a huge loss. The last second fell. The old man was startled. He discovered that a black armor had suddenly appeared and was shining with a strange light. The fiery golden eyes that he had trained all these years told him that this armor was definitely not an ordinary item. He then looked at the person holding up the armor. The old man's heart tensed up, and then he smiled and said, yes, it was that boss just now, congratulations. Black dragon armor, the item that dropped from the ancient king's body. The moment it was taken out, it faintly carried a trace of demonic aura. The surrounding martial warriors were all secretly shocked, if not for the fact that Luo Tian had released a dragon's roar and was fearful of him, they would have definitely made their move at this time. Evil aura, this armor, does the 4 divine beasts race still have dealings with the evil demons? Whispers sounded out from the crowd. Luo Tian walked up to the auction stage, handed the armor over to the old man, and said, Black dragon armor, divine rank. Huh? Huh? Below the stage, on the stage, there was an uproar. No one was discussing about the demonic aura on the armor anymore. Instead, they were mocking Luo Tian. Is he a pig? He actually used a divine rank to exchange for a broken hammer, ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. I thought the warriors of the Azure Dragon clan were awesome, but it turns out that they are brainless too. Brat, you've suffered a huge loss. Facing the mocking laughter below the stage, Luo Tian turned a deaf ear to it. On the other hand, Tang San's face was a little ugly. Seeing Luo Tian being mocked, he couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, feeling very unhappy in his heart. At the same time, he was secretly moved. For his sake, he actually took out his personal armor and auctioned it off. He shouted in his heart, Boss. On the auction stage. The old man was shocked. The clear sky hammer was indeed not bad, but compared to this black dragon armor, it was far inferior. There was no doubt that the black dragon armor was a divine rank. The old man was extremely clear about the person who used it. It was something from the ancient king, that was to say. The man in front of him was Luo Tian, this point could be confirmed. The old man smiled and said, Brother, are you really going to use it to bid? This is a rare piece of armor. Luo Tian smiled calmly and said, The clear sky hammer is worth this price, so I'll use it. Of course, if there were other things, Luo Tian would use other items to bid, but he was so poor right now, could it be that he took out the Godslayer? Take out the heaven-flipping seal? That was even more impossible. His heart ached. If he had known earlier, he would have left a few more things on him. For his brother, Luo Tian was going all out. The old man said, All right. Men, hand the clear sky hammer to him. Luo Tian handed over the black dragon armor, took the clear sky hammer, and directly sent it in front of Tang San. He smiled and said, It's yours now, I believe that you will definitely be able to shock the people who mocked me today. You will let them know what is called tyrannical strength. Luo Tian was not worried. He was not worried at all, because the clear sky hammer in Tang San's hands would definitely explode with an extremely strong power. Tang San clenched his fist tightly, and felt the power within the clear sky hammer. With an excited expression, he said to Luo Tian heavily, "Thank you, boss, I won't let you down." Disappointed, that was definitely not the case. Luo Tian did not doubt this at all. Following that, Luo Tian was just about to walk down the stage. A woman dressed as a servant walked up from behind the stage. The woman bowed slightly and said respectfully to Luo Tian, "Young master, our young miss invites you. The first chapter has been delivered, thank you for your rewards, brothers. A new day has begun. Brothers, where are your tickets?" Huh? Luo Tian was shocked. 2 items and he got an invitation from a beauty? Luo Tian pondered for half a second and said, "I'll talk to my friend." He walked to Lu Zhan and said, "I'll go take a look. If you have anything, find me behind the stage." Lu Zhan laughed excitedly, "Just a girl is so beautiful, then her young lady will be heaven-defying." Luo Tian rolled his eyes at him. Fatty Lu laughed, "Don't worry, I won't tell the sisters-in-law." Luo Tian was speechless. He just wanted to meet the higher-ups of the Lingyun Business Alliance and find out where the ancient heavenly Qilin halberd and Haotian thunder came from. Could it be that this world was connected to the planes of other novels? It was impossible. But who knew? After all, Luo Tian had transmigrated, and Lin Dong and Tang San were by his side. The maid led the way and Luo Tian followed behind. They walked a long way from the back of the auction stage until they stopped in a small bamboo forest and said, "Young master, the young lady is in the pavilion in the forest." As he spoke, he stopped walking. Luo Tian nodded and said, "Thank you, but why is your young lady looking for me?" The maid said, "I'm not sure. When you go, the young lady will naturally tell you." Since he couldn't get anything out of her, Luo Tian didn't ask any more and walked into the bamboo forest. After walking for a few minutes, he saw a pavilion made of bamboo. It was strange. Outside the bamboo forest, he could still hear the noise in the square, but after entering the bamboo forest, there was no sound at all. It was as if these bamboos had a soundproof effect. In the pavilion sat a woman in her late 20s. The woman was holding a guzheng. Her voice was mellow and pleasant, making people's restless hearts calm down. This song had the effect of calming the heart. It was just that this song had started playing before Luo Tian entered the forest. Before he entered, he couldn't hear anything. It was very strange. Luo Tian did not come forward to disturb her. He just stood outside the pavilion and looked at her quietly. She wore a light blue long dress, and 2 strands of long hair fell in front of her chest. Her face was fair and flawless, and a kind of tranquil beauty was vividly displayed. 5 minutes later, the song ended. Luo Tian's eyes also opened slightly, but there was a ripple in his heart. In the beginning, there was a wave of calmness, but later on, there was a sudden surge of great waves. Within these waves, there was a boundless killing intent. Luo Tian could hear the wails of all living things, the earth was weeping, and the sky was dyed red. This scene was just like the blood sacrifice world of the blood-sucking wild blade. It penetrated one's heart. Luo Tian's mind trembled faintly, and cold sweat oozed out of his back. The moment the song ended, his heart relaxed, as if he had just experienced a war between 10,000 races. The girl raised her eyes slightly and saw Luo Tian standing outside the pavilion. The corners of her mouth rose slightly as she smiled faintly. "You're here." It was like an old friend who had known each other for a long time. On the contrary, Luo Tian seemed a little unfamiliar, and said, "Do you know me?" The girl stood up and shook her head. She did not answer, but asked, "Did the song I played just now sound good?" If it was purely about the song and the girl's ability to play, she was definitely better than the master, so. Luo Tian also directly replied, "Good, very good. This is the first time I've heard such a good song." Hee, the girl chuckled and said, "You really know how to talk." Luo Tian said, "I'm just telling the truth. I still don't know why you're looking for me." The girl still had a smile on her face. She walked out of the pavilion and said indifferently, I just want to see you. Huh? Luo Tian was stunned again, and said, under normal circumstances, I won't forget a beautiful woman once I see her. I'm sure we haven't seen each other before, so we don't know each other, but it seems like you know me. The girl walked to Luo Tian's side. Luo Tian was nearly 1.8 meters tall, but Luo Tian was actually not much taller than the girl. It could be seen that she was really tall. She walked to Luo Tian's side and said, Is it important to know or not to know? It's not important. Luo Tian laughed, however, now we know each other. The girl said, We don't know each other yet, but we will in the future. We will meet again. Finished. She walked out of the bamboo forest. Luo Tian was puzzled. Was it really just because she wanted to meet him? Was it that simple? Moreover, she had seen him, but he still had many questions that he did not understand. Luo Tian could not help but chase after him, and said, I want to know where Lingtian Merchant Alliance found the clear sky hammer and the ancient heavenly Qilin halberd. The girl replied, I'm not too sure about this. The introduction said that they came from the outer realm, so they must be from the outer realm. They don't belong to the ancient continent. Was this considered an answer? Luo Tian asked again. I heard that Lingtian Merchant Alliance has the best blacksmith and the strongest alchemist. I want to know if they are here today? The girl replied, No, but if you are willing to follow me, I will bring you to see them. I'm just afraid that you won't dare, right? There was a hint of provocation in his voice. Of course. Luo Tian would not follow her just because she was a beautiful girl. At least now was not the time, and said, Can you give me an address? When the exchange is over, I will look for you, Mississippi hee. The girl smiled mischievously again, and said, You don't have to look for me, I will look for you. That's right. You want to find the antidote to the soul poison concocted by the high-level alchemist, right? The girl suddenly stopped and said. Luo Tian frowned, and suddenly felt that the girl was not simple. Since she knew, there was nothing to hide, and said, That's right, does Miss know the antidote to the soul poison? The girl said, I know. Luo Tian was shocked again, and said, Can you tell me? The girl said, Sure. Luo Tian asked, What's the condition? The girl said, If you take first place in the exchange and become the commander of the demon slayer, I want you to bring me along. With this condition, I will tell you the antidote formula for the soul poison, and I can even get the Lingtian Merchant Alliance to prepare the ingredients for you. Could her words be trusted? I don't know. However, as long as there were clues to the antidote formula for the soul poison, Luo Tian would not let it go. Without thinking, he immediately said, All right, I promise you. No matter what, even if there was a trace of hope, he would not let it go, because he wanted to wake Shuer up every day, thinking about it every day. The girl smiled and walked out of the bamboo forest. Luo Tian also followed her out. However, the moment he walked out of the bamboo forest, his body suddenly became heavy, as if gravity had suddenly increased, as if he was not in this world at all. When he turned around to look, his eyes immediately turned sinister. Behind him was not a bamboo forest, but a cliff. He was standing at the edge of the cliff. Holy sh*t. He actually created a space out of thin air? Who exactly is she? Luo Tian's heart suddenly had an ominous premonition. Is it the Devil Queen? Thank you to bring you to act cool and fly for your support. Thank you to the brothers for your rewards. The bamboo forest was gone. The young girl was gone. Even the servant girl had disappeared with her. Luo Tian stood alone at the edge of the cliff. He was a little dumbfounded. How many mysterious experts are there in this world? Something that happened right under my nose disappeared in the blink of an eye. Isn't this 2F** king powerful? Luo Tian felt that the bamboo forest was real. In other words, the space was released by the young girl. Luo Tian was actually able to walk in. Even Huang Fuju couldn't do this kind of spatial plane technique. Other than that, Luo Tian was also puzzled by the young girl's words. And the music she played made Luo Tian feel a strong killing intent. He naturally thought of the ancient king and also the Devil Queen who hadn't been born yet. Had the Devil Queen not been born yet, or had she already appeared and was just hiding her identity? Luo Tian's brain was about to explode from all these thoughts. Tomorrow is the exchange. If the infernal queen were to appear, the exchange would be quite interesting. Luo Tian smiled. The ancient king died in his hands. The devil queen wouldn't let him off easily. Sigh, Luo Tian sighed and walked toward the auction square. On the other side of the square, the former Golden Paladin Order has now become the student representative of Cloud Mist College. I really didn't expect you to betray the Black Moon Order, the Vatican, and the Eurasian continent. A man in a purple robe shouted coldly. Kylan was dragged around by Huang Fuya and the others. When the people of the Eurasian Vatican saw Kylan, they immediately surrounded her. Karen's expression was cold. Her eyes didn't show any regret for her decision. However, she didn't say a word and let the man in the purple robe criticize her. Humph. The Paladin of the Vatican is actually a traitor. You've really made the Vatican proud. The Lord won't forgive you. Just wait for your punishment. The surrounding followers of the Holy See began to criticize him. Kylan didn't say anything, but Huang Fuya couldn't take it anymore. She glared and stood in front of Kylan. She put her hands on her waist and said to the man in purple robes, "Whatever she does has nothing to do with you. She is no longer a member of your sect. If you dare to criticize Sister Kylan again, I won't let you go." Humph. Xianxia also stepped forward and said, "You know very well what the Black Moon Order leader has done. You also know very well what orders the church has given Karen. She has already done enough for the church. Now, she is one of us. If you continue to bully her, oh my." The purple-robed man snorted coldly and said, "Where did you come from? Kelly, I didn't expect you to hang out with the trash from Cloud Mist College after not seeing you for a while. You're really an embarrassment to the Holy See." Huang Fuya frowned and shouted, "What did you say? If you dare to say another word, I won't be polite to you." A look of disdain appeared on the purple-robed man's face. "A little girl like you dares to be rude to me? You want to hear it again, don't you? Then I'll say it again. Kelly, you're really capable. I haven't seen you for a while, and you're actually hanging out with the trash from Cloud Mist College. You're really an embarrassment to the Holy See. How is it? Did you hear it clearly? Do you want me to say it again?" Ha 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 ha, the surrounding believers also laughed loudly. For a moment, many people surrounded them. Why did Cloud Mist College send these trash to participate in the competition? For women? What's the use? I'm afraid it's not even enough to give the Eurasian continent a scratch. Look at their fresh faces. If we can get them all on the bed, ha ha ha, that would be great. A wave of mocking laughter sounded from the crowd. At this moment, Huang Fuya was even more furious. With a move of her right hand, a drop of essence blood floated out and exploded. Her figure blurred and suddenly disappeared, it completely disappeared. Even her aura was gone. Huh? The purple-robed man was slightly shocked. He frowned and then sneered disdainfully, "I didn't expect it to be the space-time bloodline. However, with your bloodline controllability, do you think you can hurt me? Even if Huang Fuju comes, I can make him kneel down and call me father." As soon as he finished speaking, in the blink of an eye, the purple-robed man suddenly opened his right hand. A stream of faith power pierced through and reached into the spatial crack. He clenched his 5 fingers. "Get out here." He pulled his right arm and threw it into the sky. Boom. Kacha kacha kacha, space suddenly split open. A sound was forcefully pulled out by the purple-robed man and thrown out. They were on completely different levels in terms of cultivation realm. It was a complete suppression. Ah, Huang Fuya screamed and lost her balance in midair. The purple-clothed man raised his eyes slightly, then took a step forward and flew into the air with a whoosh. He raised his hand and slapped down. "A little girl like you dares to be arrogant in front of me? You're courting death." All of a sudden, Xianxia moved. A white shadow floated. After pulling Huang Fuya back, the white sword moved. The sword chi was like an ancient white elephant, directly blocking it. Boom. Boom. There was a rumble in the sky. Xianxia took the opportunity to send Huang Fuya back to the ground. A white shadow flashed and she also landed on the ground. However, her face changed slightly and turned pale. She couldn't stand steadily and took a few steps back. The blood under her chest was boiling. Xianxia suppressed it and thought to herself, what a strong power. If this power hit Xianxia, the consequences would be unimaginable. The purple-robed man was slightly shocked. He didn't expect that someone would be able to resist his power. He landed and stared at Xianxia. He sneered, I didn't expect that there would be someone in Cloud Mist College who can resist my power. However, I used less than 30% of my power just now. Take another move from me. Boom. The purple-robed man suddenly exploded. The aura on his body changed too quickly. At this moment, Yunmeng also stood up. Xianxia also stood up. But, they were still a little slower than Kylie. Kylie directly went up. Her body sank. She didn't dodge and directly rushed up. Slap. A slap landed on Kylie's face. Bang. Kylie's body hit the ground and bounced up. Her face was red and swollen, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. As if she didn't feel the pain, Kylie said coldly, Leader Sauron, I have already repaid your kindness to me. From now on, if you touch my friends again, I won't be polite. You won't be polite again? Okay. Then I'll show you what it means to be polite. Sauron's eyebrows shook and he shouted, Knight's charge. There was an update today. It would be delivered before 11 o'clock. Knight's charge. Get ready. The purple-clothed man snorted coldly. Behind him, the disciples immediately summoned their golden warhorses. These were all warhorses with the bloodline of the seventh-step monster, and their bodies were emitting blazing flames, making it difficult for people to get close to them. Each of these disciples was above the Holy Spirit realm. A total of 7 people, the purple-clothed man sneered, Kai Lin, where is your golden paladin legion? Are they all dead? Right. You just said that you repaid my kindness to you. I forgot to tell you, your mother was actually a slave that I played with. The reason why your father died in battle was also because of me, ha ha ha. You don't know about this, do you? The purple-clothed man laughed out loud. He laughed complacently. The reason why Kai Lin did not dodge the move just now was because he took care of her mother. But, never in her wildest dreams would she have thought that Sauron would treat her mother like this. The hatred in his heart suddenly rushed to his heart. With bloodshot eyes, Kai Lin's body emitted a killing intent. Then, his gaze tightened as he shouted in a deep voice, Werewolf, come out. Roar, rumble. Receiving his master's summon, a peak stage 9 werewolf rushed out, and those blazing warhorses were directly crushed to the point that their limbs went soft. Without waiting for them to charge forward, Kai Lin pulled out the Sword of Light and moved the idea. The werewolf pushed off with his legs and jumped into the air, then swooped down. Divine Sword of Light. Black Moon is dead, he actually lost the Divine Sword of Light, damn it. Sauron shouted angrily, as if he was roaring, kill her for me. Knight against knight. The square quickly attracted more and more people. Moreover, no one stepped forward to stop him. They all looked like they were watching a good show, and there were even quite a few people who started to jeer. Fight, fight, ha ha ha, paladin against paladin, this is the first time I've seen such a good show. 1 against 7, can this woman do it? Ha ha ha. He looks very fierce. Huangfuya asked anxiously, Sister Xianxia, what should we do? Big Sister Kai Lin was angered to the point of madness by that purple-clothed scoundrel. I'm worried that she'll lose her mind and kill people here. And, that purple-clothed scoundrel's cultivation is terrifyingly high. If he makes a move, I'm afraid that Big Sister Kelly won't be his match. Indeed, not to mention the disqualification, just the strength of the purple-clothed man was a very terrifying existence. Xianxia could clearly feel that kind of valiance when she just faced Zhao Qianqian. Immediately after, Xianxia said faintly, go look for your father or Luo Tian. Yunmeng, keep an eye on Kelly. I'll guard against the purple-clothed man and prevent him from launching a sneak attack. Huangfuya quickly disappeared. She did not look for her father. She did not dare to look for him. She was worried that she would be scolded. She went directly to Luo Tian. Rumble. Rumble. Rumble, a knight's charge was completed in the sky. Karen directly crushed the 3 holy knights with a single move, and their mounts fell to the ground, trembling in fear. "Come on!" Karen turned around and shouted, "Attack!" At this moment, she wanted to kill. She wanted to kill these 7 paladins first, and then kill Sauron. Regardless of whether she won or not, she wanted to kill him. She thought that her mother was being taken care of by Solon, but she did not expect, she hated it, abnormally hated it. This kind of hatred made her go berserk, made her lose her mind, and only wanted to kill the man in front of him. The purple-clothed man was also a little angry. He was very dissatisfied with the 7 paladins and shouted, 7 against 1, what's the use of keeping you? It's a waste of food to keep you all. Go straight to hell. As soon as his voice faded, Sauron attacked continuously, directly sucking all the essence out of the 3 paladins who were shot down. Their bodies directly turned into dried corpses. The other 4 knights did not dare to be negligent. They released all of their strength and rushed towards Karen with all their might. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. With a cover, all 4 of them landed on the ground. It was not because the difference in cultivation base was too great, but because of Karen's berserk state and the valiant werewolf war horse. Even in the process of going berserk, the man and the beast still displayed a super strong power, shocking the surrounding people. What a strong war horse. It's actually a werewolf of the 9th step. It seems that this kind of demon beast only exists in the Panga mountain range, right? Even if there is such a high-level demon beast, who can tame them? Unless it's a beast tamer from the Guardian clan, who can make them obedient as mounts? And did you notice just now, their cooperation is very perfect. Sauron was very angry, extremely angry. He had brought 7 paladins, and he wanted them to show off their skills in the outer field of the exchange, but before the exchange even started, they were crushed by 1 person. This was an insult to him. A great insult. Suddenly, his body sank, 1 in each hand, and instantly sucked the essence of the 4 people into a golden light. His eyes were suffused with a little red light, and his gaze locked onto Karen in the air, and he said gloomily, "I have indeed underestimated you. Karen, go to hell to see your mother." As soon as his voice faded, Sauron rushed towards Karen like a bolt of lightning. Karen did not escape. With a thought, the werewolf turned into a giant wolf and charged down from the sky. Kill. The moment the 2 of them came into contact. Boom. A power pattern shot out. It directly cut through the waist of a towering tree 100 meters away. Catherine fell from the sky. Yunmeng moved, and a force directly held Karen back, alleviating her falling force. Xianxia also blocked it in an instant. The white sword moved, blocking in front of Sauron, and said faintly, "I won't let you pass." Sauron laughed out loud, and said, "Do you think you can stop me? Today, I will definitely kill her." He had made a fool of himself in front of so many people. If he did not kill Karen, it would be difficult to relieve the hatred in his heart. As for the qualifications for the exchange? How could a mere Abyss Academy do anything to him? Moreover, he did not have the qualifications to participate in the exchange this time. The people sent by the Vatican were much more terrifying than him, so he was not afraid at all. He would not stop until he killed Karen. Xianxia frowned, and said, "Even if I can't stop you, I won't let you hurt her again." Karen was already heavily injured, however, the killing intent in her heart did not decrease. She tried hard to stand up and stared at Sauron like a madman, and said, "Sauron, I must kill you, I must kill you." Xianxia turned sideways and said, "Yunmeng, quickly take her away and find Luo Tian. Quick, quick, quick." If she did not use the power of rebirth, she would not be Sauron's opponent at all. The power of rebirth was the true inheritance of the Phoenix True Immortal, and Luo Tian had specially told her to save it for the exchange competition. But now, Luo Tian looked around the auction venue for 2 circles but could not find Lu Zhan and the other 2. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Huangfuye rushing over in a hurry. He was secretly anxious and immediately walked up and asked, "What happened?" "Good night, brothers, thank you for the tips, thank you. Also, please come to the official websites to support Old Bull, QQ Reading, Genesis Chinese Network, Jidian Chinese Network, search for this book, and subscribe to support. I really need subscription support, old bull please. Xianxia did not retreat. Instead, she took a step forward. Bai Jian was already humming. At this moment, Xianxia and Bai Jian had reached the realm of unity of heaven and man. Their bodies were also emitting a strong sword aura. The surrounding people were forced to retreat. Amazing sword aura. Who is this girl? How come I've never heard of her? How many outstanding young disciples can there be in the central province? The crown prince is one, but what about the others? I've never heard of him before. Oh right, there's also Luo Tian who's very famous for his divine grade talent. However, he was defeated by the crown prince in one move. That's why all that talk about divine grade talent and the bloodline of the 4 divine beasts is just bragging. Stop talking. Look, they're about to fight. Xianxia did not release the power of reincarnation. She wanted to test her strength against Sauron. Sauron sneered disdainfully. Unity of heaven and man, strong sword aura. Not bad. But it's useless against me. Swish, Sauron's body suddenly moved. With a move of his hands, the power of faith crushed down like the hand of God. Xianxia was stunned. She stabbed out with her sword without dodging and met the attack head-on. Boom! Clang! A burst of fire exploded in midair. A shockwave burst out from the collision of forces. Sauron fell to the ground and retreated. His face was gloomy and shocked, and his eyes were filled with anger. Xianxia was directly sent flying. Bang! She fell far away, blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. She thought to herself, the Emperor realm is indeed extraordinary. I'm only at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. I'm no match for him at all, unless I use the power of reincarnation. However, not everyone was Luo Tian. Not everyone was able to kill someone above their level. In the ancient continent, the realm was a shackle. It was an existence that could not be broken. Xianxia's cultivation was very powerful, and her martial strength was also very high. However, she could not break through the suppression of the realm. It was still okay if she was at the early stage of the Emperor realm. However, Sauron was a 5th-order emperor. He was also the purple-cloaked hierarch of the Holy See. His cultivation was already extremely terrifying. Soren's eyes were ferocious. He suppressed the boiling blood under his chest, then stared at Karen not far away and smiled coldly. Now it's your turn. Kylene struggled to stand up, wanting to rush forward. Yunmeng pulled him back and said, "Me too." Kylene's eyes were filled with gratitude as she said, "This is my business. It has nothing to do with you. Leave quickly." She didn't want anyone else to get hurt because of her. She did not want to affect tomorrow's exchange meeting, Cloud Mist College's only chance, and Luo Tian's plan because of her. Xianxia was already injured, and she blamed her in her heart. If she did not get angry, this battle could have been avoided. Now things had happened. She wanted to shoulder it herself, however, Yunmeng said, "You are one of Luo Tian's people. If he were here, he would be like me. You are very important to him. He would never let you get hurt." With that said, Yunmeng didn't care whether Kalen agreed or not. She stood in front of her and said to Soren, "And me. Another one who wants to die. The exchange meeting hasn't even started yet, and all of you from Cloud Mist College are already in a hurry to die. Then I can only fulfill your wishes. Anyway, you bunch of trash are useless in the exchange meeting. It's better to die early and reincarnate early." Soren took a step forward, and the aura of the Emperor realm was fully released. Halala, 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 the power of faith emitted a white aura on his body. The aura continued to soar, and it looked abnormally terrifying. Go to hell. Soren moved. The power of faith was like a ferocious beast, directly aiming at Yunmeng's life gate. Yunmeng's cultivation was not high. However, she had rich combat experience. She had been trained as an assassin since she was young. Facing the incomparably huge Soren, she was surprisingly calm. Her mind was spinning, and she was constantly calculating. No, too strong. The space between his eyebrows sank. No matter where he started, it was useless. The difference in cultivation was too big. However, she was the same as Xianxia. She didn't retreat. Behind her was Kelly. If she retreated, Kelly would die. She would never retreat. Her mind was tense. Yunmeng used all her strength to defend. Attacking was useless. She could only defend. The only thing she could do now was to block Soren and hope that Luo Tian could arrive sooner. Ha ha ha, defense? It's useless. In front of me, you're too weak. You're so weak that you can't even be compared to an ant. Cloud Mist College's trash, prepare to die. Soren's move blasted down. The arrogant power of faith was like a raging wave that slammed towards Yunmeng. However, just at this moment. King ancestor, you dare to bully sister-in-law? Boom. Suddenly. Heavenly Dragon Spear Technique, the ancient heavenly Qilin halberd moved, piercing through the void as a figure attacked. It was as if a ferocious dragon was stirring up space and time. An incomparably majestic energy gushed out from the ancient halberd, in addition to the strange energy that Lin Dong had released from his body. Boom. 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 A series of thunderous sounds rang out in the void. At this moment, Lin Dong continuously thrusted his spear towards the raging wave of faith. Walala, it was directly blasted apart. The power of faith was completely gone. The heavenly Qilin ancient halberd shook. Lin Dong stood in front of Yunmeng and said, "Those who bully sister-in-law, die." Mighty and domineering, those few thrusts were simply breathtaking. Many people were shocked. Some people recognized the heavenly Qilin ancient halberd in Lin Dong's hand and said regretfully, "Isn't that the spear that Ling Tian Business Alliance just auctioned? It's actually so powerful. Damn, if I knew, I would have bid for it too. This spear's grade is not at the demigod grade. It's completely at the divine grade." Sigh, in the crowd, the third prince of Icefield Snow Country was furious. My spear, my spear. Cloud Mist College, I won't let you off. Just wait to die. The heavenly Qilin ancient halberd was naturally not an ordinary item. But, not everyone could unleash the power of the ancient halberd. Even Luo Tian might not be able to. In the ancient continent, only Lin Dong could do it. The strange power in his body was perfectly unleashed together with the heavenly dragon spear technique and the heavenly Qilin ancient halberd, mighty and domineering. Another one? Sauron did not show the slightest bit of fear. Looking at Lin Dong, a cold-killing intent surfaced at the corners of his mouth as he said, "Today, I will trample on every single participant from your Cloud Mist Academy. I want to see what you will bring to the competition tomorrow." Suddenly, Sauron moved again. This time, another voice sounded. "Let me do it this time. A new day has begun. Those who have tickets quickly come and support us." Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. A muffled explosion was suddenly heard. Next. With his legs as the center, a huge crater suddenly appeared on the ground. The crater split open like a spider web. Whoosh. With a half-turn of his body, he used his calves to drive his waist. With his waist as the point of explosion, he drove his entire body to spin. The moment he spun quickly, Tang San's body soared into the sky like a tornado. Solan's eyes moved slightly as he felt a strong force attacking him. He was shocked. He laughed maniacally. "No matter how strong you are still trash from Cloud Mist College. How can you compare to me? God, please bestow me with strength." Boom. There was an explosion in Soren's body, and the power of faith doubled. His eyes were locked on Tang San in the air. He stepped out, and the ground with a radius of 10 meters under his feet sank and cracked quickly. His body suddenly disappeared. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. A series of violent explosions erupted in the sky. Clear Sky Hammer, attack. Rumble, rumble, rumble. They collided more than 10 times, and each time, they collided with each other with all their might. They bounced out and collided with each other again. Everyone in the plaza was stunned. What a powerful force. That hammer. It's the hammer that appeared at the Lingtian Merchant Guild's auction again. This hammer is too powerful. I'm going to cry to death. Who the F***CK said that this hammer was trash? Come here, I promise I won't beat him to death. My holy artifact. The power that erupted from the clear sky hammer caused people to be extremely fearful. Of course, this was inseparable from the small hammer martial spirit in Tang Shan's body, but even Tang Sam probably didn't know about it, right? In the distance, Huang Fuju's eyes darkened, and he shouted in his heart, "Not good." He took the registration board and rushed over in a hurry, thinking to himself, "Please don't let anything happen, Cloud Mist College can't afford it." Just now, when he registered himself as Cloud Mist College, he attracted a lot of ridicule. What made him even angrier was that other people did not need to line up, but he had to. The reason was that Cloud Mist College's current comprehensive strength was too weak, and could only be reduced to a second-rate participant. This was definitely something that had never happened in previous years. Huang Fuju had no choice but to tolerate such injustice. Now, he was counting on Luo Tian to shine in the conference and make those who mocked Cloud Mist College ashamed. He wanted to slap their faces and let everyone know that Cloud Mist College was still very strong and not to be trifled with. Seeing that something had happened in the distance, he became nervous. One had to know that fighting here would result in punishment. In serious cases, one would be disqualified from the competition. He understood the temperament of Luo Tian and his brothers very well. If they were unhappy, then it would really be nothing more than burning down a house. Killing as many as they couldn't care less. If things really got messy and they were disqualified, then everything would be over. Cloud Mist College's last chance to rise up would be gone. He was extremely worried. Huang Fuju secretly said in his heart, "My little ancestor, you must hold back your anger. Don't act recklessly." In another place, Luo Tian raised his eyes and immediately discovered that the figure in the distance was Tang San, who was crazily attacking with the Haotian hammer in his hand. When he saw the power that person used, his brows immediately tightened. Someone from the Vatican? Damn it. How dare you bully my people? I'll kill you. Without saying a word, Luo Tian rushed forward like a gust of wind. Abyss Academy, high-class guest hall. Dean, there are people fighting in the square at the foot of the mountain. An elder hurriedly walked into the hall and reported. The Dean of the Abyss frowned and said with some displeasure, "You still want to disturb me with such a thing? Don't you know that I'm entertaining a distinguished guest? Just deal with it as you should." Then he smiled apologetically and said to the distinguished guests in the VIP hall, "I've made a fool of myself." No problem, no problem. With so many people, it's inevitable that there will be some misunderstandings. Dean, you should go and take care of things. The elder's face became anxious and said, "It's Cloud Mist College and the purple-clothed leader of the Eurasian Church. We don't know how to deal with it, so we're here to ask for instructions." Without waiting for the Dean of the Abyss Academy to speak, a man with 2 green antennae on his forehead immediately stood up. "You're talking about Cloud Mist College?" The elder's face froze, and he nodded. "It's Cloud Mist College." The face of the man with green antennae suddenly changed. "Bastard of the Eurasian Church, if you dare to touch a single hair of my ancestor, this old man will let you know what it means to be crushed by the Azure Dragon." Roar, a deafening dragon roar sounded. An azure dragon phantom directly burst out, rushed into the clouds, and then swooped down. The elders and the Dean of the Abyss Academy were all shocked. This was the power of the azure dragon? It was too powerful. Not only the azure dragon, vermilion bird, black tortoise, white tiger, the 4 great elders also set out together and transformed into incomparable majesty of the mythological beasts. Just like the azure dragon, they quickly swooped down, and in an instant, the 4 mythological beasts' formidable coercion completely suppressed the entire Abyss College. The Dean of the Abyss Academy clenched his fists tightly, his face ugly. The 4 divine beasts clan completely ignored the existence of him, the Dean. On the surface, he did not flare up, but in his heart, he was extremely unhappy. The king of the Icefield Snow Country smiled faintly. "There's a good show to watch. Dean, why don't we go and take a look as well?" Ba, an eminent monk on the Buddha continent, clasped his hands together. Then, the moment he used the Buddha's expeditious steps, his figure was already 1,000 meters away. The Dean of the Abyss Academy said solemnly, "Let's go and take a look." He had already made up his mind. If he didn't show some dignity, he would really think that the Abyss Academy was a pushover. He was different from Sky Dragon, and he was different from Huang Fuju. On the square, the clear sky hammer rumbled. The power of faith met the attack. In a short minute, they collided over 100 times. Sauron was actually unable to withstand the pressure of the clear sky hammer. He was an Emperor Realm ranker, yet he couldn't even defeat Tang San, who was a Holy Spirit Realm ranker. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Hammer after hammer came crashing down, Sauron's body became lower and lower, lower and lower, and in the end, he was directly crushed to the ground. Not only that, he was also crushed to the point where he spat out a few mouthfuls of black blood. His clothes were tattered, just like a beggar on the streets. Previous chapter next chapter boom. The small black hammer in Tang San's hand was like a giant hammer that soared into the sky. Facing Sauron, who was crushed to the ground, Tang San did not let him go just like that, and shouted in a deep voice, "Those who bully sister-in-law, die." A hammer smashed down. However, at this moment, the pressure of the Saint Force came over, and said heavily, "Who dares to touch him?" At the same time, a violent force came crashing down, and said loudly, "Tang San, beat him to death. If anyone dares to touch you, I will kill him instantly." A special reminder, the undefeated army group was already full. The undefeated management group did not add people, only administrators. "If anyone dares to touch you, I will kill him." Luo Tian had arrived, seeing Kai Lin's pale face and Xianxia who was walking over with blood on the corner of her mouth. Luo Tian was instantly enraged. Even if Luo Tian did not say it, Tang San would do the same. Just like what he said to Lin Dong, those who bullied his sister-in-law must die. The clear sky hammer moved. The clear sky power came crashing down, aiming directly at Solin's head, and shouted in a deep voice, "Go to your heaven." At the same time as the clear sky hammer smashed down. Preposterous. The man, who was no more than 20 years old, exuded a unique power of faith. He glared at the space between his eyebrows, and exuded a vigorous saint force. He shouted coldly, "Reckless fool." He made his move. Luo Tian also made his move at the same time. "I want to see who is the reckless one." God burst. For divine beast's bloodline, boom. God slash. Boom. 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 For consecutive explosions, the shadows of the 4 divine beasts rushed into the sky as if they were real. The moment Luo Tian took out the God slash blade, an inexplicable powerful force sucked them all into the God slash. Ugh, the God slash burped, the power soared into the sky, and the divine power wreaked havoc. Luo Tian raised his blade with both hands and slashed down. Kacha! The sky darkened, and a thin crack appeared between heaven and earth as if it was about to split open. At this moment, strong winds wreaked havoc, and energy waves swept out like a raging tide, shaking all the surrounding warriors. The scene was especially terrifying. The power of the 4 divine beasts? The divine grade talent Luo Tian? Wasn't he defeated by the Crown Prince in one move? How could he appear again? And his cultivation has actually reached the 9th level of the Holy Spirit. What is the weapon in his hand? What a domineering blade! The power released is simply too terrifying, extremely terrifying. The crowd whispered. They were all shocked by Luo Tian's blade. The moment the 2 forces collided, the young disciple of the Holy See had a slight change in his expression as he was sent flying by the powerful force of the blade. He only stopped after flying for 100 meters. His face became more and more ugly, and his expression became more and more ferocious. F***ck. He didn't die? Luo Tian was also secretly shocked. The 4 divine beasts' bloodline power had all been absorbed by the deity slash. If this guy didn't absorb the power, then he wouldn't explode. But once he did, then he would explode out in an instant. After the first move, he immediately became weak, as if he had lost all his strength. However, the deity slayer was a divine weapon from the divine realm. Even if it didn't have any strength, just its appearance alone was enough to shock everyone. Luo Tian was almost unable to lift the Godslayer up. He took the opportunity to stab the Godslayer into the ground and said to Tang San again, beat him to death. Motherf asterisk cur, he actually dares to touch my woman, he's courting death. For a brief moment, the clear sky hammer in Tang San's hand smashed down. Bam! Sauron was crushed by the clear sky hammer to the point that he couldn't move. He turned to look at the young disciple in the distance and shouted for help, Holy Sun, save me. Whoosh, another huge wave of energy attacked. An even stronger wave of holy energy burst out. A young man in red clothes, his body emitting holy light, waved his sleeves heavily, and directly dissolved Tang San's power. With a look of contempt, he said faintly, it's not your turn to punish the people of the Vatican. Buzz. As soon as his voice faded, the red-clothed man landed on the ground. Just like the man who was sent flying by Luo Tian, the holy energy on his body was even denser. The 7 sons of God. Every son was a holy son. The one who was sent flying by Luo Tian just now was the youngest, while the man in red was the oldest. He was also the future great sect leader in red, and also the future pope. He had supreme authority. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Tang San was sent flying. Luo Tian pulled him back with a force and landed beside him. Luo Tian asked, are you alright? The blood in Tang San's chest churned as he said in a low voice, Boss, he's so strong. Lin Dong moved the ancient heavenly Qilin halberd, Boss, I want to give it a try. In order to protect Yunmeng and the others, Lin Dong had only dissolved Sauron's raging sea of faith attack. Facing the man in red, Lin Dong's blood boiled as he said excitedly, Boss, let me try. He was like a lunatic. If there was a crazy boss, there would be a crazy little brother. However, Lin Dong and Tang San were his 2 trump cards. It was not wise to expose themselves before the exchange had even begun. Luo Tian shook his head, and said, no rush. Immediately after, Karen's voice trembled as she said in a low voice, Luo Tian, the holy sun in red is the hand of the 7 holy sons. The one who was sent flying by you just now is ranked 7th. They are very strong, and their holy power reaches the heavens. Also, when they appear, the Pope will definitely appear. You have to be careful. If the 7 holy sons represent the Vatican this time, I'm afraid she was a member of the Eurasian Vatican, so she knew what the 7 holy sons meant. She also knew how strong they were. Just now, Luo Tian had used all his strength to send the 7th holy son flying, but, because he had underestimated his opponent, he did not use his full strength. Otherwise, the one who would have been sent flying might have been Luo Tian. At this moment, the man in red had a cold and arrogant look on his face. He glanced at Luo Tian and said, teaching a traitor a lesson is natural, and it's not your turn to bully the people of my Vatican. Humph. Incomparably arrogant. Ignoring everything, Sauron stood up with a proud sneer on his face, and said, thank you, holy sun. Immediately after, he stared at Luo Tian and said proudly, just based on your Cloud Mist College's trash combined, you're still no match for the holy sun. You want to kill me? Ha ha ha. In your next life, ha ha ha. Laugh, a proud laugh, with the holy sun in red, he did not need to be afraid of anyone. But, he did not understand Luo Tian. He did not understand Luo Tian. Laugh? The corner of Luo Tian's mouth drew back, revealing a deathly smile, and suddenly said, let's see if you can still laugh. Divine fire. Boom. With a flip of his right hand, a flame rushed out, directly attacking Sauron who was still laughing proudly. Sauron's eyebrows twitched, and he said in disdain, can this kind of fire attack hurt me? What a joke. With a sweep of his sleeve. He did not sweep it away. Instead, it directly pierced through his sleeve and exploded on his mouth. In an instant, his entire body spontaneously combusted. His skin cracked, and magma-like liquid flowed out from the cracks. Luo Tian sneered, and said, laugh for lousy again, laugh again, why aren't you laughing anymore? Damn it. Rumble, Sauron's body exploded with a loud bang, turning into ashes. Instant kill. Ding, the system sounded out. The holy sun in red was also angry, old cow, please support me. You want to leave after acting cool? You hurt my woman, touched my brother, and now you're laughing so arrogantly. How can I tolerate this? No, if I don't kill Soren, then I won't be called Luo Tian. So what if you're a holy son? So what if you're from the holy sea? As long as you offend me, Luo Tian, even if you're from the heavens, I'll let you have a taste of my power. Luo Tian stared coldly at the red-clothed holy son and said unhurriedly. His eyes were filled with overbearing intent. At this moment, the whole square was silent. It was so quiet that it was scary. Luo Tian was able to kill Soren in one move. How strong was his attack? How could a peak Holy Spirit Realm cultivator kill an Emperor Realm Master in an instant? How was that possible? But this wasn't what shocked them. He was shocked because Luo Tian killed Soren in front of the Holy Sun. Moreover, he did it in such a flashy and domineering way. He didn't give the red-clothed Holy Sun any face. He didn't give the Holy Sea any face. This had never happened before in the history of the Central region. Too overbearing, the red-clothed Holy Sun was furious. His eyes narrowed as he stared straight at Luo Tian. He said word by word, I've said it before. It's not up to outsiders to touch the people of the Holy Sea. I think you're really tired of living. He killed Soren in front of him. This made him very embarrassed. What made him the most unhappy was that he didn't notice the power of the divine fire just now. He killed Soren in an instant. The moment Soren died, his heart was also shocked. If this flame exploded on his body, then, he didn't know what the result would be. Luo Tian smiled and said, it's just killing a dog. If you're not happy, then let's fight? If you're not happy, then come up and bite me. Luo Tian wasn't afraid at all. Although the power released by the red-clothed Holy Sun made him afraid, but he couldn't be afraid at this time. The red-clothed Holy Sun's face sank. A red light flashed as he said in a deep voice, you don't know life from death. Die. You do it. Let's see who dies first. Luo Tian suddenly moved at the same time. At this moment, it was as if the sky had been split into two halves. Two powerful forces were constantly colliding, and colliding again. Deafening thunderous sounds were heard. Luo Tian and the red-clothed Saint Child were facing each other head-on. Ha ha ha, the show is about to begin. Cloud Mist College versus the Holy Sea. However, Luo Tian from the Cloud Mist College is bound to lose. The red-clothed saint is the leader of the seven saints. Even the Pope of the Holy See might not be able to defeat him. Even if the Crown Prince were here, he wouldn't dare to say that he would be able to defeat him. Luo Tian was defeated by the Crown Prince in one move. Today, he will probably be defeated by the red-clothed saint again. Not bad. The red-robed Holy Sun has received the God's blessing. His holy power of faith is stronger than the average divine power. No matter what, Luo Tian is no match for him. It seems like the Vatican is determined to win this conference. Discussions broke out among the crowd. The public opinion was almost one-sided. It was all because Luo Tian wasn't a match for the Holy Sun. Boom. Ancient tree. Luo Tian's heart trembled. Thousands of leaves fell from the ancient tree in his mind. The moment the leaves fell to the ground, they exploded within Luo Tian's body. At this moment, Luo Tian released all the bloodlines of the four mythological beasts. His eyes turned sinister as he shouted, let's see how strong you are. Deity slash. Chi la la, chi la la, the deity slash sucked in all the energy from the ancient tree. It suddenly became powerful and domineering again. Luo Tian held the saber in his right hand. His body suddenly turned, exerting force from his waist and twisting his entire body. The deity slash started to rotate. The domineering saber aura was released endlessly, forming a crescent-shaped wind blade that shot out crazily. It was just like the special effects in movies. It was visible to the naked eye and was extremely powerful. However, Luo Tian's rotation wasn't for the saber aura of the deity slash. He rotated from the ground to the sky, increasing his strength to the limit. At this moment, level 8 physical body, explode for me. Wang. His body released a purplish golden light. The pure strength of a level 8 physical body was released. His right hand suddenly moved, and the 2-meter-long deity slash behind him slashed in a semicircle. A saber aura rushed to the sky, as if it was going to tear the sky apart. Aiming at the head of the red-robed holy sun, he slashed down. Kacha, kacha, rumble, rumble, the sky emitted a painful groan. Wherever the saber went, the air would shatter, unable to support the power of the deity slash. The moment the deity slashed, the 4 mythological beasts in the sky roared and rushed down. They directly merged with the power of the deity slash. This power, shocking, domineering, it was so domineering that it was a mess. Was this the Luo Tian who was defeated by the Crown Prince in one move? If it was, then the Crown Prince was simply too powerful. If it wasn't, in just half a month, Luo Tian's progress was too shocking. The eyes of the people in the square were trembling. This power was too powerful, too powerful. The red-robed holy sun's robe fluttered. He looked up at the power that was slashing down from the sky, and his mind was trembling. However, this was only for a moment, because he didn't put Luo Tian in his eyes at all. All of a sudden, the red-robed holy sun chanted in a low voice. In the blink of an eye, he looked up at the sky and said sincerely, "Lord, please bestow me with power." Rumble. The sky and earth rumbled. Above the 9 heavens, a divine power descended from the sky and exploded above the red-robed holy sun's head. Then, the holy sun's hands moved slightly, and all the divine power formed a divine sword. This divine power was different. It was completely different from what Luo Tian had seen before. The impact it brought was too shocking. Moreover, even Tian Lingzi wasn't as skilled in controlling divine power as the Holy Sun. He was able to exert all the divine power that descended from the sky to the highest point. This was an extremely terrifying existence. All of a sudden, Luo Tian's deity versus the red-robed Holy Sun's divine . Rumble. 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 The thunderous sound resounded through the sky and spread to millions of kilometers away. Half of the central continent was shaking from this collision. Extremely terrifying, cracks appeared in the sky, and the cracks were like glass shattering, spreading out bit by bit. Clang! It was crazily shattering. A giant saber and a divine sword collided against each other. Neither of them moved an inch. They were constantly competing in strength, however, the deity would lose its power after releasing the absorbed power. At that time, Luo Tian's heart sank. Oh no! The first chapter has been delivered. In the new week, Old Neo needs recommendation votes. Requesting for support. This is bad. Luo Tian cried out in his heart. God without energy for him to absorb, he was like a frozen eggplant, without the slightest bit of strength. The ancient power that erupted from the ancient tree was completely absorbed by him. It also unleashed the most powerful form of this power. Now that the energy was getting weaker, the God was getting weaker and weaker. Slowly, Luo Tian was also at his limit. He cursed in his heart, "Can't you be strong for once? God blade. You have the nerve to call yourself a godly weapon? You have the nerve to hang out with the old ancestor of Huashan? Don't you have any strength of your own? You are just absorbing my energy. Can't you release your own energy for me to see?" Very unhappy, Luo Tian retreated. The God was trembling violently. He is going to lose. Luo Tian is going to lose. How can he be a match for the red-robed saint? I already said that he is not a match for the saint. Look, he is going to lose in just one round. He is completely unable to withstand the power of the saint. Ha ha ha. Competing with the 7th saint, isn't he courting death? He can only blame himself for being arrogant. He actually dared to kill the purple-robed saint in front of the saint. Isn't this not giving the Holy See a name? Great, he is going to lose in front of so many people. Ha ha ha. Sigh. Cloud Mist College is going to lose this year. Discussions could be heard in the surroundings. Lin Dong and Tang San were anxious. Lu Zhan raised his head and looked at the sky. He secretly clenched his fists. His eyes were focused on Luo Tian. As long as his life was in danger, he would not care about anything else. One word, kill, on the way here. Lu Zhan was a trump card. He was a rank 1 deity and was a very powerful existence. Luo Tian had warned him repeatedly that before participating in the exchange, he could not use his god energy. Even if Luo Tian was in danger, he could not use it. But now, seeing Luo Tian retreating in defeat, Fatty Lu's heart sank. F***ck, if you dare to touch boss, I'll make you regret being born into this world. Lu Zhan made up his mind, in the sky. Luo Tian's face paled, and Bai Chi's Godslayer trembled more and more. The power it released was quickly weakening. A complacent smile appeared on the red-clothed Holy Sun's face. A mere 9th-level Holy Spirit Realm cultivator dares to show off in front of me? Divine talent? So what? If the Crown Prince can defeat you in one move, so can I. Cloud Mist College. They are destined to withdraw from the stage of history and disappear from this world. While speaking, the red-cloaked Holy Sun's belief Holy Spirit burst out even more fiercely. His godly sword became extremely ferocious. It crushed Luo Tian, making him unable to breathe. His sea of consciousness and his mind were in great pain. Luo Tian clenched his teeth, roared, and shouted in his heart, Godslayer, if you don't release your own power, I will really look down on you. Others are already bullying you, can you endure it? Can you endure being crushed to such an extent? If you can endure it, after today, I will definitely throw you away, because you are trash. Godslayer, a weapon from the divine realm could definitely be called a divine weapon in the ancient continent. It was impossible for such a divine weapon to not have its own power. What was it called? Just absorbing Luo Tian's power to explode? It was completely useless. So, Luo Tian had concluded from the beginning that the Godslayer contained an extremely strong power. Once this power was released, it would definitely sweep away everything. But how to release it, Luo Tian did not know. However, the Godslayer must have its own consciousness. Otherwise, the Patriarch of Mount Hua would not have chosen it. In that instant, the red-cloaked Holy Sun laughed wildly, and said, Wake up, tremble. In front of the power of faith. The Lord will forgive you, ha ha ha. As soon as he finished, the pressure from the divine sword came crashing down like an avalanche. Luo Tian was crushed to the ground from high up in the sky. The Godslayer was pressed down on his shoulder, sinking into his flesh. Dark red blood dripped down along the dragon-shaped lines on the back of the blade. Luo Tian roared out one last time, Godslayer, if you don't explode, then let's die together. At this moment, the dragon-shaped lines on the back of the blade suddenly came to life, its two eyes suddenly stared, and an idea was transmitted to Luo Tian's mind. Its voice was very rough and deep, as if a monster was speaking, if I make my move, he will die. F***ck. Then let him die. Luo Tian immediately roared out. The Godslayer did not move, but continued, also, I am not called the Godslayer Blade, this kind of bullshit name is not worthy of me, I am refined from the divine dragon's bones, my name is the Dragon God /. If it wasn't for the fact that you cultivated the Dragon God art, if it wasn't for the fact that you possessed the bloodline of the 4 divine beasts, and if it wasn't for Master's request, I wouldn't even bother with a brat like you. I really don't know why Master would choose you, humph. He was immediately despised. And his tone was like an adult scolding a child. Luo Tian was immediately enraged, and scolded, Don't talk nonsense with Lousy, if you talk nonsense again, we will all die, do you think you can live? Mother ****, if you don't make a move today, as long as I'm not, I will do everything I can to refine you. Not to mention the Dragon God's bone essence, even if the Dragon God ancestor is in front of me, I will kill him. When I go crazy, even I am afraid of myself, do you believe me? It wasn't an exaggeration at all. As long as the Godslayer did not make a move, Luo Tian would definitely think of a way to refine him if he survived. What was the use of having such a weapon? Hearing that, Long Xinjiang was slightly shocked. He was not angry but happy instead, and said, That's more like it, a man should have some courage, Lousy hates people who can't even fart after a few hits, you want me to do it, right? He, suddenly. The divine dragon / actually laughed sinisterly, causing Luo Tian to feel a little depressed. This laughter was too sinister. Even Luo Tian's back was drenched in cold sweat, and he could not help but ask, What do you want to do? What are you doing? Naturally, someone is going to die. And it's a large wave of people. As soon as he finished, the dragon god began to move. In a split second, a dragon's roar exploded above the 9 heavens, and an endless pressure came crushing down. At this moment, the *T holy power of faith collapsed in an instant. The divine sword was shattered, and the shadow of a dragon god descended from the sky. In the area of the dragon's might, countless warriors were sent flying into the air. Those who touched the dragon god's shadow were all crushed into powder. There wasn't even a notification sound. Roar, the dragon god roared at the red-clothed holy sun, and the red-clothed holy sun was instantly scared to the point of peeing. The dragon claw moved, and directly pressed the red-clothed holy sun to the ground. With its incomparably huge body, 2 golden eyes stared straight at him. Faith holy power? Bullshit. There was still one more chapter in the morning. The old cow begs for support, begging for votes. Crush, it was a complete mess. The dragon god was extremely sharp. While he was moving, Luotian followed suit. He was also soaring above the 9 heavens. He also felt that the dragon god was like the source of his power, crushing those who came into contact with the dragon god's shadow into powder. This feeling, it was too awesome, it was an indescribable kind of awesome. Then again, in less than a 10,000th of a second, the power of faith was crushed. Then, the dragon moved and pressed the red-clothed holy sun to the ground with its claws. The red-clothed holy sun was so scared that he peed his pants. When had he ever seen such a divine might? It was too terrifying. Being crushed to the ground and unable to move, he felt as if he was going to hell. It was very uncomfortable, an indescribable discomfort. There was no longer a smug smile on his face. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the sky, the wind and clouds suddenly changed. The dragon god's shadow also suddenly shrank and disappeared in an instant. It was as if nothing had happened. But, Luotian stepped on the red-clothed holy sun's chest. The dragon god was like an azure dragon's claw floating above the red-clothed holy sun's forehead. The 2 dragon eyes on the back of the blade stared at him on the ground. His face was pale and he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Sharp. Awesome. It's simply like a heifer standing upside down. Luotian felt as if he had just woken up from a dream. If the red-clothed holy sun wasn't lying on the ground and couldn't move, he would have thought that he was dreaming. He knew that the dragon god contained a powerful force. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a divine weapon. But, Luotian had never imagined that it would contain such a powerful force. In that instant, he felt as if he was looking down on the entire ancient continent. This was a feeling that only a true expert could release. Only a true expert would be able to look down on everything. Not only that. Luotian thought of the first style of the dragon god forbidden technique that he cultivated, dragon transformation. Are they as strong as you? Damn it, I must cultivate my fleshly body to the great perfection realm. I must. I really can't take it anymore. Luotian's heart was filled with longing. He yearned for the dragon god forbidden technique even more. With this thing, who would be able to touch him, crown prince? He directly swallowed it. The 7 sons of God, led by the red-clothed saint, were so scared that they wet their pants. Just how *King strong was he? The corners of Luotian's mouth curled up slightly, and he said with a smile, "Why don't you laugh again? What *T holy power of faith, your *T Lord, and your *T holy sea? Come on, shout again. Why aren't you barking?" Luotian suddenly roared, releasing his arrogant anger. The square was silent again. All of them looked at Luotian in a daze. At this moment, a question popped up in their minds. Is he still human? Is this still a power that a human can release? This is simply impossible. Luotian saw that the red-clothed saint did not speak. Luotian's face once again revealed a deathly smile, and said, "You're not going to shout anymore, right? Then it's my turn. Since you people from the Holy See like to go to heaven, then I'll send you to hell." An explosion of energy, the power was rolling. The veins on his arm popped out one by one. The red-clothed saint swallowed dryly, his lips were pale, and his tone carried a trace of toughness. "You can't kill me, this is the Abyss Academy. If you kill me, your qualification for the exchange will be revoked, and your Cloud Mist College is destined to be finished." Luo Tian, you better think carefully. It was also at this time. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The blood-red robe landed. In the distance, Karen's face suddenly changed, and her voice trembled. The Pope, the Pope, the Pope is here. Whoosh. 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 The Pope in the blood-red robe, followed by several red-robed leaders behind him, and then the other 6 saints landed. The Pope's eyes darkened, and he shouted heavily, "Stop!" Boom. His voice was like a thunderclap, and endless pressure shot towards Luo Tian like millions of sharp arrows. As long as he was hit, Luo Tian would die without a doubt. It was also at this moment. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Roar. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Roar. The 4 great elders of the 4 divine beasts landed at the same time and directly transformed into their beast forms. Azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, black tortoise. All of them stood in front of Luo Tian, using their bodies to block the Pope's pressure. The azure dragon elder first looked at Luo Tian, his eyes filled with respect. Luo Tian had the bloodline of the 4 divine beasts in his body, which was undoubtedly the reincarnation of their ancestor. However, he now discovered that it was not as simple as the bloodline of the 4 divine beasts. Even the dragon god was helping Luo Tian, so they should protect him even more. If anyone dared to touch a single hair on Luo Tian's head, then they would destroy them at all costs. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. When the pressure hit their physical bodies, it was directly dissolved. The azure dragon elder smiled and said, "Pope, are you throwing a tantrum after losing? Ha ha ha. You're still the same as before, you haven't made any progress at all. You've lived for more than 10,000 years in vain." The Pope's eyes turned sinister. When enemies met, their eyes blazed with hatred. The Pope's voice sank, and he said heavily, "This has nothing to do with you 4 divine beasts. I urge you to F***ck off. Otherwise," the azure dragon elder smiled calmly and said, "Otherwise, what? Start a war? Based on your church's power, do you think you can fight against my 4 divine beasts clan? Have you forgotten how you lost last time? Ha ha ha." The Pope's heart was filled with rage. Because the Eurasian continent had lost the last war, and the church had suffered heavy losses, he hated the 4 divine beasts clan to the core. However, now wasn't the time to bicker about this. He had to protect the red-robed saint. The Pope said darkly, "If you want to start a war, I'll accompany you at any time. However, Azure Dragon, this is the central continent. Tomorrow, the conference will continue. This bastard actually dared to kill someone. According to the rules, he should be disqualified. Moreover, right now, get the F***ck away from the saint." The Pope stared intently at Luo Tian. The Azure Dragon Elder laughed loudly. "Don't talk about bullshit rules. Of the 7 divine sons, the 2nd son was crushed by him. You still have the nerve to talk about a conference? What qualifications do you have to participate? As for the red-robed saint, trash like him should go to hell." And then the Azure Dragon Elder said respectfully to Luo Tian, "Young master, if you want to kill him, then kill him. In this world, no one will dare to touch you, because you are the reincarnation of the ancestor of our 4 divine beasts clan. If anyone dares to touch you, then they are going against our 4 divine beasts clan. If that's the case, then let's go to war. Kill them, cripple them, and wipe out their entire family." Chapter 3, Delivered, 2 things. First, it's the peak period of farming. Old Bull has been kneeling in the fields every day. Yesterday afternoon, he was so tired that he couldn't take it anymore. At night, he went straight to bed. This afternoon, he'll be tired all afternoon. I can't guarantee that I won't have the strength to write at night. Second, my wife is pregnant. If you read Invincible Upgrade, you should know that the reason why the Invincible Upgrade was hastily completed was because of my wife's health. Briefly, in the 11th year, my wife had a mole. After the operation, she could only have a child 2 years later. In the 13th year, she had a child, but the placenta stopped. Half a year later, she had Nyonyo. In order to keep Nyonyo alive, my wife had to take injections for over a month. That year, Old Bull didn't write. Now that she's pregnant, Old Bull is very, very happy. At the same time, he's very worried. The four Divine Beasts clan weren't afraid of trouble. If they wanted to protect someone, they would do it with their lives. Not to mention, they had already confirmed, and were 100% sure that Luo Tian was the reincarnation of their ancestor. Thus, no one could touch Luo Tian. Not to mention the Pope. Even if the Heavenly Emperor came, it would be the same. No, it just wouldn't do. If you want to touch Luo Tian, then you have to be prepared to be baptized by the four Divine Beasts clan. They will let you know what it means to have the strongest body and the strongest power. The fury on the Pope's face intensified. He said in a low voice, even if the patriarch of your four Divine Beasts clan came, he wouldn't dare to speak to me like this. Since you four Divine Beasts want to fight, then my church will accompany you to the end. Let's settle old and new debts together. Suddenly, the power of faith spread out like a black cloud. In an instant, it covered the entire Deep Abyss mountain range. The Pope once again shouted, Luo Tian, I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to let him go or not? Without waiting for Luo Tian to reply, the Azure Dragon High Elder said, Young Master, if you want to kill me, then kill me. No one will dare to touch you. The Pope is the same. Using so much power of faith to scare people? If you dare to touch the young master, then I'll let you know what the power of the Azure Dragon is. The situation was getting worse and worse. If it wasn't for the protection of the four Divine Beasts clan, Luo Tian would probably be lying on the ground. The Pope's power was completely different from the red-cloaked saints. That kind of boundless power was extremely terrifying. The red-cloaked saint laughed loudly. Luo Tian, you can't kill me. Ha ha ha, with the Pope here, you can't kill me. Ha ha ha, he laughed wildly. The red-cloaked saint continued, tomorrow, I'll kill all of you from the Cloud Mist Academy one by one during the exchange. Just you wait. Wild laughter, Luo Tian's forehead trembled. Gotcha. In a frenzied rage, the power of the dragon god Slash came crashing down. The red-clothed saint was so scared that his entire body trembled. His face turned pale, and the arrogance on his face turned into fear. To kill or not to kill, this was a very difficult choice. Even Luo Tian had to hesitate at this moment. If they did, they would drag the four Divine Beasts clan down with them. If he didn't kill them, the impact would be alleviated temporarily, and everyone would be safe. At this moment, Huang Fuju rushed over. After knowing what had just happened, he said softly, Luo Tian, he has already been crushed. The Vatican's face has already been trampled under your feet. Forget it. The exchange meeting is only tomorrow. He didn't want to blow things up. In the meantime, he was also worried that things would get out of hand because the current Cloud Mist College was really too weak. It was like a small seedling that could die prematurely if there was a little bit of wind and rain. Luo Tian, in particular, must not make a move. The red-robed saint was very important to the Vatican. If Luo Tian really did make a move, the Pope would definitely make a move. If the Pope made a move, the four Divine Beasts clan would definitely be dragged into it. Then, there would be no need to think about holding the exchange meeting tomorrow. This wouldn't benefit Cloud Mist College at all. Their goal in coming here was to get a good ranking in the exchange meeting, so as to expand their influence. They would also let everyone know that Cloud Mist College had been very strong for a long time. Huang Fuju sent a mental message to Luo Tian, saying, don't kill him. If you kill him, the Pope will definitely make a move, and the four Divine Beasts clan will be dragged into it as well. At that time, before the demon army attacks, we will have internal strife. It will be another war between the 5 continents. Luo Tian, you must stay calm. Bear with it for a while and calm down. What's more, you have already killed the purple saint and trampled the red-clothed saint under your feet. This is enough to make the Vatican lose face. Cloud Mist College's influence will definitely increase. What Huang Fuju was worried about was also what Luo Tian was worried about, at this moment. In Luo Tian's heart, there was a trace of loosening. Immediately, he withdrew the dragon god Slash and kicked the red-clothed saint's body, sending him flying. He arrogantly shouted, you can't even withstand a single blow. Bam! The red-clothed saint was sent flying, but a cold smile appeared on his face. He slowly crawled up from the ground and coldly said, Luo Tian, I told you before that you can't kill me. If you don't kill me today, I will make you regret it immediately. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, Song Tianji, the dean of the Abyss College, the king of the Icefield Snow Country, and the leaders of the other forces landed one by one. Without waiting for them to speak, the red-clothed saint immediately said to Song Tianji, Dean Song, as the organizer of this exchange meeting, shouldn't you punish Cloud Mist College? Just a moment ago, Luo Tian had killed at least a dozen innocent warriors. According to the rules of the exchange meeting, he should be disqualified from the competition. I don't think there is a need for a trash school like Cloud Mist College to participate in the competition, right? The Pope immediately exerted pressure and said, Song Tianji, I want you to give me a satisfactory answer. Song Tianji deliberately revealed a difficult expression as he looked at Huang Fuju and asked, Is there such a thing? He already knew, moreover, he had arrived a long time ago, but he was waiting for Luo Tian to kill the red-clothed saint. This way, the Abyss College would have one less competitor. Then, according to the rules of the exchange meeting, all the participants of Cloud Mist College would be disqualified. This way, there would be two less competitors. The red-clothed saint did not die. Song Tianji was somewhat disappointed, but the power that Luo Tian had erupted would definitely bring trouble to the Abyss College. Since that was the case, then he must not let Luo Tian participate in the exchange. Humph. Do you still need to ask? Everyone here can prove that Luo Tian had killed innocent people. He is even worse than the demons. This exchange meeting was originally set up to deal with the demons. To let someone like him participate, I will be the first to disagree. The Pope said with conviction. At this moment, the third prince of the Icefield Snow Country said, I can prove that Luo Tian killed a lot of people just now. Those were all innocent people. Even I was almost killed by him. I strongly request that all the participants of the Cloud Mist Academy be disqualified. The third prince spoke. The king of Icefield Snow Country faintly smiled and said, I also agree to disqualify Cloud Mist College. Song Tianji's expression shook, his difficult expression became even more obvious. However, he sneered in his heart, Huang Fuju, oh Huang Fuju, your Cloud Mist College only has a few people left. You still want to rise from the ashes? Cloud Mist College no longer has a place in the Central Region stage. He secretly felt happy, then said to Huang Fuju, Brother Huangfu, nothing can be accomplished without rules. Since everyone said that Luo Tian had killed people and broke the rules of the exchange meeting, I can't do anything. As the host, I can only enforce the rules impartially. Shortly after, Song Tianji revealed a painful expression and said, I announce, not waiting for him to finish. The Azure Dragon of the Four Divine Beasts clan suddenly stood up and said, Announce what? I didn't even say anything. The first chapter has been delivered, a new day. Old Bull needs new support. What did you announce? Did I say anything? I didn't say anything. What did you announce? Azure Dragon shouted. In addition, the Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise all released their anger towards Song Tianji. Song Tianji was furious, and his face was filled with displeasure. He was the dean of the Abyss College, and the host of this exchange. How could they not give him face? He was a person who could hide his actions. Although he was very angry, he still had a faint smile on his face. He asked, I wonder if the Four Divine Beasts elders have anything to say. Luo Tian broke the rules, so he should be punished. This is not my personal suggestion, but everyone's. Facing the Four Divine Beasts clan, Song Tianji was unable to compete with them alone. His words directly dragged the Icefield Snow Country and the Eurasian continent into the discussion. The Icefield Snow Country's king immediately said, I've heard that the Four Divine Beasts are a group of barbaric beastmen. Today, I've finally experienced it. Damn fatty. If you say another word, do you believe that I won't beat the shit out of you? The White Tiger shouted, and the black and white patterns on his body flashed. The ferocious divine beast's power was like a fierce tiger pouncing towards the Icefield Snow Country's king. Incomparably domineering, the Icefield Snow Country's king frowned. He was suppressed for a moment. The Pope coldly snorted and said, "Don't talk so much nonsense. Azure Dragon, Eurasian Continent, Icefield Snow Country, and Abyss College all have 3 votes. They all agree to disqualify Cloud Mist College. Even if you're 4 Divine Beasts clan objects, it's useless. If you don't want to participate, then hurry up and leave. You don't need to participate in the matter of eliminating demons." He directly wanted to disqualify the 4 Divine Beasts clan. Indeed, Eurasian Continent's vote, Icefield Snow Country's vote, and the host Abyss College's vote. With 3 votes against, Cloud Mist College's disqualification was a foregone conclusion. Huang Fuju's heart faintly sank. Under his sleeves, he clenched his fists. The Red Saint proudly laughed. He stared at Luo Tian and said, "I say, you're going to regret it." Luo Tian. "Sometimes, as long as I use my brain, I can toy with you. Understand?" Ha ha ha. Laugh, a smug smile, the corners of Luo Tian's mouth twitched as he sneered coldly. Fatty Lu said, "Boss, do you want me to kill him? He really pisses me off." Unhappy? Luo Tian was more than unhappy. He really regretted not killing him just now. However, as long as their qualifications were revoked, then there was no need to worry so much anymore. Luo Tian looked at Huang Fuju and apologized, "Uncle Huangfu, I'm sorry. I was too impulsive. It's not Luo Tian's fault. It's all my fault," Karen said with tears in her eyes. She had always been a standard masculine woman, incomparably valiant, but the moment she learned that her mother had been defiled, she couldn't control herself and went berserk. Her heart was filled with gratitude towards Luo Tian after the death of the purple-robed sect master. However, she was the one who caused this scene, so she should be the one to end it. Karen suddenly walked forward and said loudly, "Everything is because of me. Luo Tian also made a move because of me. I will use my life to make up for my mistakes." After saying that, Karen's forehead trembled. She moved her long sword and directly slashed at her own neck. Boom! Luo Tian instantly moved and directly grabbed the sharp sword with his hand. He said, "Fool, do you think that just because you died, you can change all of this? They are targeting Cloud Mist College. Even if nothing happened just now, they will still target Cloud Mist College." Huang Fuya and the others also walked forward and pulled Karen back. Targeting Cloud Mist College, even if Karen died, it would still be the same. No one would even sigh. Huang Fuju took a step forward and said, "If you insist on Cloud Mist College's explanation, I will use my life to make up for it." Cloud Mist College could not stop here. They could not stop here. They had to rise, they had to rise. Huang Fuju had poured in countless efforts to make Cloud Mist College rise. At this time, he believed that as long as Luo Tian and the others participated, they would definitely be able to get a good ranking. Cloud Mist College would also rise rapidly in Luo Tian's hands. If that was the case, so what if he died? Luo Tian frowned and said, "Uncle Huangfu." The anger in his heart could not be suppressed. Very unhappy, really very unhappy. This feeling made Luo Tian very irritable. The Azure Dragon felt it. He felt the ferocious aura of the Azure Dragon ancestor in Luo Tian's body. He felt that it was angry in Luo Tian's body. This feeling could only be experienced by him, who had the Azure Dragon bloodline. Just like him, the other 3 Supreme Elders also felt it. Then, the Azure Dragon stomped his foot, boom. A wave of dark green energy spread out from his body, causing the world to tremble and shake violently. He said solemnly, "Since you all want to vote, then fine, my 4 Divine Beasts continent agrees that Cloud Mist College should stay." Ha ha ha, the Pope suddenly laughed, and said, "Your 4 Divine Beasts continent? That's only 1 vote, 3 votes against. Azure Dragon, you are powerless to reverse the situation, do you understand? Cloud Mist College must be disqualified. Killing innocent people is not qualified to appear here." The king of Icefield Snow Country laughed out loud, "Are you kidding me? You only have 1 vote." Suddenly, a monk walked out with his palms clasped together. He glanced at Luo Tian and said faintly, "Shini continent agrees that Cloud Mist College should stay." Huh? The monk's appearance shocked everyone. Because no one could sense his aura, and his body was emitting an orthodox Buddhist light, making people feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. The anger and mania in Luo Tian's heart instantly calmed down as if they had been baptized by the Buddhist light. If the killing intent, anger, and mania in Luo Tian's heart continued to surge, he would definitely go berserk. At that time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Huang Fuju said heavily, "Thank you." The monk smiled and didn't say anything. His gaze then landed on Luo Tian. Normally, Xini continent would rarely participate in this kind of competition. Even more so, they wouldn't participate in disputes and pick a side. But, his vote shocked the others. Questions arose in their hearts. Why? Only the monk knew the answer in his heart. Then. "Monk, thank you." The azure dragon grinned and said, "Xini continent, for Divine Beasts continent, and Cloud Mist College also have 3 votes. 3 votes against 3 votes, how about it? Why don't we fight? Whoever wins will have the right to make the decision. What do you think?" He couldn't wait to fight. 3 votes against 3 votes? This, indeed, Song Tianji didn't expect this. He looked at the Pope. The Pope frowned and said, "Since it's the same number of votes, then Cloud Mist College still has to be disqualified. Because he killed someone, he should be punished." At this time, suddenly, a voice sounded in Luo Tian's ears, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." There was still one more chapter in the morning. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." This voice was very familiar. It was so familiar that Luo Tian knew who it was the moment he heard it. Immediately, Luo Tian suddenly shouted, "Little Pope, are you that afraid of me? Was it because I trampled on some bullshit holy sun and made you lose your face? They are indeed trash, they couldn't even block one of my attacks. I don't think they should be called the 7 sons of God. I feel like the 7 pigs of God is more suitable for them." As Luo Tian's voice faded, the members of the 4 divine beasts clan immediately laughed. 7 pigs of God, good name, ha ha ha, they are a bunch of pigs, ha ha ha. The Pope's face was very ugly. The red-clothed saint child's face was also very ugly. Losing was a fact, he couldn't refute, but the red-clothed saint child was extremely unhappy. Furthermore, he also had a strong move that he hadn't used yet. Gritting his teeth, he took a step forward and shouted, "Luo Tian, don't be so arrogant, eh?" "I'm arrogant? What can you do to me? Didn't it feel good to be stepped on by me? You were so scared that you almost peed your pants, ha ha ha." Luo Tian said without restraint. Then, he changed the topic and looked at Song Tianji, the king of the Icefield Snow Country, and said, "If you are afraid of me, then admit it and I will immediately withdraw from the competition." "How arrogant." The Pope trembled. The surging power of faith let out a roar. He was extremely angry. Tang San and Lin Dong landed on the left and right sides of Luo Tian. The clear sky hammer and ancient heavenly Qilin halberd flashed with cold light, ready for any unexpected situations. Fatty Lu, on the other hand, disappeared mysteriously, quietly hiding in the crowd. As long as anyone dared to sneak attack Luo Tian, he would be the first to kill them. The king of the Icefield Snow Country also had a face full of anger. He shouted, "Afraid of you? You really dare to say that? Even your entire central region is not enough for my Icefield Snow Country to eat. Not to mention you, even if the crown prince was here, I wouldn't be afraid. You really don't know death." The flames of war were rising. Song Tianji secretly rejoiced and said, "Huang Fuju, you should also control your student. This is Abyss College, he is too impudent." Huang Fuju was confused by Luo Tian's sudden outburst. But, he believed in Luo Tian and said with a smile, "I'm really sorry. Our Cloud Mist College is just that arrogant. Are you afraid? If you're afraid, just admit it. We'll automatically withdraw from the competition. There's no need to slaughter those who are afraid of us." Ha ha ha. After saying that, he even laughed out loud to cover up the uneasiness in his heart. He really didn't know what Luo Tian wanted to do. At this point, he could only cooperate with him. He could only pray that Luo Tian would not act recklessly, or else he would be in trouble. Song Tianji's face turned sinister. If they admitted that they were afraid of Cloud Mist College, it would be equivalent to them losing. Even if they got first place in the exchange, the outside world would only say that they were afraid of Cloud Mist College. This way, they would be in a passive position. The Pope was angry and said, "Luo Tian, you're trying to provoke us. We've eaten more salt than you have rice. If you think we're afraid of you, wait until after the exchange, I'll let you know how powerful we are. Now, please get out of here. Your Cloud Mist College no longer has the qualifications to be here." Not being provoked, Luo Tian was trying to provoke them? Of course not. Why would he need to provoke them? Luo Tian directly mocked. "I've not even shit as much as you've eaten. What qualifications do you have to make me leave? What qualifications do you have to make me leave? Oh Pope, if you're afraid of me, just admit it. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. If we meet in the exchange, I'll just beat the shit out of them. I won't let them die too ugly." Mother ****. Luo Tian was so arrogant. So what if he was the Pope, with the powerful boss backing him up? He could really do whatever he wanted. Although he couldn't beat them to the ground one by one and make them beg for mercy, but he had to crush them in terms of momentum. Preposterous. The Pope was angry. He was completely furious. After being humiliated by Luo Tian again and again, his whole body was emitting hot smoke, and his eyes were bloodshot. He shouted in a deep voice, "If I don't kill you today, I swear I'm not human. You dare to touch him?" The 4 elders of the 4 mythical beasts immediately moved, and all of the 4 mythical beasts' thick aura soared to the highest peak, directly forming 4 mythical beasts' pressure to protect Luo Tian. Azure Dragon snorted and said, "Try to touch him." Protecting him as if he was protecting his calf. He didn't give the Pope any chance. Even if it was the Pope's powerful aura. It was the same, it couldn't penetrate into Luo Tian's body at all. It was completely useless. Too shameless. 4 against 1? I, the Icefield King, can't watch this any longer. The king of the Icefield Snow Country shouted in a deep voice. An invisible snowstorm attacked, forming a snowstorm, and heavily smashed against the barrier of the 4 mythical beasts. Rumble, rumble, rumble. One after another, the sound of collision exploded. The mythical beast barrier began to tremble. The Icefield King and the Pope were both the top experts of the cool continent. However, the elders of the 4 mythical beasts clan were not. They were only grand elders. The truly powerful one was their patriarch. Facing the combined forces of the Pope and the Icefield King, their faces darkened, and they began to struggle. However, they didn't retreat half a step. Even if they died, they would protect Luo Tian. "Boss. Fatty Lu sent a sound transmission, should we make a move?" Luo Tian immediately said, "Don't move." Fatty's position was too dangerous, and he was Luo Tian's trump card. He couldn't casually expose himself. The monk took a step forward. He landed beside the 4 mythical beasts and suddenly sat down cross-legged. He chanted a strange scripture. In the blink of an eye, an incomparably large Buddha Lord appeared above his head. Its entire body emitted a Buddha light, forming an incomparably valiant holy power, directly blocking the power of the Icefield King and the Pope. Extremely valiant, the Pope and the Icefield King attacked at the same time. For a moment, both sides were locked in a stalemate. Luo Tian walked forward, grinning excitedly. He glanced at Song Tianji and said with a faint smile, "Song Tianji, do you want to join in as well?" As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian suddenly went berserk. At this moment, the divine flame's cooldown was over. With a move of his palm, the divine flame shot out. Target, the red-cloaked holy sun. The moment the divine flame erupted, Luo Tian's body also flashed forward like lightning. The dragon god slash in his hand streaked across the sky as he swore, "Uf***Ker, if you dare to be arrogant in front of me again, you can obediently go to hell for me." No one would have thought that Luo Tian would suddenly launch a sneak attack. Furthermore, it was none other than the red-cloaked holy sun that he had just let go. Tragedy was coming. Thank you brothers for your rewards, thank you for your support. Who would have thought that Luo Tian would launch a sneak attack at this time? What was even more unexpected was that his target was actually the red-cloaked holy sun. The red-cloaked holy sun didn't react at all. He was even stunned on the spot as he watched Luo Tian disappear. He didn't expect that it was directed at him and even said coldly, "Trash, you think you can sneak attack the Pope?" However, before his voice could fade away, he suddenly realized the flame was directed at him. Immediately, he thought of the miserable state of the purple-robe sect leader not long ago, and his chrysanthemum tightened. He secretly trembled for a moment and said in a deep voice, "This time, I definitely won't." Bam! Before he could finish his words, the divine flame exploded on his face. Buzz! Luo Tian's speed flashed. The divine flame did not cause an instant kill, it was reasonable. Luo Tian had already predicted that the stronger the person, the lower the chance of being killed instantly. This red-cloaked holy sun was extremely strong, and it was difficult to kill him instantly. However, the red-cloaked holy sun entered a state of dizziness. Very short, not even a breath's time. However, for Luo Tian, this time was already enough. The moment the dragon god moved, Luo Tian shouted in his heart, "Give me some strength." The dragon god said in a sound transmission, "I was already unhappy that you didn't kill him from the start." Looking at his proud look, "You actually endured it?" However, "It's not too late to kill him now, I'll lend you a hand. However, I won't care next time. These are all brats, they can't even muster up the slightest bit of strength. Next time, if you don't meet a divine rank expert, don't disturb my rest." The dragon god looked down on these people from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for the arrangement of the Huashan ancestor, he definitely wouldn't have stayed in the divine tomb to wait for Luo Tian. Luo Tian wasn't bad, at least he had some guts. However, he had no interest in the warriors of the ancient continent. "Don't talk so much nonsense. Kill him for me first." Luo Tian shouted in his heart, then stared at the red-cloaked holy sun and shouted, "Seven sons of God, I'll send you to hell first." Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom! A surge of energy burst out from the dragon god Luo Tian moved his right arm and exerted all his strength. His saber drew a semicircle and chopped down heavily. "How dare you! Holy sun! Heavens, what is he doing? Is he crazy? Do you know who he killed? Crazy, crazy, I'm going crazy." Many people began to discuss, and all of them were shocked. The red-cloaked saint was a very important person to the Vatican. Was killing him a declaration of war? Could they still hold an exchange meeting at this moment? Even Song Tianji was puzzled. What was Luo Tian trying to do? Wasn't he afraid of being disqualified? How dare he be so arrogant? Wasn't he worried about his own safety and the safety of Cloud Mist College? One had to know that the Holy See's experts were all here. Under the Pope, there were several red-cloaked leaders. These were all peak emperor-level figures. No matter how strong Luo Tian was, it was impossible for him to be a match for all of them. Suddenly attacking the red-cloaked holy sun at this time was too reckless. Song Tianji also laughed in his heart. He laughed at Luo Tian's ignorance. He laughed that he was not worthy of a divine-ranked talent. He also felt relieved and thought to himself, "No wonder you were defeated by the Crown Prince in one move. You're really too inexperienced. I overestimated you, Luo Tian." When Luo Tian slashed the dragon god Huang Fuju also disappeared. Luo Tian laughed sinisterly, "Red-cloaked holy sun, don't be so proud of yourself. No, no, don't. The red-cloaked holy sun screamed in fear, his face was pale. Boom! Rumble, rumble, the dragon god slashed down, splitting the red-cloaked holy sun into two from his forehead. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing red-cloaked holy sun for obtaining 130 million experience, 1 million essence energy. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Orb of Will. Do you wish to use it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Holy Power of Faith. Do you wish to use it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian, ding. Sin plus 1 inch, blood spurted out, splattering all over Luo Tian's face. The dragon god in his hand suddenly sank and heavily stabbed into the ground. Luo Tian roared with incomparable dominance, "I, your father, am going to kill, what can you do about it?" Unbridled. Arrogant and fearless. That's how arrogant he was. He killed the red-clothed Holy Son in front of the Pope, and it was an instant kill. The surrounding people were all speechless. Countless pairs of eyes were staring at him. Everyone's mind was blank. Everything happened too quickly, they did not have time to react. He had really gone crazy. The Pope was the first to react. He roared and exploded with rage. He slammed his palm towards Luo Tian and roared, "Die!" His anger overflowed. The red-clothed Holy Son was the hope of the Vatican, but he had died before he could even display his potential. This was a huge blow to the Vatican. In his rage, he even had the heart to shatter Luo Tian into 18,000 pieces. Azure Dragon's face changed greatly, and said, "Young master, be careful. Too little time. The distance was too far. Even if he arrived in time, he might not be able to kill Luo Tian." The Pope was already angry. Luo Tian stood still. He even sneered, and said, "Didn't you say that my Cloud Mist College didn't have the qualifications to participate? I told you that you were afraid of me, so what? One of your bullshit 7 pigs has already died. Let me ask you if you're afraid, ha ha ha." He stood still. It was as if he wasn't afraid at all. The Pope was so angry that smoke was coming out of his head. He had always been on guard against the 4 divine beasts elders, but he never thought that Luo Tian would suddenly launch a sneak attack and even kill the red-clothed Holy Son in one move. How could a person at the 9th level of the Holy Spirit kill the red-clothed Holy Son? Why was this? At this moment, he couldn't care less. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Luo Tian. No matter who blocked him, he would kill Luo Tian. A powerful force crushed down on Luo Tian. Luo Tian's body trembled, and he couldn't stand steadily. The moment the Pope landed, Luo Tian suddenly shouted, "Uncle Huangfu. Time and space bloodline. 8th level profound meaning. Time and space transfer." With a move of his blood essence, Huangfu Ju directly sealed the space within a meter of Luo Tian's body. Then, he directly dragged him into the void and disappeared on the spot. Rumble. Rumble, the Pope's power slapped towards the void, causing a series of explosions. The space expanded and cracked, but Luo Tian had long disappeared. Everything was under Luo Tian's control. 1 second later. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Luo Tian reappeared, but this time, he was behind the 4 divine beasts and the monk. With a maniacal smile on his face, he said, "You want to kill me? In your next life." Ha ha ha, the Pope was enraged. Suddenly, a strange power appeared on his body, and at this moment, the power exploded. Suddenly, a dull voice came from the sky, "Enough. The first chapter has been delivered, a new day, requesting recommendation votes." Let Old Cow rush to 200,000 recommendation votes. Power was divided into 2 types, one was the power cultivated by oneself, the other was external power. Both were divine power. However, the external power obtained was far from being as powerful as the divine power cultivated by oneself. For example, Fatty Lou's cultivation was already at the 1st level of God's emissary, but his divine power was much weaker compared to a true God's emissary who had condensed a Godhead. It was the same for the Pope. The strange power that erupted from his body was the power bestowed by the Holy See's Lord. It was a very powerful power. However, the moment he drank the sound potion, the Pope was instantly speechless. It was like a fart that had yet to come out. Before it reached the mouth of the chrysanthemum, it was gone. Boom. The Pope's body sank. His face was pale as he looked at the sky. His eyeballs were faintly trembling as he said in a trembling voice, "Heavens, Heavenly Maiden, Lord Emissary, Lord Emissary?" A figure descended from the sky, floating like an immortal. The little bit of power emitted from her body filled the entire Abyss mountain range. Everyone's heart was filled with fear. Heavenly Maiden, the only God's emissary of the ancient continent, was also an extraditer. She was also the inheritor of Phoenix Sky Mountain, possessing unparalleled power. In the ancient continent, Phoenix Sky Mountain was the most mysterious existence. The sudden arrival of the Heavenly Maiden caused the originally restless scene to instantly calm down and drop to the freezing point. Wang. The tip of her foot gently landed on the ground. Everyone lowered their heads and maintained their reverence, not daring to look at her directly. Of course, except for one person, Luo Tian. After not seeing her for half a month, Luo Tian discovered that the heavenly maiden had become much more beautiful. That mature fullness of her body, that kind of cold seduction in her bones, caused Luo Tian to instantly have a strong desire to possess her. The corner of his mouth curled into an evil smile as he whispered, "Little vixen, after not seeing you for a few days, I really missed you." The heavenly maiden had a cold and disdainful expression. However, when she looked at Luo Tian, she was like a little girl with tender eyes. If not for so many people present, if not for the fact that she was the heavenly maiden of Phoenix Sky Mountain and had to consider the image of Phoenix Sky Mountain, she would have immediately jumped into Luo Tian's arms like a little rabbit and acted coquettishly. In Misty City. When Luo Tian fought against Tian Lingzi, she was extremely nervous. She finally knew what it meant to be concerned. In the meantime, she also secretly made up her mind that she would not let Luo Tian be in any danger again. She would protect him well and not let anyone bully him, no one. Therefore, this time, she had left Phoenix Sky Mountain. This was the first time in tens of thousands of years that she had left Phoenix Sky Mountain. Moreover, she had left for a man. A woman in heat was incomprehensible, it should be said. The brains of women who fell in love short-circuited. The heavenly maiden looked at Luo Tian and gently asked, "Are you all right?" "Huh? Who are you asking?" This voice. When has Angel ever been so gentle? Could it be that Angel and Luo Tian? Xianxia was slightly stunned. She was certain that something must have happened between Luo Tian and Angel when Luo Tian left Phoenix Sky Mountain alone. Otherwise, according to Angel's character, her mother wouldn't have had the chance to return to Phoenix Sky Mountain, and she wouldn't have been able to leave Phoenix Sky Mountain so easily. Now that she heard Angel's gentle voice, she even thought that she had misheard. In the meantime, in her heart, she was even more certain that something must have happened between Angel and Luo Tian that day. Huang Fuya was stunned at first, then her eyes widened in shock as she muttered to herself, "Sigh, the beautiful girls' squad is going to add another member." "Luo Tian, you bastard, how many more women do you have?" "No. I have to hurry. No matter how strong this woman is, no matter how powerful she is, she has to be behind me. Anyway, Sister Yunming is the big sister. No matter how powerful her cultivation is, she has to be called Big Sister, humph." The two women's hearts were filled with activity. The others. They didn't dare to talk. Although they also wanted to raise their heads to see who Angel was talking to, they couldn't raise their heads because there was an invisible divine power crushing each of them. Especially the Pope. His old face was red and congested. It was as if his body was carrying 100,000 mountains, and his blood vessels were about to burst. Uncomfortable, too uncomfortable. His body was trembling, and his heart was also trembling. Luo Tian looked at Angel and gently smiled. He nodded but didn't say anything. It was because he heard Angel's voice that he was so unrestrained. That was why he killed the proud red-clothed Holy Sun without a care for anything. With Angel here, who did he need to be afraid of? Angel looked at Luo Tian smiling at her. She was as happy as a flower, and her heart was filled with incomparable sweetness. That kind of excited expression of a little woman couldn't be described with words. In any case, her heart was melted by Luo Tian. Every day at Phoenix Mountain, she missed Luo Tian. Her mind was filled with Luo Tian. Of course, there were also some incomparably powerful abilities of Luo Tian. Of course. In addition to the power of this ability, there was also the use of the imperial goddess divine art. Once a woman had sex with him, she would quickly become infatuated with him. Not to mention Angel, even the experts in the divine realm were the same. Immediately after, Angel turned around, her expression returning to indifference as she said, "The demons are wreaking havoc in the world, tormenting living beings, yet you are still fighting amongst yourselves. Do you want to see the ancient continent fall into the hands of the demons?" Her voice was like thunder, exploding in everyone's hearts. The Pope, Bing Yuanwang, and Song Tianji's expressions became even uglier. However, the anger in the Pope's heart had not subsided. He gathered all his strength and said, "Lord Angel, it was Luo Tian from Cloud Mist College who killed the innocent first. His methods are even more vicious than the demons. If we don't get rid of him today, he will definitely dance with the demons in the future and become a scourge of the ancient continent, impudent. Rumble, as soon as the angel's voice fell, the Pope was directly crushed to the ground. No matter who it was, he absolutely could not say anything bad about Luo Tian. Absolutely not, the Pope's knee was bleeding. Upon seeing this, Bing Yuanwang and Song Tianji immediately swallowed the words that were about to come out of their mouths. It was obvious that the angel was protecting Luo Tian. Moreover, she was blatantly protecting him, but they couldn't do anything about it. In a world where the strong were respected, whoever had the most power would be the ruler. Why bother? She was also the only divine envoy of the ancient continent. If you want to enter the divine realm, then you have to follow her lead. The Pope was in pain and unbearable pain. He was crushed to the point where his blood and chi were tumbling. His mind and sea of consciousness had suffered quite a bit of damage. The angel faintly said, before the exchange, who dares to have a private fight? Who dares to find trouble with Cloud Mist College or other forces? Once I find out, then don't blame me for being impolite. Today's matter, the angel's gaze turned and directly stared at Luo Tian. Her eyes revealed a hint of ambiguity as she said, I will give you an explanation. Luo Tian. Come with me, I will properly punish you. The second chapter has been delivered. Every day, there would be many familiar names voting and giving rewards. Old Bull was very familiar with these names. Thank you brothers for your continuous support. Old Bull is extremely grateful. The Heavenly Maiden wants to punish Luo Tian. Moreover, there was still a hint of anger in her tone. This made Song Tianji, Bing Yuanwang, and the kneeling Pope shocked. Wasn't she biased towards Luo Tian? Why is she punishing him now? The Pope immediately said, Heavenly Maiden, why do you need to personally punish him? Just leave it to us. Bing Yuanwang also said, punishing him will only dirty your hands, we will definitely punish him properly. Song Tianji also said, leave it to us, we will definitely make you satisfied. The three of them were very excited. The power that Luo Tian had erupted with was astonishing. To be able to crush the red-clothed Holy Sun twice in such a short period of time, this would be a considerable hindrance to them. If they could get rid of him, then it would be very beneficial for this exchange. For any of the three of them, this would clear the obstacle. But, just as they finished their words, the Heavenly Maiden's cold eyes stared. Boom. Originally, only the Pope was kneeling on the ground, but now, Bing Yuanwang and Song Tianji were also heavily suppressed to kneel on the ground. Their kneecaps were almost broken, the thick bluestone under their knees even shattered. Their faces were pale. The suppression of the divine might was not something they could withstand. The Heavenly Maiden coldly said, do I need you to tell me how to punish a person? If you dare to say half a word, it won't be as simple as making you kneel. The ancient continent will lose a few Emperor realm old antiques. It won't hinder the rotation of this world. Humph. With a cold snort, Song Tianji and the others' minds exploded, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. They were scared to death, facing the Heavenly Maiden, a divine realm expert. They really didn't have any strength left to resist. The gap between their cultivation realms was too big, so big that they couldn't shake it. At this time, Luo Tian pretended to be scared and said, I accept the Heavenly Maiden's punishment, even if you want me to die, I won't even frown. But, if someone wants to scheme against the people of Cloud Mist College, you should know my methods. After saying that, Luo Tian walked forward. Glancing at the Heavenly Maiden, he secretly said, little demoness, just you wait. Punish me? I want to see who will punish who, ha ha ha. At this moment, a murderous intent surged from his crotch. Just right, he was now a ninth order Holy Spirit, so breaking through to the Emperor realm was too difficult. If he didn't borrow the power of the Dragon God / he wouldn't be a match for the red-clothed Holy Sun. He didn't know what kind of experts he would meet at the exchange tomorrow. There would definitely be people more powerful than the red-clothed Holy Sun. Breaking through to the Emperor realm was imminent. I must break through and obtain the strength of an Emperor realm master. Otherwise, tomorrow will be difficult. There was only one way to break through in such a short time, cultivate divine female divine art. This was the only way, and also the only possibility. If the angel did not come, Luo Tian would not be able to find a way to break through. Where would he get the remaining 40 billion experience points? Now that the Heavenly Maiden was here, it was possible. The experience gained from cultivating the divine female divine art with a divine level ranker was not an ordinary amount. As long as there was no problem with endurance, it wouldn't be a problem. Luo Tian was quite confident in his endurance. The girls stepped forward. Yunmeng didn't know what had happened in Heavenly Mountain. She was especially worried and asked, Luo Tian. Huang Fuya was also confused, and said, they were in the wrong first, so they should be punished. Luo Tian was forced to make a move, you can't punish him. Xianxia looked at the Heavenly Maiden silently, pursing her lips. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she held back. She didn't know why. She felt that the Heavenly Maiden wouldn't hurt Luo Tian at all. Luo Tian turned around to look at them, and said, don't worry, I'll be fine. Wait for me at my place, I'll be back tonight. The Heavenly Maiden smiled, and said, you still want to come back tonight? I don't think you can go back tonight. Huh? The battle would last until dawn. Luo Tian was slightly startled, and said, no matter what you want to do, I will accompany you. However you want to punish me, it's all up to you. The meaning was clear. When the time comes, let's see who will be punished. I will definitely trample on you, this little demoness, and let's see if you will still punish me. At the same time, Luo Tian sent a sound transmission to Fatty Lu who was hiding, and said, you have to be extra careful tonight. I am worried that Song Tianji and the others will scheme against Cloud Mist College. You have to protect them well. If they really come, I will allow you to use your divine power. There's one more thing. Tonight, Bai Lingling and Bai Xiong should be reporting on the situation of the Abyss Academy and the other forces. I am Xiao Bai, tell them to wait for me at my residence, I will definitely rush back before dawn. You don't have to worry about me, I will be fine. Fatty Lu had to be vigilant. Song Tianji's schemes were unfathomable. Compared to the Pope and the Icefield King, he was much more sinister. Moreover, Abyss Academy would definitely have very strong warriors participating in the exchange. Fatty Lu replied, boss, be careful. I'm here, don't worry. Following that, the Heavenly Maiden coldly shouted, and a wave of energy bound Luo Tian, and said, follow me. Whoosh! The Heavenly Maiden instantly disappeared, and Luo Tian, who was following behind her, also disappeared in an instant. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. The Pope stood up and laughed excitedly. Seeing that Luo Tian had just been bound by divine power and had left, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, and said, this time, don't even think about coming back. The Icefield King also laughed out loud, and said, although Cloud Mist College did not disqualify you, without Luo Tian, I would like to see how you will continue this exchange. Just wait and tremble under the legs of my Icefield Snow Country's disciples, ha ha ha. Song Tianji did not speak. He looked at the sky and his heart tightened, is it really a punishment? He didn't know. He didn't know what the Heavenly Maiden was going to do to Luo Tian. Looking at the worried Huang Fuju, Song Tianji's heart skipped a beat. If Luo Tian really doesn't come back, then Cloud Mist College will be unable to withstand a single blow. The girls were also worried. Under Huang Fuju's lead, they arrived at the temporary residence arranged by the Abyss Academy. Everyone knew that the place they lived in was the worst. Moreover, the reason given was that the residence was arranged according to strength. Among the many forces, Cloud Mist College was the weakest, so naturally, it was the worst courtyard. All of the courtyards were somewhat tattered, and behind the courtyard was a bottomless dark abyss. Millions of kilometers away. In an exquisite boudoir. Everything seemed to have been prepared in advance. Give me a few more tickets, ask for a chrysanthemum, explode him. Impatient, too impatient, Luo Tian looked at the Heavenly Maiden being so wild, the killing intent between his legs also soared. Looking at the layout of the room, he laughed sinisterly and said, it seems like you were already prepared, why? Was the battle at Phoenix Mountain not satisfying enough? Prepared, it was simply meticulous preparation. Why would there suddenly be a courtyard in the depths of the mountains, and it was so elegant? The room was decorated like a young girl's boudoir, filled with a faint fragrance that was intoxicating. When Luo Tian entered this place, he was a little stunned. Where did he think the Heavenly Maiden would bring him? A one-on-one battle deep in the mountains and forests? He had always been looking forward to it in his heart. He had yet to try out what was called a field battle. However, she never thought that the Heavenly Maiden would actually arrange such a good place here. It had to be said that the Heavenly Maiden was really too thirsty. It should be because she had thought of everything. The Heavenly Maiden was already naked, her face flushed red, and she said in an extremely gentle voice, "Isn't it good? You don't like it? Then let's change places. Wherever you tell us to go, we'll go there." How did this little woman's expression look like that of a divine-level expert? Luo Tian smiled slightly. Good place, I didn't say it was bad, and there's no need to waste time looking for another place, let's do it here. Then, one night, Luo Tian was in a frenzy. The system also kept beeping. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 10 million experience. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 10 million experience. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 10 million experience. It kept ringing. The 50 billion experience slot was crazily rising, and the speed of this cultivation was simply unparalleled. Tired, very tired, but it felt equally good. It had to be said. The Heavenly Maiden was extremely unrestrained, without any moral restraints. She would do whatever she wanted. This kind of woman was mature, she knew what she needed to do and what she needed to obtain. Wow, it was killing him, time passed bit by bit. His experience increased bit by bit. 2 hours later. The heavenly lightning struck down. Phew, he released a burst of divine power, and his body was filled with energy. With a look of satisfaction and excitement, he shouted, again. The whole night was spent in this kind of battle. It was a satisfying battle. The battle was very satisfying. Luo Tian could be considered to have watched countless Japanese action movies, but he had yet to find one that could fight as well as them. Furthermore, he was now at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm, so he was able to control his stamina with ease. Coupled with the fact that he was becoming more and more familiar with the Imperial Goddess divine art, he could clearly know what the Heavenly Maiden wanted and when she wanted it. That was why he was able to defeat the Holy Daughter again and again. The Celestial Phoenix Maiden, she had to sing Conquer under his crotch. Dawn was breaking. The whole boudoir was in a mess. Luo Tian looked at the Heavenly Maiden sleeping soundly with a satisfied smile on her face. He laughed and said, "Little fairy, do you think I can't beat you?" While speaking, he put on his clothes and was about to leave. The Heavenly Maiden hugged Luo Tian from behind and said, "Don't go, stay with me for a while longer. The exchange will only begin in the morning, stay with me for a while longer." Luo Tian let go of her hand and said, "I don't know what's going on with them right now, I have to go back and prepare. Is it enough to accompany you for the night? You can't eat your fill?" The Heavenly Maiden pouted, unwilling to part with him. She wanted to take Luo Tian for herself, but she knew that this man could not be taken by her alone, and would not stop him from moving forward because of a woman. Because he was Luo Tian. He was the most eye-catching and amazing man in the world. Although Heavenly Lady was reluctant, she still let go and said, "Don't worry, they won't dare to do anything to the Cloud Mist College. If the Abyss College dares to play any tricks, I will teach them a lesson. I can still protect you in this ancient continent." Luo Tian kissed her on the cheek and said, "I know you are very strong, but there are some things that I have to rely on myself. Otherwise, I will become a freeloader. What's wrong with living off a woman? That's exactly what I want to do. Others won't be able to do so, humph." The Heavenly Maiden said. Plot deleted, sorry. He had been busy the whole day and had already explained everything in the group chat. There will be 3 chapters released tonight, and the first chapter has been delivered. His experience was almost there. If he fought for another 4 hours, it wouldn't be difficult for him to break through to the Emperor realm. However, Luo Tian looked at the Heavenly Maiden's tired expression, and he still couldn't bear it. After all, last night was too crazy. She had catered to him too much and fought too hard. Even a divine-level ranker couldn't withstand the impact. Furthermore, no matter how high the Heavenly Maiden's cultivation was, she was still a woman, there would be times when a woman would be tired. Therefore, Luo Tian did not continue. Then again. How was Cloud Mist College now? did Song Tianji, the Pope, the Icefield King, and the others deal with Cloud Mist College? Luo Tian didn't. No. He was worried, so he wanted to rush back before dawn. The Heavenly Maiden had a reluctant look on her face as she said, "Who dares to say that you're living off a woman? As long as you say the word, what do you mean by exterminating the demon army? I'll make them all come here to die. If you want to be number one, I'll let you be number one. If anyone dares to say no, I'll kill them." Very valiant, incomparably valiant. Moreover, she could indeed do it. In the ancient continent, only she could do it. After saying that, the Heavenly Maiden continued, "The Crown Prince's background is indeed quite powerful, but this is the ancient continent. As long as you say the word, I'll even kill him for you. Who told him to bully my man?" "Humph." She said it as if it was a joke. She didn't put the current Crown Prince in her eyes at all. Luo Tian was slightly shocked. He wasn't shocked because the Heavenly Maiden could kill the Crown Prince, but because even the Heavenly Maiden said that the Crown Prince had a powerful background. His heart trembled, and he couldn't help but think to himself, what exactly is the Crown Prince's identity? Could he really be the child of the heavens? The Heavenly Tao, Luo Tian smiled faintly, "There are some things that a man must do, and there are some things that I must do with my own hands. I know you treat me well and don't want me to be in danger, but how can I grow without danger? I really want to live off a woman. Once I'm done with my matters, I can live off a woman every day, ha ha ha." Some people had to be killed. Some things had to be done. Furthermore, Luo Tian had to do it himself. This was his responsibility as a man. She didn't understand men, but whatever Luo Tian said was right. She secretly swore that she would never let Luo Tian be defeated by the Crown Prince in one move again. She would never let that kind of thing happen again. She wanted to protect this man well. This man made her feel incomparably happy. If it were not for the fact that she was the celestial Phoenix Maiden and the one who had extradited the ancient continent, she really wished that she could stay by Luo Tian's side every day, make love to him every day, and stick to him every day. With a thought, the Holy Maiden released the power of divine might. In less than a few minutes, they returned to the Abyss mountain range from millions of kilometers away. Luo Tian landed on the square. The fairy quietly watched him from the sky until Luo Tian's figure completely disappeared. She then murmured, "No matter who it is, don't even think about harming you. I won't listen to you obediently. No one can bully my man." Cloud Mist College's temporary residence. Two of the most simple and crude courtyards. One for the men, the other for the women. The lights in these two small courtyards were not extinguished. They were both waiting for someone. I don't know how Luo Tian is now. What will the Holy Maiden do to him? It's almost dawn and he hasn't returned yet. I don't know if he can make it in time for the exchange. Huang Fuju frowned, incomparably worried. How exactly did the Holy Maiden want to punish Luo Tian? He didn't know, no one knew. But Luo Tian was the hope of Cloud Mist College for this exchange. Nothing must happen to him. Otherwise, the rise of Cloud Mist College would be completely impossible. Azure Dragon was also secretly worried. The young master will definitely be blessed by the heavens. He will be fine. If the Holy Maiden really wants to punish him, she will punish him on the spot. Why take him away? I don't think the Holy Maiden will hurt Luo Tian. He was also saying this to comfort himself. He was worried about Luo Tian as well. After all, Luo Tian's status was simply too important to the Four Divine Beasts clan. Thus, since last night, all of the members of the Four Divine Beasts clan had hurried over. They had charged directly to protect the people of Cloud Mist College. This made it so that the Pope of the Eurasian continent and the people of the Snowfield country who wanted to cause trouble had no chance at all. The Vermilion Bird said as well, "The young master will be fine." Fatty Lu was squatting in the courtyard, his eyes like an eagle's. His aura was constantly protecting these two courtyards. He didn't let his guard down just because the warriors of the Four Divine Beasts clan had arrived. Instead, he became even more careful. He would do everything he could to accomplish what the boss had instructed him to do. Suddenly, Fatty Lu suddenly stood up, a look of joy on his face. The boss is back. Right at this moment, Everyone in the main hall stood up. Luo Tian walked into the courtyard, glancing around. The courtyard couldn't be described as simple. It was completely broken down. It was a few piles of dirt and 2 or 3 thatched cottages. The difference between this treatment and the exquisite villas of the Eurasian continent was simply too great. Instantly, he felt very unhappy. "Boss." Fatty Lu walked over and said, "The Holy Maiden didn't do anything to you, did she?" Luo Tian laughed. "Why don't you take a guess?" Fatty Lu glanced at Luo Tian, then chortled. "I knew she wouldn't do anything to you. What a beautiful, voluptuous, and mature girl would want to do? I could guess at a glance." Ahahaha, Luo Tian rolled his eyes at him. And then, seeing the elders of the 4 Divine Beasts clan and Huang Fuju walk out of the main hall, he hurriedly went to welcome them. He bowed slightly towards the Azure Dragon Elder and said, "Thank you, elders, for your assistance yesterday. I, Luo Tian, am eternally grateful. In the future, if you need me, Luo Tian, for anything, just ask. I, Luo Tian, will definitely not hesitate to die 10,000 deaths." In the plaza, if it hadn't been for the assistance of the 4 Divine Beasts elders and that monk from the Shakyamuni continent, Luo Tian probably would have been crushed into a corpse by the Holy Emperor. The Azure Dragon hurriedly walked forward and said, "Young master, what are you saying? You are the reincarnation of our ancestor. You are our young master. To be able to do something for you is something that we should do, and it is our honor." The 4 Divine Beasts clan truly treated Luo Tian as the reincarnation of their ancestor, no matter what. If Luo Tian explained further, it would be a bit unreasonable. They had dealt with the Haijia in Cloud Mist City, and now they were helping him deal with the Eurasian continent and the snowy kingdom of Iceland. Luo Tian felt incomparably grateful. In the future, no matter what happened, he would definitely do something for the 4 Divine Beasts clan. The White Tiger said, "Young master, our only wish is for you to make a trip to our 4 Divine Beasts continent." Right. The other 3 elders immediately chimed in. Luo Tian nodded. "I will definitely go." Right at this moment, Bai Xiong walked in, a rather frantic look on his face. There's trouble, the 2nd chapter had been delivered. There was another one coming tonight. Bai Xiong had been waiting for Luo Tian. Not long ago, a disciple of the house of Bai secretly sent a message to him. Seeing that Luo Tian had returned, he immediately walked forward, frowning, "Boss, there's trouble." Immediately after, he glanced at the elders of the 4 Divine Beasts clan and Huang Fuju. Luo Tian said, "We're all on the same side here. If there's anything, just say it." Bai Xiong said, "They've formed an alliance and will use all their strength to deal with Cloud Mist College. They also know that you've returned unharmed. No matter what, they'll use all their strength to deal with you in the morning exchange." Huang Fuju asked, "Who are they?" Bai Xiong said, "Abyss College, Icefield Snow Country, Eurasia continent." Everyone present knew about these 3 powers. The reason why Huang Fuju asked was to confirm. Azure Dragon Elder immediately shouted, "Alliance? Humph, only he, the Pope, can form an alliance. We can't? I've already discussed with the representatives of Shini continent. They'll fully support young master's ascension and attack the disciples of Icefield Snow Country." Before coming here, Azure Dragon first went to Shini continent's residence. He also felt that it was strange. Logically speaking, Shini continent's people rarely participated in conflicts. Why would they openly resist Eurasia continent's people in the plaza? Was it a conflict of faith? Definitely not. Then there was only one possibility. Luo Tian, not long ago, in Misty Cloud City. Luo Tian used 3,000 sin points to exchange for Buddha, and all the believers of Shini continent knelt down to worship him. The reason why they participated in this exchange was also for Luo Tian. No one knew about this. Even Luo Tian himself didn't know. He didn't expect that the few minutes he exchanged for Buddha with 3,000 sin points would actually bring a powerful force to help him. This was something he didn't expect. Vermilion Bird said, "That's right. His Pope has Abyss College and Icefield Snow Country. We have the help of the monks of Shini continent. We're the same as their 3 powers, and we're much stronger than them." much stronger? Not necessarily. In terms of the overall strength of the continent, it was indeed much stronger. But, if they were to go by the rankings of the representatives sent out to participate in this exchange, then, their alliance's strength would be inferior to Zhang Tianji's alliance. Moreover, their strength would be a grade lower. Bai Xiong's brows were still furrowed as he said, I thought so too at first, but, the Holy See planned to send out 7 holy sons from the 7 sons of God to participate in the competition. But last night, due to the death of the red-clothed Holy Son, only one of the remaining 6 participated in the competition. The other 7 were all selected by the royal families of the Eurasian continent to participate in the competition. Until now, we still haven't found out who these 7 royal disciples are. Also, the name list of the participating disciples from the glacier country has been finalized. I wonder what their name list will be. The most terrifying one is the Abyss College. Bai Xiong looked at Luo Tian and slowly said, the Abyss College has been hiding a lot of geniuses. These geniuses were originally used to deal with the Crown Prince. This time, Zhang Tianji used all of them. Among these geniuses, there is a demon saint's son. His cultivation and talent aren't any worse than the Crown Prince's. Moreover, he has always been cultivating in the outer realm and rarely appears in the ancient continent. This time, he appeared to help the Abyss College reach the top. Boss. This time, the people we are going to face are very terrifying. I'm worried. Bai Xiong's face darkened and didn't continue speaking. Compared to them, Cloud Mist College's strength was too weak. Huang Fuye and Yi Yunmeng weren't even in the Holy Spirit realm. This kind of cultivation wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between the opponent's teeth. How would they compete, one must know. This time, one of the matches was a team competition. There were a lot of points in this match. If they couldn't get a good ranking in this match, then they would definitely be at the bottom of the rankings. No matter how strong Luo Tian was, it would be useless. The Azure Dragon Elder couldn't help but frown. He muttered, the Eurasian royal family? These years, we 4 divine beasts have only paid attention to the rise of the Holy See's new strength. We didn't pay much attention to the Eurasian royal family. We don't know anything about the people they sent this time. If they replaced the Holy Sun, then these 7 people must be stronger than the Holy Sun. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent them. Sigh. It's all our fault for being too arrogant. We should have brought the sons of the sovereign beasts with us. Damn it, let them know what the power of the beast god is. Now. The Vermilion Bird sighed. The 4 divine beasts clan also had their own talented disciples. But, they didn't come to this competition to get a good ranking. Their purpose was to help Luo Tian reach the top. It was that simple. Therefore, they didn't prepare anything for this competition. It was the same for the Xini continent. There were only a few hours left before the start of the competition. They didn't have enough time to call anyone. Boss, what should we do? Fatty Lu asked. Luo Tian's eyes were solemn. It seemed like this competition was going to be a clash between the strongest forces of the ancient continent. In order to lead the other forces to fight against the demons, these people were going all out. More importantly, they were going all out. Zhang Tianji, the Glacier King, and the Pope would definitely trample the Cloud Mist College under their feet. This was his dream for many years. It was also his life's goal. Once the Cloud Mist College fell, the central region would fall into his control. The Abyss College would become the #1 college in the central region. It would be on par with the super rich and powerful families of the other continents. Luo Tian glanced around. He didn't see Huang Fuye and the others. Not a single girl was there. Where are they? Lu Zhan said, in the courtyard next door. Luo Tian nodded. He didn't say anything else. Instead, he asked, did Little White come back? Lu Zhan shook his head. No. Luo Tian's heart trembled. Did something happen? Little White was also a trump card. It was also in the demigod realm. If it didn't work, he could let it be someone's battle pet and participate in the competition together. Anyway, there was no rule against using battle pets, but now that Little White didn't appear, this idea fell through. Luo Tian exhaled. Different situations call for different actions. Only in desperate situations can one grow quickly. We have already experienced the most dangerous times. Why should we be afraid of this now? Bai Xiong. Tell the disciples of the house of Bai to be on standby and protect themselves. Bai Xiong immediately said, yes. Luo Tian then said to Lu Zhan, go to the abyss behind the mountain and find Little White. Remember, you must come back before the competition starts. Whether you find Little White or not, you must come back. Yes. Lu Zhan quickly left. He arranged everything one by one. He was ready to welcome the strongest battle. 10 minutes later. Luo Tian walked to the small courtyard next door. At this moment, the east was turning white and the sky was slowly turning bright. The moment Luo Tian walked into the courtyard, he was shocked. They were all standing in the courtyard, looking at Luo Tian. Among them, Bai Lingling was also there. Huang Fuya mustered up her courage and took a step forward. Husband, we also want to break through. Obviously, Luo Tian knew what she meant by breaking through. Thank you brothers for your support. Don't forget the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Old Cow needs them more than ever. We also want to break through, we want to become stronger. Hubby, I know you have a way. Sister Lingling has already told us. Then you have to help us. The more Huang Fuya spoke, the redder her face became. In the end, her face was so red that it could drip water. She was abnormally shy, but her eyes were abnormally firm. Obviously. The last time Bai Lingling and Luo Tian had sex in the cave, her cultivation had soared. In just one night, she had risen several levels. It was obvious that it was the benefits of cultivating the imperial goddess technique with Luo Tian. After learning about what happened in the square yesterday, Huang Fuya was very aggrieved. Yunmei was very distressed. Kylie hated her own incompetence. Xianxia was also deeply blaming herself. They knew very well that if they participated in the exchange with their current cultivation, Cloud Mist College was destined to be hopeless. No matter how powerful Luo Tian and Fatty Lu were, they would not be able to carry them. It was just like playing a game. In a team game, no matter how outstanding one's ability was, the other teammates could not keep up. It was really too difficult to fight 1 against 9, however. The exchange was about to begin. They did not have time to comprehend and break through. After Luo Tian was taken away by the angel, they were all very worried. At the same time, they were also distressed about their own cultivation. Until Bai Lingling appeared and told them in detail what happened in the cave that night. The 4 girls made an important decision. It could be said to be the most important decision of their lives. Sacrifice, she wanted to sacrifice herself to all heaven, of course. Before this, they had thought it through. Moreover, they had always liked Luo Tian in their hearts. It was just that they had not broken through that layer of window paper. Now was a good opportunity, so they might as well break through that layer of window paper. After Huang Fuya finished speaking, she looked at Luo Tian without blinking. Kylie, Yunmei, and Xianxia were also looking at Luo Tian. Their eyes were filled with determination. They were waiting for Luo Tian's reply. Luo Tian was a little dumbfounded. He said, "What are you thinking? I will definitely take first place in this exchange. It's fine even if you don't participate. Don't worry, I'm here. There won't be any problems." Don't want to? Was that fake? No, it wouldn't be a problem even if they fought for another few hundred rounds. Luo Tian was brimming with energy. How could a mere heavenly girl tire him out? Moreover, how could a man say no? But they were sacrificing their bodies for the sake of breaking through. That would make him seem too despicable. These girls were all good girls. How could they be like this? Luo Tian was sometimes a beast, sometimes a scoundrel, but sometimes he was a gentleman. According to Huang Fuya, they were only with him because of their breakthroughs. They were not willing to do so. Huang Fuya pouted and said, "What's wrong with that? We're all willing. Why are you thinking so much?" Kylie, a tomboy, held back for a long time before saying, "We're really willing. Don't feel burdened. Luo Tian, just fulfill our wishes." We. Big sister, say something too. She really couldn't say anything else. She looked at Yunmeng and said hurriedly. The black dragon scorpion king poison on Yunmeng's face was temporarily suppressed by Luo Tian. Her face was incomparably pale. Her icy expression melted into a mess in front of him. She said softly, "We've always liked you in our hearts. It's just that we don't want to wait anymore. Luo Tian, just take us." These words were too harsh. The girls' faces flushed red. "Are you all stupid? I already said that I'll take first place even if you don't participate. Don't worry." Luo Tian really didn't want to. Looking at their shy expressions, he was even more reluctant to part with them. After all, it was the first time for these girls. If so many of them were together for the first time, then, gulp. Luo Tian secretly took a breath and shouted in his heart, "Beast, you can't, you have to control yourself. How can you treat these girls who like you like this? You're too much of a beast." Damn. They're all willing. If I don't agree, then I'm worse than a beast. No, absolutely not. They're willing, even more so. No, damn it. I don't care so much. The evil fire is fierce. For delicate little girls in bud. You want me to control myself? You can control yourself, but I can't. I want to kill them all, ha ha ha. Luo Tian felt like there were two people in his heart. They had been arguing nonstop. He was conflicted, very conflicted, but, before he could come to a conclusion, Huang Fuya suddenly ordered, "Pretty girls squad." "Huh." The girls shouted in unison. Huang Fuya said with conviction, "I now give the order as the captain. Capture this big bad wolf and tie him up in the house." "Yes." Xianxia immediately went behind Luo Tian and blocked Luo Tian's escape route. Yunmeng directly hugged Luo Tian and said, "Just obey us." Karen also surrounded him and said, "Luo Tian, we have no choice. We're also willing. Just obey us." Huang Fuya had the complacent expression of a vice captain. She revealed a complacent smile towards Luo Tian and said, "Little rogue, I can't not eat you. The strength of our beautiful girls' squad is incomparably terrifying." Luo Tian struggled for a moment and said, "Let go, don't be like this. I promise you that I'll definitely get first place." Huang Fuya immediately shouted, "Luo Tian, if you dare to break free, you'll never see us again. I'm serious, don't think I'm joking with you. I'm now ordering you in the name of the captain to obediently obey the organization's arrangements. Otherwise, you'll get it. What are you still standing there for? Bring him into the house." Huang Fuya was like an impatient brothel patron. She couldn't wait to tear Luo Tian's clothes apart and pounce on him. Bai Lingling stood at the side and laughed non-stop. After everyone entered the room, she was ready to leave. However, Huang Fuya shouted again, "Sister Lingling, aren't you a member of our pretty girls' squad? Hurry up and share the good things with us. You're more experienced than us now. We still need you to guide us. Hurry up, time waits for no one." Bai Lingling's face turned red, and without hesitation, she walked straight into the house. Then, the inhumane thing had begun. Ah, a heart-throbbing scream came out from the simple room. In the courtyard next door, Lin Dong, who was training, suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Boss's voice, what a painful scream. Is boss in danger? No, I have to save him." Tang San also woke up and said, "This is the first time I've heard such a miserable scream. Boss must be in pain. The first chapter has been delivered, it's a new day. Everyone, help me push the recommendation votes to 200,000. I'm still a little short." In the morning, at the highest peak of the Abyss mountain range, the muscles on the bodies of the 18 Devil Sect giants bulged as they held the heavenly hammer in their hands and heavily smashed it onto a huge war drum. Bam! Bang, 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 18 war drums sounded, resounding through the clouds, and the entire Abyss mountain range was silent. Woo, a few meters-long loudspeaker blew, and the sound spread hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Next, 999 disciples of the Abyss Academy rushed out in unison, and directly carried out a Devil Sect martial art that they had rehearsed for a long time on the martial arts field. One punch, one movement, one move, one explosion. The sound of the battle shook the heavens. This caused the spectators in the audience to praise him again and again. After the performance ended, Song Tianji walked out from the Abyss College. His voice rose in everyone's mind and then exploded. Thank you all for participating in the exchange hosted by the Abyss College. Thank you all for coming from afar. Thank you all for attending. I believe that after today, our ancient continent will be even more united to resist the demon army and kill all of them. Return the ancient continent to a peaceful world and let this world be filled with peace. Then, after Song Tianji finished speaking, he paused for a few seconds before continuing. The exchange was originally a competition between the freshmen of the Abyss College and the Cloud Mist College once a year. They would exchange their experiences in martial arts, cultivation, alchemy, forging, and inscribing formations. This year is different. The participation of the Eurasian continent, the Icefield Snow Country, the Four Divine Beasts continent, and the Sheeny continent has made this exchange especially important. Therefore, this is a rare opportunity. It is a fusion of the various cultivation methods of the ancient continent, and it is also a good opportunity for exchange. I hope that all the disciples can make good use of it. The exchange was not only a martial arts competition. It was also a complete exchange of cultivation, alchemy, forging, inscribing formations, beast-taming techniques, and so on. The martial arts competition was only the most powerful of these, of course. Alchemy, forging, and other auxiliary exchanges only required one disciple to represent them in the competition. Song Tianji continued, next, let us invite our highest referee, the Heavenly Maiden of the Phoenix Mountain. Buzz, as his voice fell, it was as if a strange light had erupted from the sky. The light shone in all directions, and all the living beings within a range of 10,000 kilometers seemed to have been irrigated by divine power, becoming slightly stronger. The entire place fell silent, but after half a second, there was another uproar. Divine power? Is this divine power? I feel a power roaring in my body. It's so strong. I think I'm about to break through. Soon, Phoenix Sky Mountain's Heavenly Maiden. To be able to see her, my life has been worth it. So beautiful. The Heavenly Maiden descended slightly, like a fairy descending from the 9 heavens. Her face was calm, without the slightest bit of expression. However, the aura on her body seemed to have increased by a bit compared to yesterday. Of course, this was all thanks to Luo Tian. The Imperial Goddess Divine Art was a dual cultivation technique. I'm fine, you're fine too. Luo Tian obtained a large amount of experience. Although Fairy's cultivation did not break through, it still improved a lot. This was even faster than her 10 years of cultivation. This was also one of the reasons why she was infatuated with Luo Tian. Song Tianji immediately said in a flattering manner, we will use the warmest applause to welcome the arrival of the Heavenly Maiden. No matter what. No matter which side the Heavenly Maiden was on. Abyss Academy would definitely cause a sensation in the entire continent this time. It was all because of the appearance of the Heavenly Maiden. One had to know that this was the first time in tens of thousands of years that a Heavenly Maiden had appeared in Abyss Academy for the first time. Moreover, she was even acting as a judge. This was a matter of great pride for Abyss Academy. Walala, 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 the applause was like a rainstorm. Everyone wanted to slap their hands until they were broken. The Heavenly Maiden's identity was too special. Everyone wanted to perform in front of her. One had to know that in the ancient continent, if you wanted to ascend to the divine realm, you would have to look at her face. She was the one who had succeeded in passing the tribulation. She had the experience of success. If they could get her help, their chances of passing the tribulation would be much higher. Some peak Emperor Realm Masters wanted to kneel down and lick the Heavenly Maiden's boots. The temptation of unlimited lifespan was too great. The Heavenly Maiden was not the only judge. Immediately after, the Pope, Bing Yuanwang, Azure Dragon, Monkshur and Song Tianji himself, a total of 6 judges. All of them were promising. The only one who did not have the strength to be a judge was Cloud Mist College. The reason was, Cloud Mist College's overall strength was at the bottom, so they did not have the qualifications to be a judge. This matter had been passed down last night. This was also deliberately arranged by Song Tianji. Even if the Heavenly Maiden protected Cloud Mist College, it was still 3-3 votes. No matter how powerful she was, she could not blatantly side with Luo Tian, right? This would be unfair, and Phoenix Heavenly Mountain would suffer a crisis of trust. No one would treat it as the sacred mountain anymore. Even, Song Tianji knew that if the Heavenly Maiden did not manage it well, then her qualifications as an extraditor would be revoked, and a new extraditor would be established. This way, her position as the Heavenly Maiden would come to an end. Everything was going according to his plan. The judge sat on the judge's seat. Song Tianji stood up and said, "Let's begin." Boom, 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 the war drum sounded again. The first to enter was Abyss College. A vice principal led the team, and behind him were 8 disciples. The disciple at the front was in his early 20s. His pupils were slightly different. The others were brownish-black, but his was dark red. Looking at it, one would feel fear. Blood Moon pupil, they were all wearing the same blood-red robe. Everyone's body faintly emitted a strange power. The disciple at the back had an endless contempt on his face. That kind of arrogance was emitted from his bones. He was the Demon Lord's holy son. His name was Mo Lingzi. Among the disciples of Abyss College, he was a monster. He was also a super genius that Abyss College had hidden for 15 years. His talent was comparable to the Crown Prince, and his background was not inferior to Tian Dao. He was very powerful, very powerful. He was the strongest trump card of Abyss College this time. Next was the Eurasian royal family team. All of them were wearing golden armor, their faces could not be seen clearly, but the aura emitted from their bodies was very strange. It was completely different from ordinary Eurasian warriors. Icefield Snow Country. On a hot day, they were wearing big cotton-padded jackets. With every step they took, a thin layer of ice would form under their feet. It was as if their bodies were emitting absolute zero cold air. For Divine Beasts Continent, Sheeny Continent, finally, it was Cloud Mist College's turn. However, Cloud Mist College's leader, Huang Fuju, only had 3 people behind him. Lu Zhan, Lin Dong, and Tang San. 5 people were missing. Song Tianji frowned and said, "Brother Huangfu, what's the situation? Why are there fewer people? If there aren't enough people, you won't have the qualifications to participate. The second chapter has been delivered, to cook, 2 chapters this morning. Everyone's missing? It seems like Luo Tian and those girls are missing. Could it be that they were beaten up by the Holy Maiden yesterday and can no longer participate? Even if the Holy Maiden didn't kill him, he wouldn't dare to appear today. I heard that the Holy Sea and the Icefield Snow Country have changed their participating disciples. This time, the participants are all experts among experts. Moreover, these people aren't just disciples, they are all old monsters who have cultivated for 10,000 years. Do you think Luo Tian would dare to appear? He must be scared. There's no one to protect him in the competition. Even the 4 Divine Beasts clan and Monk Sheeny can't do anything. No matter how strong Luo Tian is, he's still a Holy Spirit Realm expert. There's also a team battle in this exchange. No matter how strong he is, he can't win by himself. He's scared, so he ran away. The spectators' stand was bustling with activity. Everyone was discussing why Luo Tian didn't appear. The Pope sneered, "This kid is pretty smart. He knows that he's sending himself to death, so he ran away. However, does he think that he'll be fine just because he ran away? Just you wait. When the exchange is over, I'll kill you even if you run into your mother's womb." He wasn't afraid of the Azure Dragon Elder at all. The Icefield King also mocked, "He can't escape. Where can a trash with a Holy Spirit realm like him run to?" The Azure Dragon Elder's face was ashen. He was secretly angry, but he didn't say anything. Because, he also didn't know what was going on with Luo Tian. He couldn't help but look at Huang Fuju. Huang Fuju shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. Huang Fuju's face was very ugly. He faintly said, "It's not time yet. Luo Tian will appear." "Ha ha ha," Song Tianji laughed, "it's good that he will appear. I was afraid that he wouldn't appear. Don't worry, we have plenty of time to wait. If he doesn't appear today, our exchange won't start. What do you guys think?" Song Tianji had an arrogant look on his face, as if he was certain that he could defeat Huang Fuju. At this moment, Mo Lingzi, who was in the Abyss Academy's representative group, sneered, Luo Tian? Divine rank talent? The bloodline of the four mythical beasts? I think this is all bullshit. I thought it had some kind of ability. I didn't expect it to just hide in the dog hole. How boring. Pure, undisguised contempt, he had no scruples at all. He had never put Luo Tian in his eyes. When they were in the Panga mountain range, he wanted to make Luo Tian kneel down and turn him into a dead dog. However, he was stopped by the elders at that time. Now that he thought about it, he regretted it very much. Because a few days later, Luo Tian was defeated by the Crown Prince in one move. The Crown Prince was one step ahead of him. His voice was not loud, but everyone present heard him. Fatty Lu was instantly enraged and said, "Brat, if you dare to say another word, I'll kill you." He was instantly enraged. Lin Dong and Tang San were also enraged as their gazes locked onto Mo Lingzi with killing intent. However, Mo Lingzi didn't even spare them a glance, he directly ignored it. Huang Fuju asked in a low voice, "Lu Zhan, didn't I ask you to call Luo Tian and the others? What's going on? We can't enter because we don't have enough people. At that time, they will have all kinds of reasons to disqualify us." In the morning, Huang Fuju asked Lu Zhan to call Luo Tian. Lu Zhan also went to call him. However, in the end, only he returned alone. Lu Zhan scratched his head and said, "I did, and boss also promised to rush over as soon as possible. However, he still hasn't arrived. I also don't know what's going on." What's going on? Fatty Lu was naturally clear in his heart. However, how could he say it in this kind of situation? That beautiful girl battle team was so fierce. Now that there were a few more valiant beautiful members, Fatty Lu didn't dare to provoke them. Furthermore, Luo Tian definitely had his reasons for doing this. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to not appear. Huang Fuju frowned. The four of them stood in the middle of the venue like clowns. They couldn't enter because they didn't have enough people, half an hour ago. It's too late. It's too late. The exchange is about to begin. Luo Tian grabbed a piece of clothing and was about to rush out of the room. However, before he could escape, he was pulled back by a slender hand. Kai Lin directly pulled him back and said, "I'm just a little bit away from breaking through to the third level of the Holy Spirit realm. Sister Kai Lin, do your best. Beat him to the ground." Huang Fuya waved the flag and shouted from the side. Her face was flushed, and her body was covered in Luo Tian's scratches. However, there was a happy smile on her face. From a girl to a woman. She knew what was called happiness. I broke through. I broke through. Now it's my turn. Damn, hooligan, I'm going to break through. I'm going to break through. They directly treated Luo Tian as a leveling machine. Luo Tian was very bitter. However, he was unusually desperate. He went all out in every battle, killing them until not a single one of them was left. This was also because their cultivation wasn't low. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to withstand Luo Tian's fierce attacks. The fire is getting bigger. It's useless to take turns. This big brother will go all out today. I don't believe I can't beat you all. Spring was boundless. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, half the morning had passed. Song Tianji didn't feel a trace of annoyance. Instead, he had a mocking expression on his face. He secretly thought, today, Cloud Mist College can be considered famous. After today, Cloud Mist College will become famous. In the future, the Central State Continent will belong to my Abyss College. Ha ha ha, like a clown, he stood there for more than 2 hours. Cloud Mist College's face was completely lost. Continuous mocking laughter came from the stands. Ha ha ha. Until now, he still hasn't appeared. I think Luo Tian, that brat, has already fled to his grandmother's house. Ha ha ha. Cloud Mist College has stood for 10,000 years. It was once the #1 college in the Central State. Now that it has become like this, it's really disappointing. Huang Fuju, I think you should take your people and leave. Do you still think there's a need to participate in the exchange? Can't you be more shameless? Luo Tian has lost all of your face. Endless mocking sounds came from the stands. The longer they waited, the calmer Huang Fuju became. Lu Zhan and the other two were the same. They only had one thought in their hearts towards the mocking sounds coming from the surroundings. Later on, they would use their strongest strength to slap back. Smash their faces into mush. Boss, hurry up. If you don't appear, I'm worried. Thank you brothers for your support. More. Soon, it was already noon. The sun was shining brightly. The mocking voices inside and outside the arena had turned into curses. Moreover, each wave was louder than the last. Song Tianji was still the same as before, his face was full of pride. Luo Tian, oh Luo Tian, I really thought you were so powerful, that you would become the savior of Cloud Mist College. I even came up with a big plan to deal with you, but now it seems that it was all unnecessary. Cloud Mist College will also be ruined by you, saving me a bit of energy. I really have to thank you, ha ha ha. Song Tianji said proudly in his heart. He thought that Luo Tian was just late, but now it seemed that Luo Tian was really scared and ran away. Or else why didn't he appear at this time? Since last night, he had been thinking about how to deal with Luo Tian, how to crush Cloud Mist College under his feet, and let this little sprout completely die. Then, Cloud Mist College would no longer exist in the central continent, and his Abyss College would be the only big one. Now that he thought about it, it was all unnecessary. The Pope said impatiently, after waiting for an entire morning, Luo Tian, this trash still hasn't appeared. I think there's no need to wait anymore, right? Cloud Mist College also doesn't need to participate in the exchange anymore, right? Can't even control a student. I really don't know how to be a leader. Cloud Mist College, haha. I think it's better to change it to a joke college. Icefield King also said impatiently, Motherf asterisk Kerr, so many of us are waiting for him, he really thinks he's the king, I think he's already escaped to God knows where. Dean Song, announce the opening, he won't appear even if we wait for another 10,000 years, why waste this time? As soon as they finished speaking, all kinds of curses immediately sounded from the surrounding stands. Huang Fuju, what the hell are you eating? As the vice dean of the college, the leader of this exchange, you can't even control a student, are you F asterisk king stupid? Cloud Mist College is a laughingstock. A bunch of trash. Scram back. Don't come out and make a fool of yourself. The central continent's face has been thrown away by you. I came all the way here, and this is all you want me to see? What divine grade talent Luo Tian? I think it's just bullshit talent. He's so scared that he doesn't even dare to show up. Various voices could be heard. Huang Fuju's expression was ugly. Lu Zhan and the others also had the same expression. Their hearts were burning with rage. In the meantime, they were also worried. Why hadn't Luo Tian appeared yet? It had been a whole morning. Everything should have been done. Could it be that something had happened to him? Or did Song Tianji and the Pope secretly send people to deal with Luo Tian? All of these were possible. But, if they really dealt with it, it would be useless even if they rushed back. All they could do now was wait. Song Tianji stood up and said, Brother Huangfu, I also want to wait, but they don't agree. So there's no other way. I can only enforce the law impartially. Does Abyss College have any other substitutes? Asking the obvious. He was very clear about how many people came from Abyss College. Song Tianji wanted to embarrass Huang Fuju. Huang Fuju shook his head. Song Tianji revealed a pained expression and said, Then I have no other choice. According to the rules of the exchange, if one side doesn't have enough people, they won't be qualified to participate. Brother Huangfu, you know this better than me. Now that you don't have any substitutes, and we don't know where Luo Tian is, we can only cancel Cloud Mist College's participation. We've already waited. If we don't start, we'll have to waste a day. Today is the 15th of August, the Mid-Autumn Festival reunion. Don't leave tonight. I'll treat everyone to a reunion dinner. His voice was filled with ridicule. Song Tianji laughed in his heart and said, Brother Huangfu, you must not leave tonight. I still have many things to say to you. After saying that, Song Tianji's voice deepened and said, due to the lack of Cloud Mist College's members, according to the rules of the exchange, they will be disqualified. Now, I announce, not waiting for him to finish. Angel suddenly said coldly, wait a moment. Eh? Song Tianji swallowed the words he was about to say. He looked at Angel, who had closed her eyes to rest. Seeing her tired expression, he couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Lady Angel, we've already waited for an entire morning. We've given enough face to Cloud Mist College, but they still haven't appeared. I don't think there's a need to wait any longer, right? Angel slightly opened her eyes, looked at Song Tianji and coldly said, I said wait a moment, so wait a moment. If you dare to talk nonsense again, then get lost. Her voice wasn't loud. But Song Tianji felt as if the Grim Reaper's scythe was placed on his neck. His whole body was covered in cold sweat. He was so scared that his legs went soft. He immediately said in a low voice, yes, yes, yes. Wait a moment. The Pope was unhappy. He directly said, Lady Angel, we've already waited for an entire morning. If we continue to wait, it won't be good for the other participants. Moreover, Luo Tian definitely won't appear. Killing demons doesn't require Cloud Mist College. I'll say it again. Wait a moment. If you dare to talk nonsense again, then don't blame me for being impolite. Angel's eyes turned sinister. She immediately condensed a cold killing intent. Moreover, it was very strong. The power of gods might also burst out in an instant. She was unhappy from the beginning. These people were targeting her man. Her heart was burning with anger. If it wasn't for Luo Tian repeatedly telling her not to interfere with Luo Tian's matters and to be fair in the exchange, she would have already turned the entire place upside down. No one can bully my man, although it was very uncomfortable, it was extremely uncomfortable to be suppressed by the god's might. However, the Pope used his last bit of strength and said, wait a moment. There must be a limit. How long more do we have to wait? Song Tianji also said, that's right. You have to give us a time limit. If Luo Tian doesn't come, we can't just wait like this. Without him, the world still has to revolve. Icefield King directly said, Lady Angel, you have to be impartial. You can't be biased. At this moment. Even if she was the angel, she still had to face a lot of pressure. She was the angel of Phoenix Sky Mountain. Her every word and action represented Phoenix Sky Mountain. If she continued to be biased towards Luo Tian, it would cause the ancient continent to lose trust in Phoenix Sky Mountain. Once this matter was known by the higher-ups, she would also be punished. Although she wasn't afraid. However, Phoenix Sky Mountain's duty was to maintain the peace of the ancient continent. If something happened to her, Phoenix Sky Mountain would be punished. Luo Tian and the rest would be the same. Just when the angel was hesitating, a voice sounded. No need to wait. Brother is here. The first chapter has been delivered, just a little more. Brothers, give it your all. Brother is here. A voice was heard. Heavenly Lady was the first to stand up. She looked over anxiously. She saw. Luo Tian walked out with the Yunmeng, Kai Lin, Huangfuye, and Xianxia. No, it should be. Xianxia and Yunmeng were holding Luo Tian's arm, while Huangfuye and Kai Lin walked behind Luo Tian. The four women's faces were filled with happy and sweet smiles. Luo Tian's appearance made all the men envious. Damn. 4 beauties. I've lived my life as a dog. Don't insult a dog, okay? A dog can still have sex with a few bitches. What about you? Flowers are stuck in cow dung. Heavens, why don't you have eyes? How can this kind of man be worthy of 4 beauties who are as beautiful as flowers and capable of causing the downfall of a city? This young master is still single. Heavenly Lady looked at him and felt a slight sourness in her heart. She was jealous. Moreover, Luo Tian had appeared for so long only to be with their women, which made the Heavenly Maiden feel even worse. Luo Tian could smell the jealousy rising from her even though he was hundreds of meters away. However, he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he transmitted a message to the Heavenly Maiden. If you want to be my woman, you have to learn to endure and accept. I know you don't feel good, and your cultivation is the strongest, but, please put away your jealousy, understand? Heavenly Lady immediately sat down obediently. She was really like an obedient kitten. She sent a voice transmission to Luo Tian. This lowly concubine understands. So obedient. That's more like it. Luo Tian was very satisfied. These women aside, Heavenly Lady was really top-notch. He could not find any fault with her. She was almost perfect. She had cultivation, was obedient, and was even more open in bed. There was nothing she would not do. Most of the time, she could even know what Luo Tian was thinking. She would do it without him saying anything. This kind of woman was the best of the best. A god-tier expert did not put on any airs in front of Luo Tian, who could do this with just this. Boss. Fatty Lu's tears almost gushed out. He had waited for so long, and had been sullen for so long. Now that Luo Tian was here, he felt as if he had put down a heavy burden. His entire body felt relaxed, and he looked at the four girls' rosy cheeks. Fatty Lu wanted to kneel in front of Luo Tian. He said with admiration, "Boss, you took them all? Oh my god. Bro, you're my brother. You're really too strong. I insist on worshipping you to death. You spent the entire morning with them." Fatty Lu didn't continue speaking because he felt four pairs of eyes filled with murderous intent. He immediately shrank to the side and said excitedly in a low voice, "Boss, you're awesome." Huang Fuju looked at Huang Fuya, shook his head and laughed, "A grown girl can't be kept at home." Immediately. He then sternly shouted at Luo Tian, "You brat, seriously, don't you know what day it is today? You only know how to mess around." Luo Tian said apologetically, "Uncle Huangfu, I've made you feel wronged. Today, I will slowly regain the face that Cloud Mist College lost. I will definitely let Cloud Mist College stand at the peak of this world, I swear." Ha ha ha, Huang Fuju laughed out loud, "That's enough for me to hear." Then. Huang Fuju frowned slightly, he stared at Luo Tian and said, your cultivation?" At this time, Song Tianji, the Pope, and the Icefield King were all shocked. Azure Dragon laughed loudly, Third Order Emperor. In less than a day, he actually broke through to the Third Order Emperor. Yesterday, he was only a Ninth Order Holy Spirit, today, he's already a Third Order Emperor, ha ha ha. Truly worthy of being the reincarnation of the four divine beasts' ancestor, ha ha ha. Too sharp, too sharp. A monk from the Buddha continent was also happy, he put his palms together and said, Ba, Buddha won't choose the wrong person. How can this be? Isn't the speed too abnormal? Did he use some kind of pill? Impossible, there is no pill that can make a Holy Spirit realm cultivator break through to the Emperor realm. There is no such pill in the ancient continent, and, look at the cultivation of the four women beside him, each of them is in the Emperor realm. How is this possible? I believe that someone with divine grade talent can break through from the Holy Spirit realm to the Emperor realm in a day. After all, his talent is extraordinary, but how did those women break through? Dozens of times in a row? This is simply impossible. Unbelievable. Indeed. Their breakthroughs were much faster than Luo Tian's. Especially Yunmeng and Huang Fuya, the moment Luo Tian's towering pillar entered their bodies, they broke through the shackles of their cultivation at an astonishing speed, and Luo Tian felt a very special power in Yunmeng's body. Very strange, the moment she broke through to the Emperor realm, the strange power in her body also erupted. At this moment, Luo Tian's experience exploded like crazy, and it was also because of Yunmeng that Luo Tian could break through to the Third Order Emperor realm. More than 150 billion experience, he got it in just one morning, it was simply too amazing. Originally, Cloud Mist College's strength was at the bottom. But in just one day, it soared crazily, shock, incomparable shock. Song Tianji's face turned slightly sinister, and he smiled at Luo Tian, and said sarcastically, Luo Tian, your face is really big, making so many of us wait for an entire morning. Humph. I didn't expect you to dare to appear. If you had escaped, you could have lived for a few more days, but now, hee hee. The Pope directly laughed coldly. The Icefield King said, a lowly student of the college made so many of us wait for so long, what arrogance, humph. I don't think there's any need for such a college to exist in this world. The students of the college are a bunch of trash, they don't even have the basic manners. Being late for so long and not a single word of apology, humph. The three of them were extremely unhappy. Luo Tian's expression changed, and he looked at the three of them, and said with a smile, "My appearance scared you, right? Don't worry, there will be more scared waiting for you, you just wait and see." Huang Fuju said faintly, "Let's enter." Luo Tian was shocked. He thought that Huang Fuju and the others had already entered, but he didn't expect that they would be like monkeys in the middle of the square for people to watch. His heart secretly tightened, and he raised his eyebrows, and secretly said, "Wait for the roar of my Emperor Realm strength to tremble." Cloud Mist College's group entered the square. Song Tianji stood up and said, "Because of some despicable people, the exchange has been delayed for so long. I represent the Abyss College to apologize to everyone. The exchange will now begin, the first round, alchemy. Please send out your disciples to participate. The second chapter has been delivered, 2 chapters will be updated in the morning, brothers who have tickets, don't forget." The first round of the exchange was alchemy. This was a new event. It was different from before. In the past, there were only exchanges and competitions in martial arts. But this time, there were a lot more. Song Tianji faintly said, "This exchange is set up to deal with the demonic army, so the supply of pills must not be lacking. A good alchemist can determine the life and death of an army. Alchemy is very important. So, I ask the leaders to send out their disciples." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire audience began to whisper. The standards of alchemy in the 5 continents are not the same. Just like the Eurasian continent, they use the gene fluid in the spirit grass to refine and fuse it. The pills are the gene fluid. How can this be compared? That's right. In terms of alchemy, even if the 4 continents were added together, they would still not be a match for the Shini continent. The alchemy pills refined by those monks with profound dharma are extremely pure and can bring out the maximum effect of the spiritual grass. Abyss College's magic pill is also not bad. The crowd began to discuss. Song Tianji explained, "No matter if it is a pill or a gene fluid, we will have a standard to judge. Moreover, with the Holy Maiden here, she can tell the quality of the pill with a glance. Everyone can rest assured." Indeed. The 5 of them were all authorities. Adding the Holy Maiden, they were even more incredible existences. Song Tianji glanced at the Cloud Mist College from the corner of his eyes. He sneered in his heart and said, "As far as I know, you, Luo Tian, still don't know what alchemy is, right? Huang Fuju, who can you send out? None of them know alchemy. Next is forging, engraving arrays, and beast taming skills. Don't even think about getting good results in Cloud Mist College. If you don't get good results in these competitions, it will be even more impossible for Cloud Mist College to get good results as a whole. Ha ha ha. Huang Fuju, just obediently lie down for me. Cloud Mist College has no chance to rise. I won't give him any chance." Song Tianji said in his heart. Why did the Icefield Snow Country and the Eurasian continent suddenly change their participants? Was it because they were too weak? Not entirely. This was because they had reorganized the participating disciples according to the types of competitions in the exchange meeting. Everything was under Song Tianji's control. Song Tianji laughed proudly in his heart and loudly said, "Representatives, please send out your disciples to participate in the competition." In the direction of Cloud Mist College. Alchemy? Dean, why didn't you say so earlier? Fatty Lou's brows were tightly knitted together as he mumbled, "I'm fine with eating medicinal pills, but alchemy? I don't even know how to refine pills." Do any of you know? Lin Dong replied, "I know a little, but I'm still a low-rank alchemist, I can't compete." Tang San shook his head and said, "Same for me." During this period of time, they had put all their focus on cultivation and did not cultivate or concoct pills. They couldn't. Xianxia and the other girls were even worse. Their heads were shaking like rattle drums, and all of them were dumbfounded. How could they have thought that there would be an alchemy competition? Huang Fuju furrowed his brows and said, "I only found out this morning. Even if I had informed you earlier, it would have been too late. Increasing one's alchemy skills is not something that can be done in a day. It requires years or decades of accumulation. To reach the Grandmaster level, one needs to have the talent for alchemy. Luo Tian's brows furrowed as well. He had indeed trained his alchemy skills. But, his alchemy skills were still at the 6th level. In this kind of competition, it was useless. Even if he was lucky, he could only refine a 8th level pill, and this was under the condition that his luck was off the charts. It was too late to increase his alchemy skills. What should he do? Luo Tian furrowed his brows as his mind raced, trying to think of a solution. Huang Fuju looked at Luo Tian's furrowed brows and said, "If we can't do it, we'll give up." But, the next step is forging, engraving, and beast-taming skills. If we give up, even if we achieve a perfect victory in the martial arts competition, I'm afraid our ranking won't be too high. Luo Tian, do you have any ideas? At this moment, Huang Fuju couldn't think of any other way and could only rely on Luo Tian. Luo Tian shook his head and said, "The time is too short." Time, it was extremely important. Even if he increased his alchemy skills, what about his engraving skills? What about his forging skills? All of these required a large amount of time to accumulate before he could level up his skills. Otherwise, it would be useless. Is there no other way? Is there no other way? Luo Tian kept asking himself in his heart. He opened the system's skill pane and muttered to himself as he looked at the words alchemy skills. Cultivation method, alchemy skills grade, divine level 6 proficiency, 700013000. He still needed 6,000 proficiency points to level up. It was impossible to level it up in a short period of time. At this moment, the representatives of the 4 divine beasts continent, the representatives of the Icefield Snow Country, the representatives of the Abyss College, and the representatives of the Eurasian continent all entered the arena and stood beside the pill furnaces. Everyone's gaze was focused on the direction of the Cloud Mist College. Song Tianji said, "Cloud Mist College, please send out your participating disciples. We have already waited for you all morning, and now you want us to wait?" Brother Huangfu, Cloud Mist College is really arrogant. However, his heart was blooming with joy as he thought to himself, "You can't send anyone, right? Other than Luo Tian, what else do you have? As long as you target Luo Tian, everything will be easy." Ha ha ha. So what if you have the help of the Holy Maiden? Very pleased. Very pleased. Huang Fuju exhaled and said, "Give up on refining pills. Lin Dong, you go and participate." Lin Dong glanced at Luo Tian. Seeing that he did not speak, he did not hesitate and immediately said, "I will definitely do my best. I have high hopes for you. Little Lin, do your best." Cloud Mist College was also forced into a corner. Huang Fuju could not think of any other good ideas, so he could only let Lin Dong participate. If this continued, the Cloud Mist Academy's reputation would really become notorious. He couldn't afford it. Just as Lin Dong took a few steps forward, Luo Tian's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately shouted, "Lin Dong, wait." Then, he turned around and looked at Huang Fuju, and said, "Uncle Huangfu, do you have money?" Huang Fuju's eyes shook, and said, "What money? Profound coin or something?" "Luo Tian, what do you need money for at this time?" When Song Tianji heard Luo Tian's words, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Luo Tian, don't tell me you want to use profound coin to bribe us judges?" Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, the entire audience burst into laughter. Luo Tian turned a deaf ear to it, and said, "It's profound coin, how much do you have? And you guys, how much money do you have? Hurry up and take it out." Huang Fuju was a little confused by Luo Tian. Just now, Luo Tian kept thinking of ways, flipping through the upgraded version of the system, and finally, he found the auxiliary cultivation method upgrade potion in the system exchange store. This chapter is a little late, old cow is sorry, brothers, good night. Shop exchange system, other than using it at the beginning, it had been neglected. Of course, after such a long time, the items Luo Tian used in the system shop were too few. The reason was simple, he was very poor, the items in the system shop were all frighteningly expensive. For example, the support cultivation method upgrade potion that he wanted to buy now cost 1 million cultivation coins per bottle. Can he afford it? Money I need money, quick, quick. Luo Tian was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. As long as he had enough money, he would be able to raise his alchemy skills to the great perfection realm. At that time, wouldn't refining pills be a piece of cake? Huang Fuju took out his cultivation coins. How much more do you need? Luo Tian counted the amount of cultivation coins and said, I still need 1 million, do you have more? Yes. Huang Fuju nodded. He was not shocked by the terrifying amount of 1 million cultivation coins. Instead, he had an indifferent expression and did not put these cultivation coins in his eyes. Who would care about cultivation coins for an Emperor Realm expert? Luo Tian, are you done yet? Aren't you being too presumptuous, making us wait for so long again? Luo Tian, are you really going to bribe the judge with cultivation coins? Ha ha ha. This idea is not bad, I think highly of you. Huang Fuju, I think you should just send out a random disciple. Anyway, you guys are at the bottom. Losing in an ugly way is still a loss. Losing in a good way is still a loss. Why struggle on the verge of death? Wasting everyone's time. The surrounding crowd continued to clamor. Song Tianji also said with dissatisfaction, Cloud Mist College, this is a warning. If you continue to delay like this, we will directly announce that your alchemy competition was once zero. Damn it. Why aren't you coming down? I can't wait any longer. The Glacier Field King cursed, feeling extremely displeased. They did not know what Luo Tian was doing. However, they weren't worried at all, especially Song Tianji. He had obtained all of Luo Tian's information, but he didn't know how to concoct pills. Moreover, none of the representatives sent by Cloud Mist College knew how to concoct pills, let alone engraving arrays, forging, or taming beasts. Cloud Mist College was bound to lose. At this moment, Luo Tian said, what's the hurry? You let them finish first, I'll give them half an hour. He had enough cultivation coins. Luo Tian was very confident. As long as he could raise his alchemy skills to the great perfection stage, everything would be a cinch. One had to know. What he practiced was Xiaoyan's version of alchemy. More importantly, his current alchemy skills had been raised to the level of a deity-level qi method. It was much stronger than ordinary alchemy skills. Naturally, he had nothing to worry about. Song Tianji coldly smiled and said, what arrogant words. I think you know that you can't refine any pills, so you dare to say that? If that's the case, then let them refine first, but... Luo Tian, you have to be clear that there is a time limit to alchemy. The time limit is exactly 40 minutes. Giving them half an hour means that you only have 10 minutes. I want to see how you can refine a pill in 10 minutes. Even if an alchemy master wanted to refine a high-grade pill in 10 minutes, it was still impossible. Could a mere alchemy apprentice like Luo Tian do it? It was impossible. Immediately, Song Tianji said, since Luo Tian gave you half an hour, then you can begin. Arrogant? I want to see how long you can be arrogant for. Song Tianji coldly said in his heart. His move made Huang Fuju dumbstruck. His face became anxious and said, Luo Tian, quickly go and compete. The time is too short, I'm afraid. That the pills you refine. Moreover, alchemy is not 100% successful. Once you fail, you won't have time to refine a second pill. Quickly go and compete. As for Song Tianji, I'll deal with him. Yes. Boss, this joke is too big. Can't you be a bit more serious? How can you refine a pill in 10 minutes? Even if you refine a pill, the grade won't be too high. This way, we will lose without a doubt. Huang Fuya anxiously said. Sounds of ridicule could be heard from the surroundings. Aren't you being too pretentious? Brat, let's see how you refine a pill in 10 minutes. Ha ha ha. This time, you've lost a lot of face. Does Cloud Mist College still have any face? It's already been thrown away, ha ha ha. To refine a pill in 10 minutes, this was indeed a very difficult task. Moreover, the shorter the time, the lower the purity of the pills refined. This time, what was competing was the medicinal effect, the grade, and the degree to which the characteristics of the spirit grass could be displayed. The time was too short, it was simply impossible to complete these things. Luo Tian smiled faintly, and said, there's no rush, there's no rush. As long as he had the great perfection realm alchemy, Luo Tian was not in a hurry at all. His right hand moved. He drank a bottle of auxiliary cultivation method upgrade potion. Ding. Please choose the auxiliary cultivation method you wish to upgrade. Alchemy. Cultivation method selection complete. Ding. Cultivation method upgrade, current level, stage 7. Ding. Luo Tian drank another bottle of potion. He drank 4 bottles in a row. Alchemy also instantly rose to the 10th level of perfection. It was also at this time. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for raising alchemy to the great perfection realm. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining god-level alchemy. Alchemy had directly become god-level alchemy, even the name of the cultivation method had changed. The skill was even flashing with a red light. In the ancient continent, alchemy was the first cultivation method to reach the great perfection realm. Luo Tian looked at the 4 words god-level alchemy and was filled with confidence. Looking at the participating disciples in the middle of the plaza who were refining pills, he smiled and said, what's the harm in letting them do it for half an hour? He wasn't worried at all. Song Tianji laughed, you're still so arrogant even at this time, Luo Tian, I really don't know where you get your confidence from. The Pope laughed, he won't be able to be arrogant later. The Icefield King also laughed, there's a price to pay for showing off too much. Let's see how he ends up today, ha 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 ha. Not many people paid attention to the few disciples refining pills in the plaza, all of them were paying attention to Luo Tian. 20 minutes passed. The disciple of the Abyss College was the first to stand up, and said, refining complete. At the 25th minute, the disciple of the Eurasian continent also stood up, refining complete. At the 28th minute, the monk of the Buddha continent stood up, clasped his hands together and said, done. At the 30th minute, the disciple of the Icefield Snow Country stood up and said, done. Then it was the disciple of the 4 divine beasts continent. Song Tianji laughed complacently and said, 30 minutes are up, Luo Tian, you can now refine pills. Come, let us see how you refine pills, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, the entire audience was laughing. Luo Tian was not in a hurry as he slowly walked into the arena. Laughing? I'll let you all laugh your fill later. Chapter 1. No hurry, very leisurely. But Huang Fuju was so anxious that cold sweat dripped down. Seeing Luo Tian slowly walk down step by step, he wanted to call him ancestor, my little ancestor, sigh, you should hurry up too, time is almost up. Xianxia and the rest were the same. Seeing Luo Tian so leisurely, they were extremely anxious. On the other hand, Fatty Lu, Lin Dong, and Tang San were very calm. Because they believed in their boss and blindly worshipped him. Has he given up? Needless to say, there are less than 7 minutes left. When he ignites the furnace, there will be less than 5 minutes left. Oh right, can he use the elemental spirit fire to ignite the furnace? Does he know how to refine pills? Ha ha ha. Is he here to make us laugh? Cloud Mist College? After today, it will be the biggest joke of the ancient continent, ha ha ha. Huang Fuju shouldn't have sent Luo Tian to compete, now. Sigh, Cloud Mist College's rise will come to an end. Both inside and outside the arena began to mock. Song Tianji, the Pope, and the Icefield King were also laughing from ear to ear. Azure Dragon and Monkshire and I were worried. They only knew that Luo Tian's cultivation was strong, but in terms of alchemy, no matter how good he was, he wouldn't be any better. Moreover, there were only a few minutes left. It was impossible to refine a good pill in such a short time. Huang Fuju sighed in his heart, lost, time is running out. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Luo Tian. But, he believed that he wouldn't be able to refine a pill in these few minutes. Fatty Lu smiled and comforted, Dean, don't worry. Believe in boss, he can definitely do it. Even if he can't refine pills, we will win in martial arts. Lin Dong said, look at boss's confident expression, I believe that he can do it. Tang San smiled, he definitely can. Huang Fuju smiled bitterly and said, Abyss College sent Demonic Elixir King. He is a peak rank 9 alchemy grandmaster. He can refine demonic elixir pills to perfection. He can refine limited spiritual herbs into the strongest elixir pills with special attributes. The Eurasian continent also sent a 9th-level refiner, who can perfectly extract and fuse the medicinal properties of the herbs. The Icefield Snow Country also has a Tier 9 alchemist. The Sheeny continent has alchemists at the peak of the 9th rank. The 4 mythological beasts continent is the weakest in terms of alchemy, but the representative they sent is also a peak of the 7th rank alchemist. Among them, the least amount of time they spent was 20 minutes. Luo Tian only had 5 minutes. How could he win? It wasn't that he didn't believe it, but it was simply impossible for him to believe it. He never knew that Luo Tian knew how to refine pills. Huang Fuju had already given up on engraving formations, forging, and beast taming. If he gave up on these 4 competitions, he would definitely achieve perfect results in the martial arts competition. Otherwise, this exchange would be the last exchange of Cloud Mist College. Phew, Huang Fuju let out a long breath. Huang Fuya comforted, "Father, you have to believe in Luo Tian. He can definitely do it." In the arena, Luo Tian walked to the side of the furnace. Beside the furnace were the herbs needed to refine the pills. There were a total of 7 types. They were all first-level low-grade herbs. To refine high-grade pills from low-grade herbs, this was a test of the alchemist's ability, very difficult, extremely difficult, to refine the best pills with limited resources. Song Tianji looked at Luo Tian, who was standing beside the furnace in a daze, and mocked, "Luo Tian, there's less than 5 minutes left. I think you should just admit defeat. Do you think you can refine the pills?" The Pope also grinned and said, "Clown, weren't you very arrogant just now? Then be arrogant again. You even said that you'd give him half an hour. Now you're refining, why are you in a daze? Why don't you start refining the pills? You can't do it, right?" Ha ha ha. Looking at Luo Tian's dazed face, he couldn't help but feel excited. Thinking about how he killed the red-clothed saint in front of him yesterday, the Pope's heart was filled with anger. He must take revenge. Time passed. Second by second. Luo Tian stood there without moving. Everyone in the stands was laughing at him. "Idiot. You want to refine pills with that stupid look of yours? Go home and drink milk. What a disgrace. Are all the people from Cloud Mist College dead? I really don't know what they're thinking by sending this kind of trash to compete. What divine grade talent, I think it's just bullshit. Get out, this isn't a place for you." The mocking sounds were endless. Luo Tian turned a deaf ear. Huang Fuju sat on the stands with his hands on his head. He didn't dare to look at Luo Tian, who was in the middle of the arena. He was facing an unprecedented amount of pressure. He was regretting it in his heart. If he knew this would happen, he would have just given up. This would have been better. Right now, Luo Tian was like a clown standing there, being mocked by everyone. Huang Fuju's heart was in pain. Suddenly, Luo Tian suddenly sat cross-legged. His eyes closed slightly, his entire body instantly entered the realm of one with the heavens. The surrounding crowd suddenly became quiet. Then, they burst out laughing. "Are you going to start refining pills? Ha ha ha. There's no time, damn trash. There's less than 2 minutes left. The furnace can't even be lit, and you still want to refine pills? He's scaring people again." Sigh, Song Tianji laughed and said, "The realm of one with the heavens? Maybe at the beginning, it might be useful, but now, you don't have time to refine the energy from the spirit grass. Admit defeat, Luo Tian." Ha ha ha, everything was under control. Dealing with a Luo Tian was too easy. The Pope glanced at Song Tianji and sent a sound transmission. "Brother Song, this move is too ruthless, ha ha ha. Let's see how he can still be arrogant and raise his head." Song Tianji said faintly, "This is only the beginning. Let's watch, the good show is yet to come." Just as they were talking, there was only 1 minute left before the time limit for refining pills. It was also at this moment that Luo Tian suddenly moved. God-level alchemy was displayed. The 7 spirit grass were lifted into the air by Luo Tian's Emperor Realm power. In a split second, the sky suddenly exploded. The wind and clouds changed, the sky and earth spun, and endless energy crazily surged. Luo Tian muttered in a low voice, heaven and earth as a furnace, refining nothingness. God-level alchemy. Open for me. Rumble, 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 thunder roared in the sky as streams of blazing power refined the 7 spiritual grasses. Streams of vigorous energy flowed into the spiritual grasses. With a thought, Luo Tian compressed and fused all the spiritual grasses together. In the next second, boom! A scalding hot pill fell on Luo Tian's palm. Luo Tian slowly stood up and said in an incomparably arrogant manner, "Done. The second chapter has been delivered. If you have a ticket, please support me. This old bull thanks you." What was God-level pill refinement? This was it, with heaven and earth as the furnace, the power of nature as the fire, and the power of vitality surging. The power of heaven and earth was mobilized by Luo Tian. This was the highest level of pill refinement. This kind of domineering technique had refreshed the history of pill refinement in the ancient continent. No one had ever done it before. Dumbfounded, everyone was dumbfounded. The moment Luo Tian said the word complete, the entire crowd instantly calmed down. They stared at Luo Tian dumbfoundedly as if they were staring at a monster. Those who had mocked Luo Tian earlier did not even close their mouths. At this moment, they felt like they had been slapped in the face. Their faces were about to be slapped swollen. It was very uncomfortable. It was as if they had eaten a fly. They could not say a single word. 1 minute to refine 1 pill. Even the furnace was useless, but the pill was refined and it landed steadily in Luo Tian's palm. Without a doubt, there was no cheating. It was all done by Luo Tian's operation, technique, speed, and perfect control of vitality. What a sharp pill refinement! The angel's gaze tightened. She slowly stood up and could not help but clap her hands. With heaven and earth as the furnace, the vitality is refined and formed naturally. This kind of technique only exists in legends. I have never seen it before. Just based on this technique, you can be called the #1 pill refinement master in ancient times. Heartfelt praise. Not the slightest bit of praise. As soon as her voice fell, the surrounding people woke up from their shock. They looked at Luo Tian and were still speechless. Even the angel praised Luo Tian. One could imagine how capable he was. Boss is mighty and domineering. Ha ha ha. I knew boss would not disappoint us. When has boss ever disappointed us? He is Luo Tian, Luo Tian, Luo Tian. Just these 2 words are a guarantee. Ha ha ha. Fatty Lu was as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. The heaven and earth furnace just now was too shocking. The scene was extremely shocking. Huang Fuju broke out in a cold sweat. Looking at Luo Tian in the center of the field, he couldn't say a single word. Other than shock, there was still more shock in his heart. He couldn't find any other words to describe his current feelings. Xianxia and the others were excited and happy at the same time. Huang Fuyu puffed out her chest and said proudly, "Humph, don't you know whose man he is? Of course he's mighty and domineering, hee hee. Sister Yunming, Sister Kai Lin, Sister Xianxian, our man is sharp, hee hee." All of the women blushed and revealed happy smiles. Song Tianji, the Pope, and the Icefield King all had ugly expressions on their faces. Just a moment ago, before they could even finish their words, Luo Tian had already finished refining the pill. Moreover, his technique was even more profound. Did he look like someone who didn't know how to refine pills? This was simply dozens of times better than any alchemy grandmaster. Song Tianji's face was gloomy. He felt like he was slapped in the face by Luo Tian. He was annoyed and said faintly, "This competition isn't about technique or speed. It's about the effect of the pill. If we're comparing speed, you, Luo Tian, are the slowest one. As for technique, what's the use of using fancy techniques?" Indeed. No matter how fast the pill was refined, it was useless if there was no effect. It still couldn't get a good result. The Pope's expression slightly recovered. He sneered and said, "A pill refined in 1 minute, I don't believe that the effect would be good." At the same time, he also sent a message to Song Tianji with a reproachful tone, "Didn't you say that he doesn't know how to refine pills? What's going on? Song Tianji, you can't be fooling me too, right? Let me tell you, my holy church is not to be trifled with." Obviously, the Pope was angry. Song Tianji's forehead was covered with sweat. He said, I also don't know how he suddenly knows how to refine pills. This Luo Tian is very strange. Don't worry, it's impossible to extract the yuan qi from the spirit grass in 1 minute. The pill will be ineffective and there will be no result. He really didn't know. According to the information he collected, Luo Tian didn't know how to refine pills. Was the information wrong? Impossible. Where did it go wrong? Song Tianji also couldn't understand. The Pope snorted and said, it better be as you said, or else. Humph. Anyway, the second competition is about inscribing arrays. My Eurasian continent will definitely get first place. This competition is your only chance to get first place. If you miss it, don't blame me. We've already discussed this beforehand. Song Tianji frowned and didn't continue to speak. When the audience heard Song Tianji's words, they immediately clamored again. So what if he's fast in refining pills? It's not about speed. It's about the effect of the pill. I'm afraid that this kind of pill won't have any effect. It must be a waste pill. It must be a waste. Luo Tian, do you know what alchemy is? Just wait and see. Cloud Mist College's results will definitely be at the bottom. I suspect that it will be 0 points, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Many people became arrogant again. They were just unhappy with Luo Tian. This kind of unhappiness originated from envy, from jealousy, and even from hatred. Of course, some people were like this. If they didn't *ck their mother, they wouldn't know that you were their father. Luo Tian smiled faintly. They really are a group of people who deserve a slap. They are not satisfied with a slap, and they still want to stretch out their left face for me to slap. Since that's the case, then I have to slap them. While they were talking, Luo Tian had already presented the pill. The 5 judges began to judge one by one. First was the first to be refined, representing the Abyss College. 7 rank 1 spirit grass, able to refine each spirit grass to the extreme. The fusion of the 7 spirit grasses' medicinal properties is also very good, and there is also a trace of special power in the pill. This power seems to have a certain healing ability. Mutation of the pill? This pill should have reached the 9th level. Not bad, not bad, not bad at all. Monksher and I said, and then gave a rather high score. 96. Once this number came out, the whole scene was shocked. Song Tianji's expression also became much better, and was very satisfied with the disciple who had just refined the pill. The second pill was the Eurasian continent's gene fluid, which was evaluated by the Icefield King. After a little sensing, he said, 95 points. Then it was Shini continents. This was judged by the Pope, 95 points. Finally, it was the 4 divine beasts continent, which was judged by Song Tianji. 90 points. The 4 divine beasts continent was not good at alchemy, and being able to get 90 points was already giving them face. The Azure Dragon Elder did not care. He stared at the last pill that was sent over, which was the pill refined by Luo Tian. This was what he cared about. The 5 of them stared at the pill refined by Luo Tian. It was a very ordinary small pill, and there was nothing special about it, at this moment. The Heavenly Maiden walked down, and without even looking at it, she immediately said, 100 points, full marks. Everyone was shocked. Song Tianji's expression immediately changed, and with a hint of anger in his voice, he said, Heavenly Maiden, how can this ordinary small pill have 100 points? Aren't you being too biased towards Luo Tian, this brat? I'm not convinced. The Heavenly Maiden stared at him and shouted, You dare to question my authority? Boom. The divine might moved, and it immediately crushed down. The divine might came crashing down like a thunderbolt. Immediately. Song Tianji couldn't take it anymore. His face turned pale, but he gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Lord Holy Maiden, why are you being so biased? Is this how Phoenix Sky Mountain upholds justice? If that's the case, then you have to consider the consequences. There was a trace of threat in her voice. Obviously. Song Tianji had already expected this to happen, so he had already made arrangements. Threatening me? The Holy Maiden's eyes widened, and the power of her divine might suddenly doubled. Song Tianji couldn't stand steadily as his body trembled. His knees were already bent. Immediately. Holy Maiden continued, I'm biased, so what? A small Abyss Academy's principal dares to question me. You're really capable. If I wasn't someone from Phoenix Sky Mountain, your head would have already fallen. Humph. With a deep snort, Song Tianji heavily knelt on the ground. His eyes were still unyielding as he said, I'm not convinced. Not convinced? What does it have to do with me? Holy Maiden didn't care about Song Tianji. However, just at this moment, Mo Lingzi's eyes flashed with a trace of blood as he looked at the sky. The sky began to ooze with a dark red color. Blood-colored sky? Moreover, at this moment, the divine might was unparalleled. A powerful divine might spread out. Holy Maiden's face turned slightly cold as she couldn't help but sneer, I was wondering why you're not convinced. So you've already prepared. You actually found a God Realm expert to back you up. Abyss Academy, Song Tianji, ha ha ha, you're really something. God Realm expert? The entire plaza suddenly went silent as they looked up at the sky. The blood-colored sky was getting darker and darker. Faintly, it carried boundless killing intent. Immediately, there was an explosion in the sky as a deep voice descended, accusing, Extraditer, you're the extraditer of a plane, yet you're participating in a plane's dispute. If I were to report this matter, I think your extraditer identity will come to an end. Boom. The voice was like thunder. At this moment, a surge of divine force blocked the suppression of Heavenly Daughter towards Song Tianji. Song Tianji crawled up from the ground with a cold smile on his face and said in a low voice, hee hee. Everything is under my control. Do you think you're the only God rank expert? The Abyss Academy also has a God Realm expert backing them up. Luo Tian. I've said it before. I'll definitely defeat you. Cloud Mist College won't be able to make a comeback for the rest of your life. A complacent sneer appeared on Song Tianji's face. Everything was under his control, whether it was the Holy Maiden or Luo Tian. He had given his all for this exchange. He wanted to reach the summit, he wanted the name of the Abyss Academy to resound throughout the entire continent. He wanted it to become the leader of the ancient continent. The fairy's eyes darkened as she shouted, Did I allow you to get up? Boom, the clothes on her body fluttered, and an even more powerful divine might came crashing down like a sudden clap of thunder. Bam, Song Tianji, who was still sneering, once again kneeled on the ground. This time, his kneecaps cracked and a cracking sound could be heard. His face turned pale as he was in so much pain that he couldn't even speak. The anger in his heart instantly burst out as he said in a deep voice, Bitch. Slap, invisibly. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, another slap landed on his face. Song Tianji immediately saw stars and couldn't tell north from south. In the sky. The voice that received the divine might was filled with anger as she shouted, A mere extraditer dares to be so arrogant. I think you've reached the end of your days as an extraditer. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, the Holy Maiden moved and directly appeared in the sky. She coldly said, I don't like to raise my head when speaking to others. Incomparably overbearing. With that, the Holy Maiden continued, doubting me, threatening me, and now using vulgarities. If I can't even punish this kind of person, then where is my dignity as an extraditer? You, on the other hand, why didn't you stay in the God realm and came to the ancient plane? What are you trying to do? What are you hiding? You better explain yourself. Otherwise, if I report this matter, you won't have a good time either. Directly turning the tables. The giant blood god's face turned sinister as he coldly said, I don't need to explain anything to you. You said that he doubted you. If his status isn't enough, then I'll do it. You know very well that refining a pill in a minute is impossible even in the God realm. He's just a trash with a shattered dantian. How can he do it? This is blatant favoritism. It's unfair. Shouldn't I be doubting it? Song Tianji slightly raised his eyes and said, his pill is definitely a waste. You actually gave it full marks. I'm not convinced. At the same time, he also gave the Pope and the ice Field King a look. At first, they didn't dare to speak carelessly. But now, with a God realm expert as their backer, there was nothing to be afraid of. The Pope loudly said, I'm not convinced either. The Icefield King immediately said, I'm not convinced either. This is clearly biased. If this continues, Luo Tian can get full marks with a pile of cow dung. Then what's the point of this conference? I think we should just let him get first place. With someone taking the lead, there would be others following. Many people who were unhappy with Luo Tian began to clamor. That's right. What kind of pill can he refine in a minute? This pill is definitely a waste. This is too unfair. What kind of fair competition is this? To tell the truth, the holy maiden really didn't look at Luo Tian's pill. In her heart, she didn't believe that a good pill could be refined in a short minute. Just as the giant blood god said. Even in the god realm, no one could do it. Could Luo Tian do it, no matter what? She directly gave full marks. The reason was simple. As long as Luo Tian wanted something, she would unconditionally get it for him. Just because Luo Tian was her man, it was that simple. But now, a god realm expert had appeared. The situation was probably not something she could completely suppress. The holy maiden frowned and said, I'm the judge, I have the final say. If I say he gets full marks, he gets full marks. That was how domineering she was. For Luo Tian, she was going all out. If anyone dared to say that her man wasn't good, she would fight with her life. The giant blood god coldly smiled and said, what a joke, your extraditor has really come to an end. The giant blood god's power began to fluctuate. Right at this moment, Luo Tian suddenly said, why don't you test it? The giant blood god coldly smiled and said, do you still need to test the pill you refined? Even if it's not a waste, it's the most trashy existence, is there a need to test it? Luo Tian said indifferently, but what if it's a divine-grade pill? Do you dare to bet? The first chapter has been delivered. In the new week, Old Yak needs firepower support. There will be 5 chapters updated today. Do you dare to bet? That one sentence instantly silenced the crowd. Bet with a Godrealm expert? Was he crazy? The holy maiden's face also became anxious, and she immediately transmitted a message, Luo Tian, don't be rash, leave everything here to me. The surrounding people looked at each other, as if they didn't hear what Luo Tian just said. That blood-colored giant god in the sky also had a face of doubt. Luo Tian suddenly raised his voice and said in a deep voice, I'll ask you one question, do you dare to bet? This sentence was incomparably true. Everyone present heard it clearly. Pfft. Ha ha ha. What did he say? He wants to bet with a Godrealm expert? Did I hear wrongly? Luo Tian, do you really think you're the emperor? You actually dare to bet with a Godrealm expert? Shit must have entered your brain. This kid doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, he's too self-righteous. He dares to be so arrogant in front of a Godrealm expert, doesn't he know how to write the word death? The crowd roared with laughter. They all felt that Luo Tian was overestimating his capabilities. He actually dared to call a pill refined in 1 minute a divine-grade pill. How was that possible? And now, he actually dared to bet with a Godrealm expert. Don't tell me the Godrealm expert isn't more knowledgeable than you? Don't they know the grade of pills better than you? And he still dared to say such arrogant words. He was simply courting death, in the direction of Cloud Mist College. Fatty Lu frowned and muttered in a low voice, something's going to happen. Lin Dong, Tang San, you two protect sister-in-law. Lin Dong and Tang San nodded heavily, understood. Fatty Lu gathered his strength and waited. The power of gods might slowly circulated. Regardless of whether Luo Tian won or lost, something bad would happen. Fatty Lu had to be prepared. Otherwise, Fatty Lu began to worry. Mo Lingzi also laughed coldly and said, Luo Tian, you've really disappointed me. Just from your words and actions, I know that you're not on the same level as the Crown Prince. Naturally, you're also a few levels lower than me. I've already lost the patience to compete with you. You're simply not worthy to be my opponent. He was foolish enough to bet with a powerhouse from the realm of the gods, others didn't know. However, Mo Lingzi was very clear that the blood-colored giant god in the sky was an alchemy expert. He had a small reputation in the demonic abyss of the gods' domain. Even the most powerful alchemy grandmasters of the ancient continent couldn't compare to him. A mere Luo Tian, they were no match for him at all. The sanguine giant god laughed madly in self-defense. You want to bet with me? Do you dare? Luo Tian's tone was arrogant. The blood-colored giant god felt very bored because it did not take Luo Tian seriously at all. How could the alchemy skills of the ancient continent compare to those of the divine territory? This kind of martial artist who was as low as an ant, what qualifications did he have to compare with him? However, this time was different. The blood-colored giant god glanced at the holy maiden and said, "All right, I'll bet with you." Immediately, he said to the holy maiden, "Whether or not it's a medicinal pill with full marks will be revealed later, and you, if you're wrong, you're biased. Phoenix Sky Mountain will lose its credibility, and your position as an extraditor will come to an end. Ha ha ha. Prepare to accept your punishment." Of course. You must be wrong. How could a trash like him refine a divine-grade medicinal pill, and a medicinal pill refined from a first-rank spiritual grass? If it's a divine-grade medicinal pill, I'll do anything. He was very proud. Because he was very sure that the medicinal pill refined by Luo Tian was trash. It was a waste. The holy maiden frowned, but her heart was incomparably worried. It wasn't that she was worried about her position as an extraditor, or the divine realm's punishment for her. She was worried that the blood-colored giant god would kill Luo Tian the moment he won. The holy maiden's heart tightened, and she sent a sound transmission, "Luo Tian, I'll take care of everything. If you don't bet, no one will dare to do anything to you, even this divine realm's ranker. You must not bet with him, you won't be able to win against him." Divine-grade medicinal pills were too difficult to refine. The divine-grade medicinal pills in Phoenix Sky Mountain were all rewards given to her by the higher-ups. Refining a divine realm's medicinal pill required not only divine-grade spiritual grass, but also the ability of the alchemist, as well as the indispensable timing and location. These factors could not be lacking. Luo Tian smiled at the holy maiden, and said, "Trust me." Then his tone changed, and he said, "You said it just now, if it's a divine-grade medicinal pill, you can do anything. My request is also very simple, I want you to slap him." His finger moved. He pointed to the distant Song Tianji. Without waiting for Luo Tian's confirmation, the blood-colored giant god immediately agreed, "Sure." However, Luo Tian's finger was still moving, but it did not stop at Song Tianji's body. Instead, it stopped at the Abyss Academy's position, at the leader of the disciples. "I want you to slap him." The one he pointed to was none other than Mo Lingzi. Mo Lingzi's face suddenly changed, as if he had been greatly insulted. His anger soared to the sky, and he roared, "Luo Tian, do you want to die?" The blood-colored giant god's face also secretly changed. His anger burst out. Luo Tian smiled faintly, "What? You can't afford to bet?" From the beginning, Luo Tian had noticed Mo Lingzi. Without a doubt, the blood-colored giant god was brought here by him. It was very likely that it was the same as Tian Lingzi and Haijia. The blood-colored giant god was sent by some divine realm's ranker to protect the person they had chosen. The blood-colored giant god was definitely here to protect Mo Lingzi. Luo Tian did not know Mo Lingzi's identity, but his mocking words just now made him very unhappy, so he was going to be in for a bad time. Luo Tian did not even look at Mo Lingzi. He said aggressively, "Do you dare to bet? If you don't dare to bet, then get lost. Don't blindly show off here. Go back to your divine realm." Kakik, the sky seemed like it was about to crack, and a series of explosive sounds were heard. The blood-colored giant god did not speak, but Mo Lingzi suddenly said, "I'll bet with him, but Luo Tian, if you lose, I will carve your head into a urinal, and use your soul to imprison in the deepest part of the demon abyss forever." Luo Tian smiled faintly, "Whatever." The holy maiden secretly cried out in her heart, "Oh no." Huang Fuju also secretly cried out in his heart, "Oh no." Song Tianji was laughing in his heart, "I wanted to let you live for 2 more days, but now it seems that you're going to die soon." The Pope and the Glacier King both revealed proud smiles. The Azure Dragon Elder frowned, and at the same time, transmitted to the warriors of the 4 Divine Beasts clan, "Prepare for battle. No matter what, we cannot let the young lord get hurt. Even if we have to risk everything, we cannot." I have already used the Azure Dragon to transmit a message to the 4 Divine Beasts continent. The patriarchs will be here soon. A bet. The atmosphere instantly changed. A chilling aura slowly flowed into everyone's mind, causing them to be unable to breathe. Appraisal begins. The second chapter has been delivered, there will be an update in the morning. End of chapter 1454. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.